Chapter 1. The Sanctuary, Sunshine Mental Hospital. A blinding white light cascaded from above, prompting Ma Yanliang to squint as he adjusted to the sudden brightness. The pungent scent of disinfectant assaulted his nostrils, and he realized he was lying on a cold iron bed, his wrists and ankles firmly secured by specially designed restraints. "Have you had another nightmare?" A gentle and concerned voice suddenly emerged from beside the bed. Startled, Ma Yanliang instinctively turned his head. There stood a young man clad in a pristine white coat, holding a pen as if he were recording something. The name tag on his chest clearly bore the words Dr. Li. Gathering his thoughts, Ma Yanliang began to survey his unfamiliar surroundings. He found himself in a strange ward, characterized by white walls, a simple bed, and neatly arranged medical equipment that constituted the entirety of the room. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, he softly inquired, "Where is this?" Upon hearing Ma Yanliang's question, Dr. Li set down his clipboard, a warm smile gracing his face as he patiently explained, "You are in the depths of the Sanctuary, Sunshine Mental Hospital. Do you not recall?" Ma Yanliang furrowed his brow, instinctively responding, "Then how did I end up here?" Observing his reaction, Dr. Li let out a gentle sigh. "Patient Ma Yanliang, during your time under treatment at our facility, you have remained in a prolonged state of mental dissociation, exhibiting a lack of self-control. Furthermore, during your treatment, your abilities manifested uncontrollably, leading to a situation where you even manipulated a caregiver through hypnosis, inciting significant destruction within the hospital. More alarmingly, the value of the damaged medical equipment amounts to several million in light of these circumstances. We were compelled to take urgent measures and administer a specially formulated sedative to stabilize your condition." Pausing, Dr. Li observed Ma Yanliang's response. Noticing the bewildered expression on the patient's face, Dr. Li continued in a calm tone, "Due to the potential unpredictable adverse effects your outburst may have on the external environment, the Watchers have assessed your case and classified you as an extremely dangerous, severely mentally ill patient. Consequently, you have been assigned to our facility for long-term treatment and observation. So, patient Ma Yanliang, do you have anything further to say?" Initially perceiving Dr. Li's words as nonsense, Ma Yanliang soon closed his eyes, fragmented memories flashing through his mind. This was indeed the sanctuary, specifically designed to confine individuals with extraordinary abilities, and the Sunshine Mental Hospital lay deep within it. Wait, what? Abilities? The Watchers? The sanctuary? Was this the world of the God-slaying? According to the original owner's memories, his powers had become so formidable that he could no longer control them, ultimately leading to a catastrophic outburst, after which he was subdued by the Watchers and sent to the Sunshine Mental Hospital within the sanctuary. Thus, Ma Yanliang narrowed his eyes slightly, while secretly attuning himself to his mental power. He could sense a warm energy flowing through his mind. Is this what mental power feels like? The original owner's Forbidden Realm was a new domain that had never appeared in the sequence of the Nightwatcher's Forbidden Realms. The original owner referred to this domain as Chiyu. Noticing Ma Yanliang's silence, Dr. Li smiled faintly and prepared to leave with the medical records in hand. "My mental illness has been cured," Ma Yanliang declared as Dr. Li was about to exit. "Every mental patient claims the same, and even if your illness is resolved, you will still be confined to the fasting facility," Dr. Li replied, adjusting his glasses and speaking slowly. "Why?" Ma Yanliang instinctively blurted out. "Do you truly not remember? You hypnotized everyone in the community and incited them to indiscriminately assault passersby, resulting in significant casualties." Dr. Elias emotionless gaze scrutinized Ma Yanliang in silence. Ma Yanliang fell silent, only to suddenly burst into laughter, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. He was unwilling to remain in this place indefinitely. Since he would be confined here regardless of whether his mental illness was cured, there was but one way to escape prison break. Everyone's forbidden realms were suppressed, yet Ma Yanliang could unleash his forbidden realm in such an environment, indicating that his abilities were still operational. Although he did not comprehend why the fasting facility suppressed the forbidden realm steel and yet allowed him to utilize it, that was no longer significant. What mattered now was that if his forbidden realm could induce hypnosis, this was the perfect opportunity to hypnotize Dr. Li. Despite being physically restrained, Ma Yanliang could still mobilize his mental power, with his primary means of utilizing the forbidden realm centered in his eyes. Suddenly, his light blue eyes ignited like a torch, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With a soft buzz, an invisible wave of mental energy emanated from Ma Yanliang's eyes, swiftly expanding outward. The mental wave resembled hundreds of transparent, intangible serpents, rushing toward Dr. Li and slowly burrowing into his mind. Ma Yanliang, how dare you attempt to hypnotize me? Dr. Li remained remarkably composed in the face of this sudden onslaught. With his hands leisurely tucked into his pockets, he gently shook his head with a look of regret and said, I have a habit of planting subconscious suggestions while providing mental guidance. Have you forgotten? I have previously conducted a session of mental guidance with you. Upon hearing this, a jolt of unease surged through Ma Yanliang's heart, an ominous premonition taking hold. Could it be? However, before he could ponder further, he found that the mental hypnosis he had just unleashed was effortlessly unraveled by Dr. Li in an instant. I could see that moment. An unusual glimmer suddenly sparkled in Dr. Li's eyes. As Ma Yanliang's gaze met his body trembled as if struck by lightning. Those once bright and spirited eyes, resembling two resplendent stars, dimmed in an instant, their pupils gradually dissipating as if robbed of their very souls, losing all vitality and consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Ma Yanliang appeared as a lifeless sculpture, lying motionless on the bed, as if time had frozen around him. Ma Yanliang had passed away. Dr. Li gazed at the lifeless form of Ma Yanliang, a look of resignation crossing his face as he sighed softly. Is it not better to live well? Why must one oppose us, the psychiatrists? With that, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and slowly departed from the scene. If it were an ordinary person, perhaps they would truly fall victim to you, Ma Yanliang. But alas, you have encountered the possessor of Mind Wanderer, Hu Jia. Yet in the next moment, the surrounding space began to shatter like glass, everything returning to the void. Chapter 2. The Power of Ignorance. When Ma Yanliang opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by the familiar ceiling and the acrid scent of antiseptic. Did you have another nightmare? A familiar voice suddenly emerged from beside the bed. Turning his head, Ma Yanliang saw Dr. Li holding a pen, seemingly jotting down notes. He was still alive? Hadn't he just been rendered brain dead by Dr. Li's Mind Wanderer? Could it have been a dream? No, it was not a dream. Ma Yanliang was certain his mental prowess was extraordinary, and that sensation of being engulfed by darkness could not be deceiving. So, did he truly die just now? And now he was alive again? Why? Could it be that he had been reborn, returned to the time before his death? A death rewind? Furrowing his brow, Ma Yanliang's gaze fell upon Dr. Li, the deity of the mind, Hu Jia. It seemed he had forgotten about this character from the original tale, how unfortunate he was to encounter someone who feared not mental assaults. Yes, so I wish to go out and keep watch, he responded. With his current level of mental strength, he stood no chance against Dr. Li therefore. He must avoid confrontation and seek alternative means of escape. Remaining in the asylum was impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. Soon it will be free activity time, and someone will take you out. Dr. Li adjusted his glasses. After uttering this, he exited, carrying the medical records. Bound to the bed, Ma Yanliang could only watch helplessly as Dr. Li departed. Having learned from his initial failure, he was determined to ascertain the extent of his mental prowess. Was it a lamp? A pool? A river? An ocean? The ability to wield mental power within the confines of the asylum indicated that his mental realm was formidable, and his abilities were not weak. However, the most pressing matter was to unravel the specific circumstances of the asylum and comprehend his own ignorance abilities. Yanliang felt that his forbidden realm possessed effects beyond mere hypnosis. Soon, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the abyss of nothingness, where his ostensibly empty mental world suddenly rippled with life. When Ma Yanliang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a pristine white expanse, with a mirror-like surface beneath his feet reflecting his youthful yet pallid visage. This was his dream, yet it felt terrifyingly real. If this is a dream, Ma Yanliang raised his hand, palm facing upward, then something should materialize. Images began to form in his Minda pen, encased in black matte, its nib gleaming with a metallic sheen. This was his most familiar object, for Dr. Li used it daily to document his case during rounds. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his palm, and looking down, he saw a pen identical to the one he had envisioned, quietly resting there. As his fingers clasped the pen's body, the chilling sensation felt profoundly authentic. How intriguing, he murmured softly, as the nib traced through the void, leaving a trail of ink. Instead of dissipating, the ink solidified, morphing into a tangible entity, resembling a black ribbon floating in the air. After using the pen, Ma Yanliang's imagination surged again, and soon his attire transformed into an imperial robe. A throne materialized before him, and he ascended to sit upon it, embodying the essence of a sovereign. Visions of imperial armor flooded his mind. In the next moment, his body was enveloped in a layer of golden armor, and he felt as though he had merged with the cosmos, an inexhaustible source of power surging within him. Can I truly command a dream? Ma Yanliang murmured, his voice laced with incredulous excitement. He closed his eyes, and in no time, a grand palace appeared before him, towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal realm. Within the palace, countless phantoms began to coalesce into human forms, kneeling on one knee in unison, proclaiming, "Long live the Emperor!" Ma Yanliang raised his hand once more, and with a gentle wave, the mist within the palace coalesced into a colossal dragon, coiling above him with a thunderous roar. Is this the method of sneering foolishness? Ma Yanliang began to ponder. While controlling the dream was undeniably exhilarating for an ordinary person, for him, the ruler of this world, it offered little assistance in his current predicament. For he was, after all, in a fasting institution. Knock, knock, knock. 3 rhythmic raps shattered the silence of the ward, yanking Ma Yanliang back to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a man clad in a beige caregiver uniform unfastening his restraints. "Patient Ma Yanliang, it is time for outdoor activities. Please follow me," the caregiver remarked, casting a glance at Ma Yanliang before stepping out of the room. Ma Yanliang propped himself up, his limbs tingling as he maneuvered past the metallic bed rails, quietly trailing the caregiver out of the metallic chamber. Now, he needed to ascertain the layout of the fasting institution and await the opportune moment to escape. Only when he stood outside the confines of his cell and glanced back did he realize he had emerged from a 3-meter square silver-gray cube, its 6 walls seamlessly aligned, even the ventilation ducts aglow with the blue luminescence of mental suppression devices. This device solely intended for the suppression of mental powers. Could it be a forbidden object developed by the Bailey Group? As Ma Yanliang gazed upon the blue, ethereal glow, a flicker of enigmatic intrigue sparked in his eyes. The moment he stepped out, he felt a slight loosening of the mental constraints that had been imposed upon him. It appears that he had distanced himself from the effects of this cubic blue radiance. Suddenly, a sharp, needle-like pain pierced through his skull, and he pressed his fingers against the throbbing temples. Yet a smile crept upon his lips. Even under the heavy shackles of mental confinement, his mental prowess seemed to be flourishing. This subtle change was akin to a firefly illuminating the darkness, hinting at the potential of a madcap scheme. No wonder Dr. Li and the others opted to employ a device specifically designed to suppress his mental abilities otherwise. It wouldn't be long before, even with the suppression of the Jinshu Monument, he could wield his mental powers at will. His curiosity about the confines of his own prison deepened. The orderly navigated through the labyrinthine metallic corridors, incandescent tubes casting web-like shadows behind blast-proof glass. Out of the corner of his eye, Ma Yanliang calculated the angles of each turn, imprinting the hum of the iris verification device, the hiss of the pressurized doors, and the model of the electric shotgun at the waist of the patrolling guards into his memory. As the 11 safety gates sealed behind them, a 3-dimensional model of the honeycomb-like structure was constructed in his mind. Their final destination was a transparent barrier. When the orderly raised his identification badge, the monitor's red light flickered across his pupils like a serpent's tongue. "Employee number 39666, please provide today's code phrase." The male voice from the intercom carried the distinct, stilted quality of electronic synthesis. "What does the Dongming fungus favor the most?" "It's the irresistibly delectable hot pot," the orderly replied expressionlessly. At the moment the green light illuminated, the gates gradually swung open. Before him lay an open area the size of 2 football fields, encircled by 15-meter-high walls, with laser fences weaving a lethal net 20 meters above. Ma Yanliang could even see the glint of a sniper's scope from the watchtower. "Go ahead, but remember to return before 2 o'clock this afternoon." The orderly spoke this simple instruction before turning away. "Aren't you following me?" Ma Yanliang squinted slightly, curiosity piqued. "I am merely an orderly at the psychiatric hospital. I cannot leave this place at will, and the activity area is teeming with surveillance cameras. Naturally, I need not concern myself with your movements, especially since you are a focal point of Dr. Lee's attention. He will be watching you closely." The orderly provided a brief explanation and departed without further ado. Yet he kindly reminded, "Be sure to return here before 2 o'clock, otherwise personnel will be dispatched to retrieve you. If you fail to adhere to the schedule, future outdoor time may be revoked." Once the orderly had left, Ma Yanliang's mental energy began to expand. Although it was overall suppressed in this place, he could still manage to project it, soon discovering that 17 miniature cameras were operational within a 2.5-meter radius, 3 of which were equipped with biometric monitoring capabilities. Indeed, it is fortunate that he refrained from resorting to violence against the caregiver. Ma Yanliang contemplated this. He had indeed considered employing hypnosis on the caregiver. Yet Dr. Lee would undoubtedly be aware of his tactics and might have devised some underhanded schemes. The mere fact that he dared to act against him and that the other party would not hesitate to bring about his demise speaks volumes. To be precise, it seems that the individual intended to format his thoughts, leading to a state akin to brain death, while his body continued to exhibit the characteristics of life. Thus, he need not fear reproach, for after all, Ma Yanliang was still alive. Chapter 3. Chao Yuan and Wu Laogo. Ma Yanliang strolled toward the surrounding wall, his fingertips gliding over its surface, quickly deducing that its hardness could withstand even a missile strike. This was to be expected, as it housed a myriad of forbidden domain possessors. As Ma Yanliang continued along the path, he soon halted in his tracks. A slender youth stood 20 paces away, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old. The loose blue and white striped hospital garb hung on him, and his countenance bore an air of chilliness. Despite his tender age, there was an inexplicable ferocity about him. Was there another youth confined in the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital? He recalled that in the original narrative, Lin Xie had indeed been committed to a psychiatric institution. Could this be him? Yet it didn't seem to fit. What was the original description of Lin Xie again? Osaka Dotonbori, the Black Wudong Host Club, the sleeping dragon of the host world, the rising star of hosts, friend of mature women, Mr. Asanaji Chie. He couldn't recall much else. But this detail lingered in his mind. Who else had been confined here? Perhaps it was Chao Yuan? And indeed, the resemblance seemed striking, but Ma Yanliang couldn't firmly recollect. He remembered that the original side story was set a decade ago, in 2012, depicting Chao Yuan at Jiuhua Mountain. Yet the early chapters of the second volume stated he was initially confined in a psychiatric hospital before moving to Jiuhua Mountain, while the first volume mentioned he had only spent 5 years at Jiuhua Mountain. It might be a narrative inconsistency. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Ma Yanliang decided to approach and confirm. "Hello, my name is Ma Yanliang. May I ask your name?" A gentle smile adorned Ma Yanliang's face. He had come to understand that to escape this place, the first requisite was to disguise oneself. For often, those who appeared most innocuous posed the greatest danger. However, the youth merely shot Ma Yanliang a cold glance before turning away and sauntering toward the opposite end of the playground. Ma Yanliang smiled faltered, his expression subtly shifting as he observed the retreating figure. This only further validated his suspicion that the youth maintained an aloof demeanor before encountering Lin Xie. Since the youth had no intention of engaging with him, Ma Yanliang naturally refrained from pursuing him. He then shifted his gaze to another corner, where a disheveled, middle-aged man squatted, seemingly engrossed in some unknown activity. He, like Ma Yanliang and Chao Yuan, donned the attire of a psychiatric patient. If memory served him correctly, this individual was likely Wu Tongxian, the vice-captain of the spirit medium team and the possessor of the Wangsu Wuxian. However, Ma Yanliang surmised that the man would probably not lend him assistance, for he was a righteous guardian, unlike a murderer such as himself. As for employing Chiu, Ma Yanliang momentarily dismissed that notion, as Dr. Li, Hu Jia, was still observing him. He recalled that Wu Tongxian was currently replicating the forbidden domain, my dream, and the original narrative had noted his penchant for entering others' dreams, while he himself wielded boundless power within the realm of dreams. In light of this, Ma Yanliang had already devised a plan in his heart. Should it succeed, he would gain an additional ally within the confines of the penitentiary. Greetings. Wu Tongxian seemed to sense Ma Yanliang's scrutiny and turned his gaze towards him, an unusual glimmer illuminating his eyes as he waved in acknowledgement. Hello. A warm smile graced Ma Yanliang's face as he courteously returned the greeting, though a flicker of light danced in his blue pupils. After their exchange, Ma Yanliang proceeded towards the activity area of the prison. At present, he was at least certain of one thing. The timeline was undoubtedly set before 2017, as Chao Yuan was merely 12 or 13 years old. Ma Yanliang could not afford to wait for Lin Xie to enter the penitentiary and then escape together. Not to mention the uncertainty of whether he would even be allowed to leave. It would take at least 7 years for Lin to arrive, a duration he could not endure. Thus, he was left to rely on himself. The first step was to identify a feasible escape route. Fortunately, his curiosity had led him to thoroughly examine the contents of the second volume regarding the penitentiary. To orchestrate an escape, the initial step would be to gradually assert control over the personnel within the prison. Only then could he advance to the next phase. He needed to engage with the members of the ancient cult imprisoned there, as they possessed items capable of diminishing the suppressive force of the Jinshu steel. Once the steel suppression weakened, chaos would undoubtedly erupt within the prison, providing him with a perfect opportunity to flee. However, with Chen Fuji present, a direct escape was utterly impossible. He would have to find an alternative route. As he contemplated these matters, Ma Yanliang arrived at the prison's activity area, which featured a spacious basketball court alongside various outdoor fitness equipment for the elderly, where numerous inmates reveled in their leisure. Upon entering their line of sight, every prisoner abruptly halted their activities, their collective gaze fixated upon him. Among them were several who regarded him with avaricious eyes, for Ma Yanliang's youthful visage, coupled with his pallid complexion, rendered him akin to a rare gem in their eyes. Goodness, it has been ages since I encountered such a prime specimen. A burly man, his gaze filled with greed, fixated on Ma Yanliang, even licking his lips in anticipation. He turned to a slightly leaner yet robust companion beside him. What do you think? Han Yinlong. Fourth brother, this truly is a remarkable find. We must act quickly, otherwise someone else may seize the opportunity. The man known as Han Jinlong concurred, his eyes gleaming with desire. Let us go. As the leader of the penitentiary, it's time to show the newcomer who truly reigns here. The burly man, referred to as fourth brother, wore a sinister smile as he advanced directly towards Ma Yanliang, with Han Jinlong closely trailing behind. Following in their wake were several inmate lackeys eager to partake in the unfolding drama, for such a rare specimen was seldom encountered. As he observed the approaching group of inmates, Ma Yanliang halted, a spark of brilliance flickering in his azure eyes. Kid, are you the new arrival? The fourth brother approached Ma Yanliang, looking down at him with unabashed greed gleaming in his eyes. Ma Yanliang silently regarded the fourth brother, a hint of interest manifesting on his face. Allow me to introduce this individual, Han Jinlong interjected. This is the fourth brother, the chief among the prisoners in the penitentiary, and I am his second in command, Han Jinlong. Noting Ma Yanliang's silence, Han Jinlong assumed he was intimidated and continued with his introduction. At that moment, Ma Yanliang turned his gaze toward Han Jinlong, a fleeting glimmer of light crossing his eyes. Have you finished? He softly inquired. Yes, now take me to the restroom, he commanded. The expressions of the fourth brother and Han Jinlong brightened at this response. This lad possesses a keen sense of the situation, they thought. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. You have potential, the fourth brother assured him. Rest assured, I am gentle in my dealings. You will find it tolerable. He promptly led Ma Yanliang toward the prison restroom, adding an explanation. Throughout, Ma Yanliang's demeanor remained unperturbed, exuding calmness rather than fear. Han Jinlong trailed behind, as it was only fair that he, too, would partake after the fourth brother. A group of inmate subordinates exchanged glances, smirking with lewd anticipation, and followed suit. Han Yanliang, noticing their actions, glared and admonished, "What are you all doing? Get back to your business." One inmate couldn't contain himself and spoke up, "Brother Long, you and the fourth brother have had your turn. What about us?" His words echoed the sentiments of the others. "Why do you two get to enjoy while we merely watch?" Han Yanliang retorted coolly, "This new lad displays remarkable understanding. The fourth brother, and I will be gentle with him. After some time, I will allow him to attend to you all. Overexertion at once may overwhelm him." His reasoning held some merit, and given his position as the second in command in the penitentiary, despite their dissatisfaction, most inmates refrained from following. Soon enough, the fourth brother brought Ma Yanliang to the restroom area, extracting a mysterious viscous substance from the ground to obscure the surveillance camera in the corner. At that moment, Han Yanliang entered, skillfully locking the restroom door behind him, a grin spreading across his face. "Do not worry. The fourth brother and I will ensure your enjoyment." "Is the surveillance covered?" Ma Yanliang asked, glancing at the obstructed camera, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Rest assured, this restroom has only one camera," the fourth brother replied, loosening his belt as he spoke. "In that case, I can relax," Ma Yanliang stated, suddenly laughing. Without the watchful eye of the camera, he could finally test his forbidden domain. In an instant, his azure eyes ignited with brilliance, filling the entire restroom with a radiant glow. "This is the forbidden domain? How can you utilize it in the penitentiary?" The fourth brother's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the fluctuations of power emanating from Ma Yanliang. In the realm of fasting, the monument of oppression looms large, where virtually all individuals find their abilities suppressed to the level of ordinary folk. This is precisely why the fourth brother and Han Yanliang, wielding their formidable powers, ascend to the ranks of leaders among the prison inmates. "Fourth brother, something is amiss with this lad. Eliminate him." At this moment, Han Yanliang perceives that the adversary can still wield forbidden powers, and an unsettling realization dawns upon him. With a swift motion, he darts toward Ma Yanliang, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The ability to employ forbidden powers within the fasting domain is indicative of two possibilities. Either one's mental prowess far surpasses the suppressive effects of the monument, or one's forbidden powers have transcended the so-called forbidden realm, reaching the echelon of royal or even divine realms. In either scenario, it spells doom for both Han Yanliang and the fourth brother should Ma Yanliang remain alive, as they would inevitably face retribution. A soft hum resonates, and an invisible wave of mental energy emanates from the center of Ma Yanliang's eyes, rapidly expanding outward. This mental wave resembles countless transparent, ethereal serpents, hastening towards the fourth brother and Han Yanliang, infiltrating their minds. The two, initially charging toward Ma Yanliang, suddenly halt, standing rigidly as fervor ignites in their eyes, and they reverently proclaim, "Elder brother." Chapter 4. Han Yanliang, you have done exceptionally well in the damp and chilly confines of the prison restroom. The fetid air was permeated by a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Bathed in dim light, fourth brother and Han Yanliang stood before Ma Yanliang like statues. Their mental faculties, already suppressed, rendered them incapable of resisting Ma Yanliang, who wielded the power of hypnotic control with ease. Standing before them, Ma Yanliang lightly tapped his fingers against the mottled wall, his azure eyes flickering with a strange luminescence in the gloom, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. This hypnotic control, however, was not permanent. Without continual reinforcement, the two would eventually awaken from their trance. Yet for Ma Yanliang, a brief period of control sufficed. As for the other prisoners, he deemed it best to let these two handle them on their own, though the squalid surroundings made him instinctively wrinkle his nose. Ma Yanliang quickly composed himself, nudging a loose tile on the floor with his toe. "Do not call me big brother. Refer to me as boss. By the way, I recall there's an escape route around here, isn't there?" Han Yanliang's body suddenly trembled, his gaze transforming into one of fervent devotion. He hastened to the innermost stall of the restroom, his robust fingers prying into the crevices of the tiles, forcefully lifting a rusted iron plate. "Boss, your brilliance shines through. This is the entrance." However, Han Yanliang scratched his stubbled chin in distress. Unless one possesses the ability to contort their body, it is impossible to squeeze through. At that moment, fourth brother mechanically approached, squatting down to pry up several loose tiles in the corner, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay 3 weathered axes, their blades stained with dark crimson remnants. This entrance is typically reserved for dealing with disobedient prisoners. Given the size of the human body, we would often use these axes to dismember after a kill, and due to the connection to the sea, we need not worry about being discovered. As fourth brother continued, he moved to the corner of the restroom, extracting the concealed axes and respectfully presenting them to Ma Yanliang, his arm muscles taut with effort. Excellent. Ma Yanliang cast a cursory glance, nodding without the intention of accepting the axes, his blue eyes glinting with a dangerous light. By the way, I recall, there is a prisoner whose ability allows for control of bodily size. Bring that individual before me. You must mean Zhang-san. Han Jinlong immediately straightened, a sycophantic smile spreading across his rugged face. However, under the current suppression of the town's monument, he was unable to utilize his abilities. Go! With just that single command from Ma Yanliang, Han Jinlong trembled, as if electrified, immediately turning on his heel and racing out of the restroom, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. With their mental power suppressed, it became far more convenient to exert control. Based on Ma Yanliang's conjecture, under the current constraints imposed by the town's monument, he could continuously manipulate the abilities of 10 individuals. Certainly, provided that the opponent is unable to utilize the Forbidden Ruins or the Royal Ruins. Otherwise, given his current state of mental power being suppressed by over half, he could at most control 7 individuals. This explains why Ma Yanliang only managed to command fourth brother and Han Jinlong. With these 2, he has effectively taken control of the prison's most formidable faction. The next step is to dominate Zhang-san. Once his escape plan is set in motion, he will leverage Zhang-san's Forbidden Ruins to depart from this place. Currently, there are 3 spots available, and if he can also manipulate Wu Tongxian, who can access the Royal Ruins, only 3 spots will remain. One step at a time. Before long, sounds of struggle echoed through the corridor. Han Jinlong entered, dragging a gaunt man by the collar, as if he were a mere chicken. Zhang-san was so emaciated he seemed little more than skin and bones, with prominent cheekbones marred by a fresh bruise, clearly brought in forcefully. Han Erge, be gentle. I can walk on my own. Zhang-san protested hoarsely, writhing against his captor. Han Jinlong, however, paid him no heed, rudely thrusting Zhang-san before Ma Yanliang. Zhang-san stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance, and as he looked up to curse, he was met by a pair of eerily blue eyes. Boss, I brought him, Han Jinlong declared, kneeling with a voice full of reverence. You have done well, Han Jinlong, Ma Yanliang replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is my honor to serve you, boss. Han Jinlong said, his eyes alight with excitement as he half-knelt respectfully on the ground. Zhang-san was taken aback, squinting his murky eyes. He scrutinized the seemingly frail youth before him. Boss, I thought you were merely a plaything, he scoffed, revealing a few yellow teeth. How did you become their leader so quickly? I heard from other inmates that a remarkable specimen from the psychiatric hospital arrived today. How did you manage to command their respect in such a short time? Is it truly that overwhelming? Impudent. Fourth brother thundered, his fist raised like a massive stone pot. His scarred face contorted with rage, presenting a particularly menacing visage. Yet, as Ma Yanliang merely raised a hand, fourth brother's fist froze midair. Do not rush. The youth spoke softly, stepping closer to Zhang-san. As he approached, Zhang-san suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Those blue eyes seemed to expand within his vision, ultimately consuming his entire consciousness. When Ma Yanliang's slender fingers lightly touched Zhang-san's forehead, he began to tremble violently. Moments later, Zhang-san's expression shifted from confusion to fervor. He collapsed to the ground, his forehead striking the filthy floor with a heavy thud. Boss, having hypnotized him, Ma Yanliang's escape plan advanced another step. Excellent. I shall take my leave now to avoid missing the outdoor time, Yanliang said, observing the 3 before him with satisfaction. Sweat trickling down his temple, yet a smile gracing his face. With that, he pushed open the restroom door and exited, the respectful voices of the three trailing behind him. Farewell, boss. Chapter 5. Immerse yourself in the illusions I have prepared for you. To my astonishment, you arrived punctually. I had anticipated that we would need to send someone to retrieve you, the caregiver remarked, surprised to see Ma Yanliang return before the allotted free time had elapsed. Ma Yanliang smiled silently, following the caregiver back to the metallic confines of the psychiatric ward. He trailed quietly behind, the stark white of his patient-esque garb glaring under the harsh corridor lights, until they reached the ward. The caregiver, upon delivering him to the room, turned and departed with an apparent eagerness to leave. What? No restraints for me? Ma Yanliang pondered curiously as he observed the caregiver's retreating figure. After all, he vividly recalled awakening with his limbs bound. The caregiver had merely stated, "Dr. Li has decided against restraining you for the time being," before exiting. Ma Yanliang shrugged and reclined on the bed, his gaze drifting toward the cameras scattered about the room, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hu Jia, he thought, will inevitably return to settle the score once he escapes. That sensation of impending doom remained etched in his memory. Soon, Ma Yanliang closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once again within the palace of his dreams. At this moment, he was adorned in a golden robe, seated regally upon a gilded dragon throne. Below the 9-tiered jade steps, civil and military officials knelt in unison like a surging tide, their foreheads pressed against the white jade floor as they chanted in unison, "We pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to your majesty." Ignoring the fervent proclamations of his subjects, Ma Yanliang gently swept his wide sleeves across the armrests and rose slowly, the golden ornaments in his hair chiming melodiously with his movement. With a mere wave of his hand, the kneeling officials dispersed like grains of sand scattered by the wind, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. In the darkest corner of the palace, a stooped figure crouched beside the entwined dragon column, disheveled hair adorned with stray strands of straw, staring vacantly at the ground, lost in thought. It was Wu Tongxian. A broader smile spread across Ma Yanliang's face. The fish had taken the bait. He extended his fingers, and invisible ripples emanated from him, causing the entire dreamscape to tremble as it sealed itself off. In this realm of dreams, he was an omnipotent being, unafraid of Wu Tongxian breaking free from the illusion. It was the perfect opportunity to experience what it felt like to be a creator deity. Wu Tongxian, how long do you intend to feign ignorance? A tempest arose, the dragon robe billowing around him, emanating an aura of terror as the palace began to twist and contort, the dome transforming into a vast expanse of starry sky. Have you seen Xiaohua? Wu Tongxian muttered, brushing his nest-like hair. Since you have entered my dream, I shall send you to meet Xiaohua. Suddenly, Ma Yanliang raised his right arm, a blinding orb of white light coalescing in his palm. The radiance intensified until it burst forth as a cataclysmic beam of light. Boom! As the beam passed, the white jade tiles vaporized instantaneously. Wu Tongxuan's figure was utterly engulfed, yet at the precipice of despair, he suddenly tore through the veil of light. The edges of his garments were still smoldering, and the vacant expression on his face finally vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Was his adversary truly bold enough to strike at him within the confines of his dream? What madness was this? Just as Wu Tongxian contemplated severing the dream, he was taken aback, for he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. How could this be? Wu Tongxian gazed at Ma Yanliang in disbelief. It was crucial to note that his presence here was due to the connection forged between his dream and that of Ma Yanliang by my dream, and he should have been able to sever that link. However, when he attempted to do so, he discovered it was impossible to cut the connection. Moreover, he realized that even a forceful exit from the dream was futile. It was as if this dream world had transformed into a prison. What kind of power did his opponent possess? Was it truly more formidable than his own my dream of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 070? You seem rather surprised, Ma Yanliang remarked, slowly approaching Wu Tongxian, looking down upon him with a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. How did you achieve this? Wu Tongxuan's gaze was filled with confusion. Because Ma Yanliang slowly spread his arms, whispering, in my dream, I am omnipotent. What a lunatic. It appeared he was profoundly disturbed. If that were the case, then I shall awaken you. Wu Tongxian murmured to himself as a ripple emerged beneath his feet. Swiftly, 7 cloaked figures emerged from behind him. Although Wu Tongxian could not sever the connection with Ma Yanliang's dream, my dream, could still conjure whatever he desired within the realm of dreams. For instance, the medium squad. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from the medium squad, their emotionless gazes fixed upon Ma Yanliang. Is this your reliance, Wu Tongxian? Ma Yanliang scoffed, snapping his fingers, causing the 7 figures of the medium squad to vanish, as if erased by an eraser from a pencil sketch. It seems you have forgotten. This is my dream. Wu Tongxuan's expression stiffened, his hairs standing on end. Reason warned him that this individual was perilous, urging him to retreat swiftly. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly constrained. My dream could not be unleashed, and only he and Ma Yanliang remained in this reality, devoid of any others. Even creations birthed from the dream, they formless, could not replicate the adversary's forbidden ruins, unless he could replicate Ma Yanliang's forbidden ruins. Thus, he could contend for dominion over the dream, or at the very least forcibly sever the connection with his opponent's dream. With this thought, Wu Tongxuan's figure flickered as he swiftly advanced towards Ma Yanliang. Just a touch, and everything would be resolved. Observing this, Ma Yanliang merely raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, his eyes radiated a brilliant blue light. Wu Tongxian instinctively blinked at the sight of the azure luminescence, and before he knew it, his hand touched Ma Yanliang, promptly severing the dream connection and returning to reality. As Wu Tongxian regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a familiar hospital bed. One day, the spirit medium team unexpectedly arrived to take him away, and Wu Tongxian was overjoyed to rejoin the spirit medium team as the vice captain. He embarked on a relentless pursuit of the ancient god church, ultimately uprooting the organization. In the subsequent events of the divine arrival and the war of the southern gods, Wu Tongxian played a pivotal role, garnering immense accolades. Meanwhile, Ma Yanliang gazed at Wu Tongxian, who was ensnared in a trance. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he conjured a gilded chair and elegantly seated himself before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered, Wu Tongxian, immerse yourself in the illusion I have crafted for you. Chapter 6. So marvelous after hypnotizing Wu Tongxian, Ma Yanliang's mood considerably improved. Under his meticulous arrangements, the plan unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax. At that moment, Wu Tongxian knelt fervently on the ground, clearly under complete control. Boss. Yes, first, detach from my dreamscape. Refrain from displaying any abnormalities. Maintain your current state. You will soon be of use. Ma Yanliang lazily lifted his eyelids, his fingertips casually gliding over the crystal glass handed to him by the model. Amidst the clinking of ice, he uttered a single phrase before gesturing with his hand, severing the connection between himself and Wu Tongxian's dream. Patient Ma Yanliang, it is now your time to stretch your wings. The attendant opened the door to the metallic room and addressed Ma Yanliang within. He slowly opened his eyes, his pallid cheeks appearing particularly grim under the surveillance camera. Methodically, he fastened the buttons of his hospital gown and rose from the bed, following the attendant through layers of security. Ma Yanliang felt a slight enhancement in his mental prowess, a surge of exhilaration bubbling within him. He had sensed yesterday that upon waking, his mental strength had increased a notch, and now he was even more certain of his hypothesis. A single night's slumber could indeed bolster his mental capabilities. If yesterday he believed he could only mentally control 7 individuals, due to Wu Tongxuan's ability to wield the forbidden void, now he realized he could manipulate 8. This was still under the suppression of the Jia Town monument. He could hardly fathom the rapid increase in his abilities once he escaped. Currently, he had successfully hypnotized Wu Tongxian, Han Jinlong, Zhang San, and Siga. The next step was to locate the followers of the ancient god church who had been imprisoned. He could not help but admire the scheme of the original narrative, which had the followers deliberately captured with the intent of eliminating Wu Tongxian years later, thereby severing the future of the medium team. Alas, this plan had been thwarted by Lin Xie's protagonist aura. Now, what EU aspired to accomplish years later, Ma Yanliang could achieve in an instant. Should he desire it, Wu Tongxian could easily take his own life on the spot. Such was the terrifying nature of illusion. Regrettably, there was a Dr. Li in the psychiatric hospital who happened to be immune to his mental control. Regardless, EU's plan was destined to falter. It might be better to have those followers make their sacrifices to assist him in his escape. Employee number 39666, please respond to today's code phrase. What is Chi Yu's greatest desire? To sleep until naturally awakened and to count money until one's hands cramp, the attendant replied expressionlessly. At that moment, as the green light illuminated, the main door gradually swung open. Upon hearing this perplexing code phrase, Ma Yanliang couldn't help but questioned the mental state of the original author. After passing through the door, Ma Yanliang made his way directly to the cafeteria, where Han Er and Sigu had already been waiting for quite some time. "Welcome, boss." In the midst of the bewildered gazes of numerous prisoners, the two respectfully addressed him. This pronouncement left many of the younger subordinates utterly confounded. After all, just yesterday, Han Er and Sigu had referred to each other as mere playthings. Yet today, they proclaimed him as their leader. Indeed, Ma Yanliang nodded slightly and walked forward at a leisurely pace. The hospital gown he wore somehow exuding the elegance of a noble robe. He casually surveyed the entire scene, and wherever his gaze landed, the prisoners instinctively shrank their necks. He even found the leisure to smile provocatively at the surveillance camera. Unlike Wu Tongxian, he did not attempt to conceal his control over Han Jinlong and fourth brother. After all, if Dr. Li was indeed observing him, he would surely be aware of Yanliang's ability to mentally manipulate others. Moreover, many prisoners had witnessed him following Han Jinlong and fourth brother to the restroom yesterday. He doubted that the observant Dr. Li would fail to comprehend this. Rather than being evasive, he opted for a direct confrontation. Yanliang was adept at disguising himself, and the facade he presented was merely to ensure that others underestimated him. "What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry and summon the boss." Han Jinlong turned to his bewildered subordinates with a menacing glare. Fourth brother stood nearby, poised and ready, evidently prepared to teach this group a lesson should they fail to recognize their place. "Boss is here." Although many of the prisoners were still confused, they felt compelled to speak under the oppressive might of Han Jinlong and fourth brother. They speculated about the extent of a newcomer's power that could compel both Jinlong and fourth brother to yield, considering their reputations for subduing numerous inmates. "You, go fetch food for the boss." "You, bring utensils for the boss." Han Jinlong commanded his subordinates like an eager hound, directing them to scurry about. Fourth brother approached Ma Yanliang, slightly bowing to lead the way, respectfully stating, "Boss, your seat has been arranged. Please follow me." His robust arm made an exaggerated gesture of invitation, creating a comical contrast to his fierce demeanor. Ma Yanliang merely nodded and followed fourth brother to his designated seat, while Han Jinlong swiftly presented the meal before him. "Thoughtful of you," Ma Yanliang acknowledged as he accepted the utensils from Jinlong, affirming his actions. This simple remark sent Han Jinlong into a tremor of excitement, his eyes sparkling with a fervent obsession. "It is my honor to serve the boss," he replied, his voice quivering with enthusiasm, hunched like a devoted servant. In that moment, Ma Yanliang grasped why some individuals place such immense value on titles like boss or leader. He was experiencing the convenience that power brings. There was no need for him to do anything. Others would ensure that matters were taken care of. He murmured to himself, "This feeling is truly exquisite." Chapter 7. The cult of the ancient gods. The meals served in the prison were not particularly delectable, yet they were at least fit for human consumption. Once his hunger was satiated, Ma Yanliang lifted his gaze towards Han Jinlong, who was voraciously devouring his food. "Where are the captured followers of the cult of the ancient gods?" Ma Yanliang inquired softly, prompting Han Jinlong to immediately cease his actions. "Boss, they're over there," Han Jinlong replied, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, gesturing toward a corner of the cafeteria. "They're the 4th, 6th, and 12th seats of the cult." Following Han Jinlong's, Ma Yanliang observed 3 men enjoying their lunch. seemingly sensing his gaze. The leader of the trio turned to meet his eyes briefly before quickly averting his gaze once more. "Boss, did those three offend you? Just give a word, and I'll take the brothers to teach them a lesson." Fourth brother approached, puzzled by the situation. "There's no need for that. Those three are my important friends. How could I possibly harm them?" Ma Yanliang shook his head, a hint of a cryptic smile playing on his lips, before making his way toward the prison restroom, leaving behind an order. "Han Jinlong, Shao Si, take the brothers with you and invite those three to the restroom. I have something to discuss with them." Upon hearing Ma Yanliang's words, Han Jinlong and fourth brother exchanged glances, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. Han Jinlong abruptly stood up, gesturing with his hand, and over 40 inmates rose in unison, marching menacingly towards the three members of the cult. "What you two, Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai, intend to do with so many people?" The fourth seat observed the approaching group with a furrowed brow, sensing hostility. "Our boss wishes to invite you three to the restroom. Please follow us." Han Jinlong grinned, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth. "And what if I refuse?" The fourth seat slowly rose to his feet. Despite being at a disadvantage, his aura remained undiminished, and both the 6th and 12th seats stood beside him. As the fourth seat of the cult, he could not simply acquiesce to the whims of others. "If you fail to comprehend human language, my brothers possess a rudimentary understanding of physical persuasion." Han Jinlong's expression twisted into a menacing snarl, his thick neck cracking ominously as he flexed. The fourth seat's expression shifted slightly, although he was inclined. This was a fasting house where his mental prowess was entirely suppressed, even if his physical abilities surpassed those of his adversaries. Facing Han Jinlong and his 40-some cohorts posed a formidable challenge. "Fourth seat, perhaps we should see what their boss wants from us. After all, we have just arrived, and we must not forget the task entrusted to us by Lord Yuan." As the tension escalated, the 6th seat leaned closer to the 4th seat, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Realization dawned upon the 4th seat upon hearing the 6th seat as reminder. "Indeed, the reason we are here is to execute Lord Yuan's plan against Wu Tongxian. Our role is merely to await the signal from Lord Yuan. Engaging in conflict with Han Jinlong and his group is not a prudent choice." "Very well, Han Jinlong, I am willing to meet your superior. But I must emphasize one point. It is essential that your leader harbors no inappropriate intentions towards us." After a lengthy contemplation, the 4th seat ultimately acquiesced to Han Jinlong's invitation, yet he felt compelled to voice his concerns up front. Should the other party exhibit any interest in their physical forms, they would resolutely defend their chastity, even at the cost of their lives. After all, the individual had only recently appeared and had already allowed Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai to regard him as their superior. The 4th seat could fathom no other means by which one could so willingly submit as a subordinate, save for the conquest of their bodies. It was no wonder the 4th seat harbored such suspicions. Being a Klein, his mental faculties were suppressed within the forbidden abyss, let alone those of others. Could it be that the other party wielded the forbidden abyss, and a mental variant at that? Preposterous. This was a place of fasting, unperturbed by the 4th seat's musings. Han Jinlong gestured invitingly. "Let us proceed. We must not keep the boss waiting." Soon, the four of them found themselves in the squalid confines of a prison restroom, their attention fixated on a young man amidst the filthy surroundings. Particularly striking were Ma Yanliang's cerulean eyes, which glimmered like two ethereal flames, compelling those who beheld them to lock gazes. "Are you the leader of Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai? What brings you to seek us?" inquired the 4th seat, maintaining a composed demeanor, though curiosity tinged his tone regarding the other party's intentions. Ma Yanliang did not respond to the 4th seat's inquiry. Instead, he simply snapped his fingers. Han Jinlong immediately understood, producing a viscous substance from the ground to obscure the surveillance cameras and locking the restroom door behind them. At that moment, only Ma Yanliang, Han Jinlong, Wu Sihai, and the 4th seat remained in the restroom. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "We will not betray our integrity." The 4th seat's expression shifted slightly as the unfolding events compelled him to entertain unsettling thoughts. The 6th and 12th seats, upon hearing the 4th seat's words, also began to draw similar conclusions, their expressions darkening. If you dare to act recklessly, you may find yourselves facing a dire fate, especially since your minions are locked outside. The sixth seat remarked coldly, scrutinizing Ma Yanliang and his companions, instinctively pressing his back against the wall. What are you insinuating? Even Ma Yanliang found himself momentarily perplexed by the trio's line of reasoning, feeling an inexplicable absurdity in the air. Never mind, it is of little consequence. As he spoke, the cerulean depths of Ma Yanliang's eyes suddenly radiated brilliance, enveloping the entire restroom in an otherworldly glow. Is this mental energy? How is this possible? Why is your mental strength not entirely suppressed? Who exactly are you? The fourth seat, sensing the mental fluctuations emanating from Ma Yanliang, quickly deduced the implications. I see now. It appears that Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai are under your mental control. The fourth seat attempted to retreat, but found his feet rooted to the ground, immobile. Ma Yanliang then approached the fourth seat, leaning in a whisper in his ear. You are correct, but alas, there is no reward. The warm breath brushed against the helix of the ear, yet it sent a chilling shiver through the fourth seat. He swung his fist abruptly, but it froze mid-air. In his pupils, the increasingly vast blue eyes reflected an endless ocean, reminiscent of a boundless starry sky. The world spun around him, and consciousness began to sink. The sixth and 12th seats attempted to assist, but they too were ensnared by the enigmatic blue light. Their gazes gradually turned vacant, their bodies resembling puppets bereft of souls. The restroom was permeated only by the weighty sound of breathing. Under the suppression of mental power, they were as defenseless as ordinary individuals, easily falling under Ma Yanliang's control. Wu Tongxian possessed the ability to wield the forbidden ruins, yet the reason he succumbed to Ma Yanliang's influence lay in his intrusion into his dreamscape. In that realm, Ma Yanliang was omnipotent. Otherwise, dominating Wu Tongxian would not have been so effortless. Moreover, even if he attempted to exert control forcefully, Dr. Li, who was vigilantly monitoring Ma Yanliang, would undoubtedly intervene. Dr. Li would not tolerate Wu Tongxian being so easily subdued, particularly since Wu Xiang would prove invaluable in the upcoming confrontation between Lin Qiye and the K-series deity. The strain of controlling three individuals simultaneously was indeed considerable. Upon realizing that all three of the fourth seat were under his dominion, Ma Yanliang let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had been utterly drained. The mental hypnosis required to control three individuals was vastly different from subduing them one by one. It was akin to consuming a day's worth of meals in a single sitting, an overwhelming endeavor for the stomach. Fortunately, his mental prowess had increased. Otherwise, it would have taken him considerably longer to hypnotically control all three. Soon, colors began to flicker in the eyes of the fourth seat trio, igniting a fervent loyalty in their voices. Boss, Ma Yanliang merely nodded slightly, but then another question arose in his mind. The followers had entered into a soul contract with the Reverie. By hypnotically controlling them, would it not lead to a form of betrayal against the Reverie, potentially resulting in a soul backlash? However, after observing for a time, the fourth seat trio appeared to be thriving, with no signs of soul backlash whatsoever. Could it be that his Qi Yu could nullify the soul contract with the Reverie? Besides me, do you have any other lords to whom you pledge your loyalty? Ma Yanliang began to conduct this test. If it were established that his Qi Yu could indeed annul the soul contract with the Reverie, it would mean he could covertly undermine its authority. Just as Ma Yanliang contemplated where to go after his escape, joining the Night Watchers was out of the question. Such an alliance was impossible in this lifetime. The ancient God Church presented itself as an excellent option, signifying that he could entirely establish a faction within the church that would heed only his commands. No, the three responded in unison, their eyes brimming with respect. The only one we pledge our loyalty to is you, boss. Observing that the three individuals exhibited no signs of soul contract backlash, Ma Yanliang preliminarily concluded that after exerting his control over others, he could liberate himself from the whispers of the soul contract. Who was the acting warden of this prison? Is it Xieyu? Ma Yanliang turned to inquire of Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong. He recalled that in the original narrative, this Xieyu was a mole placed by the ancient God Church, And it was through his collusion that the ancient god church managed to easily breach Master Chen's mental fortress. Boss, the warden of the abstinence facility is Master Chen. There are currently no other acting wardens, Wu Sihai replied, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. As for Xieyu, who is he? It seems there is no one by that name among the guards. Upon hearing this, Ma Yanliang's spirits immediately dampened. He almost forgot that it was now 2017, 5 years prior to the official commencement of the original plot, and Xieyu had likely not yet been infiltrated by the Whispers. Chapter 8. New Discoveries in the damp confines of the prison lavatory. The sound of dripping water pierced the silence with a sharp resonance. Ma Yanliang leaned against the mottled porcelain-tiled wall, contemplating the impossibility of locating the hidden Jinshu monument within Chen Fuzi's mindscape without Xieyu's collaboration. The very notion seemed like the ravings of a madman, let alone instigating a prison riot as a means of escape. Damn it, Ma Yanliang bit down on his thumbnail. The flickering overhead light casting irregular shadows across his face, while his azure eyes glimmered ominously in the gloom. What should he do? Although he had managed to control the 3 members of the fourth seat, elation eluded him. After all, the preparations for the escape had been nearly complete, only to discover that crucial intelligence was absent, resulting in the premature end of their plans before they had even begun. The corridor's searchlight streamed through the iron bars, casting striped shadows on the ground, elongating Ma Yanliang's silhouette into that of a poised serpent, ready to strike. He raised his hand to glance at the clock in the lavatory. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon, and the recreation time was drawing to a close. Never mind. Opportunities will present themselves eventually. Ma Yanliang consoled himself with this thought and turned to the members of the fourth seat, instructing them to return, assuring them that he would communicate any matters through mental waves. Understood, boss. The 3 nodded in unison before departing the lavatory. I shall return first. Ma Yanliang adjusted the collar of his hospital gown and spoke softly. Farewell, boss. Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong immediately bent in respect. Their movements synchronized as they watched Ma Yanliang leave. Before long, Ma Yanliang arrived at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, where the attendants had been waiting for him. As he walked back with the attendant, he noticed Chao Yuan, who was also returning with the staff not far away. Ah, Gao Yuan. A sudden, frenzied thought struck him. What if he were to kill Chao Yuan? Ma Yanliang's pupils dilated, and his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. If Chao Yuan were eliminated, then the Black King could be unleashed. The Black King's power might be sufficient to break free from the constraints of the Jinshu Monument, even if there were only a 1 in 10,000 chance. After all, Ma Yanliang had positioned himself against the Night Watchers from the very beginning. If he was to be the antagonist, then employing any means necessary to achieve his goals seemed entirely reasonable. To obtain something, one must invariably sacrifice something in return. And for his freedom, Ma Yanliang chose to offer the lives of others. Ha! Ma Yanliang lowered his head to conceal the twisted smile at the corner of his mouth, but he could not suppress the strange sound that emanated from his throat. The attendant glanced back in confusion, yet all they saw was his calm demeanor. However, no one noticed that beneath the sunlight, the depths of Ma Yanliang's azure eyes churned with a madness deeper than the night. It was a pathological yearning for freedom, the last vestige of sanity before the beast broke free from its cage. In the research room of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, dozens of surveillance screens illuminated the space in a flickering dance of light and shadow. Dr. Li reclined in a leather swivel chair, rhythmically tapping a steel pen against the desk. Clap! The sound resonated distinctly in the silent research laboratory. On the screen, a looped video depicted Ma Yanliang hypnotizing 3 individuals from the fourth seat of the ancient god church. The footage was evidently captured by a concealed micro-camera hidden in the corner. Dr. Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the azure depths of Ma Yanliang's eyes. This young prodigy truly possessed remarkable skill. Even under the constraints of the Forbidden Ruins, he managed to exert control over 6 individuals. Dr. Li murmured to himself, a hint of admiration lacing his voice as he leafed through the documents in his hands, chronicling Ma Yanliang's activities from the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital to the prison restroom. Upon reaching the last photograph in the file, he observed Ma Yanliang's gentle smile, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the boy captured in the surveillance footage. Even Dr. Li could not help but acknowledge the other's remarkable restraint. From the initial chaos in the psychiatric hospital, where he manipulated the staff to wreak havoc, to now, where he covertly controlled Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai in the prison, including Zhang San and 3 followers of the ancient God Church. Regrettably, all of the other's actions had remained under Dr. Li's vigilant scrutiny. Currently, Ma Yanliang had undergone 3 phases of observation. His behavior now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, and he had even begun to subtly control the inmates. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang, prompting Dr. Li to pause the video and answer the call. Hello, Commanderie. How is Wu Tongxuan's condition? Yi Fan's voice came through the receiver, accompanied by the rustle of paper. It remains the same. He has been here for several years now, and I have yet to encounter such a challenging patient. Doctor. Li glanced at the corner surveillance footage, where Wu Tongxian was seen talking to the wall. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment before continuing. By the way, in a few days, I plan to transfer Chao Yuan from the fasting house to Jihuang Mountain. Since conventional methods cannot suppress his forbidden ruins, we must address it from a psychological standpoint. Understood, Dr. Li nodded, recognizing that his responsibility lay solely in treating patients, while decisions regarding transfers rested with Yi Fan and the higher-ups of the Nightwatch. And how is that Ma Yanliang faring? Yi Fan seemed to recall something, his tone now growing more incisive. Having undergone 3 phases of observation, we have essentially confirmed that there are no psychological hazards. Moreover, his forbidden ruins represent an aberration that our sequence has never encountered before. Even under the suppression of the ruins settling monument and instruments, his mental faculties remain intact, and he has begun to exert influence over the inmates of the fasting house prison. Dr. Li glanced at the report in his hands, his expression turning serious as he shifted his gaze back to the main screen, where Ma Yanliang lay in bed, clearly fast asleep. Furthermore, he demonstrated a greater understanding of restraint, indicating a heightened level of danger. Since there were no issues with his mental state, when Chao Yuan was transferred to Jihuang Mountain, it would be the perfect opportunity to assign Ma Yanliang to the prison. Yi Fan listened to Dr. Li's report, her expression inscrutable. With the Confucian scholar present at the fasting center, he was unlikely to cause any disturbance. The owner of the perilous forbidden domain must not be allowed to roam freely in society, lest he inflict significant harm upon it. After all, Ma Yanliang had previously resulted in numerous civilian casualties. Understood. Dr. Li removed his glasses and rubbed his weary eyes after the call ended. The research room fell into silence once more, his pen inscribing a line in Ma Yanliang's file. Possesses the ability to endure. Can easily exert mental control over others, even under the suppression of the forbidden domain. Extremely dangerous. Little did he know that Wu Tongxian had already fallen under Ma Yanliang's hypnotic influence. Ma Yanliang opened his eyes, finding himself once again enveloped in his dreamscape. This time, however, the dream had morphed into the fasting center, a meticulous recreation of the grounds he had crafted within his mind. Every crack identical to the memories etched in his mind, all for the sake of facilitating an escape. Where exactly was the forbidden monument located within the fasting center? As he strolled through the deserted playground, he pondered alone. The distant sniper's scope glimmered coldly. Although the positions were currently unoccupied, Ma Yanliang instinctively averted his gaze. Without the precise location of the forbidden monument provided by Xieyu, the escape plan would be as ineffective as a clock missing its gears, utterly unfeasible. The original text mentioned that the forbidden monument lay in a certain open space, concealed by the heart's vision of Master Chen. The wind-sheltered area to the east, the sports field to the west, the small square to the north. Each open space could potentially harbor the monument. Yet, the fasting center contained multiple open areas, all closely monitored by numerous snipers observing every movement. Currently, there was no deputy warden, only Master Chen presiding over the center. Ma Yanliang was acutely aware of his own limitations. His ability to mentally control and hypnotize the fourth seat stemmed solely from their spiritual powers being suppressed by the forbidden monument, rendering them akin to ordinary individuals. This was why he found it so effortless to manipulate and hypnotize them. Wu Tongxian, however, had intruded upon his dreamscape, granting Ma Yanliang an opportunity. Otherwise, controlling or hypnotizing him would have proven far more challenging. He would never be reckless enough to attempt to hypnotize Master Chun, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Although Ma Yanliang had died once, he was uncertain if he could endure death and return again. After all, no one willingly seeks death, wagering on their own capabilities. If he could, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, it would mean bidding farewell to this world. Moreover, the sensation of dying was far from pleasant. If possible, Ma Yanliang wished to avoid experiencing it again. Just as Ma Yanliang was lost in contemplation, the entire dream began to quiver slightly. This sudden change startled him. What was happening? Ma Yanliang abruptly lifted his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The distant buildings wavered like reflections in water, and a faint humming resonated from the ground. He immediately dashed toward the edge of the dream, the black edges of his attire rustling behind him. As Ma Yanliang ran, the surroundings began to dissolve and reform. Iron bars parted like tendrils to make way for him. He arrived at the periphery of his dream world, where a collision was unexpectedly occurring. Beyond the translucent barrier, the faint outline of another dream world became discernible, resembling watercolor splotches gently colliding with his own, creating ripples that spread like concentric waves. This revelation sparked a glimmer of realization in Ma Yanliang. Indeed, if it was a dream, it suggested the possibility of interconnected dream realms. He might be able to traverse into the dreams of others. Soon, Ma Yanliang's consciousness passed through the barrier before him, entering another dream world. However, at that moment, he could only immerse his consciousness into another's dream. Ma Yanliang had previously attempted to force his own presence into someone else's dream, only to discover that it would overwhelm the dream, causing it to gradually collapse. The reason lay in the fact that within the dream, Ma Yanliang was omnipotent, while the dream of the other party could not withstand his arrival. It was akin to a wooden bridge that could bear a weight of 200 pounds. If one were to impose 300 pounds upon it, the bridge would inevitably give way and shatter. Shortly thereafter, a cool and aloof young man appeared before Ma Yanliang. It was Chao Yuan. However, since Ma Yanliang existed merely as consciousness at that moment, Chao Yuan was entirely oblivious to his presence. Chapter 9. Chao Yuan's dream, what is he doing? Ma Yanliang's consciousness drifted like a wisp of mist toward the boyish figure of Chao Yuan. As he drew closer, he noticed that Chao Yuan's outline began to blur, resembling a pencil drawing gradually erased by an eraser. The slender silhouette became increasingly transparent in the void, until it ultimately transformed into countless fragmented points of light, dissipating into the boundless dreamscape. Has he vanished? Ma Yanliang stood frozen in place, the currents of the dream brushing against the ethereal edges of his garment. Just as confusion enveloped him, the surrounding emptiness began to twist and contort, colors seeping forth from the abyss. First a pale beige, then earthy brown, golden wheat, and finally, a blinding red. A diminutive figure mechanically swung a sickle in the gradually materializing wheat field. It was a child, 6 or 7 years of age, clad in tattered coarse fabric that clung to his frail frame, his innocent eyes swirling with a viscous black malevolence. Hee. The child emitted a chilling laughter, the sickle slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Not far away, an elderly farmer, weathered and wrinkled, knelt beside a stack of wheat. Chao Yuan, please. I beg you, do not kill us. The farmer's voice trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. Young Chao Yuan appeared oblivious, merely raising his arm in a mechanical motion. The sickle's silver edge glimmered in the noon sunlight, tracing a blinding arc through the air. At the moment the blade struck the neck, a faint sound echoed, and the farmer's head rolled off like a ripe pumpkin, leaving a dark red trail upon the wheat. Blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering a fan-shaped pattern across the golden field. Hee. The child then proceeded toward the nearby village, leaving behind a winding trail of crimson footprints. Run! That demon Chao Yuan has begun to kill. A heart-wrenching cry echoed from a distance. Brother, I'm scared. The sobs of a little girl wafted from the village, abruptly cut off by a piercing scream. The continuous pleas for help reverberated through the village. only to be swiftly engulfed by silence. As Ma Yanliang followed, he discovered that the entire village had transformed into a blood-soaked hell. Every corpse stared wide-eyed in terror, their mouths agape as if still voicing silent screams. So, is Chao Yuan dreaming of his childhood murders? Upon witnessing the scene of carnage, an inexplicable thrill flickered in Ma Yanliang's eyes, causing even his previously tranquil heart to stir with tumultuous waves. What a magnificent tableau! Ma Yanliang even found the leisure to count the bodies one by one. 172 lives, withering like ephemeral blooms at their most resplendent moment. The setting sun bathed the blood-drenched village in a purplish-red hue, while distant sirens shattered the stillness. As several police cars with flashing red and blue lights rolled along the muddy country road, when the officers clad in navy blue uniforms approached, wielding riot shields, they collectively froze upon catching sight of young Chao Yuan. They could hardly believe that the perpetrator of the massacre that claimed an entire village was merely a child, not even as tall as their waists. Hee. The young Chao Yuan emitted a chilling laugh as he suddenly lunged at the nearest officer. Clang! The scythe struck the riot shield, producing a resounding echo. Having already claimed over 100 lives, the once razor-sharp blade had dulled, and the recoil sent the scythe, along with its handle, flying away, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the earth. Ma Yanliang watched in silence. The officers hesitated to use their firearms due to Chao Yuan's juvenile status, and after considerable effort, they finally subdued him. As the young Chao Yuan was shoved into the back seat of the police car, the malevolent aura in his eyes had faded, replaced by profound fear and confusion. He curled up in the corner, his frail body trembling incessantly, tears carving 2 white streaks down his grimy little face. The scene then shifted, revealing a police station awash in blood. The young Chao Yuan exuded a palpable, visible aura of darkness, clutching a bloodied nail clipper in his hand. Officers lay sprawled in various positions amidst the pools of blood, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend why they had met their demise at the hands of such a small child. I don't want to kill anymore. With the intervention of the night watchers, the young Chao Yuan was pinned to the ground, his face contorted in agony, tears brimming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ma Yanliang, faced with the absence of bodies, continued to count the deceased, 161 souls, with not a single survivor. It was unexpected that the young Chao Yuan was also a harbinger of death, perhaps the very reason he found himself confined in the Sunlight Mental Hospital. Crack! At that moment, the surrounding dreamscape began to shatter, resembling a mirror being smashed. Ma Yanliang was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Is this about to awaken?" As if affirming his suspicion, the dream burst like a bubble. Ma Yanliang's consciousness was thrust back into his dream realm, realizing that Chao Yuan had forcefully severed the connection to the dream. In the waking world, Chao Yuan abruptly sat up in his hospital bed, cold sweat soaking his blue and white striped patient gown. He gasped for breath, his hands gripping the sheets tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, muttering to himself, "Not this nightmare again." Intriguingly, upon Ma Yanliang's return to consciousness, a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He pondered whether he could enter the dream of Master Chun, which might reveal the location of the town steel. He then commenced an attempt to expand his own dream, feeling as if he were a creator, free to shape the world at will. The previously confined space began to stretch outward, walls dissolving like melting wax, replaced by an endless void. Too slow, Ma Yanliang frowned, a frenzied thought emerging in his mind. He contemplated completely detaching his consciousness from the dream, akin to the mythical out-of-body experience. Though unattainable in reality, in the realm of dreams, he was the very essence of the law itself. As Ma Yanliang's consciousness stirred, it detached from the vessel of dreams, transforming into a stream of light that surged into the dream universe. In this boundless darkness, countless stars twinkled with a faint glow, each representing the dreams of a slumbering soul. Soon, Ma Yanliang randomly selected a fortunate individual and entered his dream. This fortunate soul was none other than Han Jinlong. Within his dream, Ma Yanliang appeared in a resplendent palace, seated upon a throne crafted from pure gold. Han Jinlong, prostrating himself with fervor, pressed his forehead to the ground. Long live the master! Hail the master! To Ma Yanliang's surprise, even under the influence of hypnosis, Han Jinlong's dream was one of worship directed at him. Observing the scene, Ma Yanliang mused to himself. He swiftly exited Han Jinlong's dream and found himself amidst a dark cosmos, where countless stars sparkled brilliantly, rendering the entire universe extraordinarily mysterious and beautiful. Which dream belonged to Master Chun? Ma Yanliang randomly sampled several dreams, only to discover they were either of prison inmates or prison guards. Essentially, they were a myriad of bizarre fantasies, some featuring the beloved trope of dual male protagonists, others involving scenarios of being caught as a mistress, and even dreams of being a mushroom, just as he was on the verge of giving up. An exceptionally radiant star shimmered in the distance, its brilliance overshadowing the surrounding stars. Intrigued, Ma Yanliang's consciousness soared toward that star. The scenery before him abruptly shifted. He found himself in an antiquated tea house, where sandalwood tables and chairs exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance, and several ink-wash paintings adorned the walls. Seated by the window was Master Chun, leisurely savoring tea, wisps of steam rising before him. Opposite him sat a graceful middle-aged woman, her delicate fingers caressing the teacup, her eyes and brows radiating the unique allure of mature femininity. "Boss Liu, your tea is quite exquisite," Master Chun remarked, taking a sip while discreetly admiring the woman's elegant figure. "It is my honor to receive the esteemed master's favor," Boss Liu replied with a light laugh, her jade bracelet chiming melodiously with her movements, each gesture exuding a woman's charm. Thus, was Master Chun indulging in a spring dream? Chapter 10. The location of the town monument Ma Yanliang withdrew his gaze, traversing the fragrant air of Longjing tea that enveloped the tea house, and approached the carriage waiting outside. He observed a young scholar leaning against the crimson yoke, dozing off, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, occasionally startled awake by the distant cries of vendors. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, glancing about, only to yawn widely, a glimmer of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. In a state of consciousness, Ma Yanliang's figure resembled a translucent ripple in water, even the sunlight failing to cast a shadow. With a gentle step, he slipped through the carriage curtain. From the outside, the black lacquered and gilded carriage appeared to be merely a modest square, yet within lay a different world altogether. The floor was laid with sandalwood, and towering bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with bamboo slips and silk scrolls, exuding a faint aroma of ink. In one corner stood a bronze, crane-shaped lamp, its beak clasping a luminous pearl that bathed the interior in a soft glow. Outside the carriage was not the tea house, but a traditional Chinese courtyard. 100 paces away, a dark stone monument loomed majestically, its surface adorned with faintly visible crimson runes. The town monument. A jolt surged through Ma Yanliang's heart. He could scarcely take in the furnishings of the study, as his consciousness swiftly passed through the intricately carved wooden window. The scene in the courtyard sped past him, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the monument. He found it. A fleeting smile flickered in Ma Yanliang's eyes, only to be replaced by a furrowed brow. Although he had located the town monument within the mindscape of Master Chun, he was unaware of its corresponding location within the prison. However, since consciousness could traverse space unimpeded, Ma Yanliang murmured to himself, fixating on the inscription. Drawing a deep breath, he charged forward with the mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one. The anticipated impact did not occur. His consciousness flowed through as if passing through a watery veil, and the scene before him abruptly warped. As his vision regained clarity, cold iron bars came into view. He found himself standing in the center of the western square of the fasting house, the electrified fences atop, the towering walls glinting ominously in the setting sun. From the distant watchtower, the outlines of a guard's rifle flickered into view. Ma Yanliang scanned his surroundings, realizing he was indeed in the western square. Thus, the town monument was concealed within the western square of the fasting house. Although Master Chun had enshrined the town monument within his mindscape, it fundamentally remained within the fasting house. It was merely that his mindscape acted as an invisibility cloak, shrouding the monument. Ma Yanliang's ability to pass through is attributable to his consciousness's capacity to disregard spatial constraints in dreams. Otherwise, even if he were to enter Master Chen's carriage in reality, he would not be able to traverse the fasting house in the mindscape to return to the Western Square. With the location revealed, a smile could not be suppressed at the corners of Ma Yanliang's mouth. The escape plan could finally be set into motion. However, to err on the side of caution, he retreated once more, returning to the Chinese courtyard nestled within the mindscape, thanks to his consciousness's disregard for space. He then advanced again, finding himself back in the Western Square of the fasting house. After confirming twice that it was indeed the Western Square, Ma Yanliang withdrew from Master Chen's dream world. Before departing, Ma Yanliang even witnessed Master Chen engaging in a profound discourse on life with the proprietress of the tea house. One could only remark that he was spirited beyond his years. As consciousness returned to his dreamscape, Ma Yanliang hesitated not for a moment, swiftly conjuring the scene of the penitentiary. Iron-gray walls rose abruptly, watchtowers and searchlights emerged in succession. Even the cracks in the concrete ground were flawlessly replicated. He mentally plotted the escape route, first calculating the time required to traverse from the prison to the location of the town square steel, while considering the surveillance and distant snipers. Yet, this alone would not suffice. In the original narrative, Seiyu had facilitated the internal workings, ensuring the prison gates were managed. Without an insider, the likelihood of a successful escape remained grim. As thoughts coursed through his mind, he manifested a pen and notebook, inscribing the names of those under his influence. Han Jinlong, Wu Sihai, the leaders of the prisoners, the very instigators of the uprising. Zhang San, who possessed the rare ability to alter the size of others, a pivotal key to his escape, the 4th, 6th, and 12th seats crucial for dismantling the town steel, and Wu Tongxian, the linchpin for detaining Dr. Li. Upon completion, Ma Yanliang inscribed another line, Chao Yuan, a pawn at his disposal. Do not let me down, he murmured to himself as his consciousness gradually extricated itself from the dream realm. He was on the verge of awakening. Upon awakening, Ma Yanliang discerned that his mental fortitude had notably increased compared to the previous day, although he remained uncertain as to why his mental acuity expanded daily. The augmentation would undoubtedly facilitate his escape. The first step was to ascertain Master Chen's presence within the penitentiary. If he were indeed there, the escape plan would be rendered futile. Even if the 4th seat were to breach the illusion, Master Chen could swiftly restore it. Moreover, even if the forbidden ground were reinstated, no prisoner within the penitentiary could rival Master Chen's prowess. Chapter 11. The Dream Conference. In order to ascertain whether Master Chen was present at the fasting facility, Ma Yanliang found a most suitable candidate, Wu Tongxian. This man, who possessed the remarkable ability to traverse the dreams of others, also bore the fa-ade of a lunatic, specifically the vice-captain of a team of night watchmen. A perfect disguise that would draw no suspicion within the fasting facility. Ma Yanliang stroked the frayed edges of his prison uniform sleeves, meticulously refining his plan in his mind. He required an insider like Wu Tongxian, akin to a chess player needing a hidden pawn within enemy lines, especially in a critical location such as the control room. A compliant piece could often determine the outcome of the entire game. Employee number 39666. Respond with today as secret code. The mechanical voice of the guard outside the iron door interrupted Ma Yanliang's thoughts. The cold metallic frame of the door glimmered with a ghostly hue under the fluorescent lights. What does Qi use most as spy's food? The orderly beside Ma Yanliang spoke calmly. The stench of the stinky river snail, rice noodles, is enough to induce vomiting. The heavy iron door gradually creaked open with a rush of air pressure, and Ma Yanliang squinted to adjust to the sudden influx of light. In the most secluded shadows of the northwest corner, Wu Tongxian crouched on the ground, his fingers repeatedly tracing concentric circles on the cement floor. His disheveled hair hung down, obscuring his eyes, yet Ma Yanliang could sense the fervent gaze hidden behind those strands, akin to a devout follower gazing upon deity. This detail escaped the notice of all, including Dr. Li, who was observing Wu Tongxian from the control room. On the 12 screens before him, Wu Tongxian appeared to be nothing more than a mentally ill patient immersed in his own world. A subtle smile tug at the corners of Ma Yanliang's mouth. This long-buried pawn would serve as his trump card against Dr. Li. Now is not the time to reveal his hand. The hunter must exhibit patience. As if sensing something, Wu Tongxian suddenly looked up. Their gazes briefly met in the air before drifting apart. Wu Tongxian resumed his focus on drawing circles, as if the momentary connection had never transpired. Ma Yanliang strolled confidently towards the center of the activity area, the sound of his footsteps echoing crisply against the cement. Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai immediately sprang up from the benches. "Boss!" Their voices resonated loudly in the expansive space. Ma Yanliang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the dim reading room nestled in the corner of the prison. Inside, without hesitation, Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai followed suit. The reading room, located in a corner of the prison, was one of the least monitored areas, aside from the restroom. The door creaked ominously as it swung open, revealing a room of less than 20 square meters, suffused with a strange amalgam of mustiness and disinfectant. 3 rows of iron bookshelves stood like tombstones in the center, laden with tattered old books, while the sole source of light flickered from a ceiling-mounted fluorescent bulb, casting pallid shadows across the faces of those present. The 3 men from the 4th seat, originally scattered throughout the room, immediately converged upon the sight of Ma Yanliang, standing in various postures, yet all equally respectful. "Boss!" Ma Yanliang's perceptive gaze swept across the entirety of the reading room, where 3 pinhole cameras discreetly observed. Indeed, those hidden eyes were omnipresent. "You should all retire early tonight," Ma Yanliang remarked casually, yet his tone conveyed an undeniable authority. To an outsider, this might have seemed like ordinary concern, but the few standing before him tensed instinctively. Wu Sihai and the others exchanged subtle glances, comprehending the implicit suggestion within his words. Although the specifics remained unclear, their instinctive obedience to Ma Yanliang prompted an immediate response. "Yes, boss." Initially, he had intended to unveil his plans here, but it was clear that a different setting would be required. Fortunately, the dreams of a night held no such concerns. The reason for urging them to rest early was that it would facilitate Ma Yanliang's access to their dreams, wherein he intended to assign their tasks. He had also discovered miniature cameras in the restroom. However, certain matters needed to be disclosed to Dr. Li for the prison break plan to proceed. During lunchtime, Ma Yanliang carried a stainless steel tray and moved slowly along the long table. His gaze traversed each face before finally locking on Zhang San in the corner. At the moment their eyes met, Ma Yanliang gently tapped the edge of his tray 3 times with his spoon. Zhang San momentarily paused his chewing, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. When they returned their trays, Ma Yanliang similarly advised Zhang San to sleep early that night. After concluding lunch, Ma Yanliang made his way to the exclusive activity room at Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, meandering within its confines. The activity room was awash in glaring white, and the childish scribbles on the walls stood out starkly under the harsh light. Though feigning aimless wandering, he discreetly surveyed every corner with his peripheral vision. Near the basketball hoop, he spotted Chao Yuan curled up in a corner. The boy's frail form appeared even more diminutive within the oversized hospital gown, and his pale face bore the remnants of nightmares, his gaze vacantly fixed outside the window. Ma Yanliang's purpose for being here was not directly related to Chao Yuan, yet the boy was significant to his plans. He sought a scalpel. The moment Chao Yuan touched the blade, he would trigger his own forbidden domain, the Black King's decimation, coinciding with an impending riot at the fasting facility. This was why Chao Yuan had become a crucial pawn in Ma Yanliang's scheme. It seemed the hospital had already taken precautions against Chao Yuan's unique condition, as all sharp implements had been meticulously secured. Nevertheless, this task was better suited for Han Jinlong and his team. A skilled player need not personally maneuver every piece on the board. As a leader, one must judiciously delegate responsibilities to subordinates. Soon, the time for outdoor exercise arrived. Ma Yanliang followed the caregiver back to the ward. With a surveillance camera on the wall, emitted a faint red glow. He lay flat on the unforgiving bed, his hands folded across his abdomen, gradually closing his eyes. As Ma Yanliang's consciousness began to descend, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him once more. As he reopened his eyes, he found himself immersed in his dream realm, an expanse without boundaries, where only the ever-shifting mist surged beneath his feet and distant points of light twinkled like stars. Ma Yanliang stood at the heart of this void, his black trench coat billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. This world, crafted by his mental prowess, was even more vast than before. New floating icebergs emerged on the horizon, refracting a ghostly blue luminescence. Raising his elegantly knotted hand, ripples spread across the void wherever his fingertips brushed. Now, he possessed the ability to detach his consciousness from his own dreams, and he could seamlessly draw others into them, provided he could perceive them. Others could effortlessly enter his dream realm, for it was powerful enough to accommodate a considerable number of individuals. The reason Ma Yanliang could only enter as a consciousness was that his formidable presence overwhelmed the dreams of others. As he closed his eyes in deep concentration, the shadows cast by his eyelashes danced upon his pale visage. His mental tendrils extended like a spider's web in all directions, illuminating the dreams he had marked, akin to fireflies in the night, with several stars shimmering in a unique ice-blue halo. He had found them. Ma Yanliang swiftly sensed the dreams of a few individuals, and 6 translucent mental chains erupted from within him. These pearlescent threads pierced through the void, precisely striking the distant blue light. At the moment the chains tightened, a melodious metallic resonance echoed throughout the dream world. The gray mist suddenly surged violently, and Han Jinlong, clad in prison garb, stepped forth from the void, his gaze fervent as he exclaimed, "Boss, I have arrived." He was not alone. Wu Sihai, Zhang San, and others also emerged into the space. Wu Tongxian, possessing the ability of my dream, had actively entered Ma Yanliang's dreamscape. Seeing this, Ma Yanliang chuckled softly and snapped his fingers. The dreamscape responded, transforming as the dense fog receded to reveal a circular assembly hall forged from bronze. 8 high-backed thrones were arranged in a radial formation, with the central throne entirely black, its armrests sculpted into entwined dragon figures, their eyes set with blood-red gems that pulsated in sync with their master's breath. Ma Yanliang sat prominently in the central seat, his gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals. Everyone had arrived. "Let us convene," he declared. "Yes, boss." The 7 responded in unison, promptly selecting their seats. Chapter 12. Preparations before the escape. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall commence the jailbreak plan. Ma Yanliang gently tapped the armrest of the main seat, his voice echoing through the circular dream conference room as he methodically distributed tasks. "Wu Tongxian, your assignment is of utmost importance. I require you to infiltrate Master Chun's dream and ascertain when he departs from the fasting center. Remember, we cannot act until we confirm his exit. Furthermore, it is imperative to identify who oversees the control room of the fasting center." Wu Tongxuan's pupils slightly constricted, a morbid excitement flickering across his face. "Rest assured, boss. I will accomplish the task." Ma Yanliang nodded in satisfaction and turned to another direction. Wu Sihai, the burly man addressed, straightened his posture immediately. "I need a scalpel. Any kind will suffice." A glint of coldness flashed in Ma Yanliang's eyes. "Ensure it is delivered to me swiftly, at the onset of the jailbreak. You and Han Jinlong will lead the prisoners in a charge at the main entrance." "Understood." Wu Sihai grinned widely, revealing a set of uneven teeth. That group of lunatics can hardly wait to create chaos. Ma Yanliang's gaze shifted to a slender figure in the corner. Seat 12. "I am aware that you harbor forbidden items capable of breaching Master Chen's mental realm. The moment for your sacrifice has arrived. The 4th and 6th seats will escort you to the West Square, where the town suppression monument resides. Once the monument's hold weakens," Ma Yanliang's voice suddenly turned icy. "4th and 6th seats, you are to promptly assist Wu Tongxian in eliminating Dr. Li." "Yes, it is my honor to sacrifice for the boss," Seat 12 replied respectfully. "Zhang San." Ma Yanliang's gaze fell upon the final member, who instantly lifted his head as if jolted. "When the chaos erupts, you are to head directly to the prison restroom area. I will be waiting there." On the surface, it was a meeting, yet in reality, it was a complete dictatorship by Ma Yanliang. The other 7 burned with fervent zeal, akin to acolytes listening to a divine oracle. Ever since being under the influence of Qiyu, Ma Yanliang could distinctly sense that with merely a thought, these individuals would unhesitatingly embrace death. This absolute feeling of control was utterly intoxicating. Dying for the boss is our honor. Han Jinlong suddenly bellowed, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally. Ma Yanliang raised his hand gently, and the 7 immediately fell silent. He stared into the void, his thoughts drifting afar. It was unimaginable what would transpire once Ma Yanliang escaped the fasting center. Devoid of the town suppression monument's restraint, his mental prowess would experience an explosive surge. Wu Tongxian, you may prepare now. Ma Yanliang waved his hand, reminding the others not to forget their respective tasks. Remember, maintain a low profile. Yes, boss. The 7 responded in unison, their voices laced with reverence. With the faint sound of threads snapping, the consciousness of the 6 ebbed away from the dreamscape. Ma Yanliang remained seated in the main chair, unconsciously toying with a strand of mental essence. Time lost its meaning within the dream. As the spiritual fluctuations of Wu Tongxian re-emerged, Ma Yanliang reclined languorously on a bench, relishing the non-existent sunlight. He lazily dispelled all illusions, and the venue instantaneously reverted to its original form as a conference room. Have you clarified everything? Ma Yanliang's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Wu Tongxian knelt on one knee, a flicker of excitement gracing his countenance. Boss, Master Chun is set to journey to Shangjing City in 2 days for a high-level meeting. He reported swiftly, mentioning that the affairs of the fasting facility would be entrusted entirely to Zhang Jie, the head of the control room. Wu Tongxian, you have excelled, Ma Yanliang remarked, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. It is my honor to serve the boss with my life. Wu Tongxian's face, however, contorted with a twisted delight. Ma Yanliang summoned the other 6 individuals once more. As their consciousness aligned, he rose, weaving spiritual threads behind him into an expansive web. The timeline for the plan was set. The prison break was scheduled for the moment Master Chen departed in 2 days. Wu Sihai, the scalpel must be delivered to me before sunset tomorrow. Understood. Wu Sihai responded enthusiastically, pounding his chest. I shall fulfill the task, even at the cost of my life. Ma Yanliang surveyed his fervent puppets with satisfaction, envisioning how, under his manipulation, the fasting facility would descend into a meticulously orchestrated chaos and bloodshed in 2 days' time. Chapter 13. After thoroughly concluding the meeting, Ma Yanliang waved his hand, and the remaining 6 figures gradually dissipated like smoke, ultimately vanishing into the realm of dreams, leaving only Wu Tongxian standing in place. How does this Zhang Jie appear? Ma Yanliang inquired, lightly tapping his fingers on the mahogany table, his brows slightly raised. Boss, he looks like this. I happened to see him in Confucius Chen's dream. Wu Tongxian replied, promptly employing my dream to depict Zhang Jie's visage. A haze of mist coalesced between the two, gradually delineating a clear image. As the fog dispersed, a young man in his 20s materialized, clad in a sharp uniform. His features handsome, yet somewhat stern, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, behind which his eyes radiated caution and shrewdness. Having discerned the other's countenance, Ma Yanliang nodded approvingly. Excellent. You shall locate Zhang Jie's dream. Yes. Wu Tongxian responded, his figure fading away like a sand painting scattered by the wind. Once Wu Tongxian departed, Ma Yanliang narrowed his eyes slightly, extricating his consciousness from the dream realm, and began traversing the vast expanse of the dream star sea in search of Zhang Jie's dream. The rationale behind seeking the other's dream was straightforward. Engaging with him in the real world posed significant challenges. Not only was he under the stringent surveillance of Dr. Li, but Zhang Jie, as the head of the control room, would undoubtedly avoid contact with prisoners and others in such a confined setting. Thus, the only viable approach was to locate the other's dream, forcibly expanding his own dreamscape to envelop and control Zhang Jie entirely within it. As previously stated, within the realm of dreams, he was virtually omnipotent. After exploring over a dozen dreams, Ma Yanliang suddenly sensed a shift. At the moment his consciousness returned, he was taken aback to find it was Wu Tongxian. "Boss, I have found his dream," Wu Tongxian exclaimed, his voice quavering slightly with excitement. "Excellent. I will attach a strand of consciousness to you. You shall guide the way," Ma Yanliang replied, turning with a hint of approval at the corners of his mouth. He reached out and lightly tapped Wu Tongxuan's forehead, where a strand of blue light, as if animated, entered his being. To his surprise, this individual proved quite dependable, truly worthy of being the deputy leader of the mediums. Yes, Wu Tongxuan's figure once again dissipated. Ma Yanliang stood still, his arms gradually extending. His dreamscape was expanding at an astonishing pace, gently pushing aside the star-like dreams in its path, making way for his burgeoning power. With a strand of consciousness anchored to Wu Tongxian, he was acutely aware of the other's location. Soon, Wu Tongxian came to a halt, evidently having reached Zhang Jie's dream. Meanwhile, Ma Yanliang continued to expand the dream realm, swiftly enveloping the star where Wu Tongxian resided. Any other dreams encountered along the way were consciously distanced, ensuring that no others were inadvertently ensnared within his expanding domain. At this moment, Zhang Jie was enveloped in a blissful reverie as he perceived Master Chen's solemn demeanor, imparting the news that in 2 days, he would be attending a conference in the capital city. The entirety of the confinement facility would be entrusted to him. A weight, known as responsibility, pressed upon Zhang Jie's shoulders, yet he sensed an opportunity for promotion and a raise on the horizon. Initially, he had been merely an ordinary prison guard, but through serendipity, he had been unexpectedly assigned to the confinement facility. After years of struggle, he had finally ascended to the role of head of the control room, and now, the entire facility was to be entrusted to him. Though only a single day remained, Zhang Jie felt a surge of fervor, as if he could already envision his meteoric rise to prominence. He found himself seated in an opulent office, the panoramic view of the confinement facility stretching before him. As he caressed the armrest of the genuine leather chair, he reveled in the fantasy of his impending promotion. Just as he prepared to celebrate with champagne, the door to the office opened silently. 2 figures entered, one following closely behind the other. The leading man distorted the dream with each step he took. Ma Yanliang observed Zhang Jie's current state with keen interest, shaking his head slightly. Was he so easily satisfied? However, it was understandable. For an ordinary person, a promotion and a raise could elicit boundless excitement. Upon sensing the other's mental fortitude, Ma Yanliang's expression became peculiar. There were no waves of psychic energy emanating from him, merely an ordinary individual. This was to be expected, for in the confinement facility where mental powers were suppressed, possessing such abilities was unnecessary, especially with a figure of Master Chen's caliber serving as the warden. Such responsibilities could easily be managed by an ordinary person, negating the need for a wielder of forbidden realms to occupy this position. As Ma Yanliang approached Zhang Jie, the latter also became aware of him. "Who are you?" As Zhang Jie looked over in confusion, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes, soon meeting the gaze of those cerulean orbs. The brilliance of those eyes ensnared Zhang Jie's attention like a whirlpool, transforming his expression from confusion to infatuation, ultimately blossoming into fervent adoration. "Greetings, boss." Zhang Jie knelt on one knee, his voice imbued with reverence. "Rise." Ma Yanliang's voice radiated the warmth of a winter sun, laced with an irresistible charm. "Yes, boss. I will be going to the capital for a conference in 2 days, which will likely take a day. During that time, I will oversee the prison." Zhang Jie replied candidly, for under the suppression of the town boundary steel, escape was nearly impossible. Moreover, since its establishment, no jailbreak had ever occurred, providing Master Chen with ample confidence in entrusting the facility's management to him. After hearing this, Ma Yanliang felt as though fortune favored him. Understanding Master Chen's perspective was relatively straightforward. After all, no one had ever escaped from the confinement facility, and the town boundary steel, in his mind, was virtually impenetrable. Since it could not be breached, it implied that once one entered the confines of the facility, regardless of the might of one's forbidden realm, they would be subdued. Once suppressed to the status of an ordinary individual, What awaited them was a barrage of bullets. This is precisely why Master Chun entrusted such matters to Zhang Jie. This circumstance also conveniently presented an opportunity for Ma Yanliang. Very well. At noon 2 days hence, you shall initiate a disruption in the control room, plunging the entire fasting facility into darkness. Ma Yanliang's voice was almost dreamlike as he imparted certain details to the other party. Zhang Jie, like a marionette, nodded repeatedly, etching these directives deeply into his mind. At the stroke of noon, when everyone would be dining in the canteen, the ensuing blackout would undoubtedly incite panic. And amidst the ensuing chaos would be the inception of his escape. Chapter 14. The Great Escape. 2 fleeting days had passed, during which Ma Yanliang had been caught in a monotonous cycle of outdoor exercise and sleep. With the plans firmly established, all that remained was for them to execute their scheme. As for the surgical knife, Wu Sihai had placed it in the restroom, alongside other sharp implements. Awaiting Ma Yanliang gese retrieval. Soon it was once again Ma Yanliang's time for outdoor activity. The blinding light caused him to squint slightly, unlike his usual routine. He did not head to the cafeteria, but instead made a beeline for the prison's restroom. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the facility, Zhang Jie traversed the dimly lit corridor alone, an unusual glint illuminating his eyes. The emergency lights adorning the walls cast a ghastly green hue, distorting his lean shadow into grotesque shapes. Earlier that morning, Chun Fuzi had already departed from the facility. At this moment, he was likely convening in a conference room in Jing City. The iron door of the main control room loomed at the end of the corridor. Zhang Jie extracted a silver key from his pocket. With a soft click, the control room door creaked open, revealing a meticulously arranged array of large mainframes. Dozens of servers were lined up within, their low-frequency hum saturating the air. Zhang Jie strode directly to the central control console, his fingers hovering above the keyboard, the blue glow of the screen reflecting upon his face. 11:44, 50, 11:44, 51, 11:44, 52. With merely 15 minutes remaining until the operation commenced, Zhang Jie's gaze fixated upon the red button, safeguarded by a transparent shield in the lower right corner of the console. That button was the lifeline of the entire facility, the emergency switch. Once activated, the high-voltage electric grid would lose its potency, electronic locks would fail, and chaos would ensue within the prison. As the clock inched closer to noon, Zhang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Ma Yanliang had also entered the restroom, where the 3 individuals from the 4th seat had long been awaiting him. They produced the weapons concealed by Han Jinlong, determination gleaming in their eyes. Ma Yanliang approached, crouching down to retrieve the glinting surgical knife, its sharp blade deftly twirling between his fingers. Tracing a few silvery arcs in the air, he turned to the 12th seat, where a slender young man stood straight as an arrow in the corner, fervor blazing in his gaze. The forbidden object capable of shattering the town's steel resided within him, and its extraction would require a sacrifice of life. 12th seat, offer your heart unto me. Ma Yanliang advanced towards him, his fist gently pressing against the young man's frail chest. I shall forever remember you. To offer my heart for the master is my honor. The 12th seat knelt, a sickly flush gracing his cheeks, a devout smile brightening his face. Very well. Ma Yanliang nodded, concealing the surgical knife within the confines of the hospital garb before making his way to the door. Pausing just before stepping out of the restroom, he refrained from looking back. I await good news from the 3 of you. To attain freedom, sacrifice is inevitable. Upon exiting the restroom, Ma Yanliang squinted towards the cafeteria. Through the glass window, he discerned Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong seated at a table by the window. As if sensing his gaze, the 2 turned their heads slightly and nodded. Zhang Sen also placed his tray down and leisurely made his way towards the restroom. At the moment the clock struck 12, Asuto smile graced Ma Yanliang's lips. The jailbreak had commenced. At that precise instant when the hour hand pointed to 12, Zhang Jie resolutely penetrated the protective casing and pressed the red button. In an instant, it was as if an invisible hand had severed the power supply, plunging the entire fasting hall into utter darkness. The emergency lighting system had not even had the chance to activate, and all electronic devices fell silent simultaneously. The sudden darkness startled both the guards and most of the inmates, bewilderment flickering in their eyes. Had there been a power outage? Someone murmured softly, which quickly incited a flurry of commotion. The sounds of metal trays clattering, chairs scraping, and hushed whispers intertwined, surging through the darkened cafeteria like a tide. Many guards felt a jolt of apprehension. After all, numerous inmates remained in the cafeteria, potentially seizing the chaos to incite a riot. Quickly, hurry to the cafeteria and control that group of inmates to prevent a riot. The guard's response was nothing short of textbook. A piercing whistle shattered the darkness, followed by a chorus of shouts. Everyone stay still. Maintain order. Emergency team, take position. It was mealtime, and nearly all the inmates were in the cafeteria, prompting the majority of the guards to rush to the entrance and establish complete control. Many guards wielded their batons, warning the restless inmates, fearful of an impending uprising. Amidst the pitch-black surroundings, the trio from the fourth seat stealthily made their way towards the western square. Thanks to the darkness and their discreet movements, many guards heading to the cafeteria overlooked their presence. Upon reaching an open area, the 12th seat quietly inquired, "Is this the right place?" According to the location given by the boss, it is indeed here. "Are you prepared?" The fourth seat glanced around, nodded, and then fixed his gaze back on the 12th seat, his voice unusually tinged with hesitation. "I am ready. Let be done." The 12th seat lay on the ground, exuding readiness. "Do you have any final words?" "I shall convey them to the boss." The 6th seat pondered for a moment before speaking again. "It is my honor to offer my heart to the boss." A smile crept across the 12th seat's lips, a fervor rekindling in his eyes. The 4th seat sighed, raising the gleaming blade, and softly uttered, "Good night, 12th seat." With that, the 4th seat swiftly brought the weapon down, severing the opponent's neck in a flash. Warm blood splattering onto his face, trickling down his chin, devoid of any expression. In this place devoid of medical facilities and lacking any other means, one is compelled to resort to the most primitive methods, resorting to the gruesome act of disembowelment. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, the 12th seat must endure an agony that renders existence more torturous than death itself. Rather than succumb to a slow demise from exsanguination post-extraction, it would be more merciful to grant a swift release from suffering. Soon, the 4th seat extracted the forbidden object from within the 12th seat's body, a small blood-soaked orb, no larger than a goose egg. This was the vessel that contained the forbidden item. The 6th seat, undeterred, raised the hammer in hand and struck the surface of the orb with conviction. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the orb fractured, revealing the bronze blade concealed within. Chapter 15. Good night, Wu Tongxian. Sweet dreams. The 4th seat gradually crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the verdigris-covered bronze blade resting on the ground. The surface of the blade was adorned with intricate inscriptions that glimmered with an eerie light in the dimness, seemingly flowing in a mysterious dance. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the blade between his fingers. "It is about to commence," he murmured softly, his voice echoing in the vast underground chamber. Suddenly his arm muscles tensed, and with a forceful sweep, he slashed at the void before him. The air screamed in protest, a sharp tearing sound resonating as the keen edge sliced through the taut atmosphere, akin to a blade gliding over tightly stretched silk. A gaping black fissure materialized in the air, its edges flickering with unstable energy waves. Through this rift, a massive black stone tablet could be faintly discerned standing within. Truly impressive, the 4th seat thought, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he unconsciously smiled. He continued to wield the bronze blade, tracing elegant arcs through the air, each motion widening the spatial crack further. When the fissure had expanded sufficiently to allow the passage of an adult, he exhaled deeply, pausing as his arm trembled slightly from exertion. "The rest is up to you," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow and stepping back to relinquish his position as the glow upon the blade dimmed. The 6th seat nodded silently, carrying the body of the 12th seat upon his back as he approached the town monument. With a swift motion, a uniquely shaped dagger appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he plunged the dagger into the 12th seat's neck and drew it across with force. With a splatter, blood erupted like a fountain, carving a vivid crimson line through the dim space. Strangely, the blood did not fall to the ground, but instead hovered in the air, drawn towards the ancient hammer clasped in the sixth seat's left hand, as if influenced by some unseen gravity. The hammer, its surface marred with rusted runes, suddenly glowed with a dark red luminescence upon contact with the blood. The hammerhead writhed as if alive, greedily consuming every drop. As the blood continued to flow into it, the rust began to flake away, revealing the dark red metallic core beneath. By the time the last drop had been absorbed, the hammer had undergone a complete transformation. It now emanated a profound dark red hue, its runes pulsating like veins, and the sixth seat's hands visibly sagged under the increased weight, which had multiplied several times over. The sixth seat let out a low growl, his arm muscles bulging, veins writhing beneath his skin. Struggling, he lifted the hammer, aiming for the center of the town monument, and with all his might, he brought it down. Boom! The deafening sound of impact reverberated through the mindscape, sending shockwaves radiating outward from the point of contact, stirring a tempest. A hairline crack appeared on the surface of the monument, oozing wisps of black mist. Effective, the fourth seat closed his eyes, sensing the changes within him, his face alight with ecstatic joy. My mental seal is beginning to loosen. He extended his right hand, and a faint aura of forbidden territory emerged above his palm. Although still suppressed, it indeed signified the resurgence of the power within the forbidden realm. The strength he wielded now could rival the pinnacle of the lamp's domain. The sixth seat also sensed the loosening of the seal and took a deep breath, raising the iron hammer once more. This time, the runes on the hammer glowed with a blinding brightness, resembling a blood moon in the darkness. Boom! The second strike was even more ferocious than the first, causing the entire heartscape to tremble. Cracks on the surface of the town monument spread like a spider's web, and dark energy surged forth from the fissures. The mental energy fluctuations of both individuals escalated to a new level. The luminous sphere in the palm of the fourth seat had stabilized, emanating a disquieting wave of energy. Currently at the peak of the pool realm, the fourth seat, feeling the surging power within, sparkled with excitement in his eyes. Just a few more strikes, and I shall reclaim my strength akin to Klein. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Dr. Lee abruptly stood from his chair, his gaze sweeping across the surveillance screens. One by one, the images on the screen fizzled into static, indicating the failure of surveillance across various areas of the sanctuary. A power outage? Dr. Lee furrowed his brow as he observed the status of the electrical system displayed on the screen, his fingers rapidly tapping on the control panel. Something was amiss. The backup power should have activated immediately. His gaze abruptly fixed on the image from the main control room. There, Zhang Jie stood before the console, his finger decisively pressing the prominent red power cut button. Zhang Jie. Dr. Lee's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured to himself, "This is impossible." He had no reason to betray. After all, the individual's background was impeccable. Otherwise, Master Chun would not have entrusted the sanctuary to him temporarily. Dr. Lee hastened out of the monitoring room, the corridor engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the faint red light of emergency lamps. Just as he entered the activity room, he suddenly halted. At the exit of the activity room, a figure clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown was crouched on the ground, tracing erratic circles on the floor with their fingers. Dr. Lee squinted slightly, and in the dim light, he discerned the features of the individual. Wu Tongxian. Seemingly sensing Dr. Lee's presence, Wu Tongxian abruptly ceased his actions. He slowly rose to his feet, casually brushing off the dust from his hands. "Where are you headed, Dr. Lee?" As he lifted his head, the pair of eyes glowing with an eerie blue light in the darkness made Dr. Lee instantly comprehend the situation. So was the handiwork of Ma Yanliang. Dr. Lee adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a faint glimmer that obscured the emotions in his eyes. "However, I am quite curious as to how he has managed to control you and Zhang Jie under my vigilant watch." Upon seeing those blue eyes, Dr. Lee understood everything at once. Those who were under Ma Yanliang's mental hypnosis radiated blue eyes in the dark, just like the caregiver who was initially ensnared by him. During this period, he was also observing Ma Yanliang, aware that the latter had control over Zhang San, Han Jinlong, and Wu Sihai. Since those under control were prisoners, Dr. Li refrained from excessive intervention. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Wu Tongxian had been subjected to mental hypnosis as well. The peculiar behavior of Zhang Jie led Dr. Li to suspect that he too was under Ma Yanliang's influence. A sinister smile crept across Wu Tongxuan's lips. The scheming of the boss is not something you can easily decipher. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly spread his arms wide. In an instant, the surrounding space began to warp and contort. The walls of the activity room flowed like melting wax, and the ceiling gradually vanished. In the blink of an eye, the cramped activity room transformed into an expansive open playground, the vastness of which was unsettling. Even more bizarrely, 7 dark figures slowly emerged from the shadows beneath Wu Tongxian, rising as if surfacing from water. Clad in matching dark red cloaks, they regarded Dr. Li with impassive expressions. This was the medium team. Dr. Li found himself drawn into Wu Tongxuan's dreamscape. Wu Tongxian, you dare to make a move against me? He sighed, a hint of regret lacing his voice. However, considering you're under control, I shall go easy on you. As he spoke, his right hand gently rested upon the frame of his glasses, and his eyes, now hidden behind the lenses, transformed into unfathomable depths, akin to 2 bottomless whirlpools. You must know, I have provided you with over 10 sessions of mental guidance. Dr. Li's tone turned unexpectedly gentle. He was indeed the one who had conducted the most sessions at the fasting institution. Before Wu Tongxian could grasp Dr. Li's words, he found himself locked in a gaze with those emotionless eyes. His body froze abruptly, and the blue light in his eyes flickered violently, as if resisting some unseen force. Yet, just seconds later, his expression dulled, and he crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. The surroundings began to revert to their original state, including the 7 members of the medium team. Good night, Wu Tongxian. Sweet dreams, Dr. Li murmured softly, stepping past the unconscious Wu Tongxian as he continued toward the main control room. The immediate priority was to restore the power system of the fasting institution. As for Ma Yanliang, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in Dr. Li's eyes. Once the urgent matters were resolved, he would have ample time to engage with his patient in a more elaborate manner. Chapter 16, Prelude to Rebellion in the Prison Cafeteria. At this moment, Wu Sihai and his fellow inmates found themselves ensnared by guards wielding riot shields. Stay still. Maintain order. The guard's voice echoed through the cafeteria via a loudspeaker. Yet the murmurs of the prisoners surged like a tide. Over 20 fully armed guards formed a human barricade, their shields interlocking to create an impenetrable steel barrier. Between the gaps of the shields, the ominous muzzles of shotguns loomed, concealed yet threatening. The power outage coincided with the designated lunchtime recess, prompting the majority of guards to rush in to prevent any potential riot. Although a few prisoners lingered outside, the guards deemed their number, at most 10, insignificant in comparison to the hundreds inside the cafeteria. Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong remained motionless, acutely aware that, per Ma Yanliang's instructions, their true moment of action would only come once their own restraints were lifted. As the 4th seat began to dismantle the town's monument, the incarcerated populace sensed their suppressed mental powers beginning to stir. Wu Sihai's pupils constricted sharply. He could distinctly feel the long-dormant force within him awakening, akin to magma surging beneath frozen earth. Suddenly, Han Jinlong grasped his forearm, and in that fleeting exchange of glances, they both recognized the latent ferocity that had long been suppressed. After the 6th seat swung the 3rd hammer at the town's monument, Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong discovered that their mental energy had returned to the realm of consciousness. Not only they, but all the prisoners perceived this shift. Their excitement no longer containable. Now is the moment, brothers. The opportunity for freedom lies before us. Wu Sihai's voice, though soft, struck like a spark in a haystack. Instantly, the cafeteria erupted in chaos. A burly inmate was the first to act, bellowing as he overturned a metal dining table and hurled it at the nearest guard. In an instant, Dozens of figures surged forward, transforming the cafeteria into a tempest of rebellion. The clamor of metal clashing, the shattering of glass, and the mingled cries of rage and terror filled the air. Wu Sihai nimbly dodged a guard's taser, retaliating with an elbow strike that sent the guard sprawling. Meanwhile, Han Jinlong barreled through, resembling a human tank as he smashed through the line of 3 shield-bearing guards. The fortified wall of riot shields crumbled before the awakened force of the inmates. One prisoner ignited flames in his hands, while another manipulated metal utensils into lethal blades. The tide of revolt surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, instantly overturning the established order of the prison. The situation, once suppressed by the guards, had dramatically reversed. The rebellion had officially commenced. Ma Yanliang walked along the path when he suddenly halted, his fingers gently pressing against his temple, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting, he murmured to himself, feeling a sharp pang as the mental imprint within Wu Tongxuan's mind was forcefully obliterated by an unseen power. It seemed that the plan to utilize Wu Tongxian to eliminate Dr. Li had faltered. Soon, he realized that Wu Tongxian had broken free from his mental control, as the hypnotic mark he had inscribed in the young man's mind appeared to have been violently erased. The task he assigned to Wu Tongxian was rather straightforward: to detain Dr. Li, or, if possible, eliminate him. However, it became evident to Ma Yanliang that the plan had faltered once the hypnotic imprint he had left in Wu Tongxuan's mind was abruptly erased. This imprint, even if the subject had freed themselves from Ma Yanliang's control, would not vanish. It could only be detected and obliterated by a similarly potent mental force. Nevertheless, Ma Yanliang did not harbor expectations that Wu Tongxian could dispatch the opponent, considering the latter was indeed a deity of the mind. If it were so effortless to meet one's demise, it is unlikely that Lin Xie would have chosen him as a white piece in the future. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in his body, sensing a shift in his mental energy. It was akin to a beast long shackled by iron chains, suddenly gaining the freedom to breathe. Ma Yanliang closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite sensation of his mental force rising like a tide, flowing with an unrestrained grace. He was on the brink of the river realm. This surge was still somewhat constrained by the suppression of the town ruins monument. Ma Yanliang estimated that his mental force had at least reached the sea realm. Soon after, he sensed a diminishing grip over the 4th and 6th seats, as though they were resisting his mental hypnosis. After all, Ma Yanliang could only hypnotize those whose mental prowess was equal to or lesser than his own. Once the opponent's mental strength surpassed his, the efficacy of conventional hypnosis would significantly wane. This was precisely why his mental hypnosis proved ineffective against Dr. Li. Conversely, the 4th seat and the others were entirely suppressed by the town ruins monument, rendering them akin to ordinary individuals, thus allowing Ma Yanliang, who could exert mental control, to manipulate them with ease. As for Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong, their inherently low mental strength had only been augmented by the assistance of power-type town ruins, enabling them to assert dominance within the prison. Chapter 17. The Rewind of Death. Nevertheless, this did not impede Ma Yanliang's plan. In his strategy, the trio assigned to the 4th seat was solely tasked with diminishing the oppressive force of the town's monument. As for assisting Wu Tongxian in eliminating Dr. Li, there were no expectations of their success. Before long, Ma Yanliang halted, spotting a solitary figure by the playground railing. Chao Yuan sat atop the rusted iron bars, his disheveled black hair tousled by the wind, his vacant gaze fixed on the horizon, as if he were utterly estranged from the world around him. As he drew within 3 steps of Chao Yuan, the youth finally sensed his presence and slowly turned his head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a gentle smile blossomed on Ma Yanliang's face. "Chao Yuan, greetings." Chao Yuan merely cast a cold glance at Ma Yanliang before averting his gaze, for they were hardly acquainted. Instantly, Ma Yanliang's smile froze, his previously warm demeanor peeling away like a mask to reveal a sinister truth beneath. In a blur, his right hand shot forth with an almost imperceptible speed. What pretense of indifference? Chao Yuan scarcely had time to react before a hand clamped tightly around his throat. His pupils dilated in shock, and instinctively, he grasped the assailant's wrist with both hands, his nails digging deep into flesh. Yet it felt as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Ma Yanliang leaned close to Chao Yuan's ear, his warm breath brushing against the boy's cold earlobe. Were it not for the Black King within you, you wouldn't even merit a glance from me. His voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet it sent chills down Chao Yuan's spine. You. Chao Yuan's throat struggled to articulate, his pallid face beginning to display an unnatural hue of blue and purple. His legs flailed helplessly in the air, the tips of his shoes scraping fresh marks against the railing. In that moment, he was rendered as powerless as a mere lantern in the presence of Ma Yanliang. With his other hand, Ma Yanliang extracted a glinting scalpel from the hospital attire, forcibly prying apart Chao Yuan's fingers to insert the handle into his palm. Now, allow me to witness the prowess of the so-called Black King. No, don't. Chao Yuan seemed to grasp Ma Yanliang's intent. Laboriously squeezing out those two words, terror etched across his face, his chestnut irises reflecting the eerie smile of Ma Yanliang. As Chao Yuan's fingertips brushed the scalpel's handle, the world around him appeared to halt for an instant. Then, his pupils abruptly constricted, the chestnut irises swiftly stained crimson, and his facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. A chilling laughter erupted from the depths of his throat, the dark malevolence surging forth like boiling tar from every pore of his being. The viscous black mist twisted and contorted in the air, emitting a sickening hissing sound. Ma Yanliang stepped back a half-pace, intrigued by the transformation before him. The black malevolence gradually coalesced into a flowing cloak of a tailed beast, enveloping Chao Yuan entirely. The ground beneath him began to fracture, a web of cracks radiating outward from his center, sufficient to rival the explosive aura of the pool realm. Was the state of madness only comparable to the pool realm? A flicker of disappointment flashed in Ma Yanliang's eyes as he sensed the aura emanating from his opponent. He squinted, observing the completely irrational and deranged Chao Yuan muttering to himself. The reason he had deliberately handed the scalpel to Chao Yuan was to witness firsthand what kind of strength the deranged Chao Yuan could unleash under the suppression of the town ruin monument. In his expectations, he believed the other could at least unleash power on par with the river realm, yet it only amounted to the pool realm. That made sense. The true strength lay with the sealed Black King, not with Chao Yuan. Hey! Fully enveloped in his madness, Chao Yuan emitted an inhuman laugh, the scalpel tracing a silver arc of death through the air, aimed directly at Ma Yanliang's throat. However, Ma Yanliang nonchalantly raised his right hand, deftly pinching the blade's tip between his index and middle fingers. A tiresome trick. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the metal emitted a screeching sound as the blade bent and twisted under his grasp. Chao Yuan was flung away like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the wall 20 meters away, dislodging a shower of dust. Faced with Ma Yanliang, whose mental prowess had reached the pinnacle of the river realm, the deranged Chao Yuan, limited to the pool realm, was no match. The scalpel returned to Ma Yanliang's hand. As for hypnotizing him, Ma Yanliang had no intention of doing so. To him, the current Chao Yuan held no value for hypnosis. Perhaps only the Black King possessed such worth. Wait, a sudden, wild thought struck him, release the Black King. The first step, eliminate Gao Zhuan. Ma Yanliang toyed with the reclaimed scalpel, slowly advancing towards the collapsed Chao Yuan, his footsteps echoing in the eerie silence of the playground. To be able to kill a member of the future Protagonist group, Ma Yanliang raised the scalpel, its tip aimed at Chao Yuan's neck. This sensation was utterly exquisite. In a flash, the blade glimmered, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering across Ma Yanliang's pale face. The warm blood trickled down his cheek, congealing into dark red droplets at his chin. He extended his tongue to lick the bloodstains at the corner of his lips, a trace of morbid pleasure gleaming in his eyes. Just like that, he cackled. Chao Yuan's body convulsed a few times before ultimately settling into tranquility. At the very moment Ma Yanliang had slain Chao Yuan, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A jet of pitch-black flames suddenly erupted from Chao Yuan's heart, accompanied by a tremendous roar, as endless pillars of black fire surged into the sky. The flames spread with a life of their own, distorting and melting the very air in their wake. Ma Yanliang's pupils reflected the oncoming wave of black flames, and before he could react, he was utterly consumed by the raging inferno. His form melted away within the black tide. Ma Yanliang met his end. Ma Yanliang abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself once again standing at the edge of the playground. Not far away, Chao Yuan remained perched upon the rusted iron railing, his dark, tousled hair gently swaying in the breeze. Had he revived once more? No. To be precise, he had reverted to a previous state of demise. If Ma Yanliang had harbored doubts about this notion before, he was now unequivocally convinced of his own possession of the ability to rewind death. Suddenly, he erupted into a low chuckle that escalated into a maniacal laughter, reverberating with a sense of dark amusement. How intriguing, how exceedingly fascinating. He possessed the powers akin to Fang Xiao. With an instinctive awareness, Chao Yuan turned his head. Upon witnessing Ma Yanliang's twisted grin, a shiver involuntarily coursed through him, compelling him to walk away into the distance. For reasons unknown, the sight of Ma Yanliang's deranged laughter struck him with an unsettling premonition, as if he were on the brink of being murdered. As Chao Yuan ventured further away, Ma Yanliang chose not to pursue him. Initially, his intent had merely been to unleash the Black King. Yet the moment he sought to eliminate Chao Yuan, the dark flames had erupted from Chao Yuan's very being, engulfing him entirely before he could even retreat. Given that the frenzied Chao Yuan could only wield the power of the Pool Realm, and releasing the Black King would lead to his own demise, Ma Yanliang found his interest in Chao Yuan waning. Most of those under his mental influence were absent, engaged in their own tasks. Otherwise, he would have dispatched his subordinates to eliminate Chao Yuan. It was now apparent that organizing such an endeavor would be impractical and time-consuming. Although capable of rewinding death, he was reluctant to experience that sensation again. Thus, he resolved that escaping was paramount. Ma Yanliang adjusted his collar, casting one last glance at Chao Yuan's receding silhouette before turning towards the prison restroom. Chapter 18. Farewell to the Sanctuary in the West Square. What am I doing? The fourth seat shook his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. At the moment when his mental strength was restored to its boundless state, he naturally freed himself from Ma Yanliang's illusory control. His originally azure eyes reverted to a chestnut hue, and fragmented memories swirled in his mind like a shattered kaleidoscope. Ma Yanliang's sinister smile in the prison restroom, and those blue eyes. These images flashed intermittently, accompanied by a stinging sensation at the nerve endings. Although the fourth seat had liberated himself from the mental control, the psychic imprint left by Ma Yanliang lingered in his mind. As long as that imprint remained, Ma Yanliang could effortlessly discern his location. Why am I holding a blood hammer? I recall we were in the restroom confronting that rascal Ma Yanliang, weren't we? The sixth seat also broke free from the mental illusion, glancing at the blood hammer in his hand, a hint of bewilderment crossing his features. Then, he caught sight of the now lifeless 12th seat beside them, and his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, the 12th seat? How did we end up using the items entrusted to us by Lord Musing? And we even destroyed the town ruin monument? It must have been Ma Yanliang's machinations. I never expected him to wield the forbidden ruin, even while suppressed by the town ruin monument. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the fourth seat's eyes. Since the infiltration plan entrusted to them by Lord Musing had failed, their immediate priority was to hastily depart the sanctuary. If it were just the two of them attempting to eliminate Wu Tongxian, the chances of success were slim, especially since they had yet to bring along the item that restrained the opponent, my dream. The original plan involved other followers assisting from outside. But now that the timeline had advanced several years, no such support was forthcoming. All right, the sixth seat nodded. Just as they were about to leave, the sanctuary suddenly hummed back to life with electricity. Blinding white light illuminated the West Square as if it were midday. Dozens of fiery tongues erupted from the surrounding watchtowers. Bullets whistling through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the two of them. A trivial display of skill. The fourth seat snorted coldly, his right hand clenching into a fist. The bullets, suspended in midair, trembled violently, intricate spiderweb-like cracks appearing on their brass casings. As he spread his fingers, thousands of deformed projectiles simultaneously reversed direction, tracing scorching red trajectories through the air. The guards' horrified faces were reflected in the glass of the watchtower, turning crimson. In the next moment, blood blossomed upon the glass. Though uncertain of what had transpired, if both of them had regained their mental strength, then the prisoners in the sanctuary should have recovered as well. They should seize the chaos to escape. The sixth seat's gaze shifted to the distance, where deafening explosions erupted from the cafeteria. Burning concrete shards rained down like meteors upon the recreation area, and amidst the billowing smoke, countless prisoners surged forth like unleashed beasts towards the sanctuary's main entrance. Brothers, charge! Freedom lies ahead, now that our mental strength has been restored. If we can break through that great door, we shall be free. Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai surged at the forefront of the group, their eyes shimmering with a bluish glow, evidently still under the mental influence of Ma Yanliang. Their task, assigned by Ma Yanliang, was to escort the prisoners towards the main gate to facilitate their escape and draw fire. Many prisoners had regained their mental faculties, with several even reaching the sea realm. However, upon witnessing the reckless demeanor of Han Jinlong and Wu Sihai, they all tacitly chose to remain silent, for no one would mind if the two acted as decoys to attract attention. Let us move quickly. Once Master Chen returns, none of us will escape. The fourth seat, noticing the main force advancing towards the gate, followed suit without a moment's hesitation. They intended to wait for this group to draw fire before making their move. Boss! When Ma Yanliang pushed open the prison restroom door, Zhang San had long been waiting, his eyes glimmering with a pathological fervor. With Zhang San's current mental power only at the river realm, he was still under Ma Yanliang's illusionary control. Ma Yanliang nodded slightly, his voice calm as if discussing the weather. Let us begin. Use your forbidden ruins to shrink me. He had just sensed that the fourth and sixth seats had broken free from his mental grasp, but that was of little consequence now. His entire focus was fixated on the drain leading to freedom. Yes, boss. Zhang San extended his hands, the palms emanating a pearlescent white glow. As his fingers made contact with Ma Yanliang's shoulder, the luminescence spread rapidly like a living entity. Ma Yanliang felt an unusual tingling sensation enveloping his entire being, his perspective rapidly ascending. To be precise, his body was visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. Boss, this can only last for 1 hour. After that, you will return to your normal size, Zhang San reminded, observing the now volleyball-sized Ma Yanliang. Excellent, Zhang San. I shall remember you. Farewell. Ma Yanliang's voice, altered by his reduced size, became particularly high-pitched, yet it still bore that chilling calmness. He then proceeded directly towards the large opening of the restroom. The drain in the corner of the restroom was dark and exuded a damp, putrid odor. Nevertheless, Ma Yanliang paid it no mind, his eyes igniting with a yearning for freedom. He cast one last glance at Zhang San, who was half kneeling on the ground, and without hesitation, leaped into the abyss of the dark opening. Farewell, Abstinence Hall. Sending you off, boss. Zhang San's voice echoed in the desolate restroom. Simultaneously, a splash resonated from the drain as Ma Yanliang's figure vanished completely into the depths of the dark pipe, leaving only the sound of rushing water distinctly audible. Chapter 19. Freedom Darkness, Absolute Darkness. As Ma Yanliang plunged into the sewer, the putrid air rushed into his nostrils like a tangible force. His shrunken body fell into the viscous sewage, the liquid instantly saturating his hospital gown. He instinctively held his breath, but in his struggle, he inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of the filthy water, causing his stomach to convulse violently. He coughed, suppressing the urge to vomit. There was no time to waste. He had to move swiftly downstream, for the duration of Zhang San's Forbidden Realm was limited to an hour at most before he would revert to his original form. Fortunately, he had previously inquired about the sewer system from Han Jinlong, who had a fair knowledge of it and had sketched a map of the underground pipes for Ma Yanliang. Drawing upon the memory of the diagram, Ma Yanliang navigated through the intricate labyrinth of pipes, the rushing water enveloping him like a leaf caught in a tempest. He bit down on his tongue, forcing his eyes open, His azure gaze seemed to be the sole beacon of light in the oppressive darkness. The stench intensified, an acrid emlang of feces, decaying food, and fermenting human tissue searing his trachea. In a fleeting moment, he felt something slimy brush against his cheek. Was it a rat? Or perhaps remnants of a dismembered corpse that Han Jinlong had disposed of? Suddenly, the current became violently turbulent. Before he could react, he was swept into a vertical pipe, the sensation of weightlessness striking him as he plummeted like a roller coaster. The pipe abruptly branched. The left side offered a gentle flow, while the right was accompanied by a deafening roar. Without hesitation, Ma Yanliang chose the right path, not only because it was indicated on Han Jinlong's map, but also because the more tumultuous the waters, the greater the likelihood they led to the sea. The current surged with the ferocity of a tsunami. Ma Yanliang was engulfed in a massive whirlpool, his body spinning like a top. His head collided with unseen objects, warm liquid streaming into his eyes, indistinguishable as blood or sewage. Just then, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness. An exit. With every ounce of strength, he lunged forward. The water suddenly turned vertical, propelling him from the pipe like a cannonball. The blinding sunlight compelled him to instinctively shut his eyes, and he soon found himself plunging into the ocean. The briny seawater filled his nostrils, a stark contrast to the foul stench of the sewer. Breaking the surface, Ma Yanliang greedily inhaled, despite the sharp pain in his ribs with each breath. In the distance, the dark outline of the retreating sanctuary grew smaller, the current carrying him away from that cursed place. Finally, he was free. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had escaped the sanctuary. He concentrated, feeling the oppressive influence of the town's monument dissipate entirely. The essence of the ocean was palpable. Indeed, his spiritual power resonated with the oceanic realm. Waves crashed against Ma Yanliang's face. Faint landforms appeared on the horizon. He was truly free now, and it was imperative to distance himself as far from the sanctuary as possible. He swam tirelessly downstream, deliberately avoiding land for fear of encountering Chun Fuji or other sentinels of the night. After a hard-won escape, Ma Yanliang momentarily refrained from confronting his pursuers. Time eluded him. It could have been 10 hours or merely half a day, but eventually he chose to swim towards the land that lay not far off. As his back finally met the solid embrace of the sandy shore, he convulsed like a beached fish, expelling seawater mingled with gastric fluid and streaks of blood from his mouth and nose. Ma Yanliang, I'm finally free. A hoarse laughter erupted from his throat as he raised his trembling hand. He compelled himself to rise, staggering towards the forest beyond the beach. Yet, the smile upon his face grew increasingly broad, ultimately transforming into maniacal laughter. The scent of freedom was far sweeter than the foulest sewer. Hujia, the night watchman. This debt would not be easily settled. Faster, Chun Fuji commanded from within the carriage, his expression grim as he cast a stern gaze upon the young attendant driving the carriage. The attendant's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Master, this is already the swiftest pace. He offered a rueful smile, feeling helpless. Chun Fuji, in response, silently sipped his tea, though it had long since gone cold. He consumed it as if it might soothe his inner turmoil. Just moments earlier, he had been engaged in discussions with Yi Fan in the capital concerning matters of the Great Xia, only to suddenly sense that his carefully constructed hardscape had been shattered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he bid farewell to Yi Fan and instructed the attendant to hasten back with fervor. After all, the individuals confined within the hardscape were capable of inciting upheaval across the realm. Should they escape, the consequences would be dire, resulting in significant societal casualties. Chun Fuji's gaze remained fixed on the winding mountain road ahead. In the distance, the towering black walls of the hardscape became vaguely discernible. Damn it! How could this happen right after I leave? It shouldn't be possible. I never disclosed the location of my hardscape to anyone. How was it discovered? I can only hope that no catastrophe unfolds. He murmured to himself, silently praying, for those capable of breaching his hardscape were undoubtedly no ordinary individuals. More alarming was the evident meticulousness of the adversary, who had strategically chosen this precise moment to strike while he was away in the capital. It took at least half an hour to return from the capital to the hardscape, sufficient time for numerous variables to arise. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated in the distance. Chun Fuji's head snapped up, and he beheld billowing black smoke rising from the direction of the hardscape. His aged visage tightened, and he forcefully pushed open the swaying carriage door, shouting, "Stop!" Before the carriage could come to a complete halt, Chun Fuji's figure darted out like a wraith. His emaciated form traced a fleeting shadow through the air, his wide white robes billowing in the wind. Upon reaching the hardscape, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict in shock. Before the towering gates, hundreds of prisoners surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against the military defense line. Amidst the flames, he observed an officer with a severed arm wielding a blade with one hand, only to be silenced as a burly man crushed his throat with an iron chain. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses, their blood staining the yellow earth a dark crimson. Charge! Charge! Freedom is within reach. Wu Sihai laughed maniacally, his bloodied fingers mere inches from the door. In his azure eyes, a terrifying light erupted, as if he had already glimpsed the world beyond. Just at that critical moment, the heavens and the earth fell abruptly silent. Bang! A muffled explosion resonated, and Wu Sihai's body suddenly disintegrated. Flesh and bone fragments scattered, his grotesque smile forever etched on the remnants of his half-face. A drop of fresh blood splattered onto the nearest prisoner's nose, who, in a daze, raised a hand to wipe it away, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Sihai was dead. Immediately, the oppressive weight of humanity descended like Mount Tai. All the prisoners froze, as though shackled by invisible chains. They struggled to turn their heads toward the source of this overwhelming pressure. There stood Master Chun, hands clasped behind him atop the cart, the setting sun casting long shadows behind him. His aged visage revealed no sign of joy or anger, yet his eyes were chilling enough to freeze one's marrow. The wind tousled his grizzled beard, and his flowing white robes billowed like clouds descending from the heavens. "Where do you intend to go?" His light, airy question sent a shiver through all the prisoners, plunging them into a frigid despair. The prisoners closest to the door, their knees buckling, fell to the ground. Their faces still bore the longing for freedom, now transformed into the deepest hopelessness. Though they were but a few steps from the gate of the penitentiary, it now felt impossibly distant. The moment Master Chen appeared, it signified their escape attempt had utterly failed. Why is no one rushing forward? Do you not wish to break free? Do you not desire freedom? Master Chen secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, this group of prisoners had not succeeded in their escape. Though his expression remained frigid, the prisoners, hearing his words, displayed smiles more grotesque than tears. "Master, what are you saying? We never dared to escape in the first place." Yes, we merely came to witness the commotion." Master Chun, disinclined to expose their deception, coldly stated, "Within 3 minutes, everyone must return to your cells. Those who do not comply will die." As the final word fell, the prisoners scattered like startled birds. Some were tripped, immediately trampled by those following. Others, in their panic, collided with the surrounding walls. "Damn it, this escape attempt has failed." The fourth seat's expression was exceptionally grim. This time, it was a loss of both the lady and the soldiers, a significant setback. "Let us retreat, as long as the mountains remain. We need not fear a lack of firewood," the sixth seat remarked, hastily making his way back to the cells. The penitentiary quickly returned to its eerie silence, with only the debris strewn about as evidence of the earlier chaos. Master Chen exhaled deeply, gazing at the darkening sky, his brow furrowed. Who, indeed, was the mastermind behind all of this? Chapter 20, The Search. At long last, Master Chun has returned, sparing me from having to intervene. "Doctor." Lee emerged from the control room, sensing the familiar presence of Master Chun, and he let out a sigh of relief. Behind him, in the main control room, Zhang Jia lay unconscious on the floor. Upon returning to the monitoring room, Dr. Lee intended to confront Ma Yanliang, only to discover that the latter had escaped through the sewer half an hour prior, utilizing Zhang San's ability to shrink. This was indeed dire news. "Doctor." Li's sigh reverberated in the enclosed monitoring room as he removed his glasses and rubbed his temples, the frames leaving faint red marks on the bridge of his nose. He had not anticipated that this young man could conceal himself so deftly, managing to subdue both Wu Tongxian and Zhang Jia without a trace. On the screen, the image of the three from the fourth seat vandalizing the town ruins monument was starkly visible. It was perplexing how Ma Yanliang had ascertained the exact location of the monument. At that moment, all the clues converged, and Dr. Li comprehended Ma Yanliang's scheme. First, he learned of Master Chen's departure from the retreat, then manipulated Zhang Jia to plunge the main control room into darkness, sending the entire retreat into chaos, followed by inciting the riot involving Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong. While everyone's attention was diverted by the inmates' uprising, he exploited Zhang San's shrinking ability to escape through the sewer. The entire plan unfolded like a meticulously arranged set of dominoes, truly flawless. Yet, numerous questions lingered. The first was how the adversary could utilize their ability under the suppression of the town ruins monument. This had long puzzled him, ever since Ma Yanliang first exerted control over the caregiver, but despite prolonged observation, he had found no answers. It was precisely because Ma Yanliang was an exceptional subject that Dr. Li had maintained constant surveillance. The second question, how did he manage to control Wu Tongxian and Zhang Jia, especially Zhang Jia, whom Ma Yanliang had never even encountered? Thirdly, how was he aware of the monument's location? It was inconceivable that Master Chan would disclose the whereabouts of his inner sanctum to anyone else. There were many more uncertainties, such as the traceable nature of each individual controlled by Ma Yanliang. The three from the fourth seat possessed items capable of damaging the monument. Wu Sihai and Han Jinlong were the top two inmates in the prison hierarchy. Zhang San's ability allowed him to alter the size of others. Zhang Jia was the head of the main control room. Wu Tongxian served as the vice captain of the spiritual medium team, and it was clear that Ma Yanliang would not dare to kill him, instead sending him to hinder Dr. Li. Truly impressive. Dr. Li had unraveled the entire incident and could not deny that Ma Yanliang was not only patient, but also possessed an extremely dangerous ability, coupled with a sharp intellect. Particularly alarming was the fact that he was a malevolent ability user, standing firmly opposed to the Night Watchman. Such individuals are often the most formidable. He hastened to the window, where the remnants of the uprising had yet to fully abate. Several medical personnel were tending to the injured guards and military personnel, while faint moans emanated from the distant cell block. The sunlight streamed through the explosion-proof glass, casting mottled shadows on Dr. Li's weary face. One could only hope that the Night Watchman would swiftly apprehend him. First, he needed to report the situation to Master Chun and Commander Yi to see what their thoughts were. Dr. Li, with his hands tucked into his coat, proceeded towards Master Chun's direction. Master, we have just verified the identities. Aside from the prisoners who perished during the escape attempt, all the survivors remain in their cells. None have successfully fled, the young prison guard spoke, relief evident in his voice. Splendid. As long as no one has escaped, it is merely a trifling matter, Master Chen responded, stroking his grizzled beard, the wrinkles on his face easing into a satisfied expression. Master, I bear some unfortunate news. Doctor, Li intergested, a hint of regret in his tone as he approached after the guard departed. Master Chun turned, his smile still lingering on his face, his flowing white robes swaying gently in the breeze, his tone remaining gentle. Doctor Li, what unfortunate news. For Master Chun at that moment, as long as there were no escapees, even the worst news could still be considered good. A patient from a psychiatric hospital has escaped through the prison's sewer system. Dr. Li stated bluntly. This revelation struck like a shard of ice, plunging into boiling water. Master Chen's smile instantly froze, his graying brows quivering violently, his lips twitching. What transpired? How could someone suddenly manage to escape? Dr. Li quickly recounted the details regarding Ma Yanliang, particularly the intricacies of his plan and execution. Upon hearing this, Master Chen's expression darkened further. So, it was he who orchestrated this from behind the scenes. Especially alarming was the fact that the escape had already been successful. Find him. Master Chen managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, gazing towards the outside of the fasting house. his white robe rustling ominously. Deploy all the guards and night watchmen from the fasting house. We absolutely cannot allow such a dangerous individual to slip away. Chapter 21. Suzhou City the Damp. Withered leaves beneath Ma Yanliang's feet emitted a faint crackling sound, reminiscent of countless insects gnawing at decaying wood in the darkness. He halted, lowering his gaze to examine himself. The blue and white striped hospital gown had long lost its original hue, the fabric marred by suspicious dark brown stains, exuding the characteristic stench of sewage. This appearance. Ma Yanliang raised his arm, watching the loose threads at the cuff sway gently in the night breeze. He would be reported within 5 minutes of stepping onto the street. He required disguise, assistance, more precisely, a puppet. After all, the night watchman would inevitably learn of the escape, and those hounds would surely track him by scent. Uncertain of how long he had walked, the ground beneath him gradually solidified. Ma Yanliang parted the final cluster of foliage, and before him lay a clear expanse. Bathed in moonlight, a quaint 2-story white house stood quietly amidst a meticulously manicured lawn, warm yellow light spilling from the floor-to-ceiling windows, delineating a perfect rectangular domain of light against the night. He licked his cracked lips, tasting the metallic tang of blood akin to rust. Hunger gnawed at him like a wild beast, compelling him toward that home. As he drew closer, the resonant voice of a television news anchor mingled with the crisp clatter of utensils reached his ears. Recently, if an unidentified man is loitering near your home, please report it immediately. Dinner time, perfect. Ma Yanliang closed his eyes, his mental acuity extending like invisible tendrils ahead. He could perceive the scene within the dining room. A young man was shoveling food into his mouth, his eyes glued to the television. In the kitchen, a woman donned in a floral apron busied herself at the stove. The rhythm of life echoed in the clash of spatula against pot. Both were ordinary people. Thus, there was nothing to conceal. Ma Yanliang entered the house through the window, and the motion-sensing light flickered on, illuminating his filthy hospital gown and disheveled hair. Who are you? If you don't leave, I will call the police. Sensing the disturbance at the window, the man emerged from the dining room. Upon seeing Ma Yanliang's form, reeking and clad in a psychiatric gown, his pupils dilated sharply, instinctively retreating 2 steps until his back collided with a decorative cabinet. Glassware behind him clinked nervously, and his hand had grasped a baseball bat propped against the wall. Ma Yanliang remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmered with an eerie, cerulean light under the illumination. The man found himself involuntarily locked in that gaze, his pupils suddenly expanding, facial muscles slackening. The baseball bat slipped from his fingers, thudding dully against the carpet. Step aside, Ma Yanliang murmured, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority, as if inscribing a command upon the cerebral cortex. Yes, boss, the man mechanically complied. Shifting aside to clear the path, an unnatural smile twisting at his lips, his eyes flickering with fervent devotion. In the kitchen, the woman peeked out, holding a spatula. Honey, who is it? Her voice abruptly ceased. In a fleeting moment, when she locked eyes with Ma Yanliang, the spatula clattered to the tiled floor. Her gaze transitioned from confusion to terror, then to a hollow emptiness, ultimately solidifying into a fervor that mirrored her husband's. Boss, she whispered, her hands instinctively twisting the hem of her apron. Ma Yanliang nodded and strode directly toward the dining table. The braised ribs in the porcelain dish still emitted steam, while the rice released an enticing aroma. He seized the chopsticks and devoured the food voraciously. Sauce dribbled down the corner of his mouth, which he casually wiped away with a napkin. In preparation for his escape, he had abstained from food all day. The meticulously crafted routes and distractions had drained much of his stamina. 10 minutes later, satiated, Ma Yanliang set down his bowl and chopsticks and headed to the bathroom. Hot water cascaded from the shower head, enveloping the tiles in a veil of white mist. Standing before the mirror, droplets slid along the contours of his body, washing away the caked dirt on his skin, yet failing to erase the lingering azure hue in his eyes. Clad in a deep blue hoodie and black casual pants he had retrieved from the wardrobe, Ma Yanliang adjusted his collar in the mirror. The man's attire fit unexpectedly well, his white sneakers providing a soft and comfortable foundation. Grabbing a comb, he slicked back his damp hair, revealing a prominent forehead and sharp brow bones. In the living room, the man and woman sat on the sofa like two marionettes, their gazes blankly fixed on the barren wall. The television continued to broadcast the evening news, with the female anchor solemnly reporting on the suspect's likeness. As Ma Yanliang emerged, towel in hand, he was met with the sight of his own photograph on the screen. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the watchmen were swift in their pursuits, already issuing a manhunt for him on television. With that in mind, he decided it was best to depart quickly. After all, the proximity to the fasting house posed a risk of search. Suddenly, the woman spoke, her devout gaze tinged with uncertainty. "Boss, are you leaving?" "Yes." Ma Yanliang tossed the towel onto the single sofa and asked, "Tell me, where in the Great Xia are we?" Suzhou, western suburbs." Her response seemed to echo from a distant realm, each word punctuated by subtle pauses. Satisfied, Ma Yanliang turned to the man. "Hand over your car keys and wallet." The man swiftly produced the keys and leather wallet from his pocket, presenting them with both hands, akin to a devout follower offering sacrifices. Ma Yanliang perused the identification and cash, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A thick stack of cash and several credit cards. Money would facilitate many things. "You will forget everything that transpired tonight." Ma Yanliang retrieved a vintage pocket watch from the display cabinet, the brass chain glimmering warmly in his fingers. He began to rhythmically shake the watch, the metallic clinks melding with his words to create an unusual cadence. "When you awaken tomorrow, you will merely feel exceptionally fatigued. Then continue with your mundane lives." After all, he was now a fugitive. He must exercise caution until he was certain of his complete safety. Although he is indeed a formidable presence, Chun Fuji is but a mere shadow compared to the unparalleled prowess of the venerable Master Chun, who stands far above him. "Rest now," Ma Yanliang commanded softly. The man and woman nodded numbly, their eyelids growing heavy as if burdened by an invisible weight. They slumped onto the sofa, their breaths soon becoming steady and prolonged. Ma Yanliang strode purposefully towards the door, but paused mid-step. He returned to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator, a rush of cool air enveloping him. He retrieved several bottles of mineral water and a sandwich wrapped in cling film, stuffing them into the newly found backpack. Though he harbored a desire to eliminate potential witnesses, he knew that a corpse would only attract unnecessary attention. After all, the night watchers were not to be trifled with. "Consider this a reward for you," he murmured to the sleeping couple before gently closing the door behind him. The night was deep, and the suburban road lay nearly deserted. Ma Yanliang entered the man's black sedan, the leather seats exuding a faint scent of cleaning solution. He inserted the key, and the engine roared to life with a deep growl. The screen of his new phone illuminated in the darkness, casting a blue glow that sculpted his sharp features. He searched the map of Suzhou City, his fingertips tracing several potential routes on the screen. The night watchers must have already discovered his escape. The city's surveillance network would be scanning for his visage. He needed to avoid the main thoroughfares and locate the rendezvous points of the ancient god cult. The map on the screen magnified repeatedly. Finally, he's settling on an old district in the eastern part of the city, where its labyrinthine alleys and eclectic populace offered the most ideal refuge. A truck approached from the opposite direction, its blinding headlights illuminating Ma Yanliang's face. In that fleeting moment of brightness, his expression was neither the panic of a fugitive nor the elation of a free man, but rather a calm, expectant demeanor akin to that of a hunter. As the light faded, his features melted back into the shadows, with only the faint glow of the navigation screen reflecting in his piercing blue eyes. The lights of Suzhou City flickered ahead, resembling a web waiting to be torn asunder. Ma Yanliang pressed down on the accelerator, the dashboard needle veering to the right. The tires crunched over gravel, and the black sedan surged towards the city's illumination like an arrow released from its bow. Since he was being pursued by the night watchers, he would align himself with their adversaries. The first step was to locate those faithful adherents of the ancient god cult lurking in the city's obscure corners. Chapter 22. Crimson Lotus 3 days later in the old district of East Suzhou City. The neon lights diffused through the curtain of rain, casting vibrant hues of red, blue, green, and purple that flowed across the damp asphalt. The dilapidated billboards creaked in the wind. Ma Yanliang brought his black sedan to a gradual halt in a narrow alley, raindrops cascading from the roof, tracing winding paths on the windshield. He turned off the engine, but did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, he observed his surroundings quietly through the intermittent swipes of the windshield wipers. Tick-tock. He opened the car door, and rainwater instantly trickled from the brim of his hat, leaving streaks on his pallid face. Over the past 3 days, he had silently hypnotized numerous ordinary citizens in the old district of East Suzhou. The owners of breakfast stalls, cashiers at convenience stores, and the homeless on street corners all bore an imperceptible hint of blue in their gazes, a mark of Ma Yanliang's mental control. On the surface, they continued to lead their mundane lives, calling out for customers and haggling over prices, yet deep within their subconscious, the seeds of obedience had already been sown. After all, he had no desire to attract the attention of the night watchers. According to his informants, there had indeed been local night watcher teams patrolling for suspicious activities over the past 3 days. Numerous police officers were also canvassing the area with Ma Yanliang's wanted posters. However, he had concealed himself effectively, allowing his underlings to discreetly seek out members of the ancient goddess church, while he himself remained in the shadows, thereby avoiding detection. Moreover, during these 3 days, Ma Yanliang had noticed a marked increase in his mental prowess each time he awoke, now merely a step away from the pinnacle of the sea realm. If his mental strength had grown by 1 daily in the monastery, now free from the oppressive influence of the town monument, it surged by a remarkable 3 each day, tripling his previous gains. "Boss!" A gravelly voice emerged from the rain-soaked air. Ma Yanliang turned slightly, spotting a man clad in a leather jacket jogging toward him, raindrops collecting in his scruffy beard. This was Zhang Dachuan, who, 3 days prior, had been merely a petty thug collecting protection money on the streets, now transformed into one of his most loyal informants. "Speak." Ma Yanliang's voice was soft yet compelled Zhang Dachuan to straighten his posture involuntarily. "Based on our searches over the past few days, it seems we have a lead you might find intriguing. In a certain bar, a man boasted while intoxicated about being a follower of the ancient goddess church, claiming he was so formidable that he disregarded the night watchers. Most people merely laughed it off." Zhang Dachuan lowered his voice. At these words, a flicker of interest crossed Ma Yanliang's eyes. After all, ordinary people were entirely unaware of the existence of the night watchers, so even if they heard such drunken musings, they would likely dismiss them as mere drunken ramblings. "Then we can leverage this. Lead the way," Ma Yanliang replied softly. 20 minutes later, they stood beneath the mottled neon sign of the bar in the alley, rainwater dripping from the sign's tattered letters. 2 burly men in suits stood like statues at the entrance. "Boss!" As Ma Yanliang approached, the expressions of the 2 burly men transformed into fervent intensity, and they spoke in unison, their voices imbued with a devout sincerity. It was apparent that these 2 men had long been ensnared by Ma Yanliang's influence. "Is he inside?" Ma Yanliang's gaze pierced through the bar's hazy glass window, faint silhouettes of figures swaying within becoming discernible. "He is, boss." The man on the left swung open the iron door, unleashing a potent blend of alcohol, sweat, and perfume that enveloped him. "That guy is here again, seated at the innermost spot of the bar." Upon hearing this, Ma Yanliang adjusted his collar and stepped into the bar, instantly engulfed by the cacophony of noise. Inferior sound systems blared outdated rock music, while colorful spotlights wove a tapestry through the smoke. "Hey there!" 2 girls clad in sequin dresses suddenly obstructed Ma Yanliang's path. The overpowering scent of their perfume was almost suffocating, and one of them, with fingers adorned in silver nail polish, draped an arm over his shoulder. "Come play with us." Due to Ma Yanliang's strikingly handsome appearance, he naturally captured the attention of the 2 girls, who eagerly approached him. However, as he lifted his gaze, the moment their eyes met his piercing blue ones, it was as if time itself had paused. Their smiles froze, arms gradually lowering, retreating to the sides like dolls whose power had been cut. As Ma Yanliang navigated through the dance floor, his gaze ultimately settled on the far end of the bar. A man was laughing with a woman clad in fishnet stockings, the latter adorned in a flamboyant shirt and a necklace of shells. According to intelligence relayed by his subordinates, this individual was known as Han Lian, reportedly a peripheral member of the ancient God Church's followers, not one of the esteemed 20 seats. Initially, Ma Yanliang had presumed that the followers of the ancient God Church comprised only the top 20, but it now appeared there were many more. After all, the majority of followers lacked the strength to ascend to the top 20, and the church would rather leave seats vacant than allow for mediocrity. This elucidates why numerous individuals join the ancient God Church, yet remain mere peripheral members. Only the divine agents who join the ancient God Church attain full membership, even if their spiritual power is merely at the threshold, akin to the character of the snake woman in the original narrative. Chapter 23. Han Xiaoyan and Ma Yanliang strode directly to Hong Lian, their wristwatches glinting coldly under the light. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon Ma Yanliang's lips as he extended his hand and spoke. "Greetings, disciple of the ancient God Church, Hong Lian." Hong Lian's fingers froze at the juncture of the golden-haired woman's legs. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively raised her gaze, only to have the intoxication in her eyes gradually replaced by a hollow emptiness. Her pupils appeared forcibly dilated, a pale blue halo seeping from the depths of her eyes, casting an eerie glow in the dimly lit bar. Boss, Hong Lian's mental prowess was merely at the pool level, and before the sea level Ma Yanliang, she stood defenseless, succumbing to his hypnotic control. The woman beside her blinked in confusion, her thick false eyelashes fluttering, but upon meeting Ma Yanliang's gaze, she mechanically departed. Ma Yanliang settled beside Hong Lian, his fingers idly twisting the untouched martini on the table. The olive within the glass wobbled gently with his movements, casting fragmented shadows in the light. He savored a sip of the chilled liquid as it glided down his throat. "Where's EU?" "In Suzhou City," Hong Lian responded, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. The glass in Ma Yanliang's hand momentarily stilled, surprise flashing in his gaze as ripples traversed the amber liquid. "Suzhou City? Are you suggesting he is in this very city? What brings him here?" It was not that Ma Yanliang was overly perplexed. Rather, EU's presence in a city, amidst the peril of being targeted by the Night Watchers, undoubtedly had a purpose. EU had recently been scouting for promising candidates for the disciples. As the top 20 seats were far from filled, many potential candidates lacked the requisite strength, compounded by the Night Watchers' ongoing efforts to dismantle the ancient God Church's strongholds across the Great Xia. Hence, there was an urgent need to expand the ranks of the disciples. Hong Lian elucidated, though a tinge of bitterness tinged her words as she continued, "Regrettably, my mental prowess remains at the pool level. Although I have joined the ranks of the disciples, I am merely an ordinary peripheral member." Ma Yanliang chuckled softly, his fingertips gliding along the rim of the glass. Abruptly, he shifted the conversation, casually inquiring, "Who is the captain of the Night Watcher squad stationed in Suzhou City?" "It is Han Xiaoyan." Hong Lian's pupils constricted sharply. He was a sea-level powerhouse. Just last month, he dismantled our stronghold on Guanchuan Street. Han Xiaoyan. A flicker of intrigue crossed Ma Yanliang's eyes as he tilted his head back, downing the remaining contents of his glass, the line of his throat stark against the light. Indeed, it was still 2017, with 5 years remaining until the narrative unfolds, and Han Xiaoyan had yet to ascend to the 13th seat of the disciples. With a resounding thud, he set the glass down on the table, producing a crisp, clinking sound. A subtle smile graced Ma Yanliang's lips. "I believe I know where to find EU." If his memory served him correctly, it would not be long before Han Xiaoyan's squad would encounter EU head-on. Thus, locating EU would prove simple. One need only to discreetly monitor Han Xiaoyan's squad. With this thought, Ma Yanliang exited the bar. Amidst the curtain of rain, his silhouette dissipated like melting ink. The hem of his trench coat swept across the damp steps, leaving behind dark stains of moisture. At dawn the following day, sunlight pierced through the clouds, dancing upon the ancient blue tiles of Suzhou City. In the courtyard of Team 017's station, dew on the bamboo, leaves refracted a spectrum of colors. Han Xiaoyan's spear sliced through the morning mist. the gusts raised by the spearhead swirling fallen leaves into miniature whirlwinds, while beads of sweat trickled down the contours of his spine, glistening in the sunlight. "Captain, we have recently conducted a thorough patrol of the entire Suzhou city in collaboration with the police department," came the voice of Deputy Captain Qin Kai, whose footsteps echoed from the corridor. This slender young man, clad in a dark red cloak, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses that reflected the morning light, holding a document in his hand. From the old town to the newly developed areas, and even the industrial parks in the outskirts, we have searched everywhere. There has been no sign of this individual named Ma Yanliang. He is likely not here. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyan halted the graceful arc of his spear mid-air. He stood still, casually grabbing a white towel from a stone bench to wipe his face, which immediately absorbed a patch of dark sweat. Do not jump to conclusions too hastily. The fact that he managed to escape from a heavily fortified sanctuary suggests he possesses unique skills. If he truly wishes to conceal himself, you will not be able to locate him. Suddenly, the ancient cherry blossom tree at the corner of the courtyard swayed without a breeze, its pale pink petals fluttering down like snowflakes, several landing on the bluestone slabs between the two men. Qin Kai observed the petals, nodding thoughtfully. Moreover, according to the intelligence received from the sanctuary, Han Xiaoyan draped the towel over his shoulder, his expression growing increasingly serious. Beneath his thick brows, his sharp eyes sparkled with vigilance. This Ma Yanliang is a person who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He is exceedingly dangerous. Should he seek revenge on society, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow. Han Xiaoyan approached the weapon rack, firmly reinserting his spear into its place, the metallic clash producing a crisp sound. After all, Suzhou City is the nearest urban area to this sanctuary, and it is highly probable that he is hiding here. Although Master Chun is personally leading a comprehensive search in the vicinity of the sanctuary, we must not let our guard down. "Captain, Deputy, breakfast is ready." At that moment, a man's voice echoed from the end of the corridor, the individual waving his arms with a smile upon his face. "All right, Sun Wan, we're coming over." Han Xiaoyan's voice reverberated in the courtyard as he walked over to pat Qin Kai on the shoulder. "After breakfast, we shall continue our search of Suzhou City together." Qin Kai nodded, and as the two made their way along the bluestone path towards the dining hall, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. "By the way, Captain, how is your situation with Qin Jie progressing?" Han Xiaoyan's steps faltered for a moment, an unnatural expression flitting across his face. "Why do you ask that? After all, this is a significant matter in life." Qin Kai continued to jest, his eyes squinting with mirth. "Moreover, Sun Wan, Zheng Zheng, and Jiang Han are all eagerly anticipating your wedding feast. If all goes as planned, it is likely to be scheduled for next year." Han Xiaoyan's gaze instinctively drifts into the distance, and the image of Qing materializes in his mind, causing his voice to soften unconsciously and a slight smile to grace his lips. "At that time, you all must attend. The room is filled with a delightful aroma, as the wooden round table is laden with the distinctive breakfast delicacies of Suzhou, Zilongbao, Youqiao, and soy milk. Sun Wan is busy serving congee to everyone, while Jiang Han arranges the chopsticks, and Zheng Zheng pours tea for each person. "Captain, you two have finally arrived." Jiang Han approaches with the last steaming basket of dumplings, the rising steam rendering his face momentarily obscured, feigning complaint, though his eyes sparkle with merriment. "If you don't hurry, breakfast will grow cold. Let's begin." Han Xiaoyan smiles slightly, taking a seat first. The wooden chair emits a gentle creak, and sunlight filters through the intricately carved window, casting dappled shadows upon the table. Chapter 24. Murmurs after breakfast. Han Xiaoyan, accompanied by the other members of Team 017, commenced their patrol of Suzhou City. As they exited the courtyard of their base, the streets had already come alive with activity. Vendors selling soy milk pushed their wooden carts, steam wafted from the bamboo steamers, and an elderly candy maker was crafting butterfly-shaped confections for a little girl. A few students, clad in school uniforms, hurried past, their backpacks bouncing behind them. "Since when did so many street vendors spring up near our base?" Qin Kai adjusted his glasses, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings. His attention lingered momentarily on a stall selling pancakes, where the vendor skillfully flipped the spatula. "What's the big deal?" Sun Quan shrugged nonchalantly, his robust arm draping over Qin Kai's shoulder. "There are plenty of ordinary residents around here. It's quite normal to see a few more vendors." "Deputy, are you perhaps being overly sensitive? If a malicious, superpowered escapee dares to cause trouble in Suzhou City, the captain will swiftly put him in his place." As he spoke, Sun Quan playfully waved his fist. Qin Kai could not help but roll his eyes. "Em merely curious." "Enough of your squabbling," Jiang Han interjected, closing his eyes as his bangs gently swayed. After a moment, he opened his eyes, which usually sparkled with mirth, but now appeared unusually solemn. "I just sensed it. They are merely ordinary people." With Jiang Han's reassurance, Qin Kai fell silent. Han Xiaoyun stood at the forefront of the team, casting a fleeting glance at the group of breakfast vendors before redirecting his attention and leading the way forward. Once Team 017 vanished from sight at the end of the street, a peculiar scene unfolded. The bustling street abruptly fell into silence. The clamor of vendors ceased. The soy milk vendor set down his long ladle. The elderly candy maker halted his work, and even the students paused in their tracks. All eyes turned in unison toward a singular direction, where a tall, slender man clad in a black trench coat emerged from the depths of an alley. As Ma Yanliang's figure was fully illuminated by the morning light, the vendors and pedestrians bowed their heads in reverence. "Boss," Ma Yanliang said, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other toyed with an antique pocket watch, its lid clicking open and shut, the sharp sound piercing through the stillness of the street. These individuals had long been placed under Ma Yanliang's mental hypnosis. As an ordinary person, he could control them with ease. Moreover, with the gradual amplification of his mental prowess, the number of those he could manipulate continued to grow. Previously, while at the fasting site, he could barely control 7 individuals. Now, liberated from the restraint of the town steel, he could effortlessly hypnotize and control an entire city of ordinary people if he so desired. It could be said that the majority of the populace in this area had already been infiltrated and controlled by Ma Yanliang. For merely locking eyes with him would induce hypnosis. "What did the Team 017 just discuss?" Ma Yanliang inquired, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to a breeze in the night. "Just some routine exchanges," came the response. One of the vendors closest to Team 017 spoke up, subsequently recounting their conversation in detail to Ma Yanliang. Upon hearing it, a flicker of derision crossed Ma Yanliang's eyes. He felt no surprise at being wanted. After all, as the first inmate to escape from the fasting institution, the night watchmen were undoubtedly eager to apprehend him. Ma Yanliang was indifferent to the fates of Team 017. His sole concern lay with the whisper. "Continue your surveillance here," he commanded softly, his voice etching itself into the minds of every controlled individual like a brand. His ambitions never revolved around such insignificant characters. He intended to join the cult of the old gods, but not as a mere follower. A soul contract? Such a ludicrous notion hardly suited to bind him. For this purpose, Ma Yanliang had already resolved to disguise himself as a divine agent. He sought to harness the power of the cult of the old gods to fulfill his vengeance. More importantly, he aspired to seize complete control over this organization. The Whisper, that madman, would inevitably lead the cult of the old gods to ruin. He would not repeat the same mistakes. Though currently at the Sea Realm, allowing him to dominate in second- and third-tier cities, he was not invincible. Moreover, he had no desire to place himself in peril. His ultimate goal was to terminate this flawed world. The divine beings were inherently erroneous, mere hypocritical parasites. He aimed to create a world devoid of gods, and he would emerge as the sole true god of this new realm. By the way, you have all reviewed the file on Ma Yanliang, correct? Suddenly interjecting was Qin Kai, who was patrolling alongside Han Xiaoyun and others, unconsciously rubbing the documents with his fingers. Ma Yanliang's ability was mental control within the fasting institution. He had manipulated several individuals to assist in his escape. Of course, we know. It is precisely for this reason that Commander Yi places great emphasis on Ma Yanliang. He was detained after causing the entire community to turn against one another under his control. Sun Quan nodded, continuing. However, I am quite curious about the extent of his mental prowess. According to intelligence, before being captured, Ma Yanliang was merely at the river realm. Having spent nearly a year inside, he is at most at the peak of the river realm now. Sun Luan was about to say more when he suddenly sensed something, abruptly halting his steps, his nostrils quivering slightly, and his eyes narrowing. There's a situation. Upon hearing this, the group instantly tensed, the previously relaxed atmosphere replaced by palpable tension. Could it be Ma Yanliang? Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the distance. The newcomer donned an exquisitely tailored tailcoat, his long, lustrous black hair cascading down his back like a waterfall, adorned with a delicate brooch on his chest that shimmered in the sunlight. A faint smile graced his face, perfectly conveying an air of confidence and composure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Whisperer. Upon hearing the self-introduction of the other party, Han Xiaoyun's pupils abruptly contracted, and his expression gradually darkened. The ancient divine sect, one of the three deities, whispered. Chapter 25. The choice of Han Xiaoyun, the moniker of the ancient god sect, known as Whispers, has recently caught the attention of the Nightwatchers. This is due to the sect's relentless recruitment of followers and the havoc it has wreaked in various locales. Recently, Han Xiaoyun and his team dismantled a stronghold of the ancient god sect in Gusu City. Little did they anticipate that they would now confront Whispers in person. It appears that my name has begun to circulate among your Nightwatchers. Whispers mused with a subtle smile, meticulously adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves. His voice is smooth as silk. You, the 017 team of Gusu City, have destroyed one of my sect's strongholds. Today, I shall dismantle a Night Watcher stronghold in return. I wonder what expressions will adorn the faces of your higher-ups upon receiving this news. A hint of gravity flickered in Han Xiaoyun's eyes as he brandished his spear, the aura of the sea realm erupting forth. He then turned to Sun Luan and the others, urging them, "You must flee. I will hold them off." It is essential to understand that although their 017 team consisted of 8 members, facing Whispers left them with no chance of victory. The enemy's mental prowess was at the level of Klein, while the rest of the 017 team, apart from Han, were merely of the river realm. Attempting to flee? How unfortunate. You shall not escape, Whispers sneered, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips as he raised his gloved right hand and snapped his fingers. In that instant, the world began to warp. Han Xiaoyun felt the ground beneath him transform into a viscous mire, while the walls around them flowed down like melting wax. The sky turned a dark shade of purple, and countless blood-red eyes opened within the clouds. Most terrifying of all, it seemed as though everyone in the world, save for the 9 of them, had been erased by an invisible hand. "Welcome to my nightmare," Whispers proclaimed, arms outstretched, the tails of his tailcoat rustling in an unseen breeze. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Han Xiaoyun's forehead. He sensed the suffocating mental pressure permeating the air, the oppressive sensation unique to the realm of Klein. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his spear into the ground, unleashing the full force of the sea realm. Great wind calamity. A violent tempest formed around Han Xiaoyun, the furious gales taking shape. Wind blades sliced through the distorted space, tearing open rifts all around. His robe billowed in the storm, and his hair danced like flames. The wind blades surged towards Whispers, a relentless assault. "Whispers, take this." Yet, Whispers merely waved his hand lightly. A tornado, several times larger than the tempest conjured by Han Xiaoyun, manifested from thin air, instantly devouring all of the incoming attacks. In the eye of the tempest, Whispers reclined upon a floating boulder, seemingly entertained by the spectacle unfolding before him. "In my nightmare, I am the omnipotent deity. You cannot triumph over me," he declared, amusement glinting in his eyes. Everyone attacked together. Qin Kai shouted, acutely aware of the dire situation. The members of the 017 team simultaneously activated their forbidden ruins. The straight blade wielded by Sun Luan struck towards the murmuring figure, a bizarre crimson hue spreading from the celestial knife in his grasp. Zheng Zheng unleashed a sonic attack, while others showcased their unique abilities, illuminating the nightmarish realm with a kaleidoscope of vibrant assaults. "You are not even worthy to engage with me," murmured the figure with a sigh, shaking his head as if addressing a disobedient child. With an elegant snap of his fingers, 7 obsidian crosses materialized from the void. Chains sprang forth as though they possessed a life of their own, binding all members of Team 017 firmly. These chains were adorned with piercing thorns that embedded deeply into their flesh. Faced with the murmuring figure of Klein, the team from Chuanjing stood utterly defenseless, swiftly becoming hostages. Release them, murmurer. Han Xiaoyun's roar resonated powerfully, as if to pierce the heavens. His gaze was fixated on his teammates, ensnared upon the crosses, flames of fury igniting within him. In a sudden burst, Han Xiaoyun leaped forth like an enraged lion, his spear carving a fierce arc in the air, striking towards the murmurer with immense force. The spearhead sliced through the atmosphere, emitting a shrill wail as if the very fabric of space threatened to rupture. However, just as the spear was on the verge of finding its mark, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The murmurer's form dissipated like a mirage, vanishing without a trace. Han Xiaoyun stood in astonishment, his spear cleaving through empty air, the sheer inertia nearly causing him to lose his balance. As he struggled to steady himself, the murmurer's figure reappeared behind him like a specter. Too slow. The murmurer's voice echoed in Han Xiaoyun's ear, laced with disdain and mockery. As a gloved hand gently pressed against Han Xiaoyun's back, this seemingly casual touch unleashed an unfathomable force. Han Xiaoyun fell as if his spine were fracturing, his body propelled like a cannonball, carving a trench into the distorted ground. The murmurer appeared unhurried to end his life, leisurely strolling to stand before Han Xiaoyun. Snapping his fingers lightly, the members of Team 017, bound to the crosses, materialized behind him. Leaning down, he lifted Han Xiaoyun's chin with a gloved finger. "Captain Han, shall we play a game?" When Ma Yanliang arrived, the scene was one of utter devastation. The murmurer had already unraveled the nightmare realm. 7 crosses stood tall in the center, 3 of which bore the lifeless bodies of Team 017's members, while the remaining 4 were on the brink of death. Han Xiaoyun knelt amidst the blood, his spear fallen beside him, yet his gaze remained resolute. The murmurer stood before Han Xiaoyun, nonchalantly adjusting his blood-stained bow tie, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Captain Han, I see potential in you and feel inclined to nurture your talent. Would you be interested in joining the believers?" "Not interested," Han Xiaoyun replied coldly, mustering his strength to employ his final gambit against the murmurer. "Oh, is that so?" As the murmurers snapped their fingers, the chains binding Qin Kai suddenly tightened, eliciting a painful groan. "Are you not reconsidering?" Han Xiaoyun's fists crackled ominously, his nails embedding deeply into his palms. Yet, when he lifted his gaze to meet Qin Kai's pained yet resolute eyes and observed the weakened yet trusting glances of his fellow teammates, a solitary tear, mingled with blood, coursed down his blood-stained cheek. "Captain Han, I grant you one final opportunity. Either summon the divine and fight to the death alongside your comrades, or forsake your dignity and freedom to join the believers. In return, I shall spare the life of one remaining teammate." The murmurs maintained their elegance, calmly speaking beside Han Xiaoyun, their voice akin to a devil's whisper. "Now, 3 of your dear companions have already perished. The fate of the remaining 4 rests solely upon your decision. Chapter 26. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Yanliang, the agent of the god of magic, Merlin. You, madman, An Xiaoyun's feasts Kalanchatiguli, Turning Pala." As the knuckles emitted a distressing crack under the pressure, his eyes swirling with murderous intent, veins throbbing at his temples. "It seems our Captain Han requires some additional motivation." Yu sighed softly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He elegantly bent down to pick up the star blade, its gleaming surface reflecting his flawless profile, shimmering with an enchanting luster under the light. "Allow me to assist you." "What are you doing?" Han Xiaoyun suddenly sensed an ominous premonition and lifted his head abruptly. Unperturbed, Yu strode toward the team member nailed to the cross. Under Han Xiaoyun's watchful gaze, he raised the star blade, its edge tracing a graceful arc in the air. The chilling scream reverberated throughout the space. Zhang Mingxuan's legs shattered, blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground in a glaring scarlet. His body convulsed violently before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. "Stop! Witnessing this scene, Han Xiaoyun's eyes widened in fury, his voice hoarse as he uttered the last word, almost forced through gritted teeth. I will join the believers. Wouldn't it have been better to say so earlier? That way, Captain Han, you wouldn't have to lose 3 teammates. You casually discarded the blood-stained starblade, the metallic clang against the ground piercingly jarring. A flicker of delight dancing in his eyes. Then, extending his finger, he conjured a sphere of white light at its tip, which floated toward Han Xiaoyun as if imbued with life. This is the soul contract of the believers. Once imprinted upon your soul, you shall become my devoted follower. No. Please, Captain. Qin Kai's weak voice drifted from nearby. He was affixed to the cross, blood seeping from numerous wounds, staining his dark red cloak. Tears welled in his eyes, not from pain but from sorrow over Han Xiaoyun's sacrifice. Han Xiaoyun dared not meet the eyes of his comrades. He trembled as he reached out, the white light wrapping around his arm like a living entity. The moment the light touched his forehead, a blinding radiance erupted, enveloping him entirely. When the illumination subsided, Han Xiaoyun emerged, yet the murderous intent toward EU had vanished, replaced solely by a numbed obedience. Excellent, Han Xiaoyun. From this moment forth, you shall be the 13th seat of my believers. EU nodded with satisfaction, casually waving his hand, causing the crosses binding Qin Kai and the others to shatter. Han Xiaoyun immediately rushed forward, cautiously examining each person's wounds. Qin Kai, Zheng Zheng, and Sun Wan were gravely injured. Upon seeing Zhang Mingxuan's mangled lower body, his fists clenched instinctively, nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. As the other party may awaken only to be left with lifelong disabilities, how profoundly touching is this bond of camaraderie. A soft sigh escaped from his lips, accompanied by a faint, elusive smile. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a figure in the corner. Ma Yanliang stood quietly a short distance away, sunlight cascading upon him, bestowing a golden aura. He observed everything with an expressionless demeanor, his azure eyes betraying no hint of emotion. He scrutinized Ma Yanliang and seemingly discerned something, his own eyes brightening slightly. Ah, so young, yet already a Sea-realm practitioner. What remarkable potential. A prodigious talent indeed. Noticing EU's attention upon him, Ma Yanliang approached with composure and spoke calmly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Yanliang, the agent of the god of magic Merlin, endowed with the abilities of foresight and illusion. The agent of Merlin? EU raised an eyebrow, carefully attuning to the other's aura, yet failing to detect any trace of divine energy, his eyes narrowing slightly as a sense of danger emerged. Are you certain? EU fixed his gaze upon Ma Yanliang, seemingly attempting to unearth something from the other's countenance, yet his expression remained tranquil, as if he were unfazed by the unfolding events. Absolutely. Ma Yanliang gaze transcended EU, as if peering into the distant future. In the future I behold, I shall join the ancient God Church, which will ascend to glory under your leadership, Lord EU. EU felt a flicker of surprise upon hearing his name, for since his departure from the Nightmare Realm, Han Xiaoyun and the others had not mentioned it. However, if the other truly possessed foresight, knowing his name would not be astonishing. In that case, Mr. Ma Yanliang, can you tell me what I will do in the vision of the future you perceive? A heightened interest sparkled in EU's eyes, yet he maintained his vigilance, clearly reluctant to place his trust in the stranger. In the vision I perceive, you, Lord EU, will forcibly forge a soul contract with me, only to be afflicted by the soul backlash from the god of magic, Merlin, for you cannot establish a soul contract with a divine agent. The reason you cannot sense my divine aura is simple. The god of magic, Merlin, has cast a spell upon me to obscure my divine energy, designed to deceive the night watchers of Daxia. Ma Yanliang's cerulean eyes slowly lifted. Although he could not directly hypnotize EU, he could subtly suggest through his gaze. He aimed to instill belief in EU regarding his words. The assertion of being the agent of the god of magic was entirely a ruse to mislead EU. His intention was to avoid signing a soul contract, aspiring instead to become an internal member of the ancient God Church, rather than a mere follower. Moreover, with Merlin currently confined in Lin Chie's psychiatric hospital, he would not be emerging anytime soon, alleviating any concerns regarding the authenticity of his identity. As for the assertion of possessing the ability to foresee the future, the reasoning is rather straightforward. Since one can attain the capacity for infinite regress, emulating the esteemed Fang by claiming to predict the future seems entirely justifiable. If compelled to truly foresee what lies ahead, one might consider sacrifice, as dying and reverting to a previous state is not an impossibility. Regarding the future articulated in the ramblings, it is merely Ma Yanliang expressing this notion based on his profound understanding of the character's personality, coupled with the original text stipulation that he cannot forge a contract with divine agents, which emboldens him to make such a claim. Chapter 27. The Foolishness of Musing Initially. A flicker of doubt lingered in Musing's mind, yet as he gazed into the profound blue depths of Ma Yanliang's eyes, an inexplicable clarity dispelled his final reservations. If it is indeed the legendary god of magic Merlin, Musing murmured softly, his voice drifting like feathers in the wind, undeniably capable of concealing the aura of the agent from the ancient gods. Observing Musing's wavering doubts dissipate, Ma Yanliang recognized the success of his insinuation. In that case, Mr. Ma Yanliang, the cult of the ancient gods welcomes your allegiance. You may choose a code name for yourself, for as members of the cult, we cannot be addressed by our true names by our devotees. Musing advanced with measured steps, his tailcoat swaying subtly. He extended his palm, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Musing's words, Ma Yanliang felt no surprise, as this outcome was entirely anticipated, akin to the original tale where the Medusa agent adopted the code name Serpent Woman. Let it be. Ma Yanliang slowly raised his arm, and as their palms met, a faint arc of electricity flickered between them, reflecting Musing's smile in his azure gaze. The foolishness of Musing. At that moment, Ma Yanliang officially became a member of the cult of the ancient gods. Very well, it is time to return. Otherwise, the Watchers will soon arrive. Musing withdrew his hand, tracing an enigmatic arc in the air. In an instant, the space before them began to warp and reshape, conjuring an ethereal door composed of violet flames. The flickering flames at the door's edges illuminated Musing's face, marked by a morbid smile, as he stepped forward without hesitation, his figure vanishing as if devoured by darkness. Standing silently nearby, Han Xiaoyan bowed his head, his tightly clenched fists turning pale, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anguish and struggle. Ultimately, he followed with heavy steps, each footfall akin to treading upon his own conscience. However, Ma Yanliang did not immediately pursue. He turned towards the corner where Qin Kai and his companions lay in a state of near death, his footsteps echoing clearly. The three were sprawled in a pool of blood, their tattered cloaks soaked, their breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. As they beheld Ma Yanliang's approach, their eyes ignited with a final surge of fury and defiance. "Become my pawns, Ma," Yanliang whispered, his gaze intensifying with a chilling blue light that swelled like two icy moons. That luminescence pierced through their pupils, unimpeded, invading their waning consciousness with ease, effortlessly subjugating them. "Foolishness, my lord." Qin Kai's throat emitted fragmented syllables. Even on the brink of death, the controlled trio instinctively expressed their loyalty to Ma Yanliang. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, stark against his pallid visage. Ma Yanliang nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to gently brush away the blood from Qin Kai's face. This gesture was unsettlingly tender, starkly contrasting with the cold, ruthless light in his eyes. To compel one's adversaries to kneel before oneself and address one as master is a truly exquisite sensation. In this moment, Ma Yanliang felt an unparalleled elation, as if he had finally discovered his true self. It seemed that he was inherently destined to embody the role of the villain. And when he reports to the Night Watchers later, he must be sure to convey the truth, for he eagerly anticipates the expressions that will grace their faces upon learning of these events. With a satisfied nod, Ma Yanliang imparted this instruction. Having spoken, he turned to face the vanishing purple door. As his figure melded completely into the flames, the door vanished as if wiped away by an unseen hand, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke drifting through the air. Now, he found it quite effortless to control several night watchers, particularly since the members of Team 017 hailed from Chuanjing. He had no qualms about placing a few informants among the night watchers, for his ambitions extended far beyond merely seizing control of the ancient god church. He had the night watchers in his sights as well. After Ma Yanliang departed, the blue light in the eyes of Qin Kai and the other two gradually faded, as if nothing had transpired at all. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves grew closer. A carriage came to a sudden halt before the ruins, the dust kicked up by its wheels swirling like a mist. Master Chen had arrived. Master Chen, having been unable to reach the night watchers in Gus's city, sensed that something was amiss and promptly instructed his attendant to drive the carriage to this location. As the attendant leaped down from the carriage and beheld the grim scene before him, he could not suppress a gasp of horror. Master Chen hurried toward the injured, his robe trailing over the rubble. His gaze swept across the scattered bodies, ultimately resting upon 3 lifeless corpses. What has transpired? He murmured to himself. Could it be that Ma Yanliang has eliminated Team 017 entirely? Soon, Master Chen discovered that aside from the captain, Han Xiaoyan, who was missing, 3 members of Team 017 lay dead, while 4 others were gravely injured, one with severed legs, likely to be left crippled for life even if rescued. Beep, beep. The rhythmic sound of the heart monitor roused Qin Kai from the depths of darkness. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, squinting against the blinding white light that discomforted him. The scent of antiseptic filled his nostrils, and the excruciating pain throughout his body reminded him of that nightmarish ordeal. Where am I? His voice was hoarse, barely audible. This is the hospital directly affiliated with the Night Watchers. A deep, authoritative voice emanated from the right side of the bed. Qin Kai laboriously turned his neck, catching sight of a tall figure standing by the window. The person wore a dark red cloak, their chiseled jawline and hawk-like piercing eyes strikingly prominent. Ye. Commandarie. Qin Kai's voice was as dry as sandpaper. He attempted to prop himself up, but the movement tugged at his abdominal wound, causing beads of cold sweat to break out. The figure before him was none other than Yi Fan, the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia Night Watchers. Yi Fan swiftly approached the bedside, the hem of his cloak stirring a gentle breeze. He pressed down on Qin Kai's shoulder, exerting just the right amount of pressure to halt his movements. Upon closer inspection, the eyes of the commander of the Night Watch were bloodshot, clearly indicating a prolonged absence of rest. Qin Kai, tell me what transpired. Yi Fan's voice quivered with suppressed fury. Why has Team 017 suffered such devastating losses? Where's Han Xiaoyan? Qin Kai closed his eyes, his throat convulsing. When he opened them again, a fleeting glimmer of blue flickered deep within. We were initially conducting a routine patrol in Suzhou City. His voice faltered, each word seemingly extracted with great effort. Near the outskirts of the city, we encountered the whispers of the ancient god church. At this juncture, Qin Kai's body trembled involuntarily, his fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly, a solitary tear escaping his eye and tracing a path down his pallid cheek. We were no match for them. The captain, in a desperate bid to spare our lives, was compelled to sign a soul contract and join the ancient god church as a believer. The whispers of the ancient god church. Upon hearing Qin Kai's words, Yi Fan repeated them slowly, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. The Night Watch had recently been dismantling the strongholds of the ancient god church throughout the Daxia, even capturing the 4th, 6th, and 11th seats of the church. This time, the whispers not only murdered 3 members of Team 017, but also coerced Captain Han Xiaoyan into signing a soul contract, aiming to humiliate the Night Watch to the fullest, a premeditated act of revenge. Moreover, Commander Yi, it is not only the whispers. We have also discovered that Ma Yanliang has joined the ancient god church, codenamed Foolishness. Qin Kai's voice grew hoarse, as if recalling something significant, though the fleeting blue light in his eyes betrayed a deeper turmoil. Ma Yanliang has joined the ancient god church? The revelation struck Yi Fan like a thunderclap, and he spun around, astonishment flashing in his gaze. Ma Yanliang was inherently cunning, willing to resort to any means to achieve his aims, possessing the ability to exert mental control over others, an exceedingly dangerous and malignant possessor of forbidden powers. With his allegiance to the ancient god church, he was likely to bring catastrophic calamity to the entire daxia in the future. It seems imperative to deploy the medium. The medium team was specifically tasked with hunting down exceedingly dangerous malignant power possessors, and now, with the Whispers and Ma Yanliang at large, they had certainly garnered Yi Fan's utmost concern. Chapter 28. Moon Acacia, a blinding radiance erupted before Ma Yanliang, and as the brilliance dissipated, he found himself within a magnificent cathedral. The soaring dome pierced the heavens, while stained glass windows refracted sunlight into a kaleidoscope of shadows, casting enigmatic patterns upon the floor. The air was imbued with a faint aroma of incense intertwined with the scent of decaying wood, and on either side, the candelabras flickered with ethereal blue flames. At the far end of the cathedral, 3 thrones woven from dark red thorns stood majestically. Ma Yanliang squinted, scrutinizing the 3 figures seated upon the thrones. To the far right, a figure reclined languidly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before him, Han Xiaoyan knelt on one knee, his once dark red cloak now replaced by a sleek black trench coat. To the left, a young man with a grim countenance sat, attired in a perfectly tailored black suit that failed to conceal the chill emanating from him. His long fingers were interlaced upon his knees, the nails a peculiar shade of ashen blue. Undoubtedly, he was one of the 3 deities of the ancient god church, known as Qianma. In the center throne sat an elderly man with a stooped back. Clad in a simple gray robe, his sparse white hair clung to his scalp, resembling an ordinary neighborly elder. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, his profound eyes seemed capable of piercing one's very soul. The founder of the ancient god church, the foremost of the 3 deities, was none other than Moon Acacia. Lord Moon Acacia, this is my newly recruited acolyte, the agent of the god of magic Merlin. Ma Yanliang, codenamed Foolish Smirk, murmured the figure of Whispers, who had noticed the attention of both Moon Acacia and Qianma fixated upon Ma Yanliang. To ensure that his acolyte would not attract the notice of the night watchers of the daxia, he had deliberately concealed the divine aura surrounding him using his magic. As Whispers introduced him, Ma Yanliang sensed the combined scrutiny of Qianma and Moon Acacia upon him. The atmosphere within the cathedral grew palpably tense, the flickering candle flames ceasing their dance. A glimmer of intrigue surfaced on Moon Acacia's wrinkled visage as he leaned forward slowly, his frail fingers stroking his chin. Indeed, he mused, a fleeting glint of approval flashing in his eyes before reverting to an inscrutable calm. Achieving the sea realm at such a tender age, truly, you are the one chosen by Merlin. Moon Acacia was inclined to trust Whisper's words, for he had nurtured him from the beginning. A loyal ally unlikely to deceive him in such matters. Moreover, the acolyte's talent was undeniable. Having barely turned 18, he had already reached the sea realm. Qianma merely cast a cold glance at Ma Yanliang, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth before he averted his gaze. For him, the acolyte's talent was merely the threshold to his attention. After all, Qianma was now a formidable presence at the Klein realm, capable of extinguishing his opponent with ease. Very well, Foolish Smirk, I shall assign you a task, allowing us to witness your capabilities. Yu Huai slowly rose, his stooped figure casting a distorted shadow in the candlelight, his voice echoing throughout the cathedral. Please speak, Lord Yu Huai. Upon hearing this, Ma Yanliang's interest was piqued, and he slightly bowed. Having just joined the Ancient God Society, it was evident that the other party wished to assess his capabilities by assigning him a task. The task was straightforward, to ambush the captain of the Night Watch's 5th Special Squad, the masked team, who was none other than Wang Mian, the agent of the god of time, Kronos. Yu Huai's voice suddenly sharpened, and his gaze fixed upon Ma Yanliang, his profound eyes seemingly lost in contemplation. The temperature within the cathedral appeared to plummet, and when Wang Mian's name was mentioned, Han Xiaoyan's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. At present, Wang Mian had already established the 5th Special Squad, the masked team, within the Night Watch, and his mental prowess had reached the ocean realm. Although you too are of the ocean realm, I firmly believe you can accomplish this task. Yu Huai descended from his throne, his slender fingers tracing the surface of the thorns, a flicker of fierce intent crossing his eyes. The Nightwatch now boasted several special squads, namely the Blue Rain, the Medium, the Phoenix, and now the Mass Team. We cannot allow the Nightwatch to continue expanding, for otherwise, our plan to summon the malevolent deity to Great Xia will face continuous hindrances. At this revelation, Ma Yanliang's eyes narrowed slightly. It was unexpected that in 2017, the Mass Team had only just been established, and Wang Mian had only reached the ocean realm. This implied that the Blue Rain team had yet to ascend to the high heavenly plane. If Wang Mian's mental prowess was still confined to the ocean realm, it suggested that he could be mentally controlled, bringing Ma Yanliang one step closer to infiltrating the Nightwatch entirely. For Ma Yanliang, eliminating Wang Mian would be a regrettable loss, as he found himself in need of a capable and talented pawn. Chapter 29. Farewell, Dr. Li. Yes, Lord Yuehui. I assure you I will complete the task. Ma Yanliang knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed to his chest, his lowered head concealing the flicker of brilliance in his eyes, his voice echoing through the vastness of the church. For him, the semblance of decorum must be maintained. Very well, you may withdraw and prepare. Saran, take this newly joined fool and the muttering believer to the room for rest. Lord Yuehui, seated upon the central throne on the elevated platform, felt a satisfied smile tug at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Ma Yanliang's response. As his words faded, the side door of the church opened silently. A woman in a flowing azure robe approached, her garments billowing like a specter. Her face was veiled in thin gauze, revealing only a pair of emerald-like eyes that glimmered with an eerie light in the dim atmosphere. Follow me. Ma Yanliang cast one last glance at the three thrones upon the dais before following the woman towards the side door. As he passed by Han Xiaoyan, he perceptibly caught a fleeting, complex emotion in the latter's gaze. Indeed, even within the ancient god cult, one still sees oneself as the watchman, does one? The two followed Saran through the side door, their footsteps resonating in the shadowy corridor. Once they had departed, the muttering believer could no longer contain himself, asking, Lord Yuehui, why send fool alone to eliminate the masked squad? The eradication of the masked squad is merely a facade. That king's mental prowess has already reached the pinnacle of the sea realm. If fool can accomplish it, splendid. If not, it matters not. For my true objective is not merely a trivial mask. Lord Yuehui descended the steps from the throne, each stride akin to treading upon an invisible sheet of ice. Tiny frost flowers crystallizing in the air, a dangerous arc curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, my intention is to deliver a devastating blow to the Great Xia. Sending fool to eliminate the mass squad is merely to divert the watchman's attention. The muttering believer and Qianma exchanged a glance, each perceiving the other's confusion. They too were uncertain of what schemes Lord Yuehui harbored. You two shall accompany me to the mist's exterior. Lord Yuehui approached a hidden door at the rear of the church, his silver-gray hair flowing behind him, revealing a smile laden with significance. Once we reach our destination, you shall understand. At his words, the muttering believer and Qianma promptly followed, their curiosity piqued as to what matter necessitated the presence of all three divine agents of the ancient god cult. As the three figures transformed into streaks of light, disappearing on the horizon, Ma Yanliang trailed behind, Saran through the cemetery behind the church, surveying his surroundings. Countless crows circled above the church spire. In the distance lay a scattering of self-built houses, some humble wooden cottages, others adorned with bizarre totems, collectively forming a dissonant Western-style village. Soon, the trio arrived before a villa. Contrary to its unassuming exterior, the interior boasted extravagant opulence. Crystal chandeliers hung from the lofty ceiling, and priceless oil paintings adorned the walls. Fool, from now on this shall be your residence, situated in the heart of this village. The ancient god cult spares no expense in providing for its newly inducted divine agents. As Sarang guided Ma Yanliang through the premises, he provided informative insights, while Han Xiaoyan silently followed, for he was, in a strict sense, merely a subordinate of the murmurs. Very well, the 13th seat of the faithful. Follow me. The abode of the followers of the ancient god church lies within the inner sanctum, a considerable distance from here. Upon completing his introduction, Sarung led Han Xiaoyan away, while also clarifying that only those with designated seats were entitled to reside in the inner area, while those without such positions were relegated to the outer zones. The ancient god church indeed functioned as a hierarchically structured organization. Once Han Xiaoyan and Sarung departed, Ma Yanliang immediately unleashed his mental prowess, sending invisible ripples radiating from his core. He meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, from the walls behind the murals to the lamp holders, even inspecting the floor beneath the carpets. Only after confirming the absence of any surveillance devices did he exhale a sigh of relief. It was wise to exercise caution. The villa was exquisite, devoid of dust, clearly maintained by daily cleaning. It served as a suitable refuge. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ma Yanliang gradually closed his eyes and succumbed to the realm of dreams. The dreamscape resembled a haphazardly painted oil canvas, vibrant yet devoid of vitality. Ma Yanliang languidly reclined on a throne crafted from pure gold, his fingers tapping idly on the jewel-encrusted armrests. Draped in a resplendent golden robe adorned with the emblem of a five-clawed dragon, it shimmered with a golden hue under the ethereal light. Boredom enveloped him. This sigh echoed through the vast hall. Indeed, for the first time, Ma Yanliang felt the pangs of ennui, even though he wielded boundless power in the dream. Capable of conjuring anything, the beings he created were mere automatons. He anticipated their every utterance with uncanny clarity. Having spent nearly half a month in the fasting sanctuary, the repetitive act of dreaming and creating had begun to wear on him. Lifting his pale finger, he gently swiped through the air, and the opulent palace around him crumbled and dissipated like grains of sand. The intricate carvings and ornate structures melted into nothingness, and the attendants and guards evaporated like mist. In an instant, the world was reduced to a pale void, with only his solitary throne remaining. Initially, the thrill of world creation had ensnared him. With a mere flick of his hand, mountains and rivers would upheave, and dynasties would shift with a snap of his fingers. He had once conjured a Gothic dark castle and a cyberpunk metropolis. Yet, he soon realized that these creations lacked souls, their expressions rigid and predetermined. Human desire, once satiated, breeds tedium, particularly for Ma Yanliang. After nearly half a month in the fasting sanctuary, the daily act of dreaming and creation had grown tiresome. Suddenly, 3 crisp claps resounded, shattering the silence of the dream. Ma Yanliang's head snapped up, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. The applause emanated from the void at the edge of the dream. What should have been an absolute emptiness now rippled like the surface of water. The corners of Ma Yanliang's mouth involuntarily lifted, for the sound that resonated was not of his own making. Someone had intruded upon his dreamscape. A flicker of vigilance danced in his eyes, though it was overshadowed by a more potent emotion, exhilaration. Little did I expect, I had underestimated you, Ma Yanliang. As the low, resonant voice echoed, a figure emerged gradually from the void. Dr. Li remained clad in his characteristic white coat, yet the eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses no longer bore the fade of gentleness he once wore. Instead, they radiated a chilling intensity. With each step he took, a grid-like pattern unfurled beneath his feet, starkly contrasting with the pristine white of Ma Yanliang's dream. Chapter 30. I await the presence of Dr. Li in his dreams surprised Ma Yanliang, albeit only slightly. The reason for this occurrence was rather straightforward. During their sessions, Dr. Li had instilled subtle suggestions within his subconscious. The manifestation of Dr. Li in Ma Yanliang's dream was a result of these very seeds sown. In the realm of the temple, perhaps Ma Yanliang would not have been a match for his opponent, for the latter was the divine spirit of the mind, Hu Jia. Yet, this was his dream, and within this dreamscape, he wielded boundless power. Ma Yanliang reclined slowly, enveloped in the shadows of his throne, with only the dangerous glint of fire flickering in his eyes. Oh, how you have underestimated me. You initially employed dreams to hypnotize Wu Tongxian and Zhang Jie. Dr. Li's voice echoed eerily in the vast dreamscape as he paused, maintaining an optimal distance from Ma Yanliang. To prevent eavesdropping, plans were devised in the dream, and in the absence of Master Chun, he successfully orchestrated an escape with the help of others. Upon arriving in Suzhou, he sought out the murmurs to join the ancient god society. Truly, what a splendid performance! Ma Yanliang suddenly erupted in raucous laughter, his mirth laced with a frenzied tremor. He leaped to his feet, his golden robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. With his movements, the surrounding void began to twist and contort, as countless sharp black stone pillars erupted from the ground, encircling Dr. Li. So, Dr. Li, Ma Yanliang tilted his head, revealing a twisted smile. Are you here to congratulate me? Dr. Li adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting an uncanny light. Unfazed by the abrupt transformation of their surroundings, he replied, No, I have merely come to see you for the last time. After all, the night watchman will not let you slip away easily. Especially now that you have officially become a member of the Ancient God Society. The medium squad will soon come to claim your life. Ma Yanliang suddenly leapt down from his throne, barefoot upon the ethereal ground. With each step, black flames ignited at his feet. When he reached Dr. Li, their faces nearly touched, and Ma Yanliang could discern his own reflection in the depths of the other's eyes. Is that so? I await the medium to take my life. Ma Yanliang forced the words through clenched teeth, his breath crystallizing into a black mist within the dream. If this is the vacuous chatter you wish to impart, then you may leave. He abruptly raised his hand, his fingertips almost brushing against Dr. Li's nose. The entire dream began to tremble violently as countless fragments rained down from the heavens. Dr. Li, Ma Yanliang's voice softened, yet became more perilous. In the future, I shall return to the temple personally to claim your life, ensuring you perish in agony. As the final word fell, Ma Yanliang's fingers clenched tightly. Dr. Li's image shattered like a broken mirror, instantly transforming into a myriad of crystalline shards. Yet, before vanishing entirely, Ma Yanliang perceived the movement of Dr. Li's lips, silently uttering 3 words, I await. The dreamscape returned to silence. The opponent's mental fortitude far surpasses that of Ma Yanliang. Even if he were to hypnotically control the opponent's consciousness within the realm of dreams, upon returning to reality, the opponent could effortlessly break free from his hypnotic grasp. Consequently, Ma Yanliang found little motivation to exert his influence in the dreamscape, for the opponent offered no assistance, whether through intelligence or otherwise. He harbored no interest in hearing the opponent's insights about Lin Qia's strategies against the 3 pillars of the K-series. Nonetheless, Ma Yanliang absorbed the words spoken by the opponent. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently drawn the ire of the medium, a fact that was rather shocking considering that in the original narrative, the pursuit by the medium only commenced when the whispers began to align with the unfolding storyline. Standing motionless, Ma Yanliang remained deep in thought. Suddenly, a deep, unsettling laughter erupted from his throat, resonating throughout the expansive dreamscape, amplifying and distorting until it culminated in a maniacal cackle. As the laughter grew increasingly piercing, the entire dream world began to tremble violently. Cracks resembling a spider's web marred the sky, and the obsidian lake churned and bubbled ominously. Fragments of memories floated about, bursting one after another. Come now. A bit of challenge adds to the thrill, Ma Yanliang exclaimed, his arms outstretched, his azure eyes glinting with a frenzied light. Amidst the cacophony of the dreamscape's collapse, his voice rang clear. Finding the dream excessively mundane, the impending pursuit by the medium squad piqued his interest. After all, he possessed the ability to rewind time indefinitely, rendering him unafraid. Since the night watch has dispatched the medium to pursue me, I shall return the favor with a splendid gift. He decided to commence with the masked squad. With a snap of his fingers, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the entire dreamscape erupted into chaos. In the realm of reality, Ma Yanliang abruptly opened his eyes. In the dimly lit room, his pupils glimmered with an eerie blue luminescence. Gradually, he sat upright, feeling the surge of mental power within him, realizing he had ascended to the pinnacle of the sea realm. Truly, the fool was remarkable. Merely by sleeping, he could amplify his mental prowess. Estimating his growth rate, Ma Yanliang concluded that, if this pace continued, he would likely surpass Klein within a year. Reflecting upon the original narrative, where Lin Xie took several years to transition from the sea realm to Klein, a sardonic smile crept upon Ma Yanliang's lips. Even the favored child of destiny seemed rather ordinary in comparison to him, a mere cheater. Subsequently, Ma Yanliang sought out Salong, as she was one of the few acquaintances he had. Given her extensive tenure within the ancient god church, she would certainly be of assistance. "Fool," he remarked. "You mentioned you require intelligence on the mask squad and their recent activities? Very well. I shall summon the intelligence department to handle this matter." Salong paused momentarily at Ma Yanliang's words, yet chose not to elaborate further. She simply nodded and turned to depart. It was quite common for many divine agents who joined the ancient god church to be assigned tasks requiring collaboration with others. "I will have it for you by this afternoon," she assured him. Upon hearing this, Ma Yanliang displayed a benevolent smile and expressed his gratitude. Salong cast a fleeting glance at Ma Yanliang, his expression betraying no emotion, and his figure vanished completely from the corridor. For reasons unknown, Salong found that smile of his rather insincere. Chapter 31. The Conspiracy of Moon Huai. Beyond the mist, the world appeared shrouded in a veil of grayish-white gauze. Dense fog rolled and surged over the sea, resembling countless phantoms dancing silently. The distant horizon melded with the sea, rendering it indistinguishable where the ocean ended and the sky began. Three figures emerged from the direction of Xia, piercing through the fog, their garments fluttering in the wind. As the founder of the ancient god church, Moon Huai naturally possessed the forbidden ability to traverse through the mist. Qian Mo tilted his head, surveying the surroundings, his pupils reflecting the eerie seascape enveloped in fog. "My Lord Moon Huai, where are we?" Qian Mo paused, lightly tapping the surface of the water, sending ripples cascading outward. He glanced around, the mist revealing distorted outlines of reefs and several mysterious entities watching them from a distance. However, these entities, clearly sensing the aura of the three, dare not approach. Although the murmurs remained unvoiced, the tightly coiled form beneath the noble robes and the flickering gaze betrayed a shared perplexity. The sea breeze swept past, bringing with it a briny scent mingled with a hint of decay. Moon Huai's silver-gray hair danced in the wind as he raised his hand and spoke solemnly. "According to the guidance of the malevolent deity, Moon Du Ming, we have arrived at the realm of Takamagara in Japanese mythology." As he spoke, he retrieved a device radiating a ghostly blue glow from his bosom. It was an exquisite compass, entirely moon-white, with a crescent-shaped crystal embedded at its center. The surface of the compass was etched with ancient runes that, upon Moon Huai's touch, appeared to animate, exuding an unsettling divine aura. "Behold," Moon Huai declared, pointing to the center of the compass, where a brilliant blue beam shot forth, piercing the surface of the sea. The token left by the malevolent deity indicated that the entrance to Takamagara lay above this very expanse of water. What we must do now is utilize the relic left by Moon Du Ming to temporarily open a passage to Takamagara, thereby unleashing the Yamada no Orochi to assault Xia. As one of the three deities presiding over Takamagara, the relic left behind can indeed momentarily open the gateway. The Yamada no Orochi? The mythical beast of Takamagara? Upon hearing Moon Huai's words, the murmurs instantly comprehended the entirety of the scheme. Moon Huai's objective had never been a mere special squad. It had always been the entirety of Xia. A cold smile crept upon Moon Huai's lips, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Precisely. If we release that mythical beast and allow it to wreak havoc upon Xia, even if it is ultimately slain by humanity's pinnacle, the destruction wrought will be sufficient to severely weaken Xia. At that time, it shall be the dawn of the rise of the ancient god church. Suddenly, the surface of the sea stirred with an eerie turbulence, as if some colossal entity moved within the dense fog. Moon Huai held the compass aloft before his chest, the crescent crystal beginning to rotate slowly. "Now, I require both of your cooperation. Together, let us channel our mental energy into this lunar disk. Once it is fully charged, we shall briefly open the gate to Takamagara." The three formed a triangular formation upon the surface of the sea. Moon Huai initiated the process, his formidable mental energy surging toward the compass like a tangible force. His overwhelming human presence was fully unleashed, causing the surrounding seawater to be compressed by an invisible force, forming a concave depression with a diameter of 100 meters. Murmurs and Qianma exchanged a glance, and simultaneously unleashed their formidable Klein domain energies. Under this immense pressure, the surrounding mysteries fled in haste. Fearful of being caught in the turmoil, three powers converged upon the lunar disk, the runes etched upon the compass's surface igniting with brilliance. The new moon crystal spun faster and faster, casting a blue light that gradually coalesced into a beam, piercing the heavens. The sea surface began to churn violently, thick mist swirling in the energy, creating a colossal vortex. At the center of the vortex, a faint silhouette of an ancient portal slowly began to take shape. Headquarters of the ancient god church. Wang Mian, pinnacle of the ocean realm, captain of the masked squad, agent of Kronos, the god of time. Tianping, ocean realm, vice captain of mask, capable of controlling gravity. Xuanwu, ocean realm, a member of mask, able to create whirlpools. Xiangwei, ocean realm, a member capable of enlarging objects. Vei, ocean realm, able to transform into moonlight. Xinghin, ocean realm, a member of the Tansang, ocean realm. The pages whispered softly in the still air. It must be said that the efficiency of the intelligence department of the ancient god church was indeed remarkable. In a mere 2 hours, the information of all members of the mass squad had been neatly organized before him, detailing everything from height and weight to unique abilities, accompanied by a few surreptitious photographs. A cold smile curled at the corners of Ma Yanliang's mouth as his knuckles gently tapped on the table. A complete plan was already taking shape in his mind. "I have a mission to attend to," Ma Yanliang remarked before rising to leave. "Wait a moment," Salong interjected. "To leave this place, please use the teleportation portal, as the location of the ancient god church's headquarters has always been a closely guarded secret, intended to prevent members from revealing the address under duress from the Nightwatch. In that case, lead the way." Ma Yanliang raised an eyebrow, deftly fastening the silver buttons of his collar. It must be said that the ancient god church exercised considerable caution in this regard. It was no wonder that the Nightwatch had failed to uproot them over the years, demonstrating their thorough consideration. The two traversed a deep, elongated corridor, its walls adorned with luminous blue moss that shimmered like a starry river in the darkness. Salong's cloak rustled softly against the ground as they approached a stone wall etched with bizarre symbols. Salong raised his hands, fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. As he moved, emerald green light points began to materialize in the atmosphere, gradually coalescing into a swirling vortex. At the center of the vortex, space began to twist and tear, ultimately forming an oval portal aglow with a ghostly luminescence. Restricted Item Sequence 078, the teleportation portal. Once the mission is complete, send me the address via text message, and I will open the portal for your return. Salon retrieved an antiquated flip phone from his cloak and tossed it to Ma Yanliang, the device tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air. Ma Yanliang caught the phone and, utilizing his mental prowess, discerned that it was evidently a specially modified communication device, containing merely 5 contacts. Among them were Salon, the head of the intelligence department, and Yu Huai. The device lacked the capability for voice calls, permitting only text messages. Without uttering another word, Ma Yanliang tucked the phone into his pocket and resolutely stepped into the portal. As his form was enveloped by the violet mist, he heard Salon's final words. "Good luck." "Silly sir." Chapter 32. Xiangyang City. As Ma Yanliang opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight instinctively prompted him to raise his hand for shelter. He found himself standing on a muddy country lane, surrounded by a few dilapidated earthen houses, the thatched roofs rustling gently in the breeze. "This is..." Ma Yanliang surveyed his surroundings, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. In the distance, he heard a few barks from dogs, yet no human presence was in sight. The entire village was eerily silent, with only wisps of smoke rising from crumbling chimneys, a testament to the fact that some still resided here. Soon, he spotted an elderly man hunched over, seated on the threshold, basking in the sun, his murky eyes devoid of any sparkle. The old man exhibited no reaction to his arrival, merely chewing mechanically on his parched lips. It seemed the portal had tossed me into a desolate place. Ma Yanliang let out a cold snicker, noticing the stone tablet at the village entrance, which bore the faint inscription Willow Tree Ditch, but quickly lost interest. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ma Yanliang finally arrived in a nearby small city. Upon making a few inquiries, he discovered it was called Xiangyang City, a fourth-tier city, starkly contrasting with the likes of Suzhou, a second-tier city. His primary objective was to gain control over the local night watchman to execute his subsequent plans. However, he was uncertain where the night watchman's stronghold in Xiangyang City lay. At this moment, the significance of the ancient God Church's intelligence department became apparent. Ma Yanliang utilized his mobile phone to send a message to the head of the intelligence department, and within 10 minutes, information regarding the night watchman's stronghold in Xiangyang City reached him. After all, for the ancient God Church to maintain a long-term and stable infiltration, it was imperative to ascertain the locations of the night watchmen in various cities, thus allowing the Church to prioritize setting up their own strongholds at a considerable distance from them. Moreover, the intelligence department had ascertained that the locations of the night watchman strongholds would be marked for priority. When the ancient God Church sought to retaliate against the night watchman, they would randomly select a stronghold to eliminate, just as the night watchman in Suzhou City had been fortunate enough to be chosen by the Murmurs last time. As a fourth-tier city, Xiangyang City, according to intelligence, housed a night watchman squad consisting of only 3 members, led by a captain named Wang Zicheng, whose mental prowess was merely at the peak of the Pool Realm. The other 2 members were at the Pool Realm and merely at the Lamp Realm, respectively. Ma Yanliang soon arrived at a flower shop, prominently adorned with the words Xiangyang Flower Shop. This was indeed the stronghold of the night watchman in Xiangyang City. He stood across the street from the shop, observing this facade masquerading as an ordinary flower shop. The display windows were filled with an array of colorful flowers, and pots of greenery were neatly arranged at the entrance. Ding dong! Upon pushing the door open, a crisp bell chimed. The shop was permeated with a rich floral fragrance, mingled with the fresh scent of earth. "Welcome to Xiangyang Flower Shop." A young girl with a ponytail briskly emerged from the back room, her white apron dusted with a few petals. "What flowers do you need?" According to intelligence reports, this individual is named Tian Xiaoyu, an intern member of Team 196, who has recently joined the squad and has yet to participate in the night watch training. Ma Yanliang's gaze swept over the girl, revealing a gentle smile as sunlight filtered through the glass window, casting dappled shadows upon his face. "I am looking for your manager. There is something of great importance to discuss." The manager just stepped out to deliver goods and should be back shortly, Tian Xiaoyu replied, her fingers absently fiddling with the edge of her apron. She discreetly scrutinized the guest, noting the incongruity of his formal attire in this small town. Could he be a significant client? Tian Xiaoyu pondered silently. Ma Yanliang composedly seated himself on a rattan waiting chair, retrieving a floral guide from the shelf to peruse. "Very well. I shall wait here for him, as I have pressing matters to discuss." 20 minutes later, the door of the flower shop swung open once more. A middle-aged man clad in work trousers entered, accompanied by a young man, both of them covered in dirt. "Xiaoyu, this gentleman is Wang Zicheng," immediately spotted the man, sitting with an air of assurance, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Tian Xiaoyu, curiosity evident in his voice. "The manager. This customer claims he has urgent matters to discuss with you. You may need to inquire further," Tian Xiaoyu explained candidly, all the while covertly observing Ma Yanliang. "Looking for me?" Upon hearing Tian Xiaoyu's words, Wang Zicheng's attention shifted to Ma Yanliang. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity about him, as if he had encountered him before. Wait a moment. Wang Zicheng suddenly recalled that a few days prior, a notice was circulated among the leaders of the night watch detailing an escaped convict from the fasting facility. The fugitive was named Ma Yanliang, and his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the man before him. So, this individual is indeed Ma Yanliang. At that moment, A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Zicheng's spine, soaking his shirt. He stifled the fear rising within him, striving to maintain a facade of normalcy. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you to me?" "Actually, it is nothing of great significance." Ma Yanliang noticed the sudden tension in Wang Zicheng's muscles and the slight tremor in his fingers. He slowly closed the guide, rising to his feet with a soft chuckle. "Captain Wang, your expression management is rather lacking." As he spoke, Ma Yanliang leisurely removed his gold-rimmed glasses, which had been specially fitted for him by the ancient god church, intended to conceal his striking blue eyes. Moreover, the act of removing the glasses, according to psychological theory, would subconsciously draw others' attention to his eyes. This way, Ma Yanliang could effortlessly hypnotize and control those around him. Sure enough, as he took off his glasses, Wang Zicheng and the two others found themselves involuntarily gazing into his eyes, which were as deep and blue as the ocean, their pupils swirling like a gentle vortex. The three stood frozen, their pupils gradually manifesting the same azure glow. "Foolishness, my lord," as the three individuals in Prince City knelt in unison upon the ground. Ma Yanliang gently caressed the glasses in his hand. The lenses reflected the three faces of fervent devotion, akin to that of worshippers, while sunlight streamed through the glass window, immortalizing the scene in an eerie tableau. In Prince City, a plea for assistance was made to the higher echelons of the Nightwatch, citing an encounter with a mysterious entity from the sea realm, necessitating the intervention of the masked squad. Ma Yanliang swiftly issued his commands. Since the objective was to hypnotically control the masked squad, the initial step was to draw them out, subsequently allowing his loyal subordinates to lead them into the trap he had meticulously prepared. Once the masked squad was under his hypnotic control, his plan would have achieved its first milestone. When the spirit medium squad eventually arrived, he would dispatch the masked members to confront them. He could only wonder what expression would grace the face of the spirit medium captain. Bully. Chapter 33. The masked squad in the outskirts of Huaihai City. A solitary Gothic villa stands resolutely on the hillside, its spire piercing the encroaching twilight. The iron railing is entwined with withered rose vines, whispering softly in the evening breeze. This place once served as a significant stronghold for the ancient god church in Huaihai City until 3 weeks ago, when it was uprooted by the Nightwatchers. The walls, marked by unpatched bullet holes and charred scorch marks, silently narrate the brutality of that raid. Now, it has become the temporary base for the masked squad, established to thwart any resurgence of the ancient god church and to ensure rapid deployment in response to mysterious events arising in Huaihai City, a central region of the Great Xia. Within the underground training facility, Wang Mian stands at the center, his weapon, the Yuan, gleaming with a cold light under the illumination. His movements are ghostly, the blade slicing through the air with a sound like a winter's chill. Each swing is accompanied by a sharp whoosh. The arcs traced by the blade leave lingering shadows in the air, as though countless knives are dancing simultaneously. Sweat trickles down his chin, splashing onto the specially designed floor. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the sea realm, he persists with his rigorous 6-hour training regimen daily. For Kronos has tasked him with retrieving an item from Takamagara. Without attaining the zenith of human spiritual power, he may not even secure the opportunity to journey to Takamagara. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone interrupts the solitude. This is a direct line reserved for the special squad leader, typically used only by Yi Fan and Zhuqing, to contact Wang Mian and dispatch missions to combat the mysterious. Presently, the masked squad and Blue Rain are primarily responsible for addressing the mystical occurrences within the realm of Great Xia. However, Yi Fan's aspirations stretch beyond merely managing domestic mysteries. He desires the Blue Rain squad to venture into the mists beyond, acquiring intelligence from foreign lands. Thus, the masked squad predominantly handles domestic mysticism, with only those mysteries of a higher realm being assigned to Blue Rain. "Hello, Director Zhua understood. We shall proceed to Xiangyang City immediately," Wang Mian replies, his expression growing increasingly grave. Tian Ping, reclining against the leather sofa and idly toying with an ancient bronze coin, notices Wang Mian's change in demeanor. The coin dances between his long fingers, tracing golden arcs in the light before it clatters onto the glass coffee table, spinning for several revolutions before finally settling. "Captain, are we on a mission?" Tian Ping keenly observes Wang Mian's shift in mood, straightening his posture instantly. "We've just received instructions from Director Zhua. The night watchers stationed in Xianyang City have requested immediate assistance. They report a Sea Realm mystery emerging in the outskirts. Director Zhua has ordered us to head to Xianyang City to confront this entity," Wang Mian states. Fastening the yuan at his waist and donning a charcoal gray cloak and mask, his countenance serious. Typically, only those mysterious events that local night watchers cannot resolve warrant the intervention of a special squad. As a fourth-tier city, Xianyang finds its local night watchman team, led by a captain whose mental fortitude scarcely surpasses the boundaries of the Chuan region. When confronted with a mysterious entity from the maritime realm, the only recourse is to seek assistance from headquarters. Naturally, it is only fitting that the task of subduing this enigmatic maritime presence be entrusted to Mask. Within 10 minutes, a dark green military helicopter thunderously descended upon the helipad in front of the villa. The whirlwind generated by the rotor blades sent surrounding shrubs swaying erratically, while blades of grass and dust danced in the air. Wang Mian was the first to board the helicopter, his gray cloak billowing dramatically in the gusts. With one hand securing his tousled hair against the wind and the other grasping the cabin door frame, he agilely leaped inside. The entirety of the Mask team was present within the cabin. As the door sealed shut, the helicopter gradually ascended, carving a silvery arc through the sky as it sped southwest towards Xianyang. A brief silence enveloped the cabin, punctuated only by the roar of the engine reverberating in their ears. "By the way, Captain, do we have any intelligence on that mysterious entity?" Vortex inquired, as if suddenly recollecting something. The information regarding this maritime enigma was scant. Director Zhua had spoken in vague terms. "Upon arrival in Xianyang, we shall inquire at the local night watchman team's base for further intelligence." Wang Mian shook his head, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Ordinarily, when a local night watchman team encounters an unmanageable mysterious event, they are expected to report all known information to headquarters, allowing for the formulation of an appropriate strategy by special teams. However, exceptions do occur. For instance, if the local night watchman team is swiftly and brutally eliminated before they can ascertain any mysterious intelligence. To avert unnecessary sacrifices, even in cases where information is limited, headquarters will judiciously dispatch special teams to the area. No one dares to treat such matters lightly. If there are indeed false reports, the perpetrators face military tribunal, as fabricating military intelligence is no trivial offense. Upon hearing this, Vortex narrowed his eyes beneath the mask, but ultimately refrained from further comment, instead continuing to peruse the data, which prominently featured details about the members of the Xianyang Night Watchman team. Information regarding the maritime enigma could only be obtained from the local night watchman team. The helicopter touched down in a vacant lot on the outskirts of Xianyang. The sun had fully dipped below the horizon, the last remnants of twilight swallowed by encroaching darkness. The distant city lights twinkled like a myriad of stars, harmonizing with the celestial bodies overhead. 7 gray figures descended from the helicopter in succession. Wang Mian led the way, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. The night breeze rustled through the wilderness, causing the grass to whisper softly. "It seems fortune is not on our side," Tian Ping remarked, casually tossing a coin in his hand, his tone light yet cautious, sensing that the mysterious presence was not here. The decision to halt in the outskirts was merely a gamble, hoping to encounter the enigma directly. If fortune favored them, they could eliminate the threat and withdraw. If not, they would simply seek out the local night watchman team. Regrettably, their luck had run dry, for there were no signs of any mysterious presence in the vicinity. The 7 gray figures, having found no trace of the mysterious entity, resolved to proceed towards the city. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Xianyang flower shop, Ma Yanliang stood before the window, gently caressing the leaves of a night-blooming jasmine. The moonlight streamed through the glass, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow across his handsome visage. A faint, enigmatic smile graced the corners of Ma Yanliang's lips, while a dangerous glimmer flickered in his deep blue eyes. "My lord, Wang Mian has just called me. Their team has already entered the city and requires me to liaise regarding that mysterious intelligence." Wang Zicheng stood motionless behind him, the blue light in his pupils glimmering softly in the darkness. "Faster than I anticipated," Ma Yanliang murmured. "I had thought they would arrive tomorrow." As he turned, the hem of his suit brushed against the edge of the table, toppling a glass vase filled with white chrysanthemums. The vase shattered upon hitting the ground, producing a sharp, crystalline sound. Ma Yanliang did not spare a glance, striding directly over the glistening shards. The glass crumbled beneath his polished shoes, emitting a subtle crunch. "My lord." Wang Zicheng's voice remained unwavering. "What shall be our next course of action?" Ma Yanliang approached Wang Zicheng, adjusting his collar with a deliberate hand. Wang Zicheng, he leaned closer, whispering his plan. "Here is what you should do next." A flicker of blue light illuminated Wang Zicheng's eyes momentarily before they returned to their usual calm. "Understood, my lord." Chapter 34. The Fish. Has taken a bait soon. The masked team stood across the street, the glow of the streetlights casting a warm light upon them. Wang Mian glanced down at his phone screen, the faint blue light illuminating his sharply defined features. Before him lay the headquarters of the Nightwatch team in Shenyang. He pocketed his phone and lifted his gaze towards the ivy-clad two-story building across the way. "I have already made a call to inform their team." Xuanhua, with his hands nestled in the pockets of his black trench coat, tilted his head to scrutinize the flower-enshrined edifice. In the window of the Xiangyang flower shop, a riot of colors bloomed under the warm light, while the wind chimes at the entrance chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze. To his surprise, the Nightwatch headquarters turned out to be a flower shop. Xuanhua raised an eyebrow, the delicate fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, and could not help but express his admiration. "This is certainly much more pleasant than that foul-smelling fishing tackle shop we visited last time." At that moment, the glass door of the flower shop swung open, and Wang Zicheng approached briskly, his smile genuine and fervent, fine lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. "It is an honor to finally meet the illustrious masked team. Captain Wang, I would like to inquire about the intelligence concerning the mysterious entity from the sea realm. This way, we at the masked team can formulate a plan tailored to its enigmatic characteristics." Wang Mian nodded slightly, getting straight to the point. "Please come in." Wang Zicheng gestured invitingly, turning to push open the glass door. The wind chimes jingled melodically as they entered. Wang Mian exchanged glances with his teammates. Xuanhua shrugged and stepped forward, followed hesitantly by Wang Mian and the others. The interior of the flower shop was far more spacious than anticipated. Various flowers were neatly arranged on wooden shelves, and the air was suffused with a delightful bouquet. The second-floor hall was unexpectedly cozy, with beige sofas arranged in a circle and a delicate tea set displayed on the coffee table. Most striking were the aromatic candles placed around the room, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls, while the air was perfumed with an elegant scent of jasmine. "How fragrant!" Xuanhua inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling. "I never imagined, Captain Wang, that you would use such aromatherapy. Where did you purchase it?" Wang Zicheng, who was pouring tea for them, paused slightly at the remark. In the candlelight, his profile flickered between light and shadow, a hint of something unrecognizable flashing in his eyes. "Ah, is that so?" Wang Zicheng quickly regained his smile, handing out teacups to everyone. "This was a gift from a friend. I find it quite delightful as well." Wang Mian accepted his cup, not rushing to drink, but instead delving straight into the matter at hand. Regarding that mysterious entity, yes. Wang Zicheng settled onto a single sofa, his hands clasped over his knees. The candlelight seemed to quiver slightly as he began his narration. "We encountered that mysterious entity while patrolling the outskirts the day before yesterday. But it was rather late at the time, so we could only catch a vague outline of its form. It seemed we had startled it. It erupted with an overwhelming aura of maritime power and fled towards the outskirts, vanishing into the depths of Mount Dawang at the border of Shenyang City. Given that this enigmatic entity lingered near the borders of Shenyang, it posed a significant threat, prompting me to request assistance from headquarters." Upon hearing Prince Cheng's response, Wang Mian's brow relaxed slightly. At least for the moment, this mysterious being had not inflicted considerable casualties and was concealed within Mount Dewang. The next steps appeared straightforward. We would directly confront this entity at the mountain. Ah, Captain Wang, I must say this tea you offer is quite delightful, remarked Xuanhua as he accepted the teacup previously handed to him by Prince Cheng, taking a sip and unable to suppress his admiration. The others, intrigued by his words, followed suit, lifting their cups to drink. After finishing, they too expressed their appreciation. Excelente. Well then, Captain Wang, where is Mount Dewang? We shall head there immediately. Wang Mian disregarded Xuanhua's comment and turned to Prince Cheng, pondering briefly before inquiring further. To him, the intelligence regarding this mysterious being was paramount. To the southwest, Prince Cheng indicated towards the window. From the second floor, the silhouette of a grand mountain was distinctly visible, though the terrain there was quite intricate. I recommend you find a guide. A guide? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind, Captain Wang? Upon hearing this, Wang Mian seized the opportunity to ask. Prince Cheng nodded and retrieved his phone. I know a local resident who lives in the vicinity of Mount Dewang. I will call him over to guide you. He previously led us when we dealt with another pool-level mysterious entity. Much obliged. Wang Mian nodded slightly, as they prepared to venture forth to confront this threat. After all, a maritime-level entity posed a catastrophic risk to a fourth-tier city. The sooner they resolved the matter, the sooner they could regroup. Observing the situation, Prince Cheng promptly made a phone call, succinctly conveying the necessary details. In less than 20 minutes, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Brother Wang, you called for me? A clear voice resonated from the staircase. The members of the mass team turned to see a young man in his early 20s standing there, clad in a simple plaid shirt and work pants, his face adorned with a sunny smile. Come here, Xiao Ma, Prince Cheng beckoned warmly. These gentlemen need to go to Mount Dewang. Please guide them. The young man, referred to as Xiao Ma, readily nodded. No problem. His gaze swept over the mass team, pausing momentarily on Wang Mian before breaking into an even brighter smile. Wang Mian observed the young man with a subtle scrutiny. For some reason, his presence instilled a sense of reassurance. Without further ado, we shall set off now. Wang Mian rose, harboring a tinge of curiosity but choosing not to dwell on it. The hem of his gray cloak tracing an arc through the air. Very well, follow me. Xiao Ma promptly descended to the first floor. However, as he turned, a sly smile crept onto his lips, hinting at a scheme successfully executed. The fish has taken a bait. Chapter 35. Something amiss. Little Horse led the mass squad through the last residential area on the outskirts of Xianyang City. In the distance, the silhouette of Mount Wang loomed in the twilight, resembling a dormant behemoth, its ridge adorned with a bizarre golden hue from the remnants of the setting sun. This signified their entry into the territory of Mount Wang. Vortex walked at the center of the group, hands clasped behind his head, whistling a tune, while Tianping maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, his fingers occasionally brushing against the celestial knife at his waist. We have entered Mount Wang, Little Horse suddenly declared, the afterglow of the sun casting varying shadows across his face. His deep-set eyes reflected an unusual amber glow, urging them to quicken their pace as the mountain path would become treacherous after nightfall. Wang Mian nodded slightly, his gray cloak fluttering gently in the evening breeze. For reasons unknown, since their entry into Mount Wang, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease that he could not articulate. Do you smell that floral fragrance? Vortex suddenly sensed something, sniffing the air. It's reminiscent of the aromas in a flower shop. Tianping frowned upon hearing this, taking a closer whiff. Indeed, it resembles the scent of a flower shop, perhaps an essential oil. But what could it be doing in the mountains? There are plenty of wildflowers in the mountains. Encountering a pleasant scent is quite normal, Little Horse replied without turning back, quickening his pace. In another half hour, we shall arrive at the spot where the creature last appeared. Wang Mian scrutinized Little Horse's figure, feeling that the guide was somewhat peculiar, yet he suppressed his doubts, reminding himself that this was a recommendation from Prince City. After all, they had sought out a guide from Prince City, and questioning him would be tantamount to questioning the prince himself. The group ventured deeper along the winding mountain path, surrounded by towering ancient trees. their gnarled roots coiling like giant serpents on either side of the trail. At some point, a milky white mist began to rise within the forest, the fragrance of jasmine mingling with the damp scent of earth, swirling through the haze. Moonlight filtered through the overlapping canopies, casting fragmented patches of light upon the ground. Strange. Tianping abruptly halted, sensing that something was amiss. We've been walking for nearly 2 hours, yet we haven't encountered a single animal? Wang Mian, startled by this remark, lifted his gaze. He finally discerned the peculiarity. As a mountain, this place was devoid of the sounds of insects, birds, or even the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings and found that the mist had thickened to the point where he could only see his companions within a 3-meter radius, with everything beyond reduced to vague shapes. Little horse? Wang Mian suddenly called out. What is it? In the hazy distance, Little Horse's figure flickered, his voice emerging from the mist, echoing eerily as though emanating from all directions. Just as Wang Mian was about to respond, a shadow tore through the thick mist, racing past the group with such speed that it left an afterimage on their retinas. Wang Mian keenly sensed the aura emanating from the figure. The sea realm. Is it that mysterious creature? Recalling the enigmatic intelligence relayed by Prince Cheng, which was limited to mere shadows, Wang Mian, upon sensing that presence, was nearly certain that it was indeed the mysterious entity. Without hesitation, he pursued. Although numerous doubts lingered in his mind, the urgency of the moment eclipsed them, for that shadow was racing swiftly into the depths of the mountains. Wang Mian surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, his gray cloak billowing dramatically in his wake, while the glint of his drawn sword cleaved the mist ahead. The other members of the masquerade squad promptly followed, their footsteps echoing distinctly through the stillness of the forest. Unbeknownst to them, a figure appeared at the very spot they had just vacated, a peculiar smile curling upon his lips. This figure was none other than Ma Yanliang, who, to avoid recognition by the masquerade squad, had disguised himself with a human skin mask. Regrettably, what the masquerade squad was oblivious to was that there was no mysterious entity from a sea realm at all. From the moment they entered the Xiangyang flower shop, they had already fallen into Ma Yanliang's trap. Deep within the dense forest, the shadow deftly navigated between towering ancient trees. Wang Mian pushed his speed to its utmost, the rushing wind mingling with the rapid thumping of his heart. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, his sword tracing a flawless arc, the blade's energy dispersing the mist within a 10-meter radius. The shadow was compelled to halt. In the moonlight, Wang Mian discerned that the figure was an obsidian black leopard, its golden eyes glimmering like jewels in the dark. Was this the mystery spoken of by Prince Cheng? At that moment, Tianping arrived in a flurry, his star blade unsheathed. It must be. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian swung his sword anew. The strike was as swift as lightning. The Black Panther barely had time to emit a cry before its head soared high. The blood that gushed forth shimmered in eerie purple-black under the moonlight, splattering onto the surrounding foliage. "Ah, splendid!" exclaimed Vortex, who had just arrived, unable to suppress a whistle. "Truly our captain is remarkable. We could wrap things up early." Tianping interrupted him, prodding the panther's corpse with the tip of his blade. His brow furrowed as he spoke. "Is this sea realm mystery so frail? One stroke and it's severed? Is that not a testament to our captain's growing prowess?" Vortex replied nonchalantly. "I too sense something amiss. Even the most ordinary sea realm mysteries cannot be so effortlessly vanquished." Moon Ghost remarked, sharing the sentiment of unease. The last time the Masquerade Squad had hunted a sea realm mystery, they had to collaborate exhaustively for a considerable duration to bring it down. This mystery seemed as lifeless as a mere piece of wood, dispatched without resistance, its defenses as fragile as parchment. The previous sea realm mystery had skin as tough as diamond, with the star blade merely sparking upon contact. Moon Ghost approached and crouched to inspect the creature's corpse. Suddenly growing solemn, he stated, "This creature's muscles are as rigid as a specimen long deceased. Something is decidedly wrong. It is evidently a fabrication." As the owner of the perceptive Forbidden Abyss, Xinghin sensed an unsettling anomaly. Something in this area seemed to impede my awareness. "Ah, Captain, The vortex leaned closer to Wang Mian, lowering his voice. Shouldn't the Xianyang squad consist of 3 members? Just now in the flower shop, I only saw Prince City. What are the other 2? And that horse guide? Wang Mian felt an alarm ringing in his heart. Indeed, where had that guide vanished to? It appeared they had become separated. He abruptly turned, only to discover that the horse was standing 5 paces behind the group, wearing a peculiar smile. What is it? Captain Wang? Were you looking for me? The voice remained clear, yet a blue light flickered within those eyes. At that moment, Ma Yanliang revealed his true visage. For his scheme had succeeded, rendering concealment unnecessary. You are Ma Yanliang of the ancient God Church. Upon seeing him, Wang Mian immediately recalled the wanted posters distributed to all the sentinels stationed at various outposts, and coupled with the bizarre occurrences here, he swiftly deduced the truth. Everything here is a trap you have set? Prince City and the others have fallen under your control? Clever. Ma Yanliang smiled slightly. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Without hesitation, Wang Mian swung his weapon, the Guyuan, the blade slicing through Ma Yanliang's neck as if it were mere air, offering no resistance. Without uttering a word, he launched a lethal strike. He harbored no thoughts of mercy for a high-ranking fugitive among the sentinels. You're always so hasty, Captain Wang. Killing in dreams. Don't you find that rather juvenile? Just as Wang Mian intended to sheath the Guyuan, Ma Yanliang's voice echoed behind him. What? Wang Mian spun around to find Ma Yanliang's head rolling on the ground, yet the corners of his mouth still curled upwards. Remarkably, the figure remained upright, still standing there with a smile, his eyes even gleaming with a hint of mockery. Chapter 36. From the very beginning, you never stood a chance. No, everything is wrong. Since entering the Great King Mountain, all events have been shrouded in mystery. He recalled that Ma Yanliang's forbidden realm seemed to be related to mental manipulation. Wang Mian appeared to sense something. The overwhelming pressure of the peak realm surged forth, and the divine ruins crashed against the illusory barrier like a tidal wave, shattering the scene before him like a broken mirror. He felt a dizzying whirlwind, and upon opening his eyes, found himself sprawled amidst the thicket of the mountain, the potent fragrance of jasmine wafting nearby. This meant that they had unknowingly fallen into an illusion upon entering the Great King Mountain. The other members of the masked team lay scattered on the ground, each bearing expressions of either terror or obsession. Oh, you managed to break free by yourself? A familiar voice echoed. Wang Mian turned to see Ma Yanliang leaning against a gnarled old locust tree, the moonlight casting a distorted shadow of his tall figure, his cerulean eyes glimmering with an enchanting light. Ma Yanliang, Wang Mian articulated slowly, his weapon aimed at the other. What have you done to my team? I merely allowed them to indulge in a pleasant dream. Ma Yanliang shrugged, slightly surprised. But you, Wang Mian, have truly astonished me. I specifically increased the concentration of jasmine essence and added double the dosage to the tea, yet you managed to remain conscious. Wang Mian's mind raced. This meant that from the moment they stepped into the flower shop, they had already fallen into his trap. The fragrances and the tea were all meticulously crafted to ensnare them in a dream. The reason he could so effortlessly break free lay not only in his mental prowess having reached the peak realm, but also, crucially, in the fact that he had not consumed the tea offered by the Prince's City. He was the only one among the masked team who had abstained. What is your purpose in luring us here? Wang Mian asked coldly, now realizing that the entire situation had never involved any mysterious entity from the peak realm. Everything was merely Ma Yanliang's scheme. First, he had subdued the members of the Xianyang team, then deliberately sought help from the Nightwatch headquarters, weaving a narrative that conveniently involved the peak realm, thus facilitating the masked team's engagement and mobilization. Given the limited information about that mysterious entity, it was only logical for the masked team to seek out the local Nightwatch team for intelligence. Coincidentally, due to the local Nightwatch's base being a flower shop, they would not find the fragrance out of place. The masked team's presence was ostensibly to assist the local Nightwatch in combating the mysterious entity, making the captain's hospitality appear entirely reasonable. Understanding all of this sent a chill coursing through Wang Mian's being. This man was terrifying, having orchestrated everything meticulously, leading them by the nose throughout. And your objective? Wang Mian inquired. Naturally, to have the masked team at my disposal, Ma Yanliang replied with a slight smile, as if recounting the most mundane of matters. Upon reflecting on the actions of his adversaries in the fasting grounds, Wang Mian's countenance shifted dramatically. He would not permit the masked squad, under the manipulation of Ma Yanliang, to lay a hand on the night watchers. The masked squad could perish in battle, but they must never become pawns, especially not the pawns of the ancient god church. Absolutely not. At the moment the time god ruins unleashed its full potential, an invisible wave emanated from Wang Mian, causing everything around him to appear excruciatingly slow. As Wang Mian swung the guiyuan in his hand, the blade cleaved through the stagnant air, generating a wind pressure that obliterated the surrounding trees into powder. The blade's radiance, akin to a new moon, sliced toward Ma Yanliang's throat. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, an eerie smile crept across Ma Yanliang's lips. With a sudden motion, Ma Yanliang raised one hand, his right palm unknowingly positioned before his neck, fingers clamping down on the blade's light like an iron vise. Wang Mian watched in disbelief as the silvery gleam capable of cleaving mountains shattered into countless motes of light within Ma Yanliang's grasp. The sharp sound of the blade's destruction echoed painfully in the mountains, a stark contrast to the shattering of Wang Mian's confidence at that moment. What? This is impossible. Wang Mian's expression changed. It was the first time someone had directly crushed his blade's light in front of him. Was Ma Yanliang truly this powerful? Maintaining his composed smile, Ma Yanliang slowly approached Wang Mian until they were within mere arm's reach. Leaning slightly forward, his lips nearly brushed against Wang Mian's ear. Captain Wang, why do you believe you can defeat me? The words slithered into Wang Mian's ear like a venomous serpent. In the next instant, a suffocating pressure erupted, centered around Ma Yanliang. The debris within a 100-meter radius floated into the air, and visible ripples of mental energy shimmered in the atmosphere. Wang Mian felt his knees buckle as the ground beneath him cracked and sank. In that moment, Ma Yanliang no longer concealed his aura. The overwhelming presence of the infinite realm descended instantaneously. Just that morning, upon awakening from slumber, Ma Yanliang's mental energy had successfully transcended into the infinite. Facing Wang Mian, who was merely at the pinnacle of the sea realm, even as the agent of the time god, Ma Yanliang was confident in effortlessly suppressing him. Although his primary ability lay in mental control, this did not diminish the fact that he was a genuine master of the infinite realm. Do you still not understand? Wang Mian, from the very beginning, you and your masked squad had no chance of victory. As Ma Yanliang gracefully lifted his right hand, invisible mental ripples radiated from him. The 6 members of the masked squad, previously unconscious on the ground, awakened, their eyes now transformed into an eerie shade of deep blue. Foolish master, they exclaimed in unison, the echoes reverberating through the mountains. Wang Mian, witnessing his comrades transformed into this state, felt the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his blade tightly. Chapter 37. A captivating performance. So, Wang Mian, how do you intend to confront me now? A feline smile adorned Ma Yanliang's lips as the moonlight cast mottled shadows upon his pale visage. With a flick of his right hand, the members of the controlled mass team sprang into action, encircling Wang Mian. Leaning against a massive boulder, Wang Mian's weapon, guiyuan, shimmered with a chilling light in the night. His gaze, concealed beneath the mask, flitted among the vacant eyes of the team members. At this moment, he found himself besieged by the masked team and the formidable Ma Yanliang, facing an almost insurmountable odds. Moreover, Wang Mian hesitated to strike against his own team members, who were merely puppets under Ma Yanliang's control. Yet, Wang Mian possessed a potential means of reversal, the ability to manipulate time and return to the moment before they entered the flower shop, thereby alerting the spirit medium team to execute a decisive strike against Ma Yanliang. Naturally, Ma Yanliang was aware of Wang Mian's capabilities. A hint of derision flickered in his eyes as his fingers spread apart. Countless serpents of emerald green, conjured from his mental energy, surged forth from his palm, their tongues flickering as they lunged at Wang Mian. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes slightly, once more wielding guiyuan. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, severing the first few serpents that lunged at him, causing them to dissipate into ethereal sparks. In an effort to break through the encirclement, he charged directly towards the vortex. My apologies, vortex. The controlled vortex displayed no emotion, as a 2-meter-wide purple vortex materialized between his palms, its violent pull ensnaring the surrounding debris and causing Wang Mian's gray cloak to flutter wildly. The silver blade of air cleaved through the purple vortex like a crescent moon, leaving a crimson trail across its front. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the vortex's center, splattering onto Wang Mian's mask, the warm liquid trickling down its edges. "Forgive me, vortex. I shall return to save you all." He stifled the pain in his heart, poised to break free when suddenly an overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a mountain. A figure abruptly flashed beside him, raising a fist that came crashing down. Wang Mian barely managed to block with his blade, yet Ma Yanliang's seemingly delicate hand unleashed a devastating force. With a sharp crack, Wang Mian felt excruciating pain radiate through his arms, his body hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, carving a 20-meter-long trench in the earth. Coughing up blood, he struggled to rise. "Do you think you can escape?" Ma Yanliang smiled faintly, relishing the movement of his limbs. With a wave of his hand, an intricate web descended upon Wang Mian, while chains from the moon demon coiled around his ankles, and the vortex's massive hand gripped his shoulder. Ma Yanliang leisurely adjusted his cuffs before turning towards the birch forest at the roadside. "I shall have a sip of water." Those brief seconds felt like an eternity to Wang Mian. When Ma Yanliang reappeared, he held an ornate silver cup, droplets of crystalline water glistening at its rim. "Wang Mian, immerse yourself in the illusion I have crafted for you." In Ma Yanliang's eyes, a brilliant blue light surged forth, and countless serpents of mental energy poured from his pupils, infiltrating Wang Mian's every orifice. Now was the moment. The eyes concealed beneath Wang Mian's mask suddenly shimmered with golden ripples, and the oppressive might of the god of time erupted like a tsunami, flooding into Ma Yanliang's mind in an instant. The smile on Ma Yanliang's face froze immediately. Everything Wang Mian had done prior was for this very moment. As long as he unleashed his divine authority, there would still be a chance. He was gambling. From the outset, he had understood that once Ma Yanliang became limitless, coupled with the fact that the mass squad had been entirely controlled, the probability of a forced breakthrough was negligible. Thus, he decided to take a risk, since the opponent sought to dominate the mass squad. He would inevitably utilize mental power to control himself. At that moment, the adversary would be most vulnerable, and he would unleash the divine might of the god of time to severely wound the opponent's mental strength. Once the adversary's mental energy was devastated, Wang Mian's opportunity would arise. Although he was uncertain whether the masked squad could break free from their control, he knew that his chance to slay Ma Yanliang had finally come. At that instant, Ma Yanliang seemed to behold Kronos, the figure traversing the river of time. Sensing his gaze, slowly turned around, and an overwhelming divine presence abruptly descended. "Begone!" With this divine decree, Ma Yanliang staggered back 3 steps as if struck by lightning, blood seeping from his nostrils, and then darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The other members of the masked squad also fell, and the binding power over Wang Mian dissipated. It worked! Wang Mian's eyes sparkled with realization. Unexpectedly, he had hit the mark this time. He staggered to pick up the Gyuan, its blade sparking against the ground as he advanced step by step toward Ma Yanliang. From his elevated position, Wang Mian gazed down upon the fallen Ma Yanliang, the blade reflecting a chilling gleam under the moonlight. "Farewell, Ma Yanliang." As he raised the Gyuan and plunged it fiercely into Ma Yanliang's chest, warm blood splattered upon Wang Mian's face. Yet beneath the mask, his expression remained unchanged. After completing this act, Wang Mian collapsed to the ground, drained, sweat mingling with blood trickling from his chin. In the distance, the cawing of crows echoed, as if marking the conclusion of this deadly struggle. Finally, it was over. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a crisp sound of applause resonated through the forest, accompanied by a leisurely voice that instantly froze the relaxed expression on Wang Mian's face. This sound, Wang Mian abruptly looked up to see another Ma Yanliang strolling out from the birch forest, a playful expression dancing upon his features. What a splendid performance! Ma Yanliang casually toyed with a bronze pocket watch in his right hand, the chain glinting dazzling arcs of light as he spoke in a languid tone, as if relishing an opera. I relish the moment when prey believes they have severed their bonds, only to discover it was merely the hunter loosening the knot. Chapter 38. Subduing the masked man Ma Yanliang? How? How is this possible? Did you not just perish? If you are indeed real, then whom did I just slay? The elation of victory that lingered on Wang Mian's face was swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming disbelief, his muscles twitching involuntarily. Ha 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 ha. Yes, that is the expression. Ma Yanliang suddenly erupted into a chilling laughter that startled the birds from their perches in the forest. The transition from ecstasy to despair, how exquisite! With a mere wave of his hand, the previously incapacitated members of the masked team rose, as if unscathed, promptly binding Wang Mian once more. Were you not curious as to why only the captain remained at the Xianyang team's encampment? Ma Yanliang strolled leisurely towards the lifeless body, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath his boots breaking the silence, and he crouched down. His fingers delved into the hair of the corpse, pulling vigorously to reveal a mask as delicate as a cicada's wing, which tore away to unveil a youthful yet pallid face beneath. It was none other than the young man from the Xianyang team. But how could this be? The overwhelming pressure of the Wuyang realm that you exerted upon me was undeniably real. He was merely at the Zhan realm. How could he possibly disguise himself as the Wuyang's might? Disbelief flooded Wang Mian's features, as the oppressive force he had felt could not have been fabricated, and that strength was beyond what a Zhan could achieve. Wait, he recalled that Ma Yanliang had gone to the woods for a sip of water moments ago. The entire episode had lasted mere seconds. Could it be that at that moment, Wang Mian's gaze shot up, locking onto him with fervor? Noticing the look on Wang Mian's face, Ma Yanliang smiled faintly. It seems you have deduced the truth. Indeed, while I was drinking water, I allowed him to take the stage. Fortuitously, his forbidden domain was a mental assault, making that psychic attack entirely legitimate. How could a mere Zhan withstand the divine pressure? To complement your performance, I deliberately instructed the members of the masked team to feign unconsciousness. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? All of your desperate attacks and cleverly devised strategies were merely part of my script. Even the feigned unconsciousness of a masked team was a meticulously crafted stage effect. The realization that he had been manipulated like a puppet incited a fury within Wang Mian that he had never known. Madman, you lunatic! Wang Mian roared, his voice hoarse from sheer rage. The veins on his temples throbbed, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes were starkly visible under the moonlight. In that moment, he perceived Ma Yanliang as a complete madman, his smiling eyes concealing a soul darker than the abyss itself. He had seen through Wang Mian's thoughts, yet for the sake of relishing a splendid performance, he was willing to sacrifice the lives of others. This man regarded human life as if it were mere chaff. Well then, I thank you, Mr. Wang Mian, for your performance. As a reward, I shall make you my loyal subordinate. Ma Yanliang offered a subtle bow, his movements graceful as a performer taking a final curtain call, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc, his eyes shimmering with a deep azure light. The power to toy with the hearts of men truly captivated him. Meanwhile, Wang Mian had just exerted himself to the utmost, nearly depleting all of his mental energy, rendering him incapable of employing that recent technique again. Slowly, Ma Yanliang raised his hand, and countless translucent psychic serpents surged forth from his eyes, glimmering with an eerie blue radiance under the moonlight. They writhed and flicked their tongues as they slithered towards Wang Mian. He wished to struggle, yet found himself unable to move even a finger, helplessly watching as they burrowed into his mind. Agonizing pain, indescribable agony. It felt as though someone were stirring his brain with a red-hot iron rod. Wang Mian emitted a sound that resembled a human scream, his body convulsing violently, sweat soaking through his garments. His consciousness began to blur, memories scattering like torn pieces of paper in his mind. After an indeterminate period, when Wang Mian finally opened his eyes again, a fleeting glimpse of azure appeared. He found himself half kneeling on the ground, speaking with a demeanor of utmost reverence. "Shihu, my lord." Witnessing this scene, a broader smile spread across Ma Yanliang's face. It must be said that Shihu continually provided him with unexpected delights. He had initially anticipated that Shihu would behave like the ramblings of a soul contract, uncontrollable as a divine agent, especially since the agent had inherited the remnants of the deity. However, through testing, he discovered that as long as the divine agent's mental energy was exhausted, he could seize the opportunity to take direct control. Now, the entire masked faction had fallen under his influence. He could only wonder what expressions would grace the faces of the Nightwatch's upper echelons upon learning this news. It was time to return to the ancient god church to report. Ma Yanliang muttered to himself, and with his departure, the members of the masked faction instinctively followed suit. For Ma Yanliang, the masked faction held immense utility. When the mediums came hunting, sending the masked to stall them would be a test of whether Bali would dare to take action against them. Not only could they serve to restrain the mediums, but they could also prevent Wang Mian from using time reversal to disrupt his plans. In exceptional circumstances, Wang Mian could even be dispatched to alter history, thus sparing him the necessity of dealing with death resets. Beyond the mist, the fog above the sea began to twist and contort, as if being molded by an invisible force. As the trio channeled their mental energy into it, the lunar disk emitted a piercing hum, the crescent crystal spinning at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. 3 powerful streams of psychic energy converged at the center of the compass, forming a blue beam of light that pierced the heavens. This was the gateway to Takamagara. Yu Huai fixed his gaze intently on the ethereal silhouette gradually taking shape at the apex of the beam as countless sea waters evaporated into white mist, merging with the already dense fog surrounding them. At the top of the beam, a grand portal, embodying the essence of both reality and illusion, slowly materialized. While the surging waves could not breach this threshold, no matter their fervor. This is the fabled Takamagara. The pupils of Qianma trembled violently as he felt a primal fear emanating from the depths of his bloodline. An instinctual response of lesser beings confronted by the creations of the divine. "Retreat." Yue Huai seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly bellowed, pulling the 2 companions to retreat swiftly. Just as they vacated their position, a serpent's tail, as thick as a mountain, swept forth from the portal, cleaving the sea and creating a chasm stretching for over 1,000 meters, with towering walls of water rising on either side. Eerie sounds of scales grinding together echoed through the dense mist. 8 colossal shadows writhed beyond the fissure, each head comparable to a small mountain. As those heads emerged from the rift, the trio finally beheld the full visage of this mythical beast, the divine creature of Takamagara, the Yamada no Orochi. 8 menacing serpent heads swayed in the fog, their 16 vertical pupils resembling flames of vengeful spirits. Most unsettling of all, 3 of the heads bore unnaturally crimson eyes, as if ensnared by some malevolent force. "Those eyes," Yi murmured softly, a flicker of confusion passing through her gaze, noting the disparity between them and the other serpent heads. Yet, the corners of Yue Huai's mouth curled into a strange smile. "It appears that the malevolent deity Tsukuyami has achieved far more than we had anticipated." No sooner had he spoken than Yue Huai raised the moon disk, and the blood-red eyes of the Yamada no Orochi immediately fixated upon the object in his hand, with the 3 abnormal heads emitting a shrill, piercing hiss simultaneously. At the very moment the Yamada no Orochi fully departed from Takamagara, the gateway began to disintegrate rapidly. Chapter 39. The invasion of the 8-headed serpent. Countless fragments of space fell like shards of glass, dissipating into luminous points upon the surface of the sea. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the 8-headed serpent, with its mountainous form, crashed into the ocean. The shockwave radiated in a circular pattern, raising towering walls of water hundreds of meters high. With a thunderous howl, 8 grotesque heads simultaneously raised towards the sky, their vocalizations distorting the very air around them. Qianma felt a piercing pain in her eardrums and instinctively covered her ears. It was more ferocious than I had imagined. Could we truly exert control over it? Yue offered no response, his silver hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze as his fingers swiftly glided over the surface of the lunar disk. Suddenly, energy coalesced upon the disk's surface, culminating in a beam of blue light that pointed directly towards the direction of the Great Xia. The three blood-red eyes of one head immediately turned eastward, and the remaining 5 heads, after a brief struggle, were compelled to follow suit. As the colossal beast began to swim, the entire sea trembled. Its immense body sliced through the ocean, leaving deep trenches measuring dozens of meters, and wherever it passed. The water was tainted a bizarre shade of purplish black. Keep up with it. Yue retracted the lunar disk, transforming into a streak of silver light as he pursued the 8-headed serpent, his voice carried away by the wind. Maintain your distance. Do not enter its range of attack. The 3 of them trailed the primordial giant from afar. Iwu squinted, noticing that Yue discreetly adjusted the lunar disk every few minutes. The 3 blood-red-eyed heads were always the first to respond to commands, their compound eyes gleaming with a fierceness that surpassed that of the other heads. Lord Yue, those 3 heads. A flicker of curiosity crossed Iwu's eyes. I'm not entirely certain either. The malevolent deity, you do, merely informed me that this lunar disk can temporarily open the gates of Takamagara and guide the 8-headed serpent's direction. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Yue shook his head, his profound gaze reflecting the churning waves of the sea. Suddenly, Qianma pointed into the distance. Something is approaching. Within the thick mist, dozens of shadows were advancing at an uncanny speed. Some resembled gigantic octopuses adorned with bony spines, while others appeared as decaying whales dragging their entrails. These were deep-sea mysteries drawn by the aura of the 8-headed serpent. Each entity was distinct, radiating the essence of the pinnacle of Klein. For these mysteries, the direct incursion of the 8-headed serpent into their domain was nothing short of a provocation. When these deep-sea mysteries were still a kilometer away from the colossal beast, the 3 blood-red heads of the 8-headed serpent suddenly twisted at an incredible angle, turning 180 degrees. Bloodlight surged within their compound eyes, and unnatural bulges swelled in their throats. In the next moment, 3 dark red beams of light tore through the sea mist, vaporizing the water in their wake and creating vacuum passages. Those mysteries left no remnants. Merely 3 swirling vortices still bubbling on the ocean surface. These entities, capable of posing a formidable challenge even to ordinary Klein-level strongholds, were reduced to ashes without a single cry. Such power, gasped, feeling the atmosphere nearing the divine realm. Yuehuai's lips curled into a satisfied arc as he gazed eastward, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. This is merely the beginning. As it approaches the shores of the Great Xia, the 8-headed serpent shall lay waste to all coastal cities. With each advance, the surrounding waters are filled with a mysterious panic, leaving behind a trail of decay, as countless lifeless fish float belly up upon the surface. Suddenly, the 3 blood-red heads of the serpent convulse violently, emitting a heart-wrenching shriek. Black blood oozes between its scales, further tainting the waters. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining 5 heads break free from restraint, launching a frenzied assault on everything in their vicinity. Many of the unfortunates who failed to escape are devoured whole. As it lost control, Qianma immediately enters a state of combat readiness, vigilance gleaming in his eyes. No matter, for the 8-headed serpent has always been but a portion under control. Its resistance remains intact. Yu Huai furrows his brow as he examines the lunar disk, biting his finger to let his blood drop onto the surface. Such a level of rebellion had long been anticipated. The lunar disk suddenly emits 3 crimson beams, striking precisely at the eyes of the errant heads. The serpent's anguished cries stir the sea into a frenzy, sending water columns erupting skyward. As the bloodlight dissipates, the 3 heads return to submission, their eyes glowing with intensified crimson. Murmuring, he gazes toward the east, where the contours of land can be faintly discerned through the thick mist. They are nearing the Great Xia. One wonders whether this gift from the ancient deity will be welcomed by the realm. The serpent's speed accelerates abruptly. as it seems to catch the scent of life upon the land, corrosive saliva dripping from its 8 cavernous mouths. Yu Huai and the others maintain a safe distance behind, the pointer of the lunar disk unwaveringly directed toward the coastal territories of the Great Xia. Ahead, the 8-headed serpent has breached the shallow seas, its massive form generating towering waves, reducing the coastal rocks to mere toys beneath its might. In the distance, the lighthouses along the Great Xia coast suddenly illuminate, their blinding red beams piercing through the fog. Sirens wail along the shoreline, countless searchlights sweeping across the water surface. The serpent raises all 8 heads in unison, unleashing a deafening roar, formally announcing its arrival to the nation. Yu Huai tightens his grip on the lunar disk, observing the throngs of people hastily fleeing. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. The show is about to begin. 3 minutes earlier, on the sandy shores of Linhai City, a young girl stands barefoot upon the fine grains as gentle waves caress her ankles. She bent to collect a spiraled shell, the moonlight filtering through its delicate wall, casting a blue glow in the palm of her hand. "Look, Mama, how beautiful!" Just as the girl is about to share her delight with her mother, she abruptly halts, her attention seized by something in the distance. On the horizon, an unnatural black line is rapidly expanding. Initially resembling a pencil mark, it swiftly transforms into a rolling black wall. The sea churns ominously, as if some colossal entity is traversing the depths below. "What is that?" Someone points and inquires. The shell slips from the girl's grasp, striking the sand and creating a small indentation. The black line has transformed into a towering wave, reaching heights of several dozen meters. At its crest, 8 grotesque serpent heads emerge, their 16 crimson eyes gleaming like hellish lanterns, reflecting a sanguine glow under the moonlight. What a monstrous sight! The screams spread like a plague. Umbrellas are toppled, and ice cream splatters onto the ground, melting into a kaleidoscope of colorful stains. A man clad in red swim trunks is tripped and falls, only to be trampled by the surging crowd, his cries drowned in a greater cacophony of terror. The 8-headed serpent emits a deafening roar, shattering the glass of coastal shops. Colored shards rain down like droplets, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Its colossal form rises completely above the surface, its purplish-black scales glistening with a viscous substance that drips onto the beach, immediately corroding the sand into smoking craters. "Run! Flee to higher ground!" A security guard futilely brandishes his baton, attempting to restore order. Suddenly, the 8 heads open their gaping maws, dark red energy coalescing into brilliant orbs of light within their throats. 8 beams of destructive energy sweep across the coastline, vaporizing human forms in an instant, leaving only charred silhouettes upon the ground. Structures melt into molten iron, and trees ignite into twisted torches. A little girl stands frozen, watching as the beams approach her. In a desperate moment, her mother throws herself over her, shielding her with her body. Scorching winds rush overhead, and the girl catches the acrid scent of burning hair. When she raises her head once more, half the beach is transformed into a hellish expanse of lava. Her mother's body has become a charred statue. It still maintains a protective posture. "Mom," the little girl begins to speak, only to realize her lower body has vanished, blood splattering onto the searing sand with a hissing sound. Her vision rapidly darkens, and the last sight she perceives is a serpent head greedily devouring the fleeing crowd. The girl is lost, her life appearing particularly fragile in this moment. The 8-headed serpent continues its advance, its 5-story frame crushing into the city, plunging the entire coastal city into unprecedented panic. Traffic is utterly paralyzed, and people abandon their vehicles in haste. Alarm bells resound throughout the city, soon drowned by the sounds of explosions. On the rooftop of a skyscraper 5 kilometers from the coastline, Moon Huai's silver hair dances in the wind. He gazes down upon the massacre, his pupils reflecting the soaring flames. EU stands beside him, an entranced expression on her face, as if savoring a symphony. Qian Mo leans against the railing, observing the fleeing crowd with an impassive demeanor, their struggles appearing as insignificant as ants. More seamless than anticipated. A smile graces EU's face, the The destructive power of the eight-headed serpent is simply exquisite. Qian Mo watches a mother leap from a burning building. Child in her arms, her eyes betraying no emotion. In the face of such calamity, ordinary people lack even the privilege to struggle. Moon Huai chuckles softly, his fingertip brushing over the still-drying bloodstains on the moon disk. This is merely the appetizer. In less than 10 minutes, the entire coastal city has descended into a silent wasteland. The streets are strewn with charred corpses and melted vehicles. The remnants of buildings continue to smolder, with black smoke obscuring the sky. The sea breeze carries with it the acrid scent of blood and charred flesh, sweeping across this infernal realm. The eight-headed serpent slithers among the ruins, occasionally bowing its head to consume the remains of the unfortunate. The sound of its scales rubbing together, echoing like the whispers of death. Chapter 40. Zhou Ping, the silvery hair, trembled slightly in the foul wind, and the vigilant Yu Huai seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to gaze at the distant skyline as her amber pupils contracted sharply. "What is it, Lord Yu Huai?" murmured Yu, her voice laced with alertness. "Someone is approaching. It appears to be the Sword Saint." Yu Huai's expression darkened. If it were any other human peak expert, she would not be overly concerned, for they could merely impede the Yamada no Orochi. However, Zhou Ping was an entirely different matter. He was capable of slaying the beast. Although Zhou Ping was merely a peak human, even a deity might find it challenging to prevail against him. As if affirming Yu Huai's words, the entire sky suddenly trembled violently. The heavy clouds were torn apart by an invisible hand, and a dazzling golden sword light pierced through the air. That brilliance outshone the sun, carving a burning trajectory across the dim sky, where clouds churned as if the heavens had been rent open, leaving an unhealable wound. Zhou Ping. Qian Mo's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of trepidation in her eyes. Generally, she held little regard for others, but Zhou Ping was an exception. A single strike from him could spell her doom. If Qian Mo was a genius, then Zhou Ping was a prodigy, a veritable anomaly among anomalies. The golden light abruptly halted above the Yamada no Orochi, transforming into a figure. Zhou Ping stood suspended in midair, clad in an apron emblazoned with the logo of Sanjiu's rustic cuisine, his hair billowing in the fierce winds, while the dragon elephant sword in his hand shimmered with a fierce radiance. Below, the sea began to boil unnaturally under the weight of his presence, forming countless swirling vortices. The Yamada no Orochi seemed to sense something amiss, suddenly ceasing its rampage. 8 grotesque heads simultaneously lifted, 16 crimson vertical pupils fixating intently upon the figure above. The central head flicked its tongue, emitting a low, threatening growl. Zhou Ping had been assisting at his uncle's restaurant when he received an urgent call from Yifan, informing him that the border of the Xia had detected the presence of the divine beast Yamada no Orochi, and the situation was dire, necessitating his immediate arrival in Linhai City. After a moment's hesitation, he seized the dragon elephant sword and made his way to Linhai City, not even taking the time to remove his apron. Fortunately, Shijin City was not too far from Linhai, and within 20 minutes, Zhou Ping arrived. Gazing down upon the rampaging Yamada no Orochi and the ravaged city, a palpable killing intent crystallized in his eyes. There was no roar, no superfluous words. He simply raised the dragon elephant sword slowly, a simple motion that caused the air within 100 miles to freeze. Where the sword pointed, the clouds parted autonomously, the moonlight illuminating him like a spotlight, as if the very heavens were making way for his strike. The sword hummed ominously. A mere word, yet it resonated like a divine decree. The trajectory of the dragon elephant's sword appeared slow, yet it was faster than lightning. Where the blade passed, the fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, revealing the pitch-black void behind. The leftmost head of the Yamada no Orochi suddenly froze in place. In its vertical pupils, the approaching glimmer of the sword was reflected, provoking an instinctive desire to evade, yet it became apparent that the surrounding space had already been ensnared by the sword's intent. As the blade skimmed past the neck, time seemed to come to a standstill. With a whoosh, a cascade of violet-black blood erupted skyward, akin to a volcano in full eruption. The head, larger than a truck, gradually descended, its severed edge smooth as a mirror. During its fall, the head continued to open and close its fangs in a futile display of defiance until it crashed into the sea, unleashing a towering wave that soared 100 meters high. The corrosive blood tainted the ocean's surface with an eerie violet hue, causing countless marine creatures to float lifelessly. Belly up, a thunderous roar erupted from the remaining 7 heads, each letting out a bone-chilling lament, while the powerful serpent's body writhed through the city, obliterating entire commercial districts. At the sight of the decapitated neck, the flesh writhed in an attempt to regenerate, yet the lingering sword energy seared the nascent tissue, hindering the healing process to a torturous crawl. But the ordeal was far from over. Zhou Ping traversed through the air, his chilling voice resonating through the heavens and earth. As he pivoted the sword's edge, locking onto the 8-headed serpent with an aura of dread. An overwhelming sense of peril compelled the serpent to instinctively coil its body, revealing for the first time a semblance of fear upon its countenance. Chapter 41. The Pursuit of Blue Rain in the Desolate Ruins of the City. A lone figure stood in confrontation with a serpent. At that moment, leaden clouds loomed low, and raindrops, as large as beans, pelted the debris, sending up murky splashes. Suddenly, several deep blue silhouettes sliced through the curtain of rain, racing forward. They lightly touched the surface of the water, sending ripples cascading outward, which eventually dispersed around Zhou Ping. Blue Rain Team is here to lend support, declared the leading man, his deep blue cloak billowing fiercely in the wind. Raindrops streamed down his sharply defined jawline. It could not conceal his piercing, hawk-like eyes. He was none other than Luan Ping, the captain of the Blue Rain team. Behind him were several other teammates from Blue Rain, including the vice-captain, Wu Xiangnan. Zhou Ping cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, for he was unacquainted with them. Disperse, and create an opportunity for the Sword Saint, Luan Ping commanded, and the other members of Blue Rain swiftly spread out. However, when Luan Ping mentioned Sword Saint, Zhou Ping involuntarily shuddered, though he quickly regained his composure. Now, Luan Ping suddenly clasped his hands together, a ghostly blue light erupting between his fingers. The raindrops within a 100-meter radius instantaneously crystallized in midair, refracting an eerie brilliance under the flashes of lightning. As he forcefully spread his arms, countless droplets morphed into sharp water arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing sound towards the crimson eyes of the Yamada no Orochi. Thunder Chains, the sole wielder of lightning-based forbidden arts in the team, thrust his staff firmly into the ground, brilliant arcs of electricity coursing through the rainwater. 3 chains, forged from lightning, materialized out of thin air, expertly ensnaring 2 of the serpent's heads that were gathering power. Electric sparks danced between the scales, producing a crackling cacophony. Concurrently, another team member knelt, pressing his hands into the pooling water. From his center, the ground began to unnaturally sink, causing the massive body of the Yamada no Orochi to suddenly dip, its belly scraping against the earth with a grating sound. Hiss! The serpent emitted a deafening roar as 3 blood-red heads swelled, thick black blood oozing from the seams of their scales. With jaws agape, dark red energy violently coalesced, forming 3 swirling vortices of power, the surrounding air warping from the intense heat. A cold glint surged in Zhou Ping's eyes. The dragon elephant sword appeared to be wielded casually as he swept it forward, conjuring a golden sword aura that traversed the heavens. With a sword light passed, the rain evaporated and the ground fissured into bottomless chasms. 3 columns of destructive light erupted simultaneously. Energy clashed with sword aura in midair, igniting a blinding explosion of light. The space at the heart of the collision shattered like a broken mirror, distorting into bizarre ripples, with tiny black cracks flickering in and out of existence. Now is the moment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhou Ping unleashed a dazzling golden radiance from the dragon elephant sword, transforming it into a resplendent sword rainbow. As the sword light swept across the neck of the Yamada no Orochi, time seemed to come to a standstill. Whoosh! The second head, as large as a house, was hurled high into the air, black blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. The heavy skull crashed down upon the ruins of the city square, utterly collapsing the already leaning bell tower. Bricks and stones scattered in all directions, and the dull sound of the impact reverberated through the rainy night. With a roar, the colossal form of the eight-headed serpent slid across the city for several miles, eventually reaching the sea. The remaining 6 heads let out a piercing wail, their cries shattering every piece of glass within a 1,000-meter radius. Dark purple venom poured down like a torrential rain, corroding buildings upon contact and creating a plethora of holes, accompanied by the acrid rise of white smoke. On a distant rooftop, Yu Huai wore an extremely grim expression. Damn it, Zhou Ping is formidable. Let's go. Remaining here will only bring more trouble. It was no jest. The 3 of them dared not confront Zhou Ping. Even combined, they were unlikely to match his prowess. Despite Yu Huai being among the pinnacle of humanity, ranking in the top 3. Unfortunately, Zhou Ping was undoubtedly the unrivaled first among them, a true tier above the rest. Although their plan had failed, it nonetheless inflicted catastrophic damage upon a city in the Great Xia, with millions perishing in the wake of the eight-headed serpent's assault. Yu Huai's piercing gaze fixated on Zhou Ping before he vanished from sight. On the surface of the sea, the severed heads suddenly convulsed violently, the flesh at the neck regenerating at a visible pace. In mere moments, 2 brand new heads burst forth, still glistening with viscous tissue. All 8 of the serpent's gaping maws opened simultaneously, unleashing a ferocious aura as destructive energy coalesced into a brilliant orb within its throat. All serpent eyes locked on Zhou Ping, their hatred palpable. It began to burn its essence. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow, the dragon elephant's sword carving a perfect semicircle before him. Golden sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, forming an impenetrable curtain of blades around him. With a thunderous roar, 8 beams of light struck the sword curtain simultaneously, the resulting shockwave sending towering waves of seawater soaring 100 meters high. 3 kilometers away, a precarious skyscraper was cleaved in half, its upper section slowly tilting before crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Members of the Blue Rain Squad were tossed about like leaves in a storm. Luan Ping staggered back several steps before steadying himself, his boots leaving long marks on the slick ground. He looked up towards the center of the explosion, his pupils constricting in shock. Was this the power of the pinnacle of humanity? As the dust began to settle, the massive form of the eight-headed serpent was revealed, riddled with deep sword wounds, its scales peeling back, black blood gushing forth. Suddenly, it changed direction, all 8 heads letting out reluctant roars as they fled in panic towards the distant sea. The grievously injured eight-headed serpent sensed the threat of death and dared not linger. As it passed, the seawater turned an eerie dark purple, exuding a foul stench. Colmandarie, the 8-headed serpent has been gravely wounded and is fleeing from the Sword Saint. Luan Ping watched the serpent's silhouette gradually swallowed by the mist, pulling out his phone to report to Yi Fan. After a moment of silence on the communicator, Yi Fan's voice resonated. Luan Ping, you are equipped with a forbidden object capable of sustaining itself in the mist for 24 hours. Attempt to pursue and, if necessary, gather intelligence beyond the fog. If it proves unfeasible, retreat immediately. Understood. With that, the communication ended, and Luan Ping turned to his companions in the Blue Rain Squad. No words were needed. They all nodded in unison. The pursuit mission of the Blue Rain Squad commences. 7 blue figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow, their cloaks trailing behind them, swiftly engulfed by the dense grayish-white mist. In the heart of the ruins, Zhou Ping gently descended onto the cracked ground. The dragon elephant sword returned to its sheath with a crisp clang, and he gazed up at the night sky, exhaling deeply. At last, I can return home. Chapter 42. Surprised or not surprised, Salong, please open the portal based on my location. After sending the message, Ma Yanliang casually tucked his phone back into the pocket of his trench coat, the cold moonlight casting a glow upon his chiseled features. The hem of his black coat trailed along the dust-laden concrete ground as he surveyed the subdued Wang Mian and his companions with keen interest. The group stood like marionettes, their eyes flickering with a blue luminescence. At this moment, they were entirely under Ma Yanliang's control, and he had already devised their fate. Coincidentally, he required some subordinates to handle the more unsavory tasks. There was no need to return the night watchmen to their hiding places, especially since he was already being targeted by the medium, necessitating the protection of his underlings. The primary concern was that if Dr. Li detected something amiss with the mask, erasing his spiritual mark would render Ma Yanliang's considerable efforts to control the entire mask utterly futile. Furthermore, attempting to exert the same control over the mask again would be nearly impossible. Suddenly, the jarring ringtone of a mobile phone shattered the silence. Wang Mian mechanically retrieved his phone from the inner pocket of his cloak, the blue light of the screen reflecting in his azure, yet vacant eyes. He turned to Ma Yanliang and respectfully inquired, "My lord, the Supreme Commander of the Night Watchmen is calling. Shall I answer it?" Raising an eyebrow, Ma Yanliang reached for the vibrating phone, the name Yi Fan flashing repeatedly on the screen, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his lips. Why not answer? He pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear, simultaneously gesturing for silence. "Wang Mian, have you completed your mission?" Yi Fan's voice crackled through the receiver, tinged with palpable urgency. The city of Lehigh had recently been besieged by the mythic beast Yamada no Orochi, leaving no survivors. Immediate action was required. Ma Yanliang chuckled silently, leisurely shifting the phone to his other hand, lowering his voice with a cat-and-mouse delight. "Indeed, Commander Yi, the mission is accomplished, though it was not Wang Mian who completed it, but rather myself." A sudden silence enveloped the line. After 3 seconds, Yi Fan's voice grew frigid. "Who are you? What have you done to the mask? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Yanliang of the ancient deity sect. As for the mask, I've merely transformed them into my loyal subordinates." Ma Yanliang strolled into a beam of moonlight, the silvery glow elongating his silhouette. He glanced back at the motionless team members, his smile widening, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Surprised or not surprised, he could almost envision Yi Fan's pallor on the other end of the line. The voice that followed was icy with rage. "Ma Yanliang, what do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do, Commander Yi? Do you not find your question amusing? You imprisoned me in the fasting chamber, issued a nationwide manhunt after my escape, and even enlisted the medium to hunt me down. You ask what I intend to do?" Ma Yanliang suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth reverberating through the jungle. Upon hearing the opposing remarks, he abruptly stifled his laughter, his gaze sharp as a blade. "My thoughts were quite straightforward. The Great Xia did not require night watchers. It necessitated a different organization for governance, and I was destined to become the sole ruler of the Great Xia." "Dream on." Yi Fan's furious shout caused the phone to tremble slightly. The Night Watchers, as guardians of the Great Xia, would not be intimidated by anyone or anything. Ah, what a noble declaration. Ma Yanliang clapped his hands mockingly, the sound grating to the ears. Indeed, this was the Night Watchers I remembered, so righteous, so revolting. He smiled faintly and lowered his voice. "I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the medium team. After all, who would ever complain about having fewer subordinates? Commanderie, I wonder if you appreciate this grand gift I have bestowed upon the Night Watchers?" Without waiting for a response, he slowly raised his right hand and seemingly nonchalantly clenched it. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed. The phone, which had been firmly grasped in his hand, crumbled like a brittle biscuit, disintegrating into a fine powder that scattered across the ground. Surely, tonight, Commander, you would find it difficult to sleep, for the esteemed special team of Night Watchers had been completely subjugated by the opposition, becoming loyal subordinates. No commander of the Night Watchers could endure such a blow, for it was akin to a resounding slap across the face, equivalent to defecating on one's head. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric pierced the air. The nearby space began to distort, ethereal blue lights gathering like fireflies, gradually coalescing into an oval vortex. Unstable arcs of electricity flickered at the edges of the portal, illuminating the area in a flickering dance of light. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ma Yanliang adjusted his collar and stepped towards the glowing mass. "It is time to return home." As his figure vanished into the portal, Wang Mian and the others followed closely behind. When the last person disappeared behind the shimmering veil, the portal abruptly contracted, emitting a soft pop, as if it had never existed. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Nightwatchers, Yifan gradually set down his phone, the hissing sound still echoing on the other end. Outside the office's floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights sparkled brilliantly, yet his expression was dark enough to draw water. The masked team had been controlled by Ma Yanliang. This should not have been possible. The opponent had previously been captured and confined in a fasting facility, their mental prowess barely within the threshold. How could it be that so little time had passed, and Ma Yanliang had managed to dominate the entire masked team? Knock, knock. A gentle rap on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Yifan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. The door opened, and Dr. Li entered, clad in his signature white coat, his keen eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses quickly detecting the unusual tension. Commander Yi, you seem so anxious to summon me. Is there something amiss? I require all reports from the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital regarding Ma Yanliang's observation during this period, as well as your insights on him. Commander Yi rubbed his temples and spoke in a calm tone. The masked squad has already fallen under the control of Ma Yanliang. Upon hearing this, Dr. Li appeared unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall promptly arrange for the materials to be delivered. As for your perspective on Ma Yanliang, he continued, in my opinion, this individual poses an extreme danger and will undoubtedly serve as a significant obstacle to the guardians of Great Xia in the future. As he uttered these final words, a glint of coldness flickered in Dr. Li's eyes. My recommendation is to dispatch the spirit medium squad to eliminate him on the spot, leaving no survivors. Chapter 43. The Reward of the Moon, Acacia, the adversary possesses the formidable ability of mental control, a newly emerged phenomenon never before witnessed within the realms of the Forbidden Abyss. This individual can effortlessly dominate those of equal rank and below, primarily employing their eyes as a means of control, rendering defenses utterly futile. Moreover, this person is deeply calculating, willing to resort to any means to achieve their objectives, having already manipulated several prisoners within the sanctuary, all in pursuit of orchestrating an escape following the ensuing chaos. Dr. Li divulged all the intelligence he had gathered during his observations of Ma Yanliang in the sanctuary, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting a brilliant light. The most terrifying aspect is Ma Yanliang's extraordinary talent. Prior to his capture, he was merely at the threshold of the river realm, yet within a mere 6 months, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the sea realm. Otherwise, he could not have exerted control over Wang Mian. Before Ma Yanliang fully matures, it is imperative for the mediums to swiftly eliminate him. Yifan, seated at the head of the long table, shrouded in shadows that accentuated his resolute features, nodded thoughtfully after hearing the report. Previously, arrangements had been made for the mediums to eliminate Ma Yanliang, and they should have already arrived in Shenyang. Bu Li's mental prowess has reached Klein, and the other mediums remain unaffected by mental manipulation, making them ideally suited to confront Ma Yanliang. And should the mediums encounter the controlled masks, incapacitating them and bringing them back will suffice. I could dispel Ma Yanliang's mental grip. Doctor, Li seemed to recall something and mentioned it. Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I shall inform the mediums. The paramount task at hand is to eliminate Ma Yanliang while concurrently investigating how the mask team fell under his control. Given Ma Yanliang's ease of manipulation over the masks, it is certain that someone is still aiding him. Within the underground chapel of the ancient God Church headquarters, the damp air was saturated with the scent of decaying incense. Drip, drop. Water fell from the cracks of the arched ceiling, pooling on the stone floor. Suddenly, a portal illuminated the center of the room, casting a ghostly blue light upon Sarung's visage. Ma Yanliang stepped gracefully through the portal, the hem of his black trench coat tracing an elegant arc in the air, his pallid face appearing particularly otherworldly under the ethereal glow. Welcome back, Mr. Yu, Sarung greeted symbolically. How did the mission fare? Of course. A dangerous smile curved Ma Yanliang's lips as he elegantly inclined his body, gesturing invitingly. From the portal, the members of the Masks team emerged one after another, their 7 pairs of blue glowing eyes standing out starkly in the dim chapel. Upon witnessing this sight, Sarung's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively taking a half-step back, his hand beneath the robe gripping the dagger concealed within his sleeve. Under Sarung's vigilant gaze, Ma Yanliang spoke slowly. It went exceedingly smoothly. Sarung observed as the 7 masks initially stood at the ready, but upon hearing Ma Yanliang's words, they began to scrutinize the group, discovering that they stood motionless like automatons. Mr. Chifu, the night watchman mask squad is... The vigilance in Sarung's eyes did not wane in the slightest. She merely inquired. They have been entirely manipulated by me and are now my loyal subordinates. Ma Yanliang whispered into Sarung's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Is Lord Yuehui with them? Lord Yuehui has just returned. Sarung instinctively took a step back, her gaze still fixed on the 7 motionless figures that resembled puppets. At this moment, she was rendered speechless by shock. It is important to note that although the mask squad may not yet have the renown of medium or blue rain, to be part of a special team signifies an elite position within the Night Watchmen of Daxia. Yet now, they have been completely subdued by Ma Yanliang. Observing the situation, Ma Yanliang strode directly into the church, soon spotting the 3 members of Yuehui seated upon their thrones. At this moment, Yuehui appeared somewhat sullen. For the formidable Yamada no Orochi he had painstakingly summoned had just obliterated a city, and the Sword Saint had arrived on the scene. In his plans, Yamada no Orochi was meant to destroy at least 4 or 5 coastal cities. Lord Yuehui, Chifu has successfully fulfilled the mission, Ma Yanliang announced as he entered, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the members of the masked squad entered like automatons, all kneeling on one knee in unison. Oh, Chifu, have you managed to control the entire masked squad? Yuehui was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them, and then he noticed the peculiarities about their demeanor. After a brief pause, he expressed his astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ma Yanliang alone could slay the leader of the masked squad, given that the latter was the agent of Kronos, the god of time, and possessed formidable combat prowess, not to mention the backing of an entire special team. Eliminating him would be a daunting task. Yet Ma Yanliang had astonished him greatly, not only by controlling the leader, but also by subduing the entire masked squad. The motive behind eliminating the leader was simply his refusal to join the ancient god church. Now, by capturing him, they had inadvertently bolstered the church's strength. This was, without a doubt, a flawless execution of the mission. Observing Ma Yanliang's exemplary accomplishment, EU regarded him with approval. Truly, he was a worthy recruit. Excellent work, Chifu. You have executed this task splendidly. Yuehui suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the vast hall. Dispelling the earlier displeasure he felt over the severe injury inflicted upon Yamada no Orochi by Zhou Ping. What reward do you desire? After all, the Night Watchmen had suffered considerable setbacks. Not only had coastal cities been devastated, but the newly established mask had also been brought under control. Moreover, with the leader now subdued, it meant the Night Watchmen could no longer employ him to alter history. Instead, they could utilize him to reshape it. Granting Ma Yanliang a reward was also intended to convey to others within the ancient god church that fulfilling the tasks assigned by the 3 gods would yield bountiful rewards. Wealth, women, power, whatever one desires, the ancient god church can provide. Lord Yuehui, I humbly have a request. Upon hearing this, Ma Yanliang raised an eyebrow and spoke. Oh, pray tell. Lord Yuehui maintained a smile on his face. Ma Yanliang continued, through Wang Mian. I learned that the Night Watchmen have arranged for a medium team to execute me. I wish to request your assistance in eliminating the mediums. At present, he was no match for the mediums in direct combat. According to the intelligence from Wang Mian, the captain, Bali, had recently ascended to the rank of a Klein powerhouse, while the other members were also of the Wuliang realm. Although Ma Yanliang's mental strength was rapidly improving each day, reaching the Klein level would require time. Coincidentally, the other mediums were all corpses, which posed a particular challenge for Ma Yanliang. As for Bu Li, being a Klein, he was currently beyond Ma Yanliang's control. If Lord Yuehui could eliminate the mediums, it would indeed clear a significant obstacle. Upon hearing Ma Yanliang's request, the smile on Lord Yuehui's face abruptly faltered. Chapter 44. Seeking individuals. Upon observing the expression of Yu Huai, Ma Yanliang was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Foolish one, you may choose a different reward. I am currently unable to act. Yu Huai's demeanor gradually turned somber, absorbing the confusion reflected in Ma Yanliang's eyes. He slowly rose, his black robe cascading like ink, unfurling across the ground as he gazed down upon Ma Yanliang, the purple light in his eyes flickering ominously. My true form does not reside within the Great Xia, and should I take action, the apocalyptic black lotus that shields me from Lu Wuwei's detection will become ineffective. At that time, the Night Watchers, the pinnacle of humanity, will unite to hunt me down, especially Zhou Ping. Understanding dawned on Ma Yanliang. It seemed that Yu Huai harbored a fear of Zhou Ping. He inwardly scoffed, realizing why. In the original narrative, Lu Wuwei possessed the ability to track others, even being able to sense and pursue deities like Loki. Yet the Night Watchers of Great Xia allowed a being like Yu Huai to roam freely. It was clear that this elder possessed the apocalyptic Black Lotus, a divine artifact that could obscure Lu Wuwei's awareness. Even as the ancient god sect was nearly eradicated, Yu Huai managed to survive until later stages. Excellent. He had marked this entity for his own. Regaining his composure, Ma Yanliang proposed an alternative reward. Lord Yu Huai, since you are unable to intervene, I would like to request Lord Qianma to assist me in eliminating the medium. After all, the whispers of the past are unreliable. In the original tale, he was pursued by the medium to the brink of despair. Therefore, I wonder if Qianma might provide me with a pleasant surprise. The opponent had scarcely been mentioned in the original text, and upon his entrance, was swiftly subdued by Jialan, who disregarded damage entirely. Logically, as one of the three deities, his strength should surpass that of the Whispers. Yu Huai pondered for a moment, his hand gliding over the armrest of the throne, his gaze resting upon Qianma. Qianma, what is your perspective? Lord Yu Huai, aside from Zhou Ping, I regard no other Night Watcher of Great Xia with any significance. A mere medium squad is nothing to me. Sensing Yu Huai's scrutiny, Qianma nodded without hesitation. After all, the medium squad included only Bu Li, who was Klein, and he, Qianma, was also Klein, posing no threat. The others were merely insignificant, unworthy of his concern. Excellent, Yu Huai replied with satisfaction, retrieving 2 cubes that emanated an ethereal blue glow from within his robe. The surface of these cubes was inscribed with intricate runes, and it appeared as though a galaxy flowed within. This is a simplified version of a teleportation gate. Should you encounter medium, utilize this device, and Qianma will be able to come to your aid from the other end. With a flourish of his hand, the 2 cubes flew towards Ma Yanliang and Qianma, their voices echoing throughout the Grand Hall. Ma Yanliang reached out to catch one, feeling the cube's icy chill, reminiscent of ancient glacial ice. He examined it closely, noting its resemblance to a cosmic cube from a certain animated universe, albeit significantly smaller in size. Thank you, Lord Yu Huai, Ma Yanliang said, feigning reverence as he tucked the cube into his bosom. Stand down. During this period, you may take the opportunity to rest, as there are currently no new tasks within the church. Should any new assignments arise, I will have Salong inform you. Moon Huai resumed his seat upon the throne, the black robe cascading like a waterfall, his gaze sweeping over Ma Yanliang and the masked team behind him. Ma Yanliang inclined his body slightly, leading the masked individuals away, their footsteps silent upon the crimson carpet. Upon exiting the hall, the blinding sunlight caused Ma Yanliang to squint. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, the light filtering through his fingers casting mottled shadows upon his face. In that moment, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, and a cold smirk played upon his lips. Although he currently had no other tasks, a plan targeting the medium was already formulating in his mind. He had no intention of being hunted down like a stray dog, as depicted in the original narrative. In the dimly lit corridor, Ma Yanliang's footsteps echoed against the floor. At the end of the corridor, Salong leaned against the window, a slender cigarette held between her fingers, the scarlet ember glowing intermittently in the shadows. Salong, please have the intelligence department assist me in retrieving information about the medium team. Ma Yanliang did not rush back to rest. Instead, He sought out Salong first to convey his intentions. The medium team, you say? Very well. Mr. Chiyu, the information will be delivered to your villa within 3 hours. Salong exhaled a ring of smoke, the mist swirling around her exquisite features, her fingers deftly flicking away the ash. Wait, Ma Yanliang seemed to recall something, speaking once more. Salong's high heels traced a half circle on the floor as her black skirt swayed gently with her movement. Is there anything else? Additionally, I need you to find someone for me. Who? Salong arched an eyebrow, the cigarette hovering in midair. Shun Qingzhu, a child from an orphanage, now approximately 13 years of age. Ma Yanliang narrowed his eyes slightly and stated, I need to know the city in which he resides and his detailed address. A flicker of confusion crossed Salong's eyes, but she quickly masked it. As a logistics supervisor of the ancient god church, she had long since learned not to inquire into the motives of others. Understood, I will arrange that at once. Salong extinguished the cigarette in the metal ashtray mounted on the wall, though such civilian information might require additional time. Ma Yanliang observed her departing silhouette. His interest in Shun Qingzhu was not due to the boy himself. After all, at this moment, Shun Qingzhu likely had yet to awaken the Forbidden Ruins, and Ma Yanliang held no interest in him. The true objective was Wu Quan, possessing the ability to dominate emperors, once subdued. Even if only just awakened from the Forbidden Ruins, he would become a significant asset for Ma Yanliang. The original protagonist, Lin Chiye, merely confined him in a fasting chamber upon discovery, which seemed a gross waste to Ma Yanliang. Such a valuable individual was undoubtedly meant to serve his purposes. Controlling him would be quite simple. Merely take Shun Qingzhu along as well. The first step was to ensure that Shun Qingzhu genuinely joined the ancient god church. As long as the other party joins the ancient deity society, Wu Quan has no reason not to join, for he is determined to become Shun Qingzhu's protector. Very well, I shall arrange this forthwith. Although Sa Lang felt a tinge of curiosity, she understood that some questions are best left unasked, and thus she nodded in agreement. After completing these arrangements, Ma Yanliang turned to return to his villa, for he too needed to carefully devise a strategy regarding the matter of the medium. Chapter 45. Shun Qingzhu, captain of the medium team, Bali, Klein Realm, Unknown Forbidden Ruins. Former vice-captain of medium, Wu Tongxian, Klein Realm, currently imprisoned at the Fasting House. The Forbidden Ruins is my dream. Team member, medium, Zhang Xiaohua. The Forbidden Ruins is Blade Edge, capable of bestowing the Forbidden Ruins upon a blade, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. Team member, medium, Wang Yi. As Ma Yanliang awakened from the dream realm, intelligence lay before him on his desk. He extended a finger to part the file. The sound of paper rustling resonating in the serene room. Upon glimpsing the sparse details inscribed within, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The light cast uneven shadows across his face, his heterochromatic eyes glimmering faintly in the dimness, betraying a hint of disappointment. The intelligence contained merely a few lines regarding the personnel of the medium team and the Forbidden Ruins, with even some information labeled as unknown. Of course, his knowledge of the narrative allowed him to discern that Wu Tongxuan's true Forbidden Ruins was, in fact, formless. Soon, Ma Yanliang's gaze shifted to another neatly bound dossier. Shun Qingzhu, 13 years old, orphaned, abandoned at a young age, resides in the Cold Mountain Orphanage in Linjiang City, an ordinary individual, yet to awaken the Forbidden Ruins. Ma Yanliang meticulously perused this more detailed document, the rustle of the pages prompting a soft chuckle to escape his lips. Not only did it feature a recent photograph of Shun Qingzhu, but it also included images of the Cold Mountain Orphanage. Indeed, if the intelligence department of the ancient god church could not even compile complete information on a mere mortal, they might as well seek employment in a factory. Additionally, there were two supplementary pieces of intelligence, one detailing information about the founder of the Cold Mountain Orphanage, and the other concerning local night watchmen, which Ma Yanliang merely glanced at before diverting his gaze. At least the intelligence department had not descended to utter incompetence. Closing the dossier, he rose, the hem of his black trench coat tracing an elegant arc behind him. After perusing the intelligence, it was only natural that he sought out Sarung. As he pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, warm orange light flooded the space. There, Sarung reclined in a high-backed chair upholstered in red velvet, the glass of red wine in her hand refracting light like a jewel. Upon noticing Ma Yanliang's entrance, she lazily lifted her eyelids, her crimson nails gently tapping the rim of her glass. "Mr. Yu, what brings you here?" "Sarung, I intend to make a trip to Linjiang City. Kindly open a portal for me." "You wish to go to Linjiang City?" Sarung immediately grasped his intent to seek out the individual named Shun Qingzhu. As a logistics supervisor, all intelligence from her department must pass through her hands before being shared internally. Naturally, she was well acquainted with Shun Qingzhu's profile. After all, she needed to provide her approval before any intelligence could be handed over. The rationale was simple. Should any issues arise with the intelligence, Sarung, as the logistics supervisor, would be the first to face inquiries and potentially face penalties. Indeed, it shall be a brief visit. Ma Yanliang stood at the threshold of light and shadow, half of his face shrouded in darkness. He snapped his fingers, the crisp sound resonating through the air, as Wang Mian and his companions materialized from the shadows like phantoms. Their faces remained expressionless, their eyes flickering with an eerie blue light. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Ma Yanliang decided to bring Wang Mian and the others along this time. Salong's gaze swept over these puppets, her crimson lips curling into a teasing arc. She set down her wine glass and swiftly led Ma Yanliang to the portal, her slender fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. The space began to warp, and a portal emanating a violet glow slowly took shape in the center of the basement. "Good luck, Mr. Chiyu." Salong's farewell carried a hint of playful mockery. Ma Yanliang adjusted his attire before stepping into the portal, with Wang Mian and the others following closely behind. In a flash of light, they vanished from sight. After sending Ma Yanliang and his companions off, a glimmer of interest flickered in Salong's eyes. This individual, named Shun Qingzhu, though ostensibly an ordinary person, had managed to pique Qiyu's interest. What extraordinary qualities did he possess? The night sky over Linjiang City was draped in a fine drizzle. Ma Yanliang's figure emerged from the shadows of a narrow alley, the damp air thick with the acrid stench of fermenting refuse. He frowned, brushing away non-existent dust from his shoulder. "You all stay here and wait for my signal," he instructed Wang Mian before striding towards the street, the neon lights suddenly splashing upon him, elongating his shadow. Puddles on the road reflected the inverted cityscape, while the headlights of speeding cars shattered into vibrant patches of color. Linjiang City was a third-tier town, with the local Nightwatch team comprising merely 3 members. The captain's mental prowess barely reaching the threshold of Chuanjing. In other words, there was currently no one in this city capable of posing a threat to him. "Driver, please take me to number 83, Dongtan Alley." To avoid unnecessary exposure, Ma Yanliang opted to flag down a taxi directly. A cab gradually came to a halt before him. As the window rolled down, the driver's simple face froze upon meeting Ma Yanliang's gaze. The blue halo danced in the driver's eyes, and soon, a fervent devotion surfaced on his face. "Yes, my Lord Chiyu." The rain drummed on the car roof, playing an eerie requiem. Ma Yanliang gazed out at the receding street scenery, his reflection in the glass revealing a smile akin to that of a hunter before the chase. Time slipped away, and the outline of the Han Mountain Orphanage emerged, shrouded in the rain. Ma Yanliang stood before a rusted fence, holding an umbrella. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" At that moment, a somewhat juvenile voice chimed in from the side. A boy, appearing around 12 or 13 years of age, stood not far away, coldly observing Ma Yanliang, his eyes brimming with vigilance. The rain soaked his hair and thoroughly drenched his school uniform. He tugged at his attire, seemingly ready for a confrontation. Indeed, Shun Qingzhu had always been a rebellious spirit from a young age, Ma Yanliang thought to himself with a hint of admiration. Thus, he allowed a smile to grace his face, endeavoring to appear more amiable, and softly spoke. "I am a philanthropist. Upon discovering an orphanage here, I contemplated making a donation. Is your director available? Our Han Mountain Orphanage lacks for nothing. We do not accept charity from others." Shun Qingzhu scoffed lightly, then pulled out a piece of gum and began to chew. Ma Yanliang maintained his smile, stating, It is not too late to refuse after I have communicated with your director. Surely, you wish for your younger siblings to have a balanced diet and grow up healthy. Shen Qingzhu trembled slightly, a flicker of hesitation appearing in her eyes. She then turned her head away and replied coolly, "As you wish." Chapter 46. The Cold Mountain Orphanage. The weathered iron gate of the Cold Mountain Orphanage appeared particularly desolate in the drizzling rain. Ma Yanliang gently rapped on the door knocker, the metallic sound resonating sharply in the silent courtyard. Creak! As Ma Yanliang knocked, a wrinkled face peeked through the gap in the door, the eyes behind the reading glasses narrowing slightly. Old Lu, stooped with age, had a few strands of gray hair dampened by the rain, and approached slowly under an umbrella. "Is that boy Shen back?" Upon recognizing the figure of the man in black standing outside, he hesitated for a moment, a flicker of caution evident in his eyes. "May I ask whom you seek?" "I am a philanthropist." Ma Yanliang's black trench coat remained steadfast against the rain, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reiterated the words he had shared with Shen Qingzhu. As his warm voice flowed forth, the tension in old Lu's shoulders gradually eased, the wariness in his gaze transforming into a tentative curiosity. "Please come in." After a brief moment of hesitation, old Lu finally swung open the iron gate, the rusty hinges emitting a piercing groan. It was then he noticed Shen Qingzhu standing behind Ma Yanliang and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Shen boy, why are you drenched? Did I not place an umbrella in your backpack? Where is it?" Old Lu hurriedly stepped forward, feeling around the side of the backpack, but only encountering dampness. Unable to contain his inquiry, he pressed on. "Where's the umbrella?" "That thing is too cumbersome. I simply discarded it." Shen Qingzhu averted his gaze, his wet bangs concealing his eyes, yet the faint blush creeping to the back of his ears betrayed his unease. Ma Yanliang observed the interaction with keen interest, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. He discreetly assessed the dilapidated courtyard, noting the crumbling walls, a few malnourished Yupon holly plants shivering in the corner, and the rainwater forming a gentle stream along the bluestone path. "Come in quickly, take a hot shower, and don't catch a cold." Old Lu urged Shen Qingzhu to enter the orphanage, then turned his gaze back to Ma Yanliang. "May I inquire how to address you?" "Sir, just call me Ma Yanliang," he replied with an unwavering smile, speaking softly. Soon, Ma Yanliang followed old Lu into an antiquated residence. As they traversed the narrow corridor, he had to slightly bow his head. The decaying wooden floorboards groaned under the weight of his steps. Suddenly, he sensed several timid gazes directed at him. 5 or 6 children cowered behind the door like startled little beasts. The eldest among them was merely 8 or 9 years old, while the youngest was only 3 or 4. They were clad in old-fashioned cotton jackets, their health appearing decent, neither overly robust nor gravely malnourished. "Do not be afraid." Ma Yanliang knelt down and retrieved a few exquisitely wrapped candies from the pocket of his trench coat. A radiant smile blossomed on his handsome face, gradually melting the children's defenses. The smallest among them even mustered the courage to tug at the hem of Ma Yanliang's coat. After a quick scan of the area, Ma Yanliang noted the absence of Wu Quan, but continued to follow old Lu into his office. The office was so small it felt suffocating. The yellowed wallpaper was riddled with mildew, and a crooked desk bore a few newspapers. "Please, have a seat, Lu," the elderly gentleman placed an old chair that creaked slightly in front of Ma Yanliang. He then turned to fetch a disposable paper cup, filling it with steaming hot tea, revealing even a few floating tea leaves within. Observing this, Ma Yanliang gradually settled into the chair, which continued to emit its characteristic squeaks. "I wonder how much Mr. Ma intends to donate." "To be honest, it's the first time in many years that someone has contributed to the orphanage," Lu remarked, a smile breaking through the weariness etched on his aged face. 1 million should suffice," Ma Yanliang replied, placing a bank card on the desk. Having recently joined the ancient cult, he was not short of funds. Suddenly, Lu erupted into a fit of coughs, his hunched back bending even further. "Sufficient, quite enough." His voice trembled, and his frail fingers gingerly brushed against the card, as if it were a fragile treasure. "On behalf of the children at the orphanage, I thank you. There's no need for such formalities. It is merely a small gesture," Ma Yanliang said, lifting the cup to his lips. Having perceived Lu's every action through his mental acuity, he felt at ease sipping the tea. By the way, do you have a child named Wuquan here? The steam from the tea wafted gently, and as he raised the cup, his gaze swept across the office's corners, his voice casual. Wuquan. Lu paused at the mention of the name, deep in thought before shaking his head. We do not have such a child in the orphanage. Not even one who has grown up and left. Why do you ask, Mr. Ma? After hearing Lu's response, Ma Yanliang scrutinized him for a moment, sensing no deceit in his expression. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. His fingertips lightly grazed the rim of the cup, the tea reflecting his contemplative gaze. It seemed Wuquan was not yet at Hanshan Orphanage. Perhaps he had arrived too early. With this thought, Ma Yanliang rose to leave. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. I will come back to check on the children when I have the opportunity. Why not stay for a meal before you go? Lu suggested, unable to resist. It's just the right time for dinner. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Yanliang nodded. Very well. Excellent. Tonight, we shall have braised pork. A delightful feast awaits. The rich aroma of the food wafted through the air as the children, gleefully carrying steaming dishes, placed them on the table. Shen Qingzhu silently set the braised pork down, the glistening oil catching the light on his fingertips. He chose a seat by the window, where the rain trickled down the glass like a river, mirroring his somber profile. Lost in thought, Ma Yanliang naturally took a seat beside him, his black trench coat spreading across the plastic chair. Not all. Shen Qingzhu turned his head away, though his tone had softened from its earlier sharpness. He still maintained an air of aloofness. Ma Yanliang remained utterly unconcerned. After all, the character of Shen Qingzhu in the original work had always been thus. It was precisely this demeanor that earned him the moniker of the swaggering brother. However, formally integrating Shen Qingzhu into the ancient divine cult would require some time. The reason for not exerting control over Shen Qingzhu and his companions was twofold. Firstly, facilitating Shen Qingzhu's voluntary accession to the ancient divine cult was far more engaging than mere manipulation. Secondly, since Wuquan was not yet at the Coal Mountain Orphanage, a flesh-and-blood Shen Qingzhu was far more suited to guide him along the desired path than a mere puppet under control. What he needed to do now was to let things unfold naturally, while subtly influencing events behind the scenes. Chapter 47, The Performance, has only just begun after finishing dinner. Yanliang rose to take his leave. Given the current timeline, Wuquan had yet to arrive at the Han Mountain Orphanage. Thus, he saw no reason to linger. However, he remained vigilant, instructing Wang Mian to discreetly monitor Shen Qingzhu's movements. Judging by the timeline, Shen Qingzhu should soon rescue Wuquan from the clutches of the traffickers. Time was in abundance for Ma Yanliang, and the optimal moment to cultivate trust in another was from a young age. Both Shen Qingzhu and Wuquan were mere pawns in his grand design. The following morning, Shen Qingzhu walked along the damp, uneven stone path towards school, the weight of his heavy backpack pressing down on his slender shoulders, a burden he had grown accustomed to. The rain from the previous night had left the city enveloped in a musty, damp scent. He kicked aside a discarded soda can, the clattering sound echoing harshly in the empty alley. As he turned the third corner, Shen Qingzhu abruptly halted. The most striking sight was the bruise on the inner side of his wrist. Purple-red whip marks formed a web-like pattern, with blood crusting at the edges. A small, shivering boy huddled beneath an awning, his soaked clothes clinging to his frail frame, evoking a sense of deep pity. A worn bowl lay before him, and a dirty piece of cardboard rested on his filthy knees, scrawled with a plea for 2 yuan to buy buns. What caught Shen Qingzhu's attention most was the bruising on the boy's wrist, the intricate web of purple red marks, bearing witness to repeated lashings. Hey! Shen Qingzhu approached and crouched down, pulling from his pocket the egg that old Lu had given him that morning. Eat this. The boy recoiled in fear but swallowed hard at the sight of the food. Trembling, he reached out to accept the egg, swiftly peeling it and devouring it hungrily. Shen Qingzhu leaned closer to the boy, his voice lowered. Where are your parents? They're dead, the boy replied shortly, glancing up at him with a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow. His intuition told him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sharp whistle pierced the air from the alley's entrance, and the boy's body tensed visibly. Following the boy's gaze, Shen Qingzhu observed a middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket emerging from the nearby grocery store. The man had a brutish appearance, with a thick neck adorned by a heavy gold chain, and he carried a bag of steamed buns. "Who is that?" Shen Qingzhu asked. The boy remained silent. Yet when the man cast a glance in their direction, the boy instinctively shrank back. "Little brat, how much did you collect today?" The leather-jacketed man strode over, gripping the boy's ear roughly, barking questions while he rummaged through the coins in the tattered bowl. "Is this all?" The man clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, tossing 2 cold buns in front of the boy. "Finish those and get back quickly. There's more work to be done tonight." The boy silently picked up the buns, devouring them ravenously, neglecting to wipe the rainwater from his face. "What are you staring at?" The man finally noticed Shen Qingzhu standing nearby, glaring viciously. "Get lost, you little bastard." Shen Qingzhu remained motionless, his gaze coldly fixed upon the man before him. The man, seemingly incensed by Shen's stare, took a step forward and raised his hand, poised to strike Shen Qingzhu. "Lao Zhang, what are you dawdling for?" Another man's voice rang out from across the street. The man in the leather jacket begrudgingly lowered his hand and spat on the ground. "Consider yourself lucky," he muttered, seizing the boy's arm and dragging him across the street. As the boy was pulled away, he glanced back at Shen Qingzhu at the corner. Shen Qingzhu noted the time. Attending school now would surely mean he was late. The boy's eyes, like hooks, latched onto his heart, compelling him to not simply walk away. He made a decision to follow discreetly, unbeknownst to Shen Qingzhu. A figure clad in a gray cloak observed the scene from approximately 20 meters behind him. Wang Mian took out his phone and dialed a number. "Ha! Foolish adults. There's a situation here." The rain intensified, and 3 figures traversed the street. At the forefront, the man in the leather jacket dragged the boy. In the middle, a cautiously concealed Shen Qingzhu, and trailing behind, Ma Yanliang strolled leisurely, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth, akin to an elegant black panther silently following its prey. According to Ma Yanliang's plans, he had intended to remain for at least another month, but unexpectedly encountered this situation the very next day. Fate has a peculiar way of intervening. They departed from the town center, the path growing increasingly rugged, and trailing these individuals proved more manageable than anticipated. The boy and the leather-jacketed man wound their way out of the urban area, heading north along a dirt road overrun with weeds. Shen Qingzhu maintained a distance of 50 meters, his pant legs already caked in mud. After traversing a thicket of trees, they arrived at a rickety wooden shack on the side of a hill. The windows were boarded up, allowing only a faint glimmer of light to seep through the cracks. The decaying pine emitted a foul odor in the rain, and faint sobs could be heard from within the broken window. The man in the leather jacket knocked 3 times at the door, paused, then knocked twice more. The door opened a crack, and he pulled the boy inside with him. Shen Qingzhu crouched behind a bush, rainwater streaming down his neck and into his collar, yet he remained oblivious. At that moment, a piercing cry erupted from the wooden shack, abruptly silenced, as if someone had covered the child's mouth. No longer hesitating, Shen Qingzhu stealthily approached the shack, finding a gap to peer inside. The sight within twisted his stomach in anguish. Through the slats, he saw 5 children huddled in the corner like lambs awaiting slaughter, the youngest appearing no older than 5 or 6. Marks of restraint marred their wrists and ankles, their faces bearing an unhealthy pallor. The man in the leather jacket was shoving a newly arrived girl towards the group, while the boy from earlier was pinned to the ground by another bald man. "Only $30 today." The bald man was grinding the boy's fingers beneath his shoe, the belt buckle glinting coldly under the oil lamp. It seems the last lesson wasn't sufficiently severe. The sound of the belt striking flesh and the boy's stifled whimpers made Shen Qingzhu clench his fists. Human traffickers. Shen Qingzhu counted. Aside from the children, there were 4 adult men in the room. Confronting the situation head-on seemed devoid of hope. He needed to devise a way to rescue these children. Shen Qingzhu remained oblivious to the figure of Ma Yanliang, leisurely swinging his legs atop a cedar tree 30 meters behind him. The rain bizarrely diverted just 3 centimeters from his body, as if separated by an invisible barrier. He toyed with a bronze pocket watch, appearing utterly detached from the unfolding events. "Foolish adult." Shall we intervene now? Wang Mian's voice echoed through the headset. Not yet. Ma Yanliang replied softly, closing the pocket watch with a metallic click that was swallowed by the sound of the rain. His gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, landing on Shun Qingzhu's tense silhouette. The true drama had only just begun. Chapter 48. The passerby soon. The night descended like a thick ink, engulfing the desolate mountain forest entirely. In the distance, the peaks were silhouetted against the moonlight, their jagged edges creating an eerie outline, occasionally pierced by the mournful cawing of crows, adding an extra layer of foreboding. Ma Yanliang leaned against a gnarled tree, its mottled shadows fragmenting his tall figure. His deep-set eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance in the darkness, resembling two stars that had fallen to earth. His gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the dilapidated wooden cabin, or more precisely, on the silent youth standing before it. Shen Qingzhu had been lying there for several hours. With a sudden creak, the cabin door was brutally thrust open. 4 adult men stumbled out, cursing under their breath, the acrid scent of cheap cigarettes wafting through the night air. "Damn it, we only collected over 300 today," grumbled a man in a leather jacket, spitting disdainfully as the rusted iron door emitted a harsh groan behind him. He fumbled with a somewhat misshapen padlock, securing it with meticulous care, tugging at it for good measure. The bald man smirked, clapping his companion on the shoulder. "What's the rush? Tomorrow we'll send these little brats to that new shopping mall in the east of the city. I've heard there are plenty of wealthy folks around." Their voices gradually faded into the thickening night. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Ma Yanliang's lips as he gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the moonlight reflecting off the lenses and casting an eerie blue glow on his face. "Time for my entrance," he murmured, and in the next instant, his figure vanished entirely from the spot. "Hey, these little brats, the money from begging is dwindling." The leather-jacketed man kicked a stone off the path, the dull thud resonating as it struck the tree trunk. They were trudging along a muddy trail, the underbrush on either side rustling ominously. The moonlight was fractured by the dense canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. "If you ask me, we should go for something big," the bald man suggested, rubbing his shiny scalp. Suddenly lowering his voice and glinting with malice, he mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. "I've scoped out that orphanage in Linjiang several times. Just an old man on the brink of death watching over it. If we sneak in at midnight and take him out, the rest of the kids will be ours." The man in the checkered shirt hesitated, recalling the last incident that had yet to fade from memory. "What are you afraid of?" The bald man slapped his companion's back forcefully. "The police haven't even managed to find a hint of evidence." The leather-jacketed man remained silent, sensing something was amiss. This narrow dirt path, it felt a bit too crowded. He instinctively began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, for certain. Wait. He counted himself. 5 people. The leather-jacketed man stiffly turned his head, his gaze landing on the young man who had inexplicably appeared among them. The moonlight gently filtered through the gaps in the tree canopy, illuminating a face adorned with a gentle smile. Most unsettlingly, in the dim light, those azure eyes glimmered faintly. "Who on earth are you?" The man in the leather jacket suddenly drew a small knife from his waist, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. The other 3, jolted from their stupor, brandished their weapons as well. The bald man even revealed a gleaming short knife from behind his waist. "I'm merely a passerby," Ma Yanliang replied with a slight smile. This statement clearly did little to convince the man in the leather jacket. After all, who would believe that a passerby could appear so suddenly in the wilderness? "Get him!" The bald man charged at Ma Yanliang with his short knife drawn. "I told you, I'm just a passerby." Ma Yanliang sighed softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Why do you never believe the truth?" No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant blue light erupted from his eyes, radiating outward as if it were a tangible force, enveloping the 4 men completely. The leather-clad man froze mid-strike, feeling an indescribable warmth seep into him through his eyes, swiftly spreading throughout his body. As the blue light faded, the expressions of the 4 men transformed entirely. Their previous ferocity vanished, replaced by a fervent reverence bordering on fanaticism. They knelt in unison, heads bowed low. "O foolish masters!" Their voices overlapped, echoing through the silent woods. Ma Yanliang nodded in satisfaction, the blue light behind his glasses gradually receding. He gazed toward the wooden cabin, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Now, I need you to do something for me. Inflict severe harm on that child named Shen Qingzhu in front of all the other children." He continued, stroking his chin, especially in front of that little fellow named Wu Quan. The four men mechanically nodded, a sickly gleam in their eyes, and immediately turned back. Ma Yanliang's figure once again melted into the shadows. He was curious to see if he could compel Wu Quan's dominating emperor to emerge prematurely, perhaps awakening Shen Qingzhu's potential and forcing out his forbidden domain would be equally intriguing. In front of the cabin, Shen Qingzhu cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed that the traffickers had moved far away, he stealthily approached the door lock. He had previously noticed that although the four traffickers had locked it, the lock was rusty and loose. With enough force, it might just yield. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the chain with both hands and yanked it forcefully. With a sharp crack, the chain snapped. He gently pushed the door open, and the stench of mildew, sweat, and excrement hit him like a wave. Bathed in moonlight, he saw 6 frail figures curled up in the corner, resembling a group of frightened young beasts. The oldest was no more than 10, while the youngest appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, their exposed arms and legs marred with bruises and scabs. "I am here to rescue you," Shen Qingzhu whispered. The children gazed at him in terror, none daring to move. A little girl with untidy braids began to tremble, burying her face in her knees. "Is it truly possible to escape?" Finally, a gaunt boy with prominent cheekbones timidly inquired. His right eye was swollen shut, and, as he spoke, his gums revealed the absence of 2 front teeth. Shen Qingzhu nodded, urging quick, while they have yet to return. Only then did the children unsteadily rise to their feet. One small boy, appearing to be around 9 years old, almost stumbled due to his weak legs. Shen Qingzhu recognized this boy as the one she had encountered earlier that morning. Chapter 49. The awakening of Shen Qingzhu. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Shen Qingzhu rushed forward, lifting him to his feet while urging the group of children to flee. "Hurry, otherwise, those human traffickers will return." The group, akin to startled birds, stumbled out of their confining prison. The frigid night wind lashed against their faces as Shen Qingzhu led the children down the rugged mountain path. The brittle branches beneath their feet cracked audibly, and the distant hoot of an owl echoed through the night. Yet, fate appeared to revel in its cruel jest. "You little bastards, how dare you escape? I'll make you pay." The furious roar resounded like thunder, scattering the birds perched in the trees. Shen Qingzhu froze, and upon glancing back, saw 4 traffickers emerging from the shadows like vengeful phantoms, brandishing clubs and knives, their faces twisted in malevolent rage. "Run, down the mountain. Do not look back." Shen Qingzhu turned to confront the threat, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He knew that if he did not impede these men, not a single child would escape. Thus, he understood that he must delay them. The bald man was the first to charge forward, his steel pipe slicing through the moonlight in a silver arc seeking death. Accompanied by this furious cry, the pipe hurtled toward Shen Qingzhu's head. Instinctively, he dodged, the pipe grazing his ear and crashing into his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Staggering backward, he seized a broken branch from the ground. "You can take a hit, huh?" The man in the leather jacket sneered as he closed in, the dagger in his hand glinting like a serpent's tongue. "Today, I'll chop off your fingers one by one." Grasping the broken branch, the decaying wood splintered into his palm as he flailed the feeble weapon. In truth, Shen Qingzhu was merely a boy of 12 or 13, and facing 4 towering adults, he was inevitably forced to retreat under their relentless assault. Bang! Soon, a heavy blow struck the back of his head. Shen Qingzhu felt the world spin violently before collapsing to the ground, gravel embedding into his flesh. Warm liquid streamed down his forehead, and the world around him twisted into a crimson haze. "You 3, go after the little brats." The leather-jacketed man placed a foot on Shen Qingzhu's back, crushing his spine with a sickening crack. "I'll enjoy this one slowly." The pressure from the sole of the shoe squeezed the air from his lungs and through the blood mist. Shen Qingzhu beheld 3 traffickers pouncing toward the children's escape route like ravenous wolves. The man's twisted laughter echoed in his ears, and metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils. Despair washed over him like a relentless tide, and his nails dug deep into the earth. Damn it! Why? Why can't I do anything? I refuse to accept this. Just as Shen Qingzhu felt his consciousness slipping into darkness, an extraordinary surge of warmth suddenly erupted from within him. It felt as if someone had ignited stars within him, a myriad of luminous points surging through his veins, instantaneously flooding his limbs and every sinew, each cell rejoicing as if some long-dormant essence had awakened. What on earth? The scream of the man in the leather jacket shattered the night sky. Shen Qingzhu sensed an unprecedented strength coursing through his muscles. He arched his back and, with astonishing force, overturned the adult man who had been perched upon him as if he were mere paper. The man in the leather jacket traced a clumsy arc through the air, landing heavily on his back with a dull thud. Like an injured beast, Shen Qingzhu lunged forward, seizing the knife from his grasp and, without hesitation, plunged it into his abdomen. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts. The sensation of the dagger piercing flesh was vividly clear. Shen Qingzhu could even perceive the blade slicing through the layers of fat, penetrating the muscle tissue and ultimately meeting the softness of the innards. Blood splattered across the boy's face, and the man in the leather jacket widened his eyes, locking gazes with Shen Qingzhu, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. When the other 3 traffickers returned with the fleeing children, they beheld the sight of a knife-wielding youth standing under the moonlight beside the twitching form of their companion. Blood dripped from the knife's tip, blooming into dark red flowers upon the withered leaves. Kill him! The bald man's furious roar startled the night birds as he charged forward, brandishing a club. Shen Qingzhu gripped the bloodied knife, his gaze turning icy and resolute. No longer retreating, he surged towards his opponent. Amidst the clash of blades, additional wounds adorned Shen Qingzhu's body, yet he seemed impervious to pain. Each swing of the knife infused with the ferocity of mutual destruction. 1-2. When faced with the last trafficker, Shen Qingzhu suddenly felt an unusual tremor resonate within him. An instinct compelled him to snap his fingers. Snap. In an instant, the world fell into silence. Within a 1-meter radius centered around Shen Qingzhu, the air was abruptly siphoned away. The remaining bald man's mouth gaped open, unable to produce a sound. As the steel pipe he wielded slowed unnaturally, his eyeballs bulged from the disparity in internal and external pressure, the veins on his face swelling like a spider's web. The surrounding air had been completely evacuated. When the air surged back in, Shen Qingzhu's knife had already penetrated the man's throat. As the 4th trafficker crumpled to the ground, Shen Qingzhu too could no longer endure, collapsing onto his knees. His vision blurred by blood, his ears filled only with the sound of his own labored breathing. Yet a faint smile graced his lips. In the distance, the children stood frozen in place, terror etched across their faces. Go, quickly go. Shen Qingzhu rasped, using his last ounce of strength to gesture towards the path down the mountain. The eldest boy gritted his teeth and shouted to the others, "We must go. Let us not betray him." The children cried as they fled down the mountain, while Shen Qingzhu struggled to crawl towards the unconscious boy he had encountered earlier, who had just been struck down by the traffickers during the escape. Trembling, he cradled the boy in his arms, wrapping him in his blood-stained coat, and then staggered to his feet, taking one painstaking step after another down the mountain. The boy seemed to sense a disturbance. His tightly shut eyes fluttered open, revealing a fatigued gaze as he beheld the blood-soaked figure of Shen Qingzhu. "What is your name?" In the dim light of the night, Shen Qingzhu's form swayed precariously, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. "Wu Quan." The boy responded with great difficulty, as if the lingering effects of being struck by human traffickers had finally taken their toll. His eyes closed once more, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Qingzhu's awareness began to wane, yet his arms clung tenaciously to Wu Quan, murmuring to himself as he staggered step by step toward the city. In the distance, atop the treetops, Ma Yanliang observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. He licked his lips and whispered softly audibly only to himself. Indeed, just as it should be. He had distinctly sensed that Shen Qingzhu had awakened the forbidden ruins in the face of the traffickers and had employed the chi valve. It was precisely due to this awakening that his mental strength reached a pivotal state, enabling him to confront 4 adult men. Moreover, he had just caught wind of the boy's name. Truly, it was a twist of fate. However, it appeared that under his influence, Shen Qingzhu had seemingly awakened the forbidden ruins prematurely. Chapter 50. No one left behind. Wang Mian and Ma Yanliang silently observed the retreating figures of Shen Qingzhu and Wu Quan, their voices devoid of any turbulence. A subordinate appeared silently 3 meters behind Ma Yanliang, wearing a mask. Aside from Shen Qingzhu and the child in her arms, all the fleeing children had been eliminated, and the deed was to be attributed to the 4 individuals who had recently met their demise, ensuring the matter was executed with precision. The moonlight illuminated Ma Yanliang's sharply defined profile, revealing a pair of elongated eyes that held no warmth, only a chilling indifference to life. Wang Mian slightly inclined his head, a flicker of cold light passing through the blue eyes hidden beneath the mask. In an instant, he vanished like mist scattered by the wind, leaving only a few withered leaves swirling in his wake. For Ma Yanliang, these children had witnessed the entire sequence of events, including Shen Qingzhu's use of forbidden abilities. He could not allow this information to escape. If the authorities were alerted and they found these children, the revelation of Shen Qingzhu's extraordinary powers would inevitably leak out, and the Night Watchers might come knocking based on the children's testimony. Although they were merely children, the police might not necessarily dismiss their claims. But what if they did? Ma Yanliang could not permit any unforeseen variables to disrupt his plans. Both Shen Qingzhu and Wu Quan were pieces on his chessboard, and he could not allow the Night Watchers to seize them. As long as these children were silenced, even if the Night Watchers sensed the use of forbidden powers, who would suspect an orphan? In the eyes of the police, this would merely appear as a case riddled with uncertainties. Deep within the forest, 5 children fled in a panic, akin to a startled herd of deer. The brittle branches beneath their feet snapped, producing sharp sounds. They scurried downhill like frightened rabbits, not daring to look back until their legs weakened and they were forced to halt. I can't run anymore. The youngest girl suddenly collapsed to the ground, her scraped knee oozing bright red blood. She appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old, tears carving clean trails down her grimy cheeks, her voice thick with sobs. Just a little longer, we're almost at the bottom of the hill. The leading boy, around 10 years of age, crouched down to examine her injury. The girl erupted into tears. I want my mommy. A girl with a ponytail hugged her tightly, gently patting her frail back. Once we call the police, the nice officers will take us home. Her voice abruptly ceased. An unnatural chill swept through the treetops, rustling the dry leaves. The children froze in place, and the leading boy slowly turned his head, his pupils dilating in shock. Moonlight filtered through the trees, outlining a tall figure. A mask inscribed with the character for King obscured the stranger's face, revealing only 2 piercing blue eyes. Clad in black gloves, the figure held an oddly shaped knife, its blade curved and marred with numerous small nicks, reflecting a dull, cold glint in the moonlight. The boy instantly recognized it as the weapon wielded by the trafficker. However, were those 4 human traffickers not slain by that imposing figure? Flee! The leading boy, caught off guard, suddenly shouted, seizing the small girl and dashing down the mountain. The other children, awakening from their stupor, scattered in all directions. In that fleeting moment of their escape, Wang Mian moved. Instantly, his figure vanished as if erased by an eraser, disappearing without a trace. The boy at the forefront suddenly stumbled forward. In disbelief, he looked down to see a bloodied blade protruding from his chest. Warm liquid surged in his throat. He opened his mouth, and blood trickled from the corners, blooming a dark red flower upon the earth. For remain. Wang Mian's voice slithered into the boy's ear, akin to a serpent's hiss. The remaining children were paralyzed with terror. One boy collapsed to the ground, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Please, don't kill us. Wang Mian remained silent, merely raising his hand, the blade gleaming with a chilling light under the moon. With a swift motion, the boy's head tilted to one side, a slender crimson line appearing at his neck. In the next moment, blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering the pale faces of the surrounding children. 3 remain. A scream shattered the night sky. The remaining children fled desperately, but one girl stumbled over a tree root, her knees striking the rocks with a heavy thud. She struggled to rise, only to see that white mask looming closer in the moonlight. Her plea morphed into blood-tinged foam in her throat. The serrated blade effortlessly sliced through her delicate neck, blood splattering onto the ground around her. 2 remain. Wang Mian's figure flickered like a specter, swiftly closing in on the last 2 children. The dull blade glinted coldly, and the children collapsed like marionettes with severed strings, their throats bubbling with blood. As the final faint breath dissipated into the night wind, Wang Mian sheathed the bloodied machete. The moonlit clearing resembled a battlefield. 5 small corpses lying in various twisted positions amidst the crimson pool. Blood seeped into the earth, staining the fallen leaves a sinister shade of purplish black. He knelt down, meticulously inspecting each wound to ensure they matched the machete taken from the traffickers. Finally, he placed the weapon in one of the traffickers' hands, deliberately leaving fingerprints on the hilt with the stiff fingers. Even the most seasoned forensic expert would believe this was the work of the 4 deceased traffickers' accomplices. To ensure the traffickers were implicated, he had deliberately killed the children one by one. Had he taken them all at once, it could have easily led to exposure. Foolish adults, I have fulfilled my duty. After completing this grim task, Wang Mian once again appeared behind Ma Yanliang, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully spoke. Naturally, Ma Yanliang had witnessed Wang Mian's actions in their entirety. Although there were some imperfections, they did not hinder his plans. He spoke slowly, his tone laced with approval. Wang Mian, you have done well. It must be said that possessing a capable and formidable subordinate can indeed alleviate one's burdens, allowing many matters to be addressed without personal involvement. What Ma Yanliang intends to do is to orchestrate all of this from the shadows. Chapter 51. Life at stake for him. Whether it was Shen Qingzhu or Wu Quan, both were destined to become loyal puppets, akin to Wang Mian, should he desire it. Yet, rather than resorting to direct mental control, enticing them to willingly join the cult of the ancient gods would add a touch of intrigue to Ma Yanliang's otherwise mundane existence. Ma Yanliang quickly followed suit, embodying the persona of a philanthropist, naturally appearing at the critical juncture of the other's perilous condition. Imagine, in a moment when your life hangs by a thread, a stranger suddenly appears, extending a helping hand and summoning a doctor to assist you without expectation of recompense. Would you not feel a sense of gratitude towards such an individual? The night wind on Cold Mountain carried the scent of blood. With each step Shen Qingzhu took, leaving dark red imprints on the muddied path. The grotesque wound on his forehead continued to seep blood, viscous liquid trickling down his brow and staining his vision crimson. Nevertheless, he remained steadfastly fixated on the distant glimmer of light, the outline of the Cold Mountain orphanage flickering in the night. Almost there, just a little longer. Shen Qingzhu murmured to the unconscious Wu Quan, more as a reassurance to himself, tightening his embrace around Wu Quan. His arm muscles twitched from prolonged tension, yet he showed no sign of relinquishing his hold. The blood trail he left behind slithered like a serpent, glistening with an eerie sheen under the moonlight. Uncertain of how he had returned, Shen Qingzhu felt his body reaching its limits. Yet, the sight of Wu Quan in his arms summoned a force that compelled him to rise once more. A cough erupted, spewing forth a mouthful of iron-tasting blood, causing him to stagger as his knees struck sharply against a jagged stone. The searing pain caused darkness to envelop his vision, yet he bit down fiercely on his bloodied lip, the contours of his jaw appearing particularly sharp in the moonlight. The 12-year-old boy's eyes burned with a resolve that belied his tender years. At the entrance of the Cold Mountain orphanage, old Luke glanced at his watch for the 3rd time, his grizzled eyebrows knitted in concern as the creases on his weathered face deepened with worry. By this hour, Shen Qingzhu ought to have returned. Where on earth has that boy wandered off to? Old Lu pushed open the iron gate, which emitted a harsh creaking sound, his murky eyes scanning the darkness. The night wind tugged at the hem of his faded garment, revealing his gaunt knees. Suddenly, the old man's frail frame froze. In the moonlight, a swaying figure was moving towards him at a painfully slow pace. The figure cradled something in its arms, each step seemingly draining every ounce of strength. What struck old Lu with terror was the sight of the figure drenched in dark red from head to toe, resembling a revenant returned from the abyss under the pale moonlight. Oh heavens! Am I seeing a ghost on this dark night? Old Lu instinctively gripped the iron gate tighter, gasping in shock, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. But in the next moment, he recognized that defiant silhouette. Shen Qingzhu. The hoarse exclamation of the old man, Lu pierced through the night sky. Ignoring his physical limitations, he stumbled down the stone steps. As he drew closer, a heavy metallic scent filled the air. When Lu finally beheld Shen Qingzhu's condition, a choked gasp escaped his throat. The boy's face was marred by dry blood, and a gaping wound on his left temple exposed bone. His school uniform lay in tatters, revealing skin bruised and lacerated, dark crimson blood seeping slowly, further saturating the already drenched fabric. Lu, old man. Shen Qingzhu's voice was a raspy whisper, his lips turning a sickly pale from excessive blood loss. It was then that Lu noticed the boy cradled in Shen's arms, the subtle rise and fall of his chest affirming he was still alive. What on earth? The elder's words faltered. Years of life experience told him that this was not the time for inquiries. He reached out to take the child, only to discover Shen Qingzhu's arm was as immovable as if welded in place. Let go, child, let go. Lu gently patted Shen Qingzhu's stiff arm, its icy touch reminiscent of a corpse. You must allow me to take him inside. Shen Qingzhu's dazed gaze struggled to focus for a fleeting moment before his fingers gradually loosened. Just as the child was lifted from his grasp, it was as if all strength had been abruptly extracted from him. He toppled forward like a marionette with severed strings. Shen boy. Lu clutched the child with one arm while barely managing to support the youth with the other. The damp, cold fabric of the uniform clung to him, saturated with blood. The old man's frail frame swayed precariously, yet he gritted his teeth, bracing Shen Qingzhu's sliding body with his shoulder. What has happened here? At that moment, a warm male voice resonated from nearby. Ma Yanliang emerged slowly from the Han Mountain orphanage, his expression a mixture of appropriate surprise and concern. He too was temporarily residing at the orphanage, making his presence seem less conspicuous. Mr. Ma, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lu's murky eyes. Quickly, call for an ambulance. Shen is in dire straits, covered in injuries. Ma Yanliang's brow furrowed slightly as he knelt to assess Shen Qingzhu's wounds, his fingers hovering above the gash. How could this be so severe? An ambulance? He sighed softly, his voice laden with difficulty. The Han Mountain orphanage is quite remote. It may take a while for help to arrive. But then Ma Yanliang abruptly shifted his tone. However, coincidentally, I have a doctor friend nearby on duty. There may be a chance. Initially, Lu felt a chill at Ma Yanliang's words, for the orphanage's isolation was undeniable, a considerable distance from the nearest hospital, even a dozen kilometers away. By the time an ambulance arrived, it could very well be too late. Yet upon hearing Ma Yanliang's final remark, Lu's age-spotted hand clutched the hem of his coat tightly, like a drowning man grasping at driftwood. Is that true? Mr. Ma, I implore you, contact that doctor to save this child. Certainly, I will reach out to him right away. Ma Yanliang nodded solemnly and hurriedly made his way outside the courtyard. At that moment, old Lu's attention was solely fixated on Shen Qingzhu, completely oblivious to the sly smirk curling at the corners of Ma Yanliang's lips. He pulled out his phone, his fingertips tapping swiftly across the screen, and spoke into the receiver with a voice stripped of the earlier concern, now replaced by a chilling command. As planned, summon her. In less than 10 minutes, a woman carrying a medical kit rushed over, a flicker of blue light flashing in her eyes. She was Tan Xiang from the mass squad, her specialization being auxiliary support, which meant she was typically responsible for tending to any injuries sustained by her team. Master Fool, Tan Xiang respectfully addressed as she spotted Ma Yanliang standing at the entrance of the Cold Mountain Orphanage. Go ahead and treat Shen Qingzhu's wounds, but ensure he does not recover too swiftly. He should remain bedridden for at least a few days. Ma Yanliang nodded slightly, nonchalantly adjusting his cuffs. Remember to put on a good show. Understood. Tanxiang acknowledged, and together they stepped inside. Meanwhile, old Lu had already carried Shen Qingzhu into the room. Using a warm towel to wipe the blood from his face, his hands trembling slightly. Under the dim yellow light, the old man's hunched silhouette appeared especially frail. Young man, who are you fighting with? Shen Qingzhu lay there, eyes tightly shut, breathing weakly, his vitality dwindling. Although he had awakened his abilities in a life-and-death moment and had managed to take down 4 traffickers, he had already been gravely injured prior to awakening. It was a miracle he had survived this long. I have brought the doctor. Upon entering, Ma Yanliang, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, immediately feigned urgency. Tanxiang quickly approached with her medical kit, examining Shen Qingzhu's wounds and checking his pupils and pulse. After a brief assessment, Tanxiang glanced at old Lu. Please have the family step outside. I must begin treatment now. Of course, doctor, I will step out immediately. Please, I beg you to save this child, old Lu urged, nodding fervently before exiting alongside Ma Yanliang. Mr. Ma, I cannot thank you enough. Not only have you generously donated 1 million to our orphanage, but you have also saved Shen's life. Your kindness is beyond words, old Lu expressed as soon as they were outside, grasping Ma Yanliang's hand. Suddenly, he bent his knees, ready to kneel in gratitude. That is unnecessary. Ma Yanliang steadied the old man's elbow, applying just the right amount of pressure. A humble smile gracing his features, a visage that radiated sincerity under the light, maintaining the faade of a benevolent philanthropist. Director Lu, it was merely a small effort on my part. Coincidentally, I have a friend practicing medicine nearby. One could say Shen Qingzhu and I are fated to cross paths, though he spoke in such a manner. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ma Yanliang's eyes. Chapter 52. The benevolent philanthropist in the room. The fragrant sandalwood enveloped the atmosphere as Tanxiang closed the door, placing the medical kit on the small table beside the bed. Shen Qingzhu lay quietly on the bed, her eyes tightly shut. With deft hands, Tanxiang began to cut away the blood-soaked garments, revealing a body marred by bruises and lacerations. Such severe injuries? Tanxiang furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback. Even with the awakening of the forbidden ruins, a full recovery would likely take 10 days. Yet the adult expected Shen Qingzhu to heal within 7. A higher quality medicine would be necessary. Tanxiang retrieved sterilized cotton and bandages, beginning to tend to the wounds, all the while extracting a superior medicinal herb from the emergency kit. Outside the door, the elderly Lu paced back and forth, his wrinkled face etched with worry. He occasionally cast anxious glances toward the closed door, his hands nervously rubbing together. Mr. Ma, do you think Shen will be all right? The tremor in the old man's voice betrayed his anxiety, tears glimmering in his murky eyes. Ma Yanliang responded with a gentle and reassuring smile. Rest assured, Director Lu, Dr. Tan is the most exceptional physician I have ever encountered. Although Shen Qingzhu's injuries are grave, she will surely turn the tide in his favor. Lu nodded gratefully, his age-spotted hands clutching tightly at his chest. This child has always been stubborn, yet his heart is kinder than anyone else's. I cannot fathom what he has encountered to sustain such injuries. A flicker of subtle interest crossed Ma Yanliang's eyes as he leaned forward, displaying just the right amount of concern. If I may infer, Shen Qingzhu is not one to instigate trouble? Absolutely not. Lu shook his head vigorously. Though the boy could be a bit headstrong, he never bullies the weak. On the contrary, he always protects the other children in the institute. Ma Yanliang nodded thoughtfully, fully aware of the circumstances. In truth, Shen Qingzhu's current plight could be attributed to him. It seemed that Shen Qingzhu was a remarkably responsible young man. Ma Yanliang seized the moment to express his admiration. Such qualities are indeed rare in today's society. A sudden click interrupted their conversation as the door swung open. Tanxiang emerged, beads of perspiration adorning her forehead, her white coat speckled with traces of blood. She removed her mask, revealing a weary yet composed visage. The patient is no longer in danger. Her voice was notably calm, yet the injuries were severe, necessitating complete bed rest for 7 days. I have treated and bandaged the wounds. It is imperative that he takes his medication and has the dressings changed on schedule. Lu exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ma Yanliang swiftly supported the elderly man, inquiring with concern, "May we enter to see him?" Tanxiang nodded, "Yes, but please do not wake him. The effects of the anesthetic have not yet worn off. He requires ample rest." Lu, unable to contain his eagerness, pushed the door open, with Ma Yanliang following closely behind. The metallic scent of blood had been neutralized by Tanxiang's herbal fragrance, now replaced by a gentle aroma of medicinal herbs. Shen Qingzhu lay quietly on the bed, his forehead wrapped in thick bandages, revealing only his tightly closed eyes and pale lips. His upper body was similarly swathed in bandages, resembling a porcelain doll that had been shattered and meticulously reassembled. It was a relief that he had been saved. Old Lu trembled as he extended his hand, only to retract it, as if fearing to inflict pain upon the boy. Ma Yanliang stood beside the bed, gazing down at the unconscious youth, and offered words of comfort. "Director Lu, please do not worry too much. Dr. Tanxiang has assured us that he is out of danger now. The most crucial thing is for him to rest well." Old Lu wiped his eyes with his sleeve, turning to Ma Yanliang with gratitude evident in his gaze. "Mr. Ma, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you today, I truly would not know what to do." "It was merely a small effort." Ma Yanliang humbly shook his head, pausing briefly before seemingly casually inquiring, "By the way, how is the child that Shen Qingzhu brought back?" "Oh, he is fine, though he was a bit startled and has fallen into a deep slumber," Old Lu sighed. "Once Shen wakes, I must ask him what exactly transpired." A flicker of brilliance flashed in Ma Yanliang's eyes, quickly masked by a look of concern. "Director Lu, you appear quite exhausted. Perhaps you should rest for a while. I can keep watch here." Old Lu hesitated momentarily, but fatigue ultimately triumphed over his resolve. He nodded appreciatively. "Then I must trouble you, Mr. Ma. I will check on that child and prepare some porridge for Shun to drink when he awakens." After the elderly man hunched away, the room was left with only Ma Yanliang and the unconscious Shen Qingzhu. The gentle expression on Ma Yanliang's face gradually faded, replaced by a serene demeanor. It seemed that maintaining the faade of a kind philanthropist presented its own formidable challenge. Chapter 53. The gift. Ma Yanliang stood silently at the edge of the bed, his gaze deep and contemplative, like the abyss of the ocean, fixed upon the unconscious Shen Qingzhu. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon his sharply defined features. A peculiar, cerulean luminescence began to emanate from his eyes, swirling within the depths of his pupils like a living entity, ultimately coalescing into the form of a translucent serpent. A faint, almost imperceptible hiss echoed in the air, the sound of a serpent's tongue flickering. This ethereal serpent, composed purely of energy, detached itself from Ma Yanliang's gaze, gracefully spiraling through the air before dissolving like smoke in a Shen Qingzhu's temple, vanishing without a trace. "This is a small gift I leave for you, Shen Qingzhu," Ma Yanliang murmured with a knowing smile, his voice barely above a whisper. However, the time for its activation has not yet arrived. He tenderly brushed aside the tousled strands of hair from Shen Qingzhu's forehead. His touch is gentle as one would treat a priceless work of art. Once satisfied that the serpent had fully integrated, Ma Yanliang straightened, redirecting his attention toward the door. He moved with such stealth that he seemed to meld into the shadows of the room. Upon opening the door to the adjacent chamber, he was greeted by a waft of herbal aromas. Wu Quan curled up in the corner of the bed, a thin blanket barely covering half of his frail body. Even in slumber, the gaunt boy's brow remained furrowed, and fleeting expressions of pain crossed his youthful face. His lips quivered slightly, as if silently crying out for help. Having a nightmare? Ma Yanliang pondered, observing the child whom Shen Qingzhu had desperately fought to save. The moonlight illuminated the dark bruises encircling Wu Quan's wrists, remnants of prolonged bondage. Once again, the eerie blue light flickered in Ma Yanliang's eyes. This time, the ethereal serpent took form at a remarkable speed, almost instantaneously separating from his pupils. It traced a graceful arc through the air before silently entering Wu Quan's ear. The boy's body jolted slightly before sinking deeper into slumber. "That will suffice," Ma Yanliang murmured softly, his fingertips gliding over Wu Quan's forehead. In the distance, The sound of clattering pots and pans echoed from the kitchen, where the stooped figure of old Lu bustled about under the dim light. Ma Yanliang withdrew his gaze, silently exiting the room and returning to Shun Qingzhu's bedside. Just as he settled into place, Shun Qingzhu's eyelids began to flutter. Ma Yanliang quickly adjusted his expression, donning a benign and harmless smile. Awake now, Shun Qingzhu? His voice conveyed a perfect blend of concern. Shun Qingzhu's eyes flew open, his pupils constricting sharply under the sudden light. He instinctively attempted to sit up, only to be forced back down by a wave of searing pain. As his vision focused, he recognized Ma Yanliang standing by the bed, a flicker of confusion and wariness crossing his features. "It's you? Where am I? Is this my room?" Shun Qingzhu's voice was hoarse, his throat burning as though scorched by fire. At that moment, old Lu entered the room, bearing a steaming bowl of congee. Upon seeing Shun Qingzhu awaken, a flicker of relief shone through the haze of his eyes, yet his words remained sharp. "Young Shun, you finally decided to wake up. Were you intent on scaring my old bones to pieces?" Lying in a pool of blood at the door, accompanied by a half-dead child. If it weren't for Mr. Ma's acquaintance with a doctor residing nearby, you would have already met the king of hell. As old Lu scolded, he carefully placed a bowl of congee on the bedside table. Shun Qingzhu's gaze flitted between Ma Yanliang and old Lu before settling on his own bandaged chest, memories flooding back like tide. I encountered a human trafficking gang. They had imprisoned several children in the mountains. As Shun Qingzhu recounted his fragmented story, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly solemn. Ma Yanliang stood nearby, maintaining a perfectly calibrated expression of surprise and concern. Yet his bottomless eyes remained chillingly calm. "Young Shun, you were far too reckless." Old Lu sighed heavily after listening. "Those children, did they manage to escape?" Shun Qingzhu nodded. "They should have all fled. The last I saw, they were running towards the main road." That's good, that's good." Old Lu rubbed his rough palms together. "The police will surely come to investigate, but with your injuries." Sigh. Shun Qingzhu suddenly inquired, his gaze anxiously darting to the doorway. "What about that boy? How is he?" "He's sleeping in the next room. The poor child is utterly exhausted, though he doesn't appear to have sustained any serious injuries." Old Lu waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, what is his name?" "Wuqian." Shun Qingzhu replied softly, the memory of that little figure clinging tightly to his clothing in the dark resurfacing in his mind. "Let's not worry about others for now. Drink your congee." Old Lu lifted the bowl, scooping a spoonful of hot congee towards Shun Qingzhu's lips. Though his movements were somewhat brusque, his eyes betrayed an undeniable concern. I can do it myself." Shun Qingzhu awkwardly accepted the bowl, the warmth at his fingertips reminding him of just how ravenous he was. He had given his breakfast to Wuqian, meaning he had not eaten anything throughout the day. The aroma of the congee tantalized his taste buds, and he began to consume it ravenously. Observing this, old Lu returned to the kitchen to fetch another bowl. The room was soon left with only Shun Qingzhu and Ma Yanliang. Silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the occasional clink of the spoon against the bowl. Shun Qingzhu suddenly spoke, his voice barely audible. He stared at the dwindling congee in his bowl, as if studying something of great importance. "Thank you for saving me." Ma Yanliang's smile deepened, small lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. It was merely a trifling effort. "The doctor mentioned that your injuries will require at least a week of recovery. During this time, you should rest well." "A week?" Shun Qingzhu abruptly raised his head, only to draw a sharp breath due to the sudden movement, as excruciating pain erupted from his ribs, contorting his expression into one of agony. "Do not move recklessly. You are gravely injured, and it is already remarkable that you can recover within a week," Ma Yanliang remarked, shaking his head in resignation, his tone gentle yet firm. "Fortunately, I will be staying in Linjiang City for a while. It seems fate has conspired to place me here to care for you." Shun Qingzhu opened his mouth, seemingly poised to retort, but ultimately fell silent, lowering his gaze as he resumed sipping the now lukewarm congee. Unbeknownst to him, in a fleeting moment he averted his eyes. A peculiar blue light flickered in Ma Yanliang's gaze, accompanied by a cryptic smile that graced his lips. Chapter 54. A week later, as the morning sun gently filtered through the sheer curtains, Shun Qingzhu slowly opened his eyes. The wound on his chest no longer throbbed with the fiery pain it once did. Now, it merely ached dully, noticeable only during more vigorous movements. It appeared that his body had yet to fully recuperate. Murmuring to himself, Shun Qingzhu propped himself up on the edge of the bed, glancing down to inspect the bandages on his chest. The white gauze bore only a few faint yellow stains of medicine, devoid of any fresh blood seeping through. Outside the door, faint footsteps approached, followed by the characteristic cough of the old man Lu. "Shun, have you awakened? Breakfast is ready." His voice, filtering through the door, was softer than usual. "Awake," Shun Qingzhu replied, reaching for the jacket placed beside the bed. This dark gray hoodie had been brought to him 3 days prior by Ma Yanliang, who suggested that looser clothing would be more comfortable during his recovery. At the thought of Ma Yanliang, Shun Qingzhu paused momentarily. Over the past week, that man, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, had visited almost daily. Sometimes he brought fruits, other times fresh clothes, and, on 2 occasions, he had even arrived with takeout from a restaurant. Initially wary, Shun Qingzhu found himself accepting these gestures, as Ma Yanliang possessed an undeniable charm that made refusal seem impolite. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he inadvertently tugged at his wound while dressing. Gritting his teeth, he completed the task, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of rice porridge wafting from the kitchen. Lu stood at the stove, stirring the pot of white porridge. Upon hearing the commotion, he glanced over. "You look better than yesterday. Mr. Ma said he would bring the doctor to check on you again today." Shun Qingzhu nodded, his gaze drifting unconsciously toward another room at the end of the corridor. "What about Wu Quan? Still asleep?" Lu sighed. "The poor child had another nightmare last night, waking up screaming and tossing about until nearly dawn." Shun Qingzhu's brow furrowed in concern. Over the week, Wu Quan's condition had been erratic. At times, he would sit like a statue for the entire day, while at others, he would suddenly erupt into screams, inflicting deep scratches on his own arms with his nails during his most severe episodes. Each time, Shun Qingzhu was the first to offer comfort. "I am Shun Qingzhu, and from now on, I shall be your brother." It was this very phrase that gradually soothed the self-harming Wu Quan. "I'll go check on him," Shun Qingzhu said, preparing to head toward that room. "Drink your porridge first," Lu called out, stopping him. "You are also injured. Do not overexert yourself." After a moment's hesitation, Shun Qingzhu walked to the dining table and sat down. Lu served him a steaming bowl of porridge, accompanied by a small dish of pickled radish. Just as he took his first few spoonfuls, a steady knock echoed from the door. Lu went to answer, revealing the tall figure of Ma Yanliang, who stood at the entrance, dressed in a deep blue turtleneck sweater and black trousers, a plastic bag bearing the pharmacy's logo in hand. "Good morning, Director Lu," Ma Yanliang greeted with a smile, his gaze traversing past the old man, to rest upon SHNQNGZH. Noting that the patient appeared to be in good spirits today, SHNQNGZH glanced up briefly, offering a slight nod. "Mr. M." Ma Yanliang entered the room, placing a bag of medicine upon the tea table. "I have brought some anti-inflammatory medication and new dressings. The doctor will come this afternoon to change your bandages." His eyes lingered on SHNQNGZH for a moment, seemingly assessing his recovery. "Does the wound still hurt?" "Much better," SHNQNGZH replied tersely, lowering his head to continue his porridge. Ma Yanliang chuckled lightly, turning to old man Li. "How is W Chu En faring?" "Not too well. He's been having nightmares again." Li shook his head. "SHN is just about to see him." Ma Yanliang nodded thoughtfully and suddenly said, "I shall accompany SHNQNGZH. Directori, could you please prepare some more porridge for W Chu En to have when he wakes?" Li acknowledged with a nod and turned back towards the kitchen. Ma Yanliang looked at SHNQNGZH, gesturing for him to lead the way. SHNQNGZH set down his bowl and instinctively steadied himself against the edge of the table as he rose. Ma Yanliang immediately reached out as if to assist, but withdrew his hand once SHNQNGZH found his balance, maintaining a respectful distance. The two proceeded towards W. Chu In's room, Ma Yanliang's footsteps almost soundless, while SH despite his efforts to tread lightly, occasionally winced due to the strain of his injury. Upon reaching W. Chu In's door, SH gently pushed it open. In the dim room, a small figure curled up on the bed, the covers kicked aside, clad only in an oversized t-shirt, one of SH&QNGZH's own. W. Chu In's sleeping posture resembled that of a frightened animal, his small hands tightly clasped against his chest, remnants of tears still visible on his tender face. Instantly, SH&QNGZH's expression softened. He approached the bedside and cautiously pulled the blanket over W. Chu In. Just as he prepared to rise, W. Chu In suddenly trembled violently, his voice muffled and panicked. "No, don't, stay away." W. Chu In's tone was laced with fear, and his small body began to thrash. "W. Chu In, wake up, it's me." SH&QNGZH leaned down, gently pressing his hand on W. Chu In's shoulder. "Do not be afraid. I have vanquished those fiends." W. Chu In's eyes shot open, pupils dilated in terror. He scanned the room in confusion, finally locking eyes with SH&QNGZH. After a fleeting moment of recognition, W. Chu In abruptly leaped into SH&QNGZH's embrace, his frail frame quaking intensely. "Another nightmare?" SH&QNGZH inquired softly, suppressing the pain in his chest as he held W. Chu In close. W. Chu In did not respond, merely burying his face against SH&QNGZH's chest, his breath rapid and irregular. Standing at the door, Ma Yanliang silently observed the scene, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. He quietly stepped into the room, halting 2 meters from the bed. "Does this happen often?" Ma Yanliang asked in a hushed tone. "He nearly awakens 2 or 3 times every night," was the reply. Shun Qingzhu nodded gently, her hand softly patting Wu Chuan's back as she gazed down at the child nestled in her arms. Her voice instinctively softened, reassuring him, "It's all right now. Those bad people are no longer here." Wu Chuan's trembling gradually subsided, yet he still clung tightly to Shun Qingzhu's garment. Ma Yanliang observed Wu Chuan thoughtfully before suddenly declaring, "Post-traumatic stress disorder. Those individuals tormented this child for an extended period." Shun Qingzhu's eyes instantly turned cold. They met a swift end, far too mercifully. It was evident that she held deep concern for him. Ma Yanliang regarded the protective manner in which Shun Qingzhu shielded Wu Chuan, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his gaze. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Has he spoken at all this past week?" Shun Qingzhu shook her head, aside from screams and cries. "He has not uttered a single word. He occasionally speaks in his sleep, but that is all." Chapter 55. The Deception. Ma Yanliang, lost in thought, nodded thoughtfully, his slender fingers rummaging through his pocket for a moment before he suddenly produced a small metallic object shimmering with a silvery glow. It was a delicately crafted harmonica, adorned with intricate vine patterns that glimmered softly in the morning light. This seemingly ordinary harmonica concealed a profound secret. After a week of diligent study, Ma Yanliang had successfully imbued it with a trace of his spiritual energy. Though faint and nearly imperceptible, this energy was sufficient to evoke remarkable effects. This was one of the new abilities he had developed specifically for Qiyu. As long as the person engaged with this object for an extended period, they would inadvertently lower their guard in his presence. More crucially, this harmonica could interact with the small serpent he had already planted in both their minds, producing extraordinary results. Perhaps music could aid in relaxation. Ma Yanliang's voice was gentle as he extended the harmonica to Shun Qingzhu. Hesitating, Shun Qingzhu took the harmonica, and as his fingertips brushed against the cool metallic surface, an inexplicable sense of reassurance surged within him. He furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing uncertainly at Ma Yanliang. "I don't know how to play this." "That's all right. Just blow a few notes randomly," Ma Yanliang replied, a supportive smile gracing his lips, though a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. Sometimes, nonverbal communication proved more effective, especially with traumatized children, as music could reach the depths of their souls. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Qingzhu brought the harmonica to his lips. The instant the metal touched his mouth, he felt a faint electric current coursing through his body. Fleeting yet palpable. Tentatively, he blew a few notes, producing a jarring and chaotic sound that lacked any melody. Surprisingly, however, Wu Quan's tense body seemed to relax slightly, his fingers loosening their grip on Shun Qingzhu's clothing. "Continue," Ma Yanliang urged softly. Shun Qingzhu took another breath and attempted a few more notes, this time achieving a modicum of coherence. With the rhythm of the notes, the air in the room seemed to soften. Wu Quan slowly lifted his head, curiosity shimmering in his eyes as he followed the movement of the harmonica intently. "Would you like a try?" Shun Qingzhu offered the harmonica to Wu Quan, his tone unconsciously softening. He was astonished to realize that, in the presence of this child, the deep-seated ice within him was quietly melting. Though Wu Quan did not reach for it, his gaze remained fixated on the harmonica, akin to a cautious yet curious little creature. "I have a suggestion. Shun Qingzhu, your current condition necessitates rest, and it is evident that Wu Quan cannot be separated from you." Ma Yanliang interjected suddenly, pausing as his eyes shifted between the two, casting a significant glance at Wu Quan. "How about this? I will speak with Dean Liu and arrange to move in for the next few days. This way, I can care for both of you as you recover, and perhaps I can assist this child in emerging from the shadows." Shun Qingzhu instinctively adopted a stern expression, his gaze fixed on Ma Yanliang. Why are you so eager to help?" Ma Yanliang, unhurried, seamlessly completed Shun Qingzhu's unfinished thought, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His gaze wavered between Shun Qingzhu and Wu Quan, ultimately resting upon Shun Qingzhu's tightly furrowed brows. "It seems I have developed quite an interest in both of you." "Shun Qingzhu?" Ma Yanliang took a small step forward, his voice suddenly dropping in tone. "Do not forget, I am a philanthropist, and there exists a unique resilience within you both that reminds me of my younger self, unnoticed and uncared for. Yet, I refuse to accept that fate. I have always believed that my destiny lies within my own hands, not dictated by the heavens." Shun Qingzhu fell silent for a moment, gazing down at Wu Quan nestled in his arms. The boy remained in a state of startled vigilance, though he had improved significantly since being brought back a week ago. He looked up at Ma Yanliang, attempting to discern any suspicious signs within the depths of his cerulean eyes, but only encountered a tranquil surface akin to a placid lake. "Very well." Shun Qingzhu eventually nodded, asserting that Wu Quan's room must remain untouched, but he could share a room with him, as he would take the sofa. Ma Yanliang broke into a knowing smile, a glimmer of triumph flickering in his eyes. He glanced at Wu Quan and softly suggested, "It appears our little patient is reluctant to rise today. Perhaps we should allow him some more rest while you go have breakfast?" Shun Qingzhu hesitated momentarily before gently placing Wu Quan back onto the bed. As he attempted to straighten up, he noticed the boy's fingers tightly clutching the hem of his garment. "I shall return shortly." Shun Qingzhu instinctively adopted a stern expression, yet his tone inadvertently softened into that of a caregiver. Wu Quan did not respond, but his gaze remained fixed on Shun Qingzhu, betraying a profound unease. Ma Yanliang astutely detected this detail and suddenly retrieved a delicate wooden carving from another pocket, an endearing little dog, meticulously crafted to reveal each strand of fur. "Here, let this keep you company for a while." Ma Yanliang placed the wooden figure into Wu Quan's hand, discreetly infusing a trace of spiritual energy the moment his fingertip brushed against the boy's skin. This little carving, akin to the harmonica, was among his thoughtfully prepared tools, designed to subtly influence the emotions of its holder through the attached spiritual energy. Wu Quan looked down at the wooden sculpture, his fingers cautiously brushing against the dog's ear. As his fingertip glided across the surface, a nearly imperceptible blue light flickered briefly before vanishing. "Let it be alone for now," Ma Yanliang gently suggested to Shun Qingzhu, while discreetly observing Wu Quan's reaction, noting that the boy's emotions appeared to stabilize. The two quietly exited the room, and upon closing the door, Shun Qingzhu suddenly spoke. "You seem quite adept at engaging with children." "Perhaps so." Ma Yanliang smiled, offering no further elaboration. He then redirected the conversation with a tone of deliberate concern. How do you plan to arrange for Wu Quan? Continuing in this manner is not a viable solution. Shen Qingzhu's brow furrowed once more. I will find a way. Such as? Ma Yanliang inquired again. For instance, teaching him to protect himself. Shen Qingzhu's voice suddenly grew resolute, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes as his fingers instinctively clenched. Those ruffians merely appeared fierce. As long as we are more ruthless and reckless than they will come to fear us. Ma Yanliang regarded Shen Qingzhu thoughtfully. Is this your philosophy of survival? Shen Qingzhu offered no reply, yet his gaze conveyed everything. Ma Yanliang gently placed a hand on Shen Qingzhu's shoulder. At the moment their skin made contact, a wave of warmth seeped through, a subtle infusion of spiritual energy. Sometimes, learning to trust others is a form of strength. Ma Yanliang spoke softly, suggesting, for instance, at this moment, you might consider trusting me. Shen Qingzhu's shoulders stiffened slightly. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Ma Yanliang had once saved his life. Or perhaps because he ensured that the younger siblings at the orphanage were well fed, he unusually refrained from withdrawing immediately. Yet he murmured, I only trust myself. I share that sentiment. Trust must be cultivated gradually, Ma Yanliang replied, withdrawing his hand at the appropriate moment, a smile of understanding gracing his face. He gestured toward the kitchen and said in a light tone, Let us have breakfast first. I will fetch my luggage and return before noon. Shen Qingzhu nodded, watching as Ma Yanliang departed. As the door closed behind him, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over Shen Qingzhu, as if he had shed an invisible burden. He failed to notice the harmonica in his hand emanating a faint glow, its hue reminiscent of the deep azure of Ma Yanliang's eyes. As Ma Yanliang stepped out, a meaningful smile played at the corners of his mouth. The sunlight illuminated his face, yet it could not penetrate the depths of his enigmatic eyes. A fleeting blue glimmer danced within them, akin to a predator in the deep sea discovering its prey. During this week, his spiritual power had surged exponentially, now mere steps away from the pinnacle of infinity. As for the heartfelt words he had just spoken, he had lied. The number of lies he had told had become a blur, even to himself. After all, in this world, the truth is often the most futile of possessions. Chapter 56. Dreams. Ma Yanliang exchanged a few brief words with the old man Lu, informing him of his intention to stay for a few days. Naturally, Lu welcomed him with open arms, for Ma was not only a physician, but also possessed considerable wealth and a generous spirit. During this period, the culinary offerings at the orphanage had notably improved. The deeply wrinkled face of the elderly man radiated joy, completely oblivious to the fleeting glimmer in Ma Yanliang's eyes. Before long, Ma Yanliang departed, his luggage astonishingly scant, a mere black leather suitcase. In truth, his minimalist approach was merely a facade. He had already infiltrated the vicinity surrounding the Hanshan orphanage, gaining control over its inhabitants. The residents exhibited vacant expressions, yet their actions mirrored those of ordinary individuals, resembling a troupe of meticulously crafted marionettes. In this realm, Ma Yanliang was the sole sovereign. The masked one was strategically positioned in the shadows, observing, for the medium was still in pursuit of him, and Ma's mental prowess had yet to reach Klein's level. Currently, he lacked absolute confidence in confronting the medium, as the mysterious one could only serve as a mere enforcer, with the outcome of their confrontation remaining uncertain. However, Ma Yanliang had begun to sense that his ascension to Klein was imminent. At that moment, he would take decisive action against the medium. Upon his timely return to the Hanshan orphanage at noon, he found Wu Quan already awake, seated in a corner of the courtyard, delicately carving a small wooden dog. With Shen Qingzhu observing nearby, "It appears you two have formed a bond," Ma Yanliang remarked, placing his suitcase aside while his gaze lingered on Wu Quan for a few moments. The boy remained unresponsive to his arrival, engrossed in tracing the intricate patterns of the wooden carving with his fingertips. Shen Qingzhu, noticing Ma Yanliang's presence, gestured towards a nearby room. "Your room has been prepared." "Thank you," Ma Yanliang casually inquired. "Has Wu Quan had lunch?" Shen Qingzhu nodded, her voice unwittingly softening. He ate very little, but at least he was willing to eat. Ma Yanliang noted how Shun Qingzhu's gaze remained fixed on Wu Quan as she spoke, a revelation that caused a subtle smile to grace his lips. It seemed that the harmonica and the little wooden sculpture he had thoughtfully prepared were indeed nurturing a connection between the two, establishing emotional ties more swiftly than he had anticipated. A month later, time, akin to the swift keystrokes of an author, raced forward. During this interval, Ma Yanliang had remained at the Hanzhan orphanage, and through his efforts, the relationship between him and Shun Qingzhu had transitioned from initial awkwardness to a more comfortable rapport. Wu Quan, once silent, had begun to communicate normally, though he now spent all his time shadowing Shun Qingzhu, leaving her somewhat exasperated. Undoubtedly, Wu Quan's transformation was significantly influenced by the thoughtful gifts Ma Yanliang had bestowed, including the small wooden sculpture imbued with his mental energy. Meanwhile, Ma Yanliang's mental prowess had surged dramatically, now reaching the pinnacle of boundlessness, a mere step away from Klein. His 2-month seclusion in Linjiang had not been in vain. With the generous sponsorship of 1 million from Ma Yanliang, old Liu took the opportunity to renovate the orphanage. Although it still appeared quite ordinary, many of its facilities had been rejuvenated. Children, let your dreams be painted upon this wall. Envision who you aspire to become, he encouraged. To this end, old Liu even prepared a blank white wall specifically for the children to express their creativity. Upon hearing this, the children rushed over, seizing paintbrushes to begin their artistic endeavors. One child depicted a black car, dreaming of being a race car driver, while another illustrated a red cross, yearning to become a nurse. What about you, Shun Qingzhu? What is your dream? Ma Yanliang inquired, observing the children as they painted. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Qingzhu approached the wall, grasping a red paintbrush, and inscribed 3 bold characters in the center. Shun Qingzhu. My dream is to become myself, he stated softly, exuding a maturity beyond his years. And you, Wu Quan? Ma Yanliang continued, directing his question to another child. Wu Quan hesitated briefly, casting a shy glance at Shun Qingzhu before retrieving a black paintbrush. He carefully painted an umbrella beside Shun Qingzhu's name, its canopy enveloping the 3 characters as though to shield him. Next to the umbrella, he wrote his own name. I want to be Qingzhu Ji's umbrella, he declared, his youthful face radiating determination. Your dream is to be my protector, but you're still too weak for that. In time, when you grow stronger, opportunities will arise, Shun Qingzhu remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though he maintained his composed demeanor. He then turned his attention to Ma Yanliang, curiously asking, what about you? You should paint your dream as well, considering you are the benefactor of this orphanage. My dream? Ma Yanliang replied, a smile spreading across his face. He stepped forward, taking a blue paintbrush to sketch the outline of figure. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to himself. I aspire to become the one true deity in this world. Chapter 57. The Fire, the Only True God? Ist, surely. Shun Qingzhu furrowed his brow, believing the other was merely jesting, unaware of the terrifying ambition lurking behind those words. Yet Wu Quan chuckled, Brother Yanliang, your dream is rather amusing. Amusing, is it? Ma Yanliang smiled silently. The sunlight illuminated the wall of dreams, where 3 distinctly different aspirations stood side by side. For Ma Yanliang, becoming the sole true god of this world was a path yet to be traversed. The first step was to seize complete control of the ancient god church. Allowing the murmurers to steer the ancient god church would inevitably lead to its demise. The second step, naturally, was to infiltrate the Nightwatchers. The Great Xia does not require Nightwatchers. When flames consume all, only the true God can restore order. I must journey to another city, and it may take me several days to return. After breakfast, Ma Yanliang rose, grasping the luggage that had long been prepared. The hem of his black trench coat brushed against the wooden chair back, producing a faint rustling sound, as he bid farewell to Dean Liu and Shun Qingzhu. All right, Shun Qingzhu replied without lifting his head, Brother Yanliang, come back soon. Wu Quan tilted his face upward, sunlight dancing upon his youthful visage, revealing a hint of reluctance. Besides Shun Qingzhu, Ma Yanliang was the one he felt closest to in the entire orphanage. Ma Yanliang gently ruffled Wu Quan's hair, his touch tender. As he turned towards the door, the warmth of his facade slipped away like a receding tide, leaving behind a cold calculation. After departing the orphanage, Ma Yanliang did not proceed to the station as he had claimed. His figure became eerily indistinct after rounding 2 street corners, only to reappear on the cold mountain behind the orphanage. Not far away, a figure donning a kingly mask materialized from the void, kneeling on one knee. Yes, Master Hu. The voice of the masked one echoed through the mask. King Mask, when Xinqingzhu and Wu Quan go out to buy vegetables, release some soul-dulling incense to put that old man to sleep. As they return, set the cold mountain orphanage ablaze. Ma Yanliang spoke calmly, devoid of any ripple in his gaze. Do not let the fire rage too fiercely. Burn it slowly. The objective is merely to force Wu Quan's powers to surface. As for the others, a dangerous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It matters little. If they perish, so be it. Yes, Master Hu. The masked figure bowed in acknowledgement, the mask gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sun. His form vanished from the air, like a pencil sketch erased, leaving only a few swirling fallen leaves behind. Ma Yanliang gazed in the direction of the cold mountain orphanage, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. In the span of a month, Wu Quan had learned to communicate verbally. The next step was to compel him to reveal his domination emperor. In the face of crisis befalling those close, nothing could awaken the latent power within quite like that moment. Boss, bring me a fish. Xinqingzhu stood before a fish stall in the far corner of the bustling market, pointing at a fish that relentlessly battered against the tank's wall. Wu Quan trailed closely behind him, akin to a devoted shadow. Well then, the burly fishmonger grinned, revealing a set of gold teeth. With practiced ease, he scooped up the thrashing fish, striking its head with a wooden stick, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The scaler glided over the fish's body, sending shimmering scales fluttering into the air. Wu Quan remained half a step behind Xinqingzhu, his gaze unwavering from the fish being gutted before him. The fishmonger packaged the processed fish into a plastic bag and handed it over. Here you go, little one. It's fresh. Xinqingzhu accepted the fish and selected a few vegetables before turning to Wu Quan. We can head back now. Wu Quan nodded, hefting the bag of vegetables and silently accepting the fish from Xinqingzhu. I could carry it myself, Xinqingzhu remarked, raising an eyebrow. No need, Qingzhu Ge. I can manage. Wu Quan stubbornly shook his head, clutching the fish tightly to his chest and quickening his pace towards the orphanage. Wang Mian stood atop a nearby building, his gaze piercing through the throngs of people, fixating on the 2 receding figures. He lifted his wrist, the watch's hands indicating precisely 3:15. It's time. He silently counted in his mind, and as Xinqingzhu and Wu Quan turned the 3rd corner, he gently pressed the button on the remote device. In the distance, toward the Han Mountain Orphanage, a fiery orange tongue of flame suddenly leapt into the sky, followed by another, then a third. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was painted a sickly shade of orange. What is that? Xinqingzhu's steps abruptly halted, the bag of vegetables slipping from his grasp with a soft thud. A few potatoes tumbled out, leaving faint muddy trails on the cobblestone path. Wu Quan followed his gaze, the fish bag slipping from his embrace. A lifeless carp slid from the torn plastic bag, its dirt-streaked mouth agape, as if issuing a silent scream. That is, the orphanage. Xinqingzhu's voice trembled, and he bolted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Wu Quan paused for a second, then quickly chased after him. The 2 youths dashed down the street, startling a flock of birds into flight. Ma Yanliang observed from a distance, studying the frenetic figures of the 2 boys as they raced away, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, eyes glimmering with anticipation. Just like that, let me witness the legendary Emperor of Control. When Xinqingzhu and Wu Quan arrived at the orphanage, the sight before them nearly froze their blood. The evening sunlight, which should have bathed the building, imbued with their childhood memories, in a warm golden hue, was now engulfed in flames, rendering it a ghastly crimson. How could this happen? Wu Quan's voice quivered. Xinqingzhu remained silent, his eyes locked onto a nearby room, the dormitory where the youngest children resided. The wooden structure emitted a heart-wrenching groan amidst the inferno, flames erupting from every window with a crackling roar, devouring the once vibrant curtains of memory. Cough, cough. Help. I'm so scared. Grandpa Lu. Faint cries intermittently echoed from the blaze, slicing through Shun Qingzhu's heart like a dull knife. He removed his coat, soaked it in the roadside ditch, and swiftly covered his mouth and nose. Qingzhu, what are you doing? Wu Quan grasped his arm tightly. Turning his head, the firelight illuminated the determination in Shun Qingzhu's eyes, sending a jolt through Wu Quan's heart to save lives. But there is no but. Shun Qingzhu shook off his grip, insisting that his younger siblings could not wait. Just as the words left his lips, a deafening explosion erupted from within. The two watched in horror as a corner of the roof collapsed, sparks scattering like raindrops. Simultaneously, the children's cries faded, leaving only the roar of flames consuming everything in their path. Shun Qingzhu's countenance turned ashen. No longer hesitating, he threw the damp coat over his head and darted towards the inferno. Qingzhu, it's dangerous. Wu Quan's warning was swallowed by the cacophony of the flames. The heat enveloped him, and Shun Qingzhu felt his exposed skin pricked by 1,000 needles. He squinted, searching for an entrance through the thick smoke. The front door was entirely sealed by fire, so he turned to the side iron gate, hoping it might still provide a way in. Chapter 58. The air valve. How are things progressing? Ma Yanliang approached Wang Mian, his voice calm. He possessed a keen awareness of those under his control, as if they were mere pieces on a chessboard, entirely within his grasp. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the distant building engulfed in flames, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Foolish lord, everything is proceeding according to plan. Wang Mian bowed respectfully, his voice imbued with deference. His gaze then shifted to the figure standing nearby, a tall young man adorned with a silver-white mask. This was Xinghen of the Mask team, currently forming intricate hand seals, with wisps of pale blue energy swirling around his fingertips. These strands extended throughout the fiery chaos, manipulating the flames like invisible strings. Though Xinghen's forbidden art was auxiliary in nature, it effectively guided the trajectory of the blaze. Wang Mian explained, a hint of admiration in his tone. Not only could he steer the direction of the fire, but he could also materialize the flames, conjuring some unique offensive techniques. As if to validate his words, two twisted pillars of fire suddenly erupted from the inferno, coalescing in the air into ghastly serpentine forms. The creatures crafted from flames appeared almost lifelike, their scales vividly discernible, radiating a menacing glow. Excellent. A flicker of approval crossed Ma Yanliang's eyes as he surveyed the direction of the Han Mountain Orphanage, speaking slowly. Next, we shall launch an assault on Shun Qingzhu, but remember, do not strike too lethally, for he is indeed a valuable asset for my future endeavors. As you command, my lord. Wang Mian bowed deeply. Within the fiery depths, Shun Qingzhu felt as though his lungs were being seared by a branding iron, the sweat that barely surfaced evaporating instantly, leaving streaks of salt upon his skin. Just as he turned, the ground quaked violently, and two searing pillars of flame erupted from the earth. What? Shun Qingzhu staggered backward, helplessly watching as the flames twisted and morphed, ultimately transforming into two serpentine fire creatures, each as thick as a man's waist. Their bodies were composed entirely of pure fire, each scale a flickering orange-yellow flame, while their eyes blazed with a blinding white heat, exuding an aura of chilling menace. What are these abominations? Shun Qingzhu's throat tightened, his cracked lips oozing blood. His pupils dilated, reflecting the advancing fiery monstrosities. The fire serpents seemed to sense his presence, raising their grotesque heads, sparks flying as they flicked their tongues. In the next instant, they lunged forth like arrows released from a bow, the air around them warping from the intense heat. Shun Qingzhu instinctively rolled to the right, his back slamming against the scalding wall. The searing pain elicited a muffled groan, yet he dared not pause for a moment. As the fire serpent on his left had already shifted direction, its gaping maw lunging at him once more. Boom! A deafening crash resonated as Shun Qingzhu felt a heavy blow to his chest, the burning tail of the serpent sending him hurtling through the air. He fell onto the stone-paved ground of the courtyard, the air within his lungs violently expelled. Warm liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his vision began to blur. Two serpents of flame slithered lazily towards him, their flickering tongues savoring the agony of their prey. Was he to perish here? Shun Qingzhu's fingers clawed into the crevices of the stones, his nails splintering and blood seeping forth. He could not accept this. The children in the orphanage were still trapped within the inferno. Qian Cheng, Xiaoya's younger siblings, were still waiting for him, Qingzhu Ge. At that moment, a slight figure suddenly burst into view. Wu Quan, having rushed in at an unknown time, brandished a red-hot iron pipe, standing defiantly before Shen Qingzhu. The boy's legs trembled visibly, his thin clothing fluttering in the heat wave, yet he did not retreat an inch. Wu Quan Shun Qingzhu managed to rasp out two words, his voice hoarse. Go quickly. The serpents of fire seemed to shift their attention to this new prey. One of them surged upward, its blazing head nearly grazing the teetering ceiling. Wu Quan gritted his teeth, the iron pipe sizzling in his grasp, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting from his palm. Yet he stood still as a statue. Just as the fire serpent dove down, an inexplicable surge of strength erupted from Shun Qingzhu. He sprang forward, pushing Wu Quan aside and positioning himself in front. Step back. Shun Qingzhu's right hand suddenly clenched, a flicker of silver flashing in his eyes. Air valve. The air within a 2-meter radius around him abruptly solidified, then was astonishingly drawn away. Wu Quan felt as though an invisible hand had seized his lungs. Darkness closing in as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the two serpents of flame writhed violently, their fiery forms dimming rapidly due to the lack of oxygen, emitting a piercing shriek. Boom! The vacuum lasted only 3 seconds. As the air rushed back, the explosive flames hurled the two boys away. Shun Qingzhu's back slammed against the ancient sycamore tree in the courtyard, the trunk splintering with a resounding crack. He slid to the ground, witnessing the two serpents of flame dissipate into nothingness, the inferno within a 2-meter radius temporarily extinguished. Coughing, Wu Quan crawled over, his youthful face smeared with soot and blood. His voice quivering, Qingzhu Ge, are you all right? There is no time. Shun Qingzhu struggled to rise, only to discover that his pant leg had been incinerated, the skin on his calf charred, muscle tissue exposed to the air. The excruciating pain blurred his vision, yet he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to remain conscious. Shun Qingzhu staggered towards the remaining entrance of the main building, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a blade. Wu Quan attempted to follow, but was halted by a piercing glance from Shun Qingzhu. Stay outside. Chapter 59. The Emperor's dominion. The temperature within the inferno was astonishingly high. Shun Qingzhu felt his hair begin to curl, and breathing became a laborious task. He bent forward, navigating through the incessantly falling embers, as the burns on his arms rendered him numb to pain. Qian Cheng, Xiaoya. Amidst the thick smoke, he faintly discerned the sound of soft sobbing. Following the sound, he discovered 4 figures huddled together beneath a collapsed bookshelf. 2 older children shielded the 2 younger ones with their bodies, yet their backs bore the scars of singed fabric, revealing gaping, ghastly wounds. Shun, brother? Xiaoya raised her tear-filled eyes, blinking in disbelief. Her small face, blackened by smoke, bore 2 stark white streaks carved by her tears. It's me. Shun Qingzhu forced a smile despite the agony that split his cracked lips. Come, let us get out of here. He lifted the 2 children, one on each side. But darkness engulfed his vision as he turned. The repercussions of overexertion combined with severe burns had pushed his body beyond its limits. Yet, the slight tremor in his arms urged him to grit his teeth and inch toward the exit, leaving a trail of bloodied footprints on the charred ground. 5 meters. 3 meters, 1 meter. As the blinding rays of the setting sun illuminated his face once more, Shun Qingzhu's knees finally buckled. He collapsed to the ground, still shielding the 2 children with his body to ensure their safe descent. Yuquan, there are 2 more. Hurry and rescue them. My younger siblings must not come harm. These words drained the last vestiges of his strength, and as he uttered them, Shun Qingzhu succumbed to the darkness, his battered form collapsing onto the scorched earth like a tattered banner. At that moment, Two serpentine flames re-emerged from the fire, larger and more ferocious than before, charging towards the defenseless Shen Qingzhu. Their jaws gaped wide, and blinding white flames coalesced in their throats, poised to engulf the resilient youth. At this instant, time seemed to stand still. Yangguang felt a long-dormant power awaken deep within his chest, an ancient and fierce force, akin to a slumbering dragon suddenly opening its eyes after millennia. The boy's fingertips trembled uncontrollably, sensing the power coursing through his veins, causing the blood within to boil. Delicate golden patterns emerged upon his skin surface, as if ancient runes were coursing beneath. The most intense pain radiated from his eyes, as though molten gold were being poured into his pupils. When Yangguang lifted his gaze once more, his previously obsidian eyes had transformed entirely. Within his pupils danced resplendent golden patterns, interwoven into intricate designs reminiscent of a long-lost royal insignia. Merely gazing into those eyes sent shivers through the very soul. Do not the moment Wu Qian spoke. His voice carried an authority and weight that belied his 9 years, each syllable seemingly creating visible ripples in the air. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed towards the inferno, harm Qing Shan. As this declaration resonated, the entire sea of flames abruptly froze in an uncanny stillness. The flickering flames halted midair, maintaining their wildest posture, yet remaining utterly motionless. The drifting sparks became suspended, akin to specimens pinned to transparent glass, with even the distortion of heat waves captured in a tableau of eternity. In that instant, time within the vicinity was governed by an unseen force. Wu Qian stepped into the fire. With each stride, the charred ground unveiled a pristine path. The vicious serpents of fire emitted silent hisses, yet upon encountering the boy, they crumbled into countless minute sparks that dissipated into the air. The flames parted like subservient servants, daring not to approach within 3 feet of him. Wu Qian reached the side of Shen Qing, gently brushing over his scorched wounds, the golden patterns in his eyes growing ever more radiant. Not enough. The golden patterns in Wu Qian's gaze intensified as he surveyed the burning orphanage, suddenly extending his arms. This simple gesture caused the flames throughout the space to momentarily halt, before vanishing as if extinguished by an invisible hand. Not a wisp of smoke escaped this absolute dominion, rendering the entire extinguishing process eerily silent. In the distance, Ma Yanliang witnessed this spectacle, the fervor in his eyes bordering on the tangible. At last, awakened, the fabled sovereign of dominion. My time and effort have not been in vain. Suddenly, Wu Qian staggered, a wave of intense dizziness engulfing him. He realized that wielding such extensive power immediately after awakening was a tremendous strain on his body. Gritting his teeth, the boy carefully assisted the unconscious old Lu to a safe zone. Yet upon returning inside, his blood ran cold at the sight of the 2 older children in the corner. It was Qian Cheng and Li Xiaoyan, now lying still on the ground, devoid of any movement. Wu Qian trembled as he extended his hand toward their necks, feeling no pulse, no breath, and the last remnants of warmth slipping away. How could this be? The boy felt a tightening in his throat. He then understood that when Shen Qing had rushed into the flames, he had first rescued the 2 youngest children, while Qian Cheng and Li Xiaoyan had been trapped deeper within old Lu had evidently been asleep in bed, and upon awakening to the fire, had fainted after inhaling only a minimal amount of smoke. Suddenly, Wu Qian recalled Shen Qingshan's words before losing consciousness, his heart tightening as if gripped by an unseen hand. He could envision how deeply Qingshan would blame himself upon awakening, how he would loathe his own incapacity, regretting not having returned sooner, chastising himself for being too weak, for being unable to protect anyone. With this thought, Wu Qian's expression darkened. He was about to disappoint Shen Qingshan. No, it cannot be thus. A brilliant golden radiance suddenly surged within Wu Qian's eyes, and a frenzied notion materialized in his mind. It seemed as though he had awakened to some extraordinary power, as if he could command all that exists. If he could wield the flames, then what of life itself? Return. I implore you to return. As the boy murmured softly, an enigmatic force emanated from within him. Those golden patterns began to detach from his pupils, transforming into tangible beams of light that entwined around the two lifeless bodies. Chapter 60. The Living Corpses. It began with the heart. As Wu Quan whispered, a beam of golden light seeped into Qian Cheng's chest. Under the absolute dominion of the Emperor of Control, the heart that had ceased its rhythm suddenly convulsed. Wu Quan could distinctly perceive the myocardial fibers contracting under his command, akin to maneuvering a finely crafted puppet. Initially, there was merely a faint tremor, but as he intensified his efforts, the heart began to beat in a discernible rhythm. Thud, thud. The dull sound of the heartbeat reverberated sharply in the stillness of the fire scene. Beads of sweat trickled down Wu Quan's forehead, yet he dared not falter. He turned to Li Xiaoyan, employing the same method to revive her heart. Thus, the two hearts commenced their unnatural throbbing under absolute control, as if puppets tethered by invisible strings. Next came the blood. Wu Quan clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with golden light. He observed the congealed blood within their veins, as if extending his grasp over his own limbs. With a surge of will, the dark red viscous liquid began to flow. The first to stir was the aorta near the heart, followed by the blood, akin to a thawing river, gradually coursing towards their extremities. Then came the lungs. Wu Quan's bratin kikanat. The complexity of controlling two bodies exceeded his imagination. He first commanded Qian Cheng's diaphragm to contract, forcing air into the lungs, then manipulated the intercostal muscles to facilitate exhalation. Li Xiaoyan's respiratory system was also simultaneously activated. The chests of both bodies began to rise and fall in a rhythmic manner, yet the air expelled was laden with a charred odor. Finally, the facial expressions. Wu Quan's back was drenched in sweat. He meticulously orchestrated the facial muscles of both individuals, compelling Qian Cheng to wear a rigid smile, while urging Li Xiaoyan to blink. He incessantly adjusted the curvature of their lips and the speed of their eyelids until the expressions appeared sufficiently natural. "I am Qian Cheng." The tall boy suddenly spoke, his voice punctuated by unnatural pauses. "I am fine. I am well. I am Li Xiaoyan." The girl beside him stood up in a similarly mechanical manner. "Thank you, Brother Qingzhu." Having accomplished this, Wu Quan staggered back 2 steps, a coppery sweetness surging in his throat. He swallowed the blood forcefully and turned to gaze at the unconscious Shun Qingzhu, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "Brother Qingzhu, look, everyone is alive." Wu Quan's voice was barely audible, almost drowned out by the crackling of the dying flames. Even though he understood that Qian Cheng and Li Xiaoyan were but living corpses, he felt compelled to maintain this facade to spare Shun Qingzhu any sorrow. As long as Brother Qingzhu could awaken to see that everyone was well, even if it was merely a superficial semblance of wellness, it would suffice. In the distance, the siren of a fire truck drew nearer. Time was of the essence. Wu Quan clenched his teeth, the golden light in his eyes flickering once more. Qian Cheng and Li Xiaoyan stood before him, their chests rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence, their eyes blinking with a perfectly measured frequency, akin to 2 exquisitely crafted marionettes. "I am Qian Cheng. My head aches." The boy's voice was devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a malfunctioning tape recorder. "Iam Li Xiaoyan." "Brother Qingzhu." The girl extended her hand, mechanically grasping Shun Qingzhu's fingertips, her grip calibrated to be neither too firm nor too gentle. Wu Quan's temples throbbed incessantly, and the intricate manipulation of the 2 bodies nearly drained his mental fortitude. Yet he could not falter, especially not in the presence of Shun Qingzhu. "The ambulance has arrived. There are survivors here." The voice of a firefighter echoed from the entrance, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Wu Quan inhaled deeply, swiftly adjusting the postures of Qian Cheng and Li Xiaoyan. Qian Cheng leaned against the wall, clutching his forehead, while Li Xiaoyan knelt beside Shun Qingzhu, her face streaked with tears that Wu Quan had extracted from her tear ducts using his abilities. For firefighters burst into the Han Mountain Orphanage, and the lead captain momentarily froze upon seeing the unconscious old man Lu and the 4 children. "Quick, bring the stretcher." "Do not fear, children. You are safe now." The firefighters crouched to assess the conditions of Shun Qingzhu and the old man Lu, noting that the elderly gentleman and the comatose boy were in the direst state and should be prioritized for evacuation. Can the three of you walk on your own? Qian Chung stiffly nodded. I can walk. Just a terrible headache. It may be due to smoke inhalation. It is nothing to worry about. The doctors will take care of it. The firefighter helped Li Xiaoyan to her feet, her body trembling slightly under Wu Quan's control, resembling a startled creature. Wu Quan followed at the rear, his gaze never straying from the two bodies he orchestrated. Outside the orphanage, 3 ambulances blazed with glaring blue lights. Medical personnel swiftly lifted Shun Qingzhu and the old man Lu into the first ambulance. In the distance, Ma Yanliang could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He stood atop a high-rise building, the night breeze billowing through his black trench coat. He gazed intently at Wu Quan's retreating figure, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. Everything was unfolding according to his design. The meticulously orchestrated explosion. The 4 children deliberately trapped in the inferno along with the old man Lu, and the fiery assault directed at Shen Qingzhu. Just as Ma Yanliang had planned, Wu Quan awakened the sovereign emperor under the extreme emotional strain. 2 lives. A cunning glint flickered in Ma Yanliang's eyes. It was a most advantageous exchange. As long as Wu Quan awakened, the loss of 2 lives, or even the entire population of Linjiang City, would merely be a trivial move on the chessboard. My lord, what shall we do next? Wang Mian's voice resonated from behind. Naturally, we must depart from here. Let's go. The night watchers are likely to arrive soon. Let us refrain from any interaction with them for the time being, Ma Yanliang replied nonchalantly. After all, this fire could be deemed a man-made disaster. He had merely orchestrated Wang Mian to masquerade as a child whose operational error had led to a gas explosion. In any case, the 2 children, Qian Chung and Li Xiaoyan, have perished. Even if Wu Quan exerts control over them to deny it, what difference does it make? The realm of adults operates in such a manner. They have constructed a cage composed of reasonable conjectures and common-sense judgments, locking away any truths that do not align with their understanding. Imagine that scene. A plethora of evidence points to you, a mere 10-year-old, as the cause of the fire. Yet you know you did not commit the act. Even if you refused to confess, you would merely be deemed a liar. Where are we going? Wang Mian inquired, perplexed. To the ancient god church. Our objective has been achieved. The next goal is to transcend the Klein realm, and thereafter, the end of the medium squad. Ma Yanliang replied with a soft chuckle. He cast one last glance at the departing ambulance before vanishing into the night. The night breeze carried away their footsteps, taking with it the final secrets of the fire. Chapter 61, Klein Realm. Half a month later. At last, Ma Yanliang pushed open the grand door of the villa, and the cool morning air enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. An overwhelming aura of terror emanated from him, causing the surrounding atmosphere to feel as though it had solidified. The Klein Realm. Over the past fortnight, he had devoted nearly all his time to the dreamscape. With the boundless growth of his mental prowess, the barrier that once seemed insurmountable had finally been breached. It arrived much sooner than I had anticipated. Ma Yanliang glanced down at his palm, feeling the inexhaustible mental energy coursing through him. It had been less than 6 months since he joined the Ancient God Society, and he had already ascended from the Sea Realm to the current Klein Realm. According to his original calculations, it would take at least a year to reach this level. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating his face as he squinted into the distance. His expression inscrutable. It is time to seek the medium. Ma Yanliang murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. Since learning that the night watchman had dispatched a specialized team of mediums to hunt him down, he had hidden away like a specter. Even while operating within Linjiang City, he always ensured to control everyone within a radius of several kilometers, turning them into his eyes and ears. The Coal Mountain Orphanage, located in a remote area, fortuitously lacked any night watchman strongholds within a few kilometers, providing him with the perfect refuge. As for the nationwide wanted notices, they were primarily posted in first- and second-tier cities. The orphanage's location, with its inconvenient transportation and sparse population, combined with the absence of television and internet, allowed him to present himself openly under his real name and visage. Aside from the children at the orphanage, everyone that Shun Qingzhu and the others interacted with outside. The school teachers, market vendors, and bus drivers were under his mental control. Ma Yanliang closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to surge outward like a tide. The range expanded fivefold, and his control intensified. After breaking through to the Klein realm, his mental control had grown even more formidable. He could now dominate an ordinary person without the need for direct eye contact, ensnaring them without their knowledge. Previously, controlling beings with boundless potential and sea-realm void possessors required intense focus. Now, it was as effortless as breathing. Even more astonishingly, the difficulty of controlling ability users had significantly diminished. Now, even when facing those with boundless abilities, he was confident he could seize control in an instant. Salon, shall we open the gateway to Sangnan City? Soon, Ma Yanliang sought out Salon once more, but this time, he chose a different location. He selected Sangnan City, where the protagonist, Lin Xie, resided, and the reasoning was simple. With his mental prowess having reached the Klein realm, he could effortlessly manipulate Team 136 and use them to create turmoil for Lin Xie, thereby ensuring that Lin Xie harbored an aversion to the night watchmen from a young age, let alone after growing up to join them. Moreover, this could foster a sense of aversion in Yang Jin towards the night watchers, igniting a conflict between the two. One can only ponder the consequences if the night watchers were to discover that Yang Jin is indeed a deity of the great Xia. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cunning flickered in Ma Yanliang's eyes. Very well, Sir Shiyu, Salong nodded. All that was required was to inform her of the destination. As she never pried into the intentions of others, she was acutely aware of the erratic nature of the church's zealots. An energy wave began to swirl in her palm, and the space in front of the portal began to warp and contort, gradually forming an aperture radiating purple ripples. Through the fluctuating spatial barrier, the outlines of a city could be discerned. However, Ma Yanliang did not immediately step through the portal. Instead, he casually leaned against the doorframe. By the way, are Lord Yue Huai and the others not around lately? He fiddled with the buttons on his cuffs, his voice soft as though discussing the weather. I have remained in Linjiang City for months without receiving a single message. His prolonged stay in Linjiang City, coupled with the lack of tasks assigned by Yue Huai during this time, piqued his curiosity. After all, the ancient god church did not seem like a place conducive to idleness. Salong maintained the stability of the portal, her gaze unwavering as she replied, Lord Yue Huai and Lord Yu departed over a month ago and have yet to return. Currently, only Lord Qianma presides over the church's daily affairs. As a logistics supervisor, Salong had long grown accustomed to addressing such inquiries. She continued, if you have urgent matters, I can relay them to the Lord. However, other details may not be convenient to disclose. The implication was clear. She would not divulge any further specifics. Where could they have gone? Ma Yanliang murmured softly, his voice imbued with an eerie cadence. Salong raised her head alertly, only to meet a pair of eyes suddenly ablaze with blue light. A tremendous psychic force surged into her mind like a tsunami, the Klein-level pressure rendering her instantly rigid. Shiyu, you. Salong's pupils constricted sharply, her consciousness akin to a small boat in a storm, utterly powerless against the overwhelming tide of his psychic energy. The chasm between the limitless and the Klein was vividly illustrated at that moment. Tell me, where has Yue Huai gone? What is Yu currently engaged in? Ma Yanliang's voice resonated as though emanating from a distant realm, each word imbued with an irresistible authority. Salong's eyes gleamed with the same blue light, and she mechanically knelt on one knee. Yue Huai's avatar has ventured beyond the fog, because recently, the Night Watcher's Blue Rain squad was annihilated while pursuing the Yamada no Orochi, and EU is cultivating new followers in Donghai City. As the logistics supervisor, Salong possessed comprehensive knowledge of the church personnel roster, resource distribution routes, and the spatial coordinates of various branches. Thus, she was well aware of the destinations of Yue Huai and EU. Excellent. Ma Yanliang snapped his fingers, and the blue light in Salong's eyes gradually faded. At this moment, through 6 months of development on Scorn, he has managed to diminish the bluish glow in the eyes of those under his mental control, rendering it less conspicuous to others. Continue to be your faithful gatekeeper, he uttered, just as Ma Yanliang stepped into the portal. In the instant, the ripples of space enveloped him. A smile fully blossomed upon his lips. The reason for discerning the movements of Yu Huai, and Xianmo was to initiate his infiltration into the cult of the ancient gods. Salong represented the commencement of his complete dominion over the cult. Although Ma Yanliang had only just attained the Klein level, he understood that given the right circumstances, even a fellow Klein-level owner of the Forbidden Abyss could unwittingly fall silent within his illusions. Thus, his first task was to bring all members of the cult of the ancient gods under control, excluding Yu Huai. Imagining the expression on Yu Huai's face upon his return from the mists, discovering that the entire cult had submitted to Ma Yanliang, would surely be a sight to behold. Another chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 62, Sangnan City, Sangnan City. Standing atop the highest edifice of the city, Ma Yanliang gazed down upon the scattered, twinkling lights below. The night wind howled, billowing through his black coat, which fluttered with a crisp sound. The ripples of the portal behind him gradually closed, the last vestiges of spatial fluctuation dissipating into the night air. Stray locks of hair were tousled by the wind, revealing his eyes, which glimmered with an ethereal blue light, strikingly prominent against the darkness. Sangnan City, he murmured, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. This city would mark the initial step of his grand scheme, and indeed, the most critical one. Slowly, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, then drawn together, as if he were attuning to the energy flowing through the air. His mental prowess extended like invisible tendrils, spreading around him, with each filament of thought precisely capturing the surrounding information. In no time, this intangible force enveloped a 10-kilometer radius, resembling a vast spider's web draped over the cityscape. An avalanche of information surged into his mind. Two elderly men at a street-side breakfast stall discussing the recent spate of disappearances. Weary office workers laboriously tapping on keyboards in high-rise buildings. He could even perceive the evening news broadcasting in a nearby household, reporting on the peculiar incidents occurring in Sangnan City, with police urging citizens to minimize nighttime outings. All sensed information materialized within his mental realm, akin to a three-dimensional holographic projection. The first step is to take control of the Nightwatchers Team 136, Ma Yanliang murmured to himself. Soon, his mental focus honed in on an unassuming building within the city, a grayish-white three-story structure bearing the sign of the Peace Affairs Office. The station for Nightwatchers Team 136. Located. A smile once again graced Ma Yanliang's lips, this time infused with the exhilaration of a predator upon discovering its prey. He snapped his fingers lightly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the rooftop, leaving behind a wisp of indistinct black mist that dispersed into the night breeze. Inside the Peace Affairs Office, the lighting was dim and yellowed. Hello, everyone. My name is Hong Ying. I have just graduated from the training camp and have been assigned to Team 136. I look forward to your guidance, she stated with poise, gripping a somewhat worn suitcase. Her vibrant red training attire stood out vividly in the dim room, resembling a flickering flame, emanating an aura of vitality. The girl's gaze swept across each individual in the room, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and nervousness. Welcome, Chunmai replied, accepting the documents handed to him by Hong Ying, perusing through the pages before offering a warm smile. I am Chunmai, the captain of Team 136. This is our newly transferred deputy captain, Wu Xiangnan. He gestured toward a man lounging on the sofa not far away. The man appeared to be merely 25 or 26 years old, yet exuded an air of impending demise. His vacant eyes fixated on the ceiling. His arms hung limply at his sides, thick bandages coiling around his wrists, from which peculiar patterns faintly emerged. Just 6 months prior, Wu Xiangnan had been the spirited vice captain of the Blue Rain Squad. However, during a fateful mission to hunt the Yamata no Orochi, they inadvertently stumbled into the legendary Takamagara. Except for him, the entire squad was annihilated. His hands were grievously wounded by Susanu's Amitsukami sword, rendering him unable to wield a blade. And even the finest physicians of the Great Xia were at a loss. Coincidentally, The former vice captain of Team 136 had perished during a mysterious operation. After much deliberation, the higher-ups of the Nightwatch decided to assign Wu Xiangnan as the vice captain of Team 136 in Songnan City. Upon hearing Chun Mai's introduction, Wu Xiangnan struggled to lift his body, managing a faint nod, his voice dry and hoarse. "Welcome." Having uttered those two words seemed to drain him of all his strength, and he collapsed back onto the sofa. "Ah, is this the young lady who graduated from the Nightwatch training camp?" A hearty voice resonated from within the room. A man in his 40s strode out, clad in a wrinkled shirt, with stubble adorning his chin, yet his eyes sparkled with vigor. "Hello, my name is Zhao Kongcheng. Just call me Old Zhao." He extended his hand warmly, calloused palms revealing a life of toil. Just as Han Ying was about to reciprocate. Knock, knock, knock. A leisurely knock echoed suddenly. The sound, though not loud, caused the air in the room to thicken with tension. Everyone halted their movements, for the Nightwatch's headquarters never entertained ordinary visitors, and at this hour, it was inconceivable that anyone would come. Before they could react, the lock clicked softly, and the door creaked open. A tall man in a black trench coat entered with an air of calm, casually shutting the door behind him. His gaze swept over each person in the room, a subtle smile gracing his lips, elegant yet menacing. "Greetings," his voice was as smooth as silk. It sent shivers down their spines. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Yanliang from the cult of the ancient gods, codename Fool of Wisdom." The temperature in the room plummeted as if frozen. The cult of the ancient gods. Ma Yanliang. Chun Mai instinctively drew the star knife from his waist, its blade shimmering with a faint blue glow. Wu Xiangnan sprang from the sofa. Despite his incapacitated hands, his instincts as a former elite knight watchman remained sharp. Zhao Kongcheng swiftly unsheathed his straight sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Han Ying. Unbeknownst to her, her long spear was already gripped tightly in her hands, its tip quivering slightly. She had heard legends of Ma Yanliang during her training, the sole prisoner to have successfully escaped from the sanctuary since its inception. A monster whose mental prowess reached the realm of the sea, and one of the most dangerous individuals within the cult of the ancient gods. A letter to all esteemed readers. I sincerely apologize for my broken promise. I had anticipated that the performance of this book might not reach the heights of the previous one, yet I did not foresee it being this dismal. It has barely surpassed the earnings of the fanfic on the deity, though perhaps this is due to the word count. Although this is a fan fiction centered around a formidable antagonist, it has garnered unanimous acclaim from readers. However, the author faces the harsh realities of life. The pressing concern remains which novel yields greater financial returns, as that will dictate their focus. Presently, the income from this particular work does not even suffice to meet basic expectations. Consequently, the author's primary efforts will be directed towards the fan fiction of the divine drama. Nonetheless, the author assures that this work will not be abandoned and will maintain a consistent update schedule of 1 chapter per day. Here, I extend my sincere apologies to all esteemed readers. I'm deeply sorry. The author promises that as long as this book remains free from restrictions, it will undoubtedly be completed. After all, the author intends to emulate the esteemed Sanjiu and create HU universe. I will continue to monitor this book's progress, and should the daily revenue reach a level that ensures the author can meet the basic requirements, I will certainly consider reinstating 2 updates per day. With affection, Qiyu Dongming. Chapter 63. The shock of Yi Fan. Do not look into his eyes. Chun Mai's low growl reverberated within the cramped office, his gaze fixated intently on Ma Yanliang's shoes. Fearful of meeting his eyes, the air within the office seemed to solidify, leaving only the faint hum of the air conditioning. Ma Yanliang chuckled lightly and casually stepped forward, his shoes producing a crisp sound against the floor. This seemingly simple movement sent everyone into a state of alarm. Chun Mai had already drawn his knife 3 inches, its cold gleam flickering under the dim light. Ma Yanliang's black trench coat swayed as if animated by an unseen breeze, his eerie blue eyes glinting under the fluorescent lights. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting shadows that danced across Ma Yanliang's face, rendering his expression even more inscrutable. Ma Yanliang. Chun Mai's voice was as deep as thunder. Each syllable weighed heavily. What brings you to Cangnan? His mental energy surged forth, the pressure of the peak of the Chuan realm spreading like a spider's web. The temperature in the office seemed to drop a few degrees, with white breath condensing in the air. Ma Yanliang offered no reply, merely raising his right hand. In that instant, the very air of the office became thick and viscous. The pressure of the Klein realm descended like a tangible force. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzing under the strain, while fine cracks spiderwebbed across the glass windows. Chunmai felt his movements slow to a crawl, as though he were struggling in deep water. In terror, he realized that his Chuan realm mental strength was as fragile as thin paper before this oppressive force. Klein, this is impossible. A tempest surged within Chunmai's mind. 6 months ago, when escaping the fasting hall, Ma Yanliang had still been in the sea realm. In less than a year, he had ascended to the Klein realm. By avoiding my gaze, do you truly believe you can evade control, Captain Chun? Ma Yanliang's voice carried an unusual cadence, each syllable seeming to burrow into the eardrum, echoing in Chunmai's mind. Desperately, he focused on the hem of Ma Yanliang's trench coat, only to find that the black fabric twisted and expanded within his field of vision. At some point, those eerie blue eyes had completely consumed his sight. Like a drowning man sinking into the depths of the sea, Chunmai's consciousness began to blur. And just before the last vestige of clarity faded, he despaired, realizing that the Nightwatch had vastly underestimated this madman. As the light flickered, an odd blue glow passed through Chunmai and the other's eyes, fleeting and ephemeral. Their expressions transitioned from struggle to tranquility, then to reverence. Foolish lord. The four knelt in perfect unison, their voices laced with respect. The office lights returned to normal, as if the earlier anomaly had never occurred. Ma Yanliang's lips curled in satisfaction as he sauntered toward Chunmai's office chair. The leather seat emitted a soft creak as he lazily leaned back, crossing his legs atop the desk, reflecting a cold light. Inform Yifan. Simply tell him that you encountered me while patrolling Cangnan City, and have him arrange for the medium team to come. Ma Yanliang idly toyed with the steel pen on the table, its metallic body spinning between his fingers. I might have a burgeoning interest in that child named Lin Chia, he remarked. Indeed, Chunmai nodded, pulling out his phone to call Yifan. Ma Yanliang's gaze swept over the four individuals standing respectfully. Only Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, Chunmai, and Zhao Kongsheng were present. He suddenly furrowed his brow. Where Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan, aware that the other party was the agent of the trickster god Loki, possessing a mental prowess akin to Klein's. Ma Yanliang had deliberately delayed his arrival in Cangnan until his own mental abilities reached Klein's level, ensuring his control over the entire 136 team. Alas, my lord, for now, the 136 team consists solely of the four of us, Chunmai replied calmly. However, headquarters will soon dispatch a sniper, who may be one of your suggested candidates. Ma Yanliang narrowed his eyes. That is true. It is only 2018, for years away from the onset of the plot. Nevertheless, it matters not. The entire 136 team has now become his most exquisite eyes and bait. The only regret is the absence of a loyal agent of the trickster god. Is it confirmed to be Ma Yanliang? Came Yifan's serious voice from the communicator. Confirmed, Chunmai replied, his tone devoid of fluctuation. The visage on the wanted poster matched perfectly. After a few seconds of silence, Yifan's voice took on a more cautious tone. Why has he gone to Cangnan City? Uncertain, but Chunmai paused, as if weighing his words. He was briefly spotted near Lin Chia's residence. This meticulously crafted lie immediately bore fruit, being unverifiable in the moment, yet sufficiently alarming. Yifan's voice abruptly escalated, the sound of chairs scraping across the floor resonating through the communicator. Lin Chia? He has set his sights on that child. But how could that be? The secret of Lin Chia is known only to a select few of us senior members. Chun Fuji, and you know who. I'm not entirely sure, but the likelihood is considerable. After all, he cannot have come to Cangnan without reason. Chunmai continued embellishing, intentionally tightening his voice to perfectly portray a captain concerned for his team's safety. Request support from headquarters, if it is indeed that madman who can manipulate minds. Our team may not be able to handle it. Understood. I will notify the medium team to to head over immediately. This fellow has been hiding for half a year and has finally decided to come out. Yifan swiftly regained his composure, though his pace of speech noticeably quickened. Maintain surveillance, but do not alert the enemy. Especially ensure Lin Chiye's safety. Yes, Commander Yi, Chimai nodded and ended the call. Ma Yanliang, having listened to the entire exchange, opened his previously feigned eyes, a predatory smile gracing his features. The plan was proceeding exceptionally well. The medium team, a specialized unit of night watchmen dedicated to dealing with malignant superpowered individuals, was finally about to fall into his trap. He rose and approached the window, the nightscape of Songnan City filtering through the slats of the blinds. Ma Yanliang gazed towards the direction of Lin Chiye's home in the distance. The future consciousness of the fifth universe remains an unawakened, ordinary middle school student. However, Ma Yanliang is in no rush to take action against him. Rather than directly eliminating the protagonist, he derives greater pleasure from the sensation of manipulating the entire situation. Of course, a primary consideration is that Yang Jin is still by the side of the other party. Although the latter has yet to fully regain divine power, he is undeniably a genuine deity. Once the matter with the medium is resolved, he plans to assign the medium to deal with Lin Chiye. Should that endeavor fail, it is of little consequence, as the Night Watchers would be responsible for capturing Lin Chiye, leaving Ma Yanliang unperturbed. Perhaps this situation could even serve as an opportunity to sow discord between the Night Watchers and Lin Chiye. Chapter 64. The medium, Ma Yanliang, stood by the window, his fingers gently manipulating the slats of the blinds, the metallic leaves clashing softly, emitting a delicate clicking sound. Through the crevice, he gazed at the neon-lit night sky of Songnan City. Lord Chiyu, I have already informed Yi Fan, as per your instructions. Chen Mai stood 3 steps behind him, a distance that neither felt intrusive nor hindered his ability to hear every command. The medium team is expected to arrive in Songnan in a few hours. Ma Yanliang did not turn around, but allowed a satisfied smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Well done, Captain Chen. His voice possessed an unusual cadence, each word seemingly infused with a hypnotic power. Now, I require you to undertake a second task. The temperature in the office appeared to drop several degrees, as Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, and Zhao Kongsheng stood like statues, their eyes faintly glimmering with an eerie blue light. Please instruct us, the 4 responded in unison. Ma Yanliang finally turned around, his black trench coat swaying gently with his movement, yet it made no sound. I need a venue that is sufficiently large, discreet, and spacious enough to accommodate a small gathering. A fleeting moment of distraction crossed Chun Mai's eyes before he regained his composure. There is an abandoned chemical plant in the eastern suburbs of Songnan that meets your requirements. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the nearest residential area 5 kilometers away. Perfect. Ma Yanliang snapped his fingers, the sound piercing the silence of the office. Now, I need each of you to prepare accordingly. Captain Shun, you will set up the venue. Hong Ying, you are responsible for monitoring Lin Chiye's every move. Wu Xiangnan. Zhao Kongcheng. His gaze lingered on the last team member, a deeper smile gracing his lips. You too will prepare some special welcome gifts. The 4 bowed their heads in unison, and Ma Yanliang observed with satisfaction, his eerie blue eyes glinting in the dim light. His plan was unfolding flawlessly, akin to a spider weaving an invisible web, utilizing the controlled night watchman as bait to lure the medium team into his meticulously crafted trap. Once successful, the night watchman's elite special team would become yet another batch of his puppets. Remember, Ma Yanliang's voice suddenly turned cold. Do not raise any suspicions. Act as you usually would. For those under his control, this truly was merely a performance. Yes, Lord Chiyu. The 4 responded in unison once more. Ma Yanliang waved his hand, signaling their departure. As the office door closed gently behind them, he finally allowed himself to reveal a predatory smile, a grin that distorted his handsome features, like a mask peeling away to unveil a true visage. After half a year of lurking, the moment of reaping was finally at hand, and this was merely the beginning. His gaze shifted to the map of Songnan City hanging on the wall, lingering momentarily on the location of Lin Chiye's home. That unawakened fifth cosmic consciousness was still just an ordinary middle school student. Do not rush, Ma Yanliang murmured to himself, prioritizing the resolution of the medium before addressing you. Outside, a flash of lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating half of Ma Yanliang's visage. In that fleeting moment of brilliance, his expression appeared particularly menacing, while the thunder lingered in the distance, as if even nature itself feared the presence of this man. Several hours later, within the abandoned chemical factory on the eastern outskirts of Sangnan City, Chunmai stood alone in the vast emptiness of the factory floor, surrounded by rusting pipes and discarded equipment, as he was in the process of setting up a peculiar weapon. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Sangnan City, Hong Ying was disguised as an ordinary pedestrian, positioned in a convenience store across from Lin Chie's residence. She held a bottle of mineral water in her hand, yet her gaze remained fixated on the unremarkable residential building, her pupils occasionally flickering with a hint of blue light. The convenience store cashier cast a curious glance her way. "Miss, do you need anything else?" This young girl had been lingering there for quite some time. Hong Ying shook her head, her eyes still glued to the outside. The cashier frowned slightly, finding the customer peculiar, yet refrained from asking further questions. In the city, oddities were not uncommon. As time ticked away, when a moonlight streamed directly onto the corrugated roof of the abandoned chemical factory, Ma Yanliang finally received the awaited news. "Sire," Chunmai's voice came through the phone. "The medium team has arrived in Sangnan and is en route to the office." Ma Yanliang's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Proceed according to plan." "Understood," came Chunmai's brief and obedient reply. After ending the communication, Chunmai turned to Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongcheng, instructing, "Remember, act naturally. Lead them to the factory without revealing any flaws." Both nodded in agreement, fully aware that any anomaly could alert the mediums. Soon, 7 figures descended upon the peace office, directly pushing the door open. Chunmai and Team 136 immediately stood to attention. The moonlight poured in through the entrance, stretching the shadows of the 7 individuals long, like 7 blades piercing into the room. "Greetings," Chunmai raised a hand. "Captain Chun," Bully extended his hand to clasp Chen's. "I have long admired your reputation." "I am Bully, the captain of the medium team." Chunmai maintained a calm demeanor. "Welcome to Sangnan." Their hands briefly touched before parting, yet within that fleeting contact, Bully's brow furrowed imperceptibly. For reasons unknown, Bully felt an odd sensation, though he could not articulate what it was. Regarding the sighting of Ma Yanliang, Bully resumed his seat, his tone as usual. "Could you elaborate?" Chunmai nodded and began to relay the prepared account, displaying no signs of being manipulated. Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongcheng stood behind him, equally composed as ever. "Thus, we suspect he may have intentions toward Lin Chie." Chunmai concluded his report, his gaze sweeping over each member of the medium team. Aside from Bully, the remaining members stood motionless like automatons. With a thoughtful nod, Bully inquired, "So, according to your descriptions, he was last seen near the eastern outskirts?" "Indeed," Chunmai replied. "That area is filled with numerous abandoned factories, making it an ideal hideout." "I see," Bully acknowledged, then turned to leave. After exiting the Peace Affairs office, Bully glanced at one of the mediums and asked, "Have you detected the ancient deity cultist, Ma Yanliang?" The other party shook their head in a mechanical manner. Observing this, Bully's eyes narrowed. They had been tracking Ma Yanliang for 6 months without any detection. Logically speaking, if he were to utilize the Forbidden Ruins, the mediums should be able to sense him, enabling them to pursue. Yet, when it came to Ma Yanliang, the mediums were utterly oblivious to his existence, as if he were a phantom in this world. This was precisely why, despite the medium team commencing their hunt for Ma Yanliang 6 months ago, there had been no developments. Chapter 65. The Trap with a Resounding Crash. 7 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, akin to divine spears cast down as instruments of judgment, instantly rending the night sky above the eastern outskirts of Sangnan City. The dazzling blue-violet arcs of electricity meandered through the clouds, ultimately converging into a cataclysmic beam that struck the barren ground outside the abandoned chemical factory. Electric currents danced wildly upon the earth, tracing intricate ancient patterns as if they were living entities. The acrid smell of burnt earth mingled with the sharp scent of ozone, and the wild grass within a 100-meter radius was instantaneously carbonized, transforming into black ashes that scattered with the wind. In the midst of this chaos, Buli's black cloak billowed in the electromagnetic aftermath, while 6 figures stood resolutely behind him, resembling statues. He slightly raised his head, the shadow cast by his hood obscuring most of his visage, revealing only a pale chin and tightly pressed lips. Even without sensing Ma Yanliang's presence, Buli resolved to inspect the factory in the Eastern District, for it was the sole lead regarding Ma Yanliang. Buli's gaze fixated on the immense, forsaken factory before him, its rusted metal skin glinting coldly under the moonlight. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that even the chirping of insects had vanished. It was far too quiet. Buli murmured softly, his voice hoarse and deep. The 6 members of his team remained as silent as statues. They were like walking corpses, devoid of breath and heartbeat, with only Buli's voice echoing through the night. He raised his hand, and with a gentle gesture, the medium team silently entered the factory like phantoms. Inside, the factory was vast and foreboding, strewn with abandoned machinery and broken pipes. Moonlight streamed through shattered windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The air was thick with the scent of rust and dust, yet curiously devoid of any breeze. Buli's footsteps faltered slightly. Something was amiss. This place was too immaculate. Logically, a factory abandoned for years should be cloaked in dust, yet the ground beneath his feet was remarkably clean, with not even a single spiderweb in sight. More peculiarly, certain surfaces of the equipment bore traces of recent cleaning. If Ma Yanliang truly concealed himself here, this abnormal tidiness would provide a plausible explanation. But Buli understood that beneath the calmest exterior often lurked more perilous undercurrents. He advanced cautiously, the medium team following suit, their 7 shadows intertwining under the moonlight like wandering souls. As they reached the heart of the factory, a soft sound echoed. Buli abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade from beneath his hood. By the railing on the 2nd floor, a slender figure had appeared unbeknownst to them. Ma Yanliang leaned against the rusted iron railing, his fingertips lightly toying with remnants of the shutters, producing a faint clicking sound from the metallic slats. He slightly lowered his head, a trace of an elegant smile playing upon his lips, his enchanting blue eyes glimmering with an uncanny light in the dimness. "Good evening, Captain Buli." Ma Yanliang's voice carried a hint of mockery, as though they were old friends reuniting. "The moonlight is truly beautiful, isn't it?" Ma Yanliang. Even without prior acquaintance, Buli was certain of the identity of the man before him. The other party donned a meticulously tailored black trench coat, the collar slightly ajar, revealing a dark crimson shirt beneath. Under the moonlight, his visage was strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, with a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Yet, his eyes glimmered with a chilling azure light in the darkness, akin to 2 icy flames. Buli remained silent, merely observing him, the shadow beneath his hood deepening. Ma Yanliang chuckled softly, rising gracefully, and leaped from the 2nd floor. His movements were as light as a cat's, landing without a sound. "What's the matter? Nobody ting?" Ma Yanliang tilted his head slightly, his smile unwavering. Or has the medium team forgotten even the most basic courtesies? At this, Buli finally spoke, his voice frosty. "What courtesy is there to be had with an enemy?" Indeed, Ma Yanliang spread his arms, exuding a relaxed demeanor. "I never anticipated you would actually come here. Truly commendable for a special team of night watchers." Buli did not respond. He slowly raised his hand, and the 6 team members behind him instantly dispersed, encircling Ma Yanliang. Yet, Ma Yanliang appeared unfazed, still smiling, even leisurely adjusting his cuffs. "Don't be tense, Captain Bu. I merely wish to have a chat. There is nothing to discuss." Buli say fingertips tight slightly. But in that instant, Buli suddenly froze. Something was amiss. Ma Yanliang's composure was unsettling, as if everything lay within his control. In his azure eyes, there was no trace of fear, only a serene mastery over all. Just then, Buli sensed an unusual presence. He abruptly turned his head, scanning the shadows surrounding the factory within the darkness. Several pairs of azure, eyes slowly opened. Ma Yanliang smile deepened. Welcome to Sangnan City. The entire masked team emerged from the shadows, weapons in hand, their expressions impassive as they regarded the medium team. Captain Bu, how do you feel seeing your former comrades transformed into foes? Ma Yanliang's voice held a twisted delight as he opened his arms, akin to a conductor poised to commence a grand performance. Is this your trump card? Bu Li inquired with an unyielding expression, then calmly commanded, medium team, incapacitate all members of the masked team and eliminate Ma Yanliang on the spot. At present, Ma Yanliang held no discernible advantage, despite the masked team being at the sea realm, with Wang Mian reaching the pinnacle of that realm. They were still insufficient against the medium team. After all, Bu Li's mental prowess had reached the Klein level, while the other 6 had attained the 3 infinite and 3 sea realms. Yet, how could Ma Yanliang be unprepared if he was to act so recklessly? To contend with the medium team, he only needed to deal with Bu Li. From his dark attire, he produced a cube radiating an eerie azure glow, its surface etched with intricate runes, as if a galaxy flowed within it. This is a simplified version of the portal entrusted to him by the Moon Acacia. By merely utilizing it, the portal on the other side will automatically activate, and the realm of Qianma will materialize here. It is he who will confront the medium, while Ma Yanliang seizes the opportunity to attempt to exert mental control over Bu Li. As Ma Yanliang infused his psychic energy into it, the cube erupted in a blinding azure light, causing the entire factory space to warp. Dust from the ground defied gravity, floating upwards, while the shattered windows emitted anguished groans under the strain. A colossal portal gradually took shape at the center of the factory, and upon witnessing its emergence, Bu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, soon realizing the implication, his expression shifting dramatically. This location was a trap meticulously orchestrated by Ma Yanliang to ensnare him. Chapter 66. The crossroads and the departure. In the instant the portal fully unfolded, an overwhelming sense of suffocation descended, as if the very air had been siphoned away. A tide of ethereal blue light surged forth, suffusing the entire factory with an eerie hue reminiscent of the deep sea. Bu Li's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. He sensed a mental force emanating from the portal that far exceeded his expectations. That vast and profound power was formidable enough to rival that of a Klein-level expert. Medium retreat, Bu Li commanded, his voice unusually tinged with urgency. He withdrew with the swiftness of lightning, his black trench coat billowing behind him. Simultaneously, he gestured with his hand, prompting 6 teammates to disperse with mechanical precision, each occupying a strategic position within the factory. However, it was too late. A light, mocking laughter from Ma Yanliang emerged from the shadows. The masked team, like a premeditated serpent, struck from all directions, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. The silver-white mask of Wang Mian glimmered in the blue light as his blade. The Gyuan traced a deadly arc. Vines from Xinghin erupted from the ground like living creatures, ensnaring the ankles of the medium team. Most perilous of all, these assailants disregarded their own defenses, attacking with the fervor of brainwashed zealots, willing to perish together. Damn it! Budi giritit histit. Bound by the order not to harm the mast, the medium team could only adopt a defensive stance. The clashing of metal and the explosive sounds of mental energy reverberated within the factory. Fortunately, the other members of the medium team were sensationless corpses, or they would have crumbled under the onslaught. At that moment, the ethereal blue light from the portal suddenly froze. A hand clad in black leather slowly extended, gently pressing against the edge of the spatial rift. The hand was long and elegant, yet exuded a chilling sense of power, as though it could shatter the very stars with a mere grip. Silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, moving of its own accord in the blue aura. A pitch-black trench coat enveloped a tall figure seamlessly, while the ancient deity emblem on the golden sash flickered with an eerie glow. As that stern visage fully materialized, the temperature within the factory seemed to plummet several degrees. It was none other than Qianma, one of the 3 deities of the ancient god church. His eyes, deep as an abyss, slowly surveyed the battlefield, causing the very air to stiffen in his presence. Ah, so that is it. Bu Li's voice was cold as ice as he turned towards the shadowy Ma Yanliang, his murderous intent surging. Your true trump card is him. Ma Yanliang elegantly toyed with a cube in his hand, its crystalline surface refracting an otherworldly brilliance, a dangerous smile curving his lips. Kapta Imbu. I mentioned that the moonlight is beautiful tonight, quite suitable for a chat. As the final syllable fell, Qianmo had already raised his right hand. Without any ostentatious gestures, he simply spread his fingers and pressed down. Boom! Like the wrath of a deity, the ground of the entire factory collapsed under the terrifying pressure of his mental force. Reinforced concrete crumbled like fragile biscuits, with shockwaves radiating in circular patterns, tearing everything in their path into fragments. In a moment of imminent peril, Bu Li swiftly evaded. Yet the two members of the Sea Realm team behind him were struck by the residual force, hurtling backward like severed kites, crashing violently against the wall. Medium, heed my command. Bu Li's voice pierced through the cacophony of the explosion, disregarding the masked one, prioritizing the annihilation of Qianmo. The moment the order was issued, a torrent of equally vast mental energy erupted from Bu Li, colliding forcefully with Qianmo's power in midair. Where the two Klein-level mental forces clashed, the very fabric of space visibly warped and contorted, the air compressed into a piercing sonic boom. The steel beams overhead groaned under the unbearable strain, countless metallic shards plummeting like rain, while the shock wave swept through, instantly covering the walls with a spiderweb of cracks. Meanwhile, at the edge of this chaotic battlefield, Ma Yanliang quietly retreated into the shadows. His right hand elegantly rose, palm upward, as tendrils of ethereal blue mental energy coiled and converged like living entities. These strands of energy continuously compressed and solidified, gradually forming a resplendent sphere of light. Within this orb, terrifying mental energy was compressed to its critical point. Just a little longer, Ma Yanliang murmured softly, a frenzied glint flickering in his eyes. Almost there. He sought a decisive strike of control, rather than mere mental interference. After all, to manipulate a powerhouse of Klein caliber, ordinary hypnotic methods would prove ineffectual. He must await the most opportune moment to implant this concentrated seed of mental energy deep within Bu Li's consciousness. He eagerly anticipated the day when Bu Li would become his loyal subordinate. Bu Li acutely sensed the looming danger. Yet Qianmo's relentless onslaught crashed upon him like an unending tide, leaving no respite. Each clash of mental forces sent tremors through the factory, and the ground beneath them had caved into a massive pit 10 meters in diameter. Mass 1 engage. Ma Yanliang suden libellod. The members of the Masked One, who had been poised for action, erupted forth. Wang Mian's long blade traced a silver arc, aiming directly for the throat of a Boundless Realm team member. The tendrils of Xinghen entwined around another's limbs like venomous serpents. The remaining members each identified their targets and launched lethal assaults. The most terrifying aspect was their utter disregard for their own safety. Even when battered to a pulp by the defensive counterattacks of the medium, they continued their frenzied assault. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Bu Li's mind raced with thoughts. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. Qianmo matched him blow for blow, while the medium was preoccupied with the Masked One. Most critically, he could not afford to strike down the Masked One. Prolonged conflict would only lead to his exhaustion. It seemed the only viable option was to eliminate Ma Yanliang on the spot, thereby severing the Masked One's control and allowing him to confront Qianmo with full force. With this thought, a cold light flickered in Bu Li's eyes. Boom! Another clash of mental forces erupted, and Bu Li seized the opportunity to retreat, simultaneously unleashing the long-accumulated power within him. His form instantaneously blurred, transforming into a streak of black lightning aimed directly at Ma Yanliang. This strike was as swift as thunder. Bu Li concentrated all his murderous intent at his fingertips, leaving a piercing shriek in the wake of his passage as the air was rent asunder. There was no flamboyant technique, only the most unadulterated and extreme desire to kill. Your target, indeed, is me. In the face of this lethal blow, Ma Yanliang did not flinch or evade. Instead, The smile at the corner of his mouth broadened into a bizarre arc, and a blue glow surged in his eyes. Yet, having set this trap, I fear not what sparks you may ignite. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he abruptly raised his hand, and the sphere of condensed mental energy finally erupted. Boom! The blinding blue light erupted like a supernova, instantly engulfing the entire factory. The terrifying psychic shockwave expanded in a spherical form. Wherever it passed, metal vaporized and concrete shattered. At the center of this radiance, Bully felt an indescribable force surge towards his mind, and a cacophony of maddened whispers echoed in his ears, while the world before him spun chaotically. Klein. Chapter 67. Master Qianma, succumb to the illusion I have prepared for you. Bully's heart raced with alarm. The Night Watcher's intelligence clearly indicated that Ma Yanliang, who escaped from prison half a year ago, was merely at the sea realm. Just as this thought flitted through his mind, the figure of Qianma appeared behind him like a specter. One of the three deities of the ancient god church, Qianma's fingers, sharp as blades, struck with a swift hand chop towards the nape of Bu Li's neck. It was over. Bully attempted to evade, but Ma Yanliang's mental assault caused a fleeting lapse in his consciousness. In that fatal 0.1 second delay, Qianma's attack had already descended. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound of impact, Bu Li's body stiffened momentarily before it slowly toppled like a marionette with severed strings. In the final moment before he was engulfed by darkness, he beheld the victorious smile of Ma Yanliang. The spirit medium team was no more than this. After dispatching Bu Li, Qianma kicked the unconscious figure lightly, poised to deliver a fatal blow when Ma Yanliang suddenly stepped in front of Bu Li. Fool, what are you trying to do? Qianma furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had also noticed that Ma Yanliang's mental prowess had ascended to the Klein level. This rapid advancement startled him, considering he had only joined the ancient god church half a year prior as a mere sea-rel practitioner. Do not be hasty, Master Qianma. Rather than eliminating a special squad of Night Watchers, would it not be more advantageous to transform them into loyal subordinates? Ma Yanliang gradually withdrew his hand, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Bu Li, his eyes glimmering with the delight of a predator toying with its prey. With Bu Li's unconsciousness, the other members of the spirit medium team stood frozen, akin to lifeless automatons. The time for taming had arrived. Qianma remained silent, but for reasons unknown. He felt a twinge of trepidation emanating from Ma Yanliang. The fact that the latter had advanced from the sea realm to Klein in merely 6 months was enough to surpass him, and it was evident that Ma Yanliang harbored greater ambition. It seemed that the ancient god church was poised to evolve into a pantheon of 4 deities. Yet, regrettably, what Ma Yanliang sought was never to be one of the 4 deities of the ancient god church, but rather the singular god. Fool! Since the spirit medium has been dealt with, I shall take my leave, Qianma suddenly spoke, turning as the black windbreaker billowed, carrying a scent of rust. He made his way towards the teleportation cube in the corner of the factory, crushing shards of glass beneath his boots. Ma Yanliang did not respond immediately. Instead, he concentrated, weaving a thread of ethereal blue mental energy that slithered like a living creature into Bu Li's brow. The unconscious Bu Li began to convulse violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he emitted pitiful whimpers from his throat. Ma Yanliang's eyes glowed with an intense blue light. Awaken! No sooner had he spoken than Bu Li abruptly opened his eyes, the once sharp gaze now radiating an eerie blue luminescence. As he knelt on one knee like a devoted acolyte, masterful. Simultaneously, the members of the spirit medium team, who had been standing in place, turned in unison to face Ma Yanliang, kneeling as if they were puppets on strings. Ma Yanliang nodded with satisfaction, then cast his gaze towards Qianma. Are you in such a hurry to leave, my lord Qianma? He inquired. What else is there to do? Stay here and drink the northwestern wind? Qianma replied without turning back. Ma Yanliang exchanged a glance with the controlled Bu Li and Wang Mian, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. He elegantly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. The sharp crack echoed hauntingly in the silent factory. Almost simultaneously, Bu Li's figure materialized behind Qianma like a wraith. His speed was astonishing. With a blade held high in his right hand, he surged forward, propelled by a fierce gale, aiming directly at Qianma's back. Unprepared for the sudden assault commanded by Ma Yanliang, Qianma felt a chilling wind rush towards him. Years of combat instinct allowed him to barely sidestep the attack, yet he was still struck by Bu Li's handblade, which pierced through his right shoulder. Blood gushed forth, staining his black trench coat. At the same moment, Wang Mian's long knife whistled through the air, slicing towards Qianma's waist, only to be repelled by a single-handed defense. Meanwhile, the rest of the spirit medium team charged towards Qianma. "Fool! You!" Qianma's pupils constricted as he staggered back, realizing the audacity of the attack against him. Ma Yanliang remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as he directed the spirit medium and the mask to jointly assault Qianma. Just moments ago, Qianma had managed to prevail in his battle against Bu Li because Ma Yanliang had launched a surprise attack on Bu Li. Otherwise, Bu Li's prowess would have easily matched Qianma's. Moreover, Qianma had already exhausted considerable energy in their previous skirmish, and with Bu Li's sudden ambush, he found himself at a disadvantage against both the spirit medium and the masked. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning struck Qianma, causing him to spit blood as he staggered backward several paces. He gazed at Ma Yanliang in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and fury. "Fool! Are you betraying the ancient god church?" Ma Yanliang gracefully adjusted his cuff, advancing slowly, his eyes shimmering with a blue light, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Betrayal? No, my dear Lord Qianma." He spoke softly, as if whispering a secret. "I have never betrayed the ancient god church. I merely believe." Ma Yanliang suddenly raised his head, the blue light in his eyes intensifying, "that you have lingered in this position for far too long." Qianma's pupils dilated in realization. He understood that the ambition of the man before him far exceeded his previous estimations. "You, shoo!" Ma Yanliang placed his index finger against his lips. "Do not speak. Allow me to teach you your final lesson." He slowly raised his right hand, palm upward. As the last syllable fell from his lips, the factory floor erupted in blinding blue light. Countless threads of spiritual energy materialized from a void, intertwining to form a colossal net that ensnared Qianma firmly within. As these threads made contact with his skin, they immediately penetrated his veins, coursing through his body like living entities. This was a trap Ma Yanliang had long since laid within the factory. From the very beginning, he had never intended to let Qianma escape. Qianma let out a tormented shriek, as dark energy surged wildly, yet remained unshackled. In his pupils reflected the chilling smile of Ma Yanliang. Ma Yanliang approached leisurely, halting before Qianma, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. "Esteemed Qianma, this is a gift I have meticulously prepared for you. Do you find it to your liking?" Ma Yanliang murmured softly, and as he spread his fingers, countless tendrils of mental energy surged into Qianma's mind. "The ancient god church requires not 3 deities. One suffices. Fear not. Soon the whisper shall join you in your slumber. Esteemed Qianma, succumb to the illusion I have crafted for you." Chapter 68. Return to the ancient deity church, Qianma. His pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks, overwhelmed by the sensation of countless delicate strands of mental energy ravenously eroding his consciousness. These threads moved through his nerves as if they were sentient beings, each writhing motion inducing agonizing pain, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his brain. "When did you—" Qianma knelt on one knee, his right hand pressing fiercely against his temple, nails digging into his skin and drawing blood. His left hand spasmed as it clawed at the ground, leaving 5 stark crimson marks on the concrete. Veins bulged from his forehead, cold sweat cascading down like rain, pooling on the ground beneath him. Ma Yanliang approached slowly, the crisp sound of his custom leather shoes crunching on the shards of glass resonating ominously, each step akin to treading upon Qianma's fraying nerves. He leaned down, his eyes shimmering with an eerie blue light like ghostly flames, a victorious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "From the moment you set foot in this factory, I have awaited this moment. Did you think I was merely here to deal with the medium? This is a meticulously prepared trap for you." At that critical juncture, the transport cube in the corner of the factory suddenly emitted a blinding blue light, a last resort device activated by Ma, just before succumbing to complete control. The surface of the cube became adorned with intricate runes, and the very fabric of space began to warp. How troublesome, Ma Yanliang muttered, frowning as he waved his hand. Buli instantly appeared before the cube like a wraith, his right hand gripping a knife that glowed with a crimson hue. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, and the entire apparatus erupted in a cacophony of sparks, as if fireworks had exploded. The shockwave from the blast overturned the surrounding cargo boxes, sending dust swirling into the air. Ma's struggles grew feebler, the clarity in his eyes flickering like a dying candle in the wind, ultimately replaced by murky blue light. His facial muscles began to twitch unnaturally, the corners of his mouth contorting into a grotesque smile that starkly contrasted with his usual somber demeanor. Yes, just like that, Ma Yanliang whispered softly, his fingertips gently pressing against Ma's brow as tendrils of blue energy slithered into his skin. Surrender your resistance and become my most loyal subordinate. You shall witness my leadership guide the ancient deity church to glory. Soon, Ma felt an unexpected surge of power within him, forcibly breaking free from Ma Yanliang's mental grip. Seizing the moment of his opponent's astonishment, he swiftly dispatched Ma Yanliang and eradicated the entire medium and mask faction. Upon returning to the ancient deity church, Ma reported the events to Yu Huai, who was left astounded. In the aftermath, the Watchers launched a sudden assault on the ancient deity church, culminating in Yu Huai's sacrifice during the struggle against them. Consequently, Ma naturally ascended to the leadership of the ancient deity church. As Ma took the helm, the Watchers began to crumble under his relentless onslaught, ultimately being eradicated from the Great Xia by him. He emerged as the ruler of the entire Great Xia, and even when the deities descended, they willingly became his subordinates. Thus, he traversed his life with unparalleled perfection. In the real world, Ma's pupils transformed entirely into a deep azure akin to that of Ma Yanliang, and then abruptly froze as if a machine had been paused. The factory fell into a profound silence, with even the sound of dust settling distinctly audible. After 3 seconds, Ma slowly rose, his movements stiff like a marionette. He turned towards Ma Yanliang, placing his right hand upon his chest, executing a standard gesture of respect. Ah, foolish master. Ma's voice was mechanical and hollow, a stark contrast to his earlier somber demeanor. His tone was flat, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if all feelings had been extracted. Ma Yanliang smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. He now possessed 2 Klein-level warriors, not to mention the elite teams of the Mask and the Medium, along with complete control over the 136 Night Watchmen. He gazed out at the darkening sky beyond the factory, his thoughts drifting further afield. This was not yet over. He intended to instill a deep-seated enmity in Lin Xie towards the Night Watchmen, to sow the seeds of hatred within the boy's heart. Ma Yanliang spoke softly, his voice echoing in the vast factory. Ah, foolish master, please give your command. Ma knelt on one knee, his eyes shimmering with an eerie blue light. Though more subtle than Ma's, continue to monitor Lin Xie and report to me immediately should there be any developments. Ma Yanliang approached the shattered window, gazing at the distant flickering lights of the city. If necessary, he could create some trouble for their family, ensuring that it was done under the name of the Night Watchman, ideally fostering an innate aversion in Lin Xie towards them. Compared to Lin Xie, securing complete control over the ancient God Church had become exceedingly paramount. After all, there were still 4 years until the boy awakened the forbidden ruins. He felt no urgency, for time was on his side. Understood, Ma replied with his head bowed, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth in the shadows. I will arrange an accident, allowing that child to witness the atrocities of the Night Watchman. Having uttered these words, Ma departed to execute the task assigned by Ma Yanliang. Ma Yanliang nodded gently, turning to the neatly lined-up crowd. Buli toyed with the straight knife in his hand, while the members of the medium team stood like statues, the masks of the masked team glinting coldly in the dim light. Everyone, let's return to the ancient God Church together. Ma Yanliang's voice suddenly grew fervent. The time has come for you to offer your hearts. He sent his location to Salong, and immediately, a shimmering azure portal materialized out of thin air. Within the portal, the scene of the ancient god church's headquarters could be faintly discerned, a bizarre tapestry woven from twisted statues and burning blue flames. Ma Yanliang cast one last glance at the abandoned factory, a cold smile gracing his lips. The next adversary he would confront was the pinnacle of humanity, Yuhuai, and he had to be thoroughly prepared. Fortunately, with Qianma as his trump card, his chances of success had increased. Remember, before stepping into the portal, Ma Yanliang turned back to the group and said, "Before Yuhuai, you remain loyal followers of the ancient gods. He must first subdue the murmurs before he can also control the Munacacia." As the final silhouette vanished into the portal, the factory returned to its eerie silence. Only the lingering bloodstains and traces of the struggle on the ground bore witness to the clandestine battle for consciousness that had transpired here. In the distance, a raven perched upon the shattered windowsill, emitting a hoarse call, its scarlet eyes reflecting the gradually fading blue lights. Chapter 69. The Whisper, my lord. You have occupied this position for far too long. It is time for you to abdicate. The ethereal blue portal in the grand hall of the ancient god church twisted violently, resembling a space fissure torn by an invisible hand, ultimately dissipating into countless motes of light in the air. Ma Yanliang stepped forth from the luminous veil, the sound of his footsteps resonating crisply against the marble floor. Following closely behind him was Qianma, a shadow that never strayed far. Members of the spirit medium and masked teams, akin to disciplined soldiers, silently dispersed, occupying strategic positions throughout the hall. The blue torches flanking the hall flickered violently, seemingly shaken by an unseen dread. "Welcome back, esteemed Lord Whisper," knelt Salong beside the teleportation point, fervor glimmering in her eyes. Once a figure of unrivaled authority within the ancient god church, she now appeared as the most humble of attendants before Ma Yanliang. He offered her not even a glance, his gaze piercing through the hall to rest upon the obsidian throne at the far end, an emblem of the highest power of the ancient god church, designated for Yuhuai. Others stood ready at the periphery, awaiting the return of the Whisperer. Ma Yanliang's voice, though soft, echoed distinctly within the hallowed space. "Qianma, follow me." Qianma nodded in silence, a flicker of blue light shimmering within his deep-set eyes. Together, they traversed the long hall, their footsteps reverberating in the stillness. Ma Yanliang halted before the obsidian throne, a slight smile gracing his lips before he sat down. Qianma took his place upon the secondary seat, his luminous gaze fixed vacantly ahead. Now, all was prepared. Leaning back against the chair, Ma Yanliang interlaced his fingers across his abdomen, a dangerous glimmer igniting in his eyes as he awaited the arrival of the Whisperer. Meanwhile, in a corner at the opposite end of the city, the Whisperer gazed with satisfaction upon the man kneeling before him. This new disciple, Ma Tianyi, merely 23 years of age, had achieved the Sea Realm, a rare prodigy in recent years. "You have performed admirably." The Whisperer's voice flowed like silk, his pale fingers caressing the top of Ma Tianyi's head. "From this day forth, you shall hold the 14th seat among the disciples." "Thank you, Lord Whisperer," Ma Tianyi replied humbly, his eyes aflame with fervent devotion. The Whisperer regarded his newly acquired assistant with satisfaction. His ranks had expanded rapidly. Now, he commanded 14 loyal disciples, all of whom had surpassed the Sea Realm. A rare smile flickered across the Whisperer's pale visage as he waved his hand to open the portal, the ghostly blue light illuminating his face. The interior of the church remained shrouded in its customary darkness, the blue flames flickering in the sconces on the walls, casting distorted shadows upon the stone walls etched with ancient runes. However, today, an unusual atmosphere pervaded the air, prompting the Whisperer to furrow his brow as he stepped into the hall. Something is amiss. His gaze instantly fixed upon the throne at the end of the church. In that moment, where the seat designated for Munacacia should have been, a familiar figure was now seated. The individual leisurely reclined against the obsidian chair, fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, the black suit appearing exceptionally striking under the ethereal blue flames. "Ma Yanliang?" The voice of the dreamer held a hint of incredulity. Dreamer, you have returned. Ma Yanliang slowly raised his head, a disconcerting smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone gentle. I have been awaiting the opportunity to report to you. The dreamer's aristocratic black robe billowed, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. He stepped forward, his voice icy and resolute. Who granted you the privilege to occupy that position? Instead of rising, Ma Yanliang merely adjusted himself into a more comfortable posture, crossing one leg over the other. This position? He feigned surprise, glancing around. I find it quite befitting, do you not agree? The air within the cathedral seemed to freeze. The dreamer sensed the gaze of hidden eyes lurking in the shadows, observing him. Members of the masked squad stood like statues in every corner, their eyes fixed upon him, while members of the medium squad stood further away, watching him with predatory intent. You are exceedingly audacious. Descend from Lord Moon Acacia's seat at once. The dreamer's voice was like ice as he surveyed the surroundings and noticed Qianma occupying his rightful seat. Qianma, you allow this fool to sit in Lord Moon Acacia's place? This position is indeed one that should rightfully belong to Lord Qiyu. Is there a problem, dreamer? Qianma lifted his head, the blue light flickering in his eyes starkly evident in the dim hall, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Is Qianma under some form of control? The dreamer keenly detected the anomaly within Qianma's eyes, recalling the same expression exhibited by members of the masked squad when they were ensnared. His heart raced, an ominous premonition unfurling within him. Yet how could this be? Qianma was one of the three deities of the ancient god church, with mental prowess reaching Klein. Meanwhile, Qiyu had merely been a novice at the sea realm upon joining the ancient god church. Even with exceptional talent, he could scarcely reach the infinite level in less than half a year. How could he possibly exert control over Qianma? Ma Yanliang sighed, finally rising, yet he did not vacate the main seat. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, looking down upon the dreamer from his elevated stance. Dreamer, you have occupied this position for far too long. His voice suddenly shed all pretense, becoming cold and sharp. It is time for you to abdicate. Silence enveloped the cathedral. Even the crackling of the torches had ceased. Anger erupted within the dreamer like a volcano. His long hair stirred without wind, and the surrounding air began to warp. His voice tinged with suppressed, murderous intent. Qiyu, are you plotting a rebellion? This is not betrayal, but rather a coup. Ma Yanliang remained unfazed, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He spread his arms wide, as if showcasing an undeniable truth. The ancient god church requires a true leader, and I am precisely that fit. Since you desire a coup, with a gaze that pierces through the veil of reality, I shall dispense with further preamble and raise my pallid palm. My voice resonates as if emanating from the abyss. Let us delve into the realm of true nightmares. Darkness surges forth like a relentless tide from beneath me, swiftly engulfing the entire cathedral. Walls, floors, and ceilings vanish, replaced by an infinite expanse of shadow. This is the nightmarish domain of my creation, a forsaken sanctuary, dreams crossing. In this realm, I wield absolute dominion. I can conjure the most harrowing illusions, awaken the most profound fears, and compel my adversaries to surrender amidst the ruins of their sanity. Welcome to my world of nightmares, you foolish one. My voice reverberates through the void, imbued with an air of undeniable superiority. In this domain, I am deity. I shall witness what right a mere neophyte of the ancient god society, scarcely initiated for 6 months, possesses to demand my abdication. Chapter 70. The control of whispers. As the whispers fell from the air, the entire realm of nightmares began to contort and deform. Countless pale arms reached out from the void, attempting to seize Ma Yanliang's limbs. The ceiling morphed into a colossal visage of anguish, its gaping maw revealing a labyrinth of spinning teeth, while the ground softened like the inner lining of a stomach, secreting corrosive digestive fluids. The whispers awaited Ma Yanliang's cries of despair, anticipating the moment this arrogant individual would kneel in supplication. However, what echoed in response was a light, mocking laughter, its sound piercing through the darkness with an unsettling clarity. A commendable attempt, dear whisperer. Ma Yanliang's voice rang out, remarkably clear and devoid of fear. Yet, it appears you have misapprehended something. In the next instant, The darkness shattered like a mirror. The Whisperer stood aghast as he realized the control over the nightmare realm was slipping from his grasp. The shadows receded, replaced by an expanse of pure white, boundless and blindingly bright. "This is impossible," the Whisperer murmured, a tremor of fear creeping into his voice for the first time. No one had ever defied his will within his nightmare realm. Ma Yanliang's figure emerged at the center of the white space, arms outstretched, a victorious smile gracing his face. "You see, dear Whisperer, in this domain, I seem to possess greater talents than you." As he spoke, the white space began to transform. The ground swelled into mountains. The sky unfurled into a tapestry of stars, and in an instant, they stood upon the surface of an alien planet, distant nebulae swirling in the backdrop. Nearby volcanoes erupting in a display of raw power. This cosmic tableau far surpassed the Whisperer's imagination. Do you know why? Ma Yanliang strolled through this universe of his own creation, turning to confront the Whisperer, his eyes flickering with blue flames, for, regrettably, in dreams. "I am the true omnipotent one." As long as Ma Yanliang resided in the realm of dreams, he could steer everything. Even divine entities intruding upon his dreams could only be manipulated by his will. And by a stroke of irony, the Whisperer's dream path had ensnared Ma Yanliang within a nightmare. For a nightmare is still a dream. The Whisperer felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In this dream, he was no longer the sovereign, but rather a captive ensnared within his own creation. He attempted to reclaim dominion over the dreamscape, only to discover his mental prowess was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, yielding no response. "You believe that by controlling Qianma and myself, you can dominate the ancient cult?" The Whisperer scoffed, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Lord Yue would never allow such a thing to transpire. "Poor Whisperer, do you not yet comprehend? Yue is merely the beginning." Ma Yanliang shook his head, a look of pity etched upon his features as he approached the Whisperer, reaching out to gently pat his cheek. This disdainful gesture sent tremors through the Whisperer's form. "But alas, you are hardly even at the beginning." This contemptuous act ignited a fury within the Whisperer. He concentrated all his mental energy, launching a final strike at Ma Yanliang. This blow was potent enough to shatter the consciousness of an ordinary person in an instant. Even formidable beings of the Klein caliber would find it difficult to withstand. However, the mental assault, upon encountering Ma Yanliang, was akin to crashing into an invisible mirror, rebounding entirely. Mutters escaped his lips as he staggered backward, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. His mind felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 needles, the excruciating pain nearly bringing him to his knees. "You see, gentle persuasion is futile." Ma Yanliang sighed, his voice laced with feigned regret, proclaiming that in the realm of dreams, he was omnipotent. It mattered not if the current you were Klein or even a deity within this dreamscape, all must bow. He snapped his fingers, and the surroundings shifted once more. They returned to the ancient god's cathedral, yet the sight within sent chills down Mutter's spine. All members of the congregation, including the esteemed Lord Yue, knelt upon the ground. Seated upon the throne was the smiling Ma Yanliang. Damn it, this was a dreamscape conjured by Ma Yanliang. Mutters understood that since Ma Yanliang wielded limitless power in the dream realm, he would reclaim the nightmare. Yet, as he endeavored to do so, he found himself entirely bereft of control, akin to a homeowner watching helplessly as an intruder wreak havoc within his abode. Ma Yanliang's smile widened, instilling in Mutters an unprecedented terror. "Master Mutters, it is futile. From the very beginning, you possessed no chance of victory." Setting aside the dreamscape that Mutters had foolishly conjured, even without it, he was no match for Klein's labyrinth, compounded by the fully restrained medium squad. Mutters had merely chosen the means by which Ma Yanliang could most easily prevail. "Do you know what the greatest folly of the ancient god church is?" Ma Yanliang's voice resonated clearly amid the tremors as he approached Mutters, each step causing ripples in the fabric of space. "To worship those outer gods who care not for you. Thus, the ancient god church requires transformation, and I shall become the sole true deity of this new world." A wave of unprecedented dread washed over Mutters. The young man he had once derided now emanated an aura that made him tremble. He yearned to flee, only to discover that his body was immobilized, as if bound by invisible chains. "Fear not," Master mutters. "I shall not slay you. You are still of use to me." Ma Yanliang drew near, his eyes flickering with blue flames, his icy fingers pressing against Mutter's forehead, bringing with them the chill of death. After all, Mutter's abilities were perfectly suited to assist him. As long as Mutters opened the dreamscape, he harbored no fear, even in the face of Yuehua. In other words, with the aid of Mutter's powers, Ma Yanliang was invincible. "You will become as Klein, my most loyal servant." Blue energy surged from Ma Yanliang's palm, penetrating Mutter's mind. Agonizing pain surged like a tide, and as he attempted to scream, he found his voice had vanished. His consciousness began to blur, memories were tossed about, and his self-perception was reshaped. He felt his very soul being rewritten, as though a book had been torn apart and reassembled. "Sleep now, Master mutters." The voice of Ma Yanliang resonated like a lullaby, echoing within the foggy consciousness of reverie. Upon awakening, one would embrace a newfound mission. Darkness engulfed the murmurs of thought, just before losing all awareness. He heard Ma Yanliang's final words. "The age of the three gods of the ancient deity church has come to an end. Now it is I, Qiyu, who shall guide the ancient deity church into a new era." When the reverie opened his eyes once more, a blue light, akin to the vast expanse of the sky, flickered within them. He slowly knelt before Ma Yanliang, his voice mechanical yet reverent. "I humbly obey your command, Master Qiyu." Ma Yanliang gazed with satisfaction at the figure kneeling before him before turning to stride towards the obsidian throne. The winds of change had arrived, and it would be he, Ma Yanliang, who would inscribe the dawn of a new era. Chapter 71. Praise of the Fool. Ma Yanliang sat regally upon the obsidian throne, shadows dancing across his chiseled visage as he gazed down upon the kneeling figure of Yu. He spoke in a low tone. "Do you possess a means to notify Lord Yuehua?" For a fleeting moment, Yu's body stiffened, and he lifted his head, his voice imbued with utmost reverence. "Typically, it is Lord Yuehua who contacts me directly. No one within the ancient god church is privy to his precise whereabouts." "Oh, a unilateral communication. How does he reach you?" Ma Yanliang's interest peaked, a subtle smile playing upon his lips as he descended the steps to stand before Yu. "This is the communication stone left by Lord Yuehua. Whenever he requires to reach me, this stone emits a blue light, and his projection will appear," Yu explained with respect, producing a crimson stone from the folds of his noble robe, its surface etched with discernible patterns. In the dim light, those patterns shimmered like veins, subtly pulsating. Ma Yanliang's gaze fell upon the stone. He could sense the immense energy contained within and nodded in understanding. "I see. When Lord Yuehua contacts you, instruct him to return to the ancient god church, as there is a matter of great importance that requires his presence." "At your command, my lord," Yu replied mechanically, but then a flicker of confusion crossed his features. "If he inquires about the nature of this matter, how should I respond?" "Simply convey this." Ma Yanliang leaned closer, whispering into Yu's ear. His voice slithered into Yu's consciousness like a serpent, and as he spoke, the blue flames in Yu's eyes flickered violently. Having given his instructions, Ma Yanliang turned his gaze toward the stained glass windows high above the church. The illustrations depicted the three leaders of the ancient god church, with Yuehua at the center, flanked by Yu and Qianma on either side. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting distorted patches of color upon the ground, the hues weaving beneath Ma Yanliang's feet like a carpet leading to the throne. "Before long, all of this shall become history," Ma Yanliang murmured to himself. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and the scene within the church began to twist and transform. The images on the stained glass writhed like living entities, rearranging themselves until only a solitary towering figure remained, Ma Yanliang himself. Beneath him knelt countless indistinct shadows, including Yuehua, Yu, and Qianma. Dreams reflect reality, and reality mirrors dreams. Ma Yanliang thought, as the blue flames in his eyes surged. What a perfect cycle, he chuckled softly. 2 days later, The crimson communication stone in Yu's palm abruptly ignited, the previously dim patterns now infused with vitality, flowing with an ethereal blue light. Yu tightened his grip on the stone and knelt on one knee. "Lord Yuehai," he intoned, lowering his head with just the right measure of awe. Blue light seeped from the fissures of the stone, entwining in the air to form a humanoid silhouette. The radiance gradually solidified, taking on the likeness of Yuehai. "Yu," Yuehai inquired, his voice calm, "is all well with the church of late?" "Everything remains as usual," Yu replied, in a tone imbued with reverence. The murmurer maintained a steady voice, contemplating before posing a question. "Lord Yuehai, Qianma has indicated that there is a matter of great importance that necessitates your corporeal return. What could be so critical as to require my physical presence?" Yuehai's projection glided forward, the light filtering through the stained glass of the cathedral, casting a distorted mosaic upon the floor as a palpable displeasure colored his tone. The murmurer swallowed hard, feeling the motion of his throat, and replied in accordance with Ma Yanliang's instructions. "Qianma has discovered what appears to be the locus of the great Xia's fortune." Yuehai's projection momentarily froze, the very air within the cathedral seeming to solidify, with even the dust suspended in stillness. "Continue," he urged, his voice noticeably deepening. "However, it is heavily guarded by sentinels, and a human pinnacle is stationed there," the murmurer hastily elaborated. "Qianma believes it essential for you to return personally to oversee the situation." "I understand. I shall return at once," Yuehai replied, his expression grave. The locus of the great Xia's fortune had long been his pursuit, an elusive treasure that had evaded him for years, suggesting that the great Xia's sentinels had concealed it remarkably well. Now, the fact that Qianma had managed to uncover this location spoke volumes of his capabilities, having been nurtured by Yuehai himself. As for the notion that Qianma might deceive him, Yuehai found it hard to believe. After all, Qianma and the murmurer had been by his side for an extended period, their loyalty evident in their actions. Furthermore, even if the place discovered was not indeed the locus of the great Xia's fortune, the presence of a human pinnacle signified that it was of utmost importance to the sentinels. For years, the sentinels had been hunting the ancient god church, inflicting considerable losses upon them, thus necessitating a reminder that the ancient god church was not to be easily subdued. A tremor passed through Yuehai's projection, revealing his inner excitement. "Inform Qianma that I shall return in 3 days," he concluded decisively. "Until then, do not act rashly." "Understood, Lord Yuehai," the murmurer affirmed. No sooner had he spoken than the azure light abruptly contracted, and the projection dissolved into the air. The crimson communication stone fell to the marble floor with a sharp sound, rolling a few times before coming to rest before the murmurer's knees. "You have performed admirably, murmurer." Ma Yanliang's voice resonated from the depths of the cathedral, laced with satisfaction. The murmurer turned sharply to see the man upon the obsidian throne, lazily resting his chin on his hand, his eyes shimmering with victorious blue flames. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Yanliang had been seated there all along, as if he had observed the entire exchange. For Yuehai, other pieces of intelligence might not have compelled him to return, but the locus of the great Xia's fortune would undoubtedly capture his attention. After all, in the original narrative, Yuehai had been in relentless pursuit of this very site, seeking to inflict irreparable damage upon the great Xia by disrupting its fortune. Thus, even if this intelligence were fabricated, it could still lure Yuehai's corporeal self back. Once he returned, however, leaving again would not be a matter of mere choice for him. Ma Yanliang descended the steps, retrieving the crimson communication stone, twirling it thoughtfully between his fingers. The stone in his hand emitted a faint red glow, seemingly still imbued with the energy of the moon acacia. 3 days later, Ma Yanliang spoke softly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority, proclaiming that the ancient god church would soon experience rebirth. The helmsman of the ancient god church was none other than the esteemed Lord Qiyu. Yu raised his head respectfully and uttered words filled with fervent adoration. "Praise Lord Qiyu." Ma Yanliang gazed at Yu, his eyes seeming to penetrate the very soul. Satisfied, he nodded and waved his hand. "Go prepare. Our guest will arrive in 3 days." As he spoke, the grand doors of the church opened silently, allowing light to flood in and cast elongated shadows upon the ground, resembling a pathway to the future. Ma Yanliang stood at the threshold of light and darkness, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chapter 72. In the dream, I am divine. 3 days later. The spire of the ancient God Church headquarters cast a distorted shadow in the sanguine twilight. The figure of Yu Huai appeared before the church's grand entrance, his black robe billowing in the wind. He raised his gaze towards the familiar Gothic structure, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. This return was far too hasty. He had not even had the opportunity to inquire about the specific details from Qian Mo. That young man, it seems, has discovered a site that could potentially alter the fate of the great Xia. Yu Huai murmured softly. The doors opened silently, as if welcoming his return. As Yu Huai stepped inside, the moment his boots met the marble floor, an unusual wave of energy surged from his feet throughout his entire being. He furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. Perhaps it was merely an illusion stemming from his long journey. The interior of the church was darker than he remembered, the light filtering through the stained glass casting a morbid crimson hue. His gaze swept over the empty pews, ultimately resting on the elevated platform at the far end. His pupils dilated sharply. The obsidian throne emitted an ominous glimmer in the dim light, and a tall figure lounged against it, resting his chin on his right hand while casually draping his left arm over the armrest. Clad in a meticulously tailored white suit, he appeared strikingly out of place in the shadowy environment, like a sliver of moonlight amidst the darkness. It was Ma Yanliang. How foolish! Yu Huai's voice resonated like thunder within the vast cathedral. You sit in my place with what intention? The man on the throne slowly lifted his head, a graceful smile playing at the corners of his lips, with azure flames flickering in his eyes. Lord Yu Huai, you have finally returned. Ma Yanliang's voice echoed clearly throughout the church. As you can see, I believe the ancient God Church requires a new leader, and I am perfectly suited for the role. A cold light surged in Yu Huai's eyes as his figure vanished in an instant. Only a fleeting shadow remained in the air, and the next moment, he stood before the throne, his right hand slicing towards Ma Yanliang's chest like a blade. Seeking death, with a swift thrust, Yu Huai's palm effortlessly pierced through Ma Yanliang's chest. Since the adversary sought to usurp power, there was nothing left to discuss. He would eliminate the threat immediately. However, his expression soon froze, as his fingertips met not the familiar sensation of flesh and blood, but rather a chilling mist. Ma Yanliang's smile remained unaltered, even brighter now. Not a drop of blood flowed from the gaping wound, the edges of the injury rippling as if disturbed by water. How impatient you are, Lord Yu Huai. Ma Yanliang sighed softly, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. You strike without allowing a word to be spoken. Yu Huai abruptly withdrew his hand, retreating several meters. He surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of astonishment emerging in his gray-blue eyes. The lingering cold sensation on his fingertips conjured an unpleasant possibility. This is a dream? Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the center of the church, and Ma Yanliang appeared unscathed, his hands elegantly clasped before him. Indeed, he nodded slightly, the blue flames in his eyes intensifying. Welcome to my domain, Lord Yu Huai. When did I first step into the realm of dreams? It seems that from the very moment I entered the chapel, I sensed an unsettling disquietude. Could it have been then that the murmurings of the dream divergence began to unfold? The countenance of Yu Huai darkened like turbulent waters, his gaze fixated upon the figures of Yu and Qian Mo seated beside the obsidian throne. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, as if they were mere spectators observing a jester's folly. Yu, Qian Mo, how dare you betray me? No, it cannot be. The pallor of Yu Huai deepened, his eyes narrowing on Yu and Qian Mo, his voice strained with suppressed fury, yet he soon regained his composure. For both Yu and Qian Mo were his own creations, utterly incapable of treachery. Even if, hypothetically, they had indeed turned against him, they could never submit to a mere sea realm like Ma Yanliang. Could it be? A look of disbelief washed over Yu Huai as he stared at Ma Yanliang. It is you. You have ensnared Yu, and Qian Mo as well. But how is this possible? They are both of the Klein realm, and when you joined the cult of the ancient gods, you were but a sea realm. Have you truly ascended to the Klein realm in less than half a year? Ma Yanliang merely smiled in silence, gazing at Yu Huai with an enigmatic expression. It must be so. Thus, the so-called auspicious land of the Great Xia is merely a ruse to lure my true self back? The aim was to eliminate the obstacles in seizing control of the cult of the ancient gods. Truly, Yu Huai, a venerable figure who has lived for many years, swiftly unraveled the entire scheme, fixing his relentless gaze upon Ma Yanliang. Ma Yanliang nodded in acknowledgement, since the other had deduced the truth. There was no longer a need for concealment. After all, from the moment Yu Huai stepped into the chapel, his fate was sealed. Truly remarkable, Lord Yu Huai. He advanced with deliberate steps, the sound of his heels echoing crisply against the marble floor. Yet, even if you have unraveled my intentions, what does it matter? Within this meticulously woven dreamscape, you find yourself with no escape. And even if you have attained the Klein realm, do you truly believe you possess the strength to confront me? Yu Huai scoffed coldly, then inquired with curiosity. I am intrigued. Why did you choose to betray me? To betray the cult of the ancient gods? Betrayal? No, I am merely pursuing what I deem meaningful. Ma Yanliang stepped forward, his heels clicking against the marble, halting before Yu Huai. What have we gained under your reign of the cult of the ancient gods over these years? Living in hiding, like mice pursued by the Nightwatch? Thus, the cult requires transformation, and I shall become its new leader, guiding it toward a glorious future. Yu Huai chuckled derisively. You, a mere jester, manipulating dreams, dare to speak of leading the cult of the ancient gods to greatness? Dreams? Ma Yanliang chuckled lightly. You vastly underestimate my power. No sooner had he spoken than he snapped his fingers, causing the entire chapel to twist and warp. The patterns on the stained glass sprang to life. The images of the three leaders began to writhe and reassemble, ultimately leaving only Ma Yanliang's silhouette. The ground undulated like a liquid, with countless pale arms emerging from its depths, reaching for Yu Huai's ankles. Yu Huai let out a cold snort, and a blinding blue light erupted from beneath his feet, instantly reducing those arms to ashes. He waved his hand, and dozens of bone spikes shot forth from his sleeves, each one aimed at the vital points of Ma Yanliang. The spikes pierced through Ma Yanliang's body as effortlessly as if they were traversing the air. Ma Yanliang's figure flickered, appearing behind Yu Huai, and spoke softly, like a whisper from a demon. In the realm of dreams, I am a god. All your attacks are naught but childish antics to me. Chapter 73, my lord. Moon Huai, I shall inherit your will and lead the ancient god church to glory. Moon Huai abruptly turned, executing a sweeping strike with his hand, yet once more sliced through empty air. Ma Yanliang flickered around him like a specter, each appearance accompanied by an elegant smile. What nonsense about deities! That mere Klein was utterly ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. Moon Huai bellowed, pressing his palms together with fervor. Now, allow me to demonstrate the chasm between Klein and the pinnacle of humanity. The aura of humanity's apex erupted, reverberating from his center, causing the entire dreamscape to tremble violently, with stained glass fracturing in a web-like pattern. Benches collapsed, and the ground fissured into deep chasms. Ma Yanliang raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, then gracefully began to applaud. Truly worthy of you, my lord Moon Huai. Even the delirious dreams can be effortlessly shaken. However, you seem to have overlooked one detail. Ma Yanliang lifted his right hand, fingers splayed, then clenched into a fist. Instantly, the crumbling dreamscape stabilized, the cracks healing at a visible pace. More ominously, Moon Huai sensed his strength being suppressed by an unseen force. I am the sovereign of this dream. Ma Yanliang's voice echoed from all directions, imbued with undeniable authority. Is that so? Moon Huai's hands erupted once more in a dazzling radiance, a terrifying energy wave suddenly enveloping Ma Yanliang. Yet, Ma Yanliang merely raised a hand, causing the dreadful energy to vanish without a trace. He relished the sight of Moon Huai brimming with confidence. The more assured he appeared, the more exquisite the expression of fear would be when the truth dawned upon him, that in this dream, Ma Yanliang was invincible. As anticipated, Moon Huai's breath soon grew erratic. He realized he was ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Conventional methods were futile against Ma Yanliang's dream. In that case, Moon Huai's eyes narrowed slightly, and a black lotus emerged from within him, its surface swirling with eerie runes, emanating a suffocating pressure. Annihilating Fire Lotus. No sooner had Moon Huai spoken than the black fire lotus suddenly exuded a trace of divine essence, instantly saturating the entire dream realm. The fire lotus violently struck the barriers of the dream, and in a flash, flames erupted skyward, engulfing the entirety of the dream world. This was one of Moon Huai's trump cards, an artifact sealing a fragment of malevolent Brahma's divine power. Once unleashed, it could incinerate everything within 100 miles. A commendable attack, but alas. Ma Yanliang sighed, his eyes flickering with blue flames, an oppressive aura beginning to emanate from him. Even if you possess a divine token, in my dream, you are merely a plaything. As Ma Yanliang splayed his fingers, the entire dreamscape began to contort and compress. And in an instant, the blazing black fire lotus was crushed into fragments. An invisible pressure bore down upon Moon Huai from all sides, his bones groaning under the unbearable weight. Confronted with this terrifying oppression, Moon Huai's expression finally changed. He recognized the perilous situation he found himself in. Even with the divine artifact, he could not exert any influence over Ma Yanliang. Do you think this will coerce me into submission? Yu Huai gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. No sooner had he spoken than his body erupted with a blinding violet light. Ma Yanliang felt the dream realm tremble violently, as if some colossal entity were attempting to rend this domain asunder. So it is, Ma Yanliang squinted. As the agent of the evil thought Brahma, he could indeed summon a fraction of its power. Yet, it was too late for understanding. Yu Huai's voice became cacophony, as if countless voices were speaking simultaneously. I shall let you witness true divine might. The purple energy surged toward Ma Yanliang like a tsunami, a force potent enough to obliterate the souls of ordinary mortals. Even a being of Klein's caliber would be reduced to ashes before such power. Upon witnessing this, Ma Yanliang immediately sighed in disappointment. Lord Yu Huai, you still do not comprehend. He raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. The violet tsunami instantaneously solidified and then, like a video played in reverse, retreated back into Yu Huai's body. Yu Huai stared at his hands in shock, realizing that the purple light was being suppressed by an even more formidable force. I have spoken. In dreams, I am omnipotent. Ma Yanliang's voice echoed from all directions. The ancient power you summoned? Merely a toy for my dream to manipulate at will. The scene shifted once more. They stood amidst a starry expanse, with an infinite void beneath their feet and swirling galaxies in the distance. Yu Huai felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him, as if the entire universe converged upon his being. Suddenly, the light within the dream vanished, plunging everything into absolute darkness, save for the flickering blue flames in Ma Yanliang's eyes, resembling twin will-o'-the-wisps. This is impossible. Yu Huai struggled to lift his gaze, only to find Ma Yanliang hovering before him. Nothing is impossible. Ma Yanliang chuckled softly. Lord Yu Huai, I shall inherit your will and lead the ancient God Church to glory. As his words faded, Ma Yanliang extended his palm, intent on piercing Yu Huai's chest. Observing this, Yu Huai closed his eyes, and his body began to dissipate into nothingness. With a gasp, Yu Huai reopened his eyes, now filled with astonishment, for his ability to become ethereal had been disregarded by Ma Yanliang. What are you? Black blood dripped from the corner of Yu Huai's mouth. His voice fragmented. Ma Yanliang leaned closer, whispering into his ear, I am derision, I am nightmare, I am fear, and I am the rebirth of the ancient God Church. His fingers stirred within Yu Huai's form, and in an instant, Yu Huai's body exploded into countless fragments, which an unseen force promptly obliterated. Good night, Lord Yu Huai, Ma Yanliang murmured, as the blue flames in his eyes gradually dimmed. The reason for choosing to slay Yu Huai, rather than exert mental control, was simply that his current spiritual power was still at the level of Klein. Even within the dreamscape crafted by delirium, one may exert control over another. However, once the dream dissipates, Yu Huai, fortified by the pinnacle of human mental fortitude, can easily break free from such dominion. Given this, Ma Yanliang resolved to eliminate his adversary entirely, ensuring that no remnants remained to wield any secret arts of resurrection. As the dream began to fade, in the Church of Reality, Ma Yanliang stood upon the throne, his voice returning to its customary gentleness. From this day forth, the cult of the ancient gods shall usher in a new era. Outside the church, the final vestige of crimson sunset was consumed by encroaching darkness. As night descended, the new chapter belonging to the cult of the ancient gods was but a nascent beginning. Chapter 74. Ma Yanliang's Plan E. Summon all the faithful you can recall back to the ancient god church, informing them that a new leader is about to take charge. Qinma, your subordinates as well. Salong, gather all members of the ancient god church currently on missions. All tasks are to be suspended, and they must return with utmost haste. Ma Yanliang's voice echoed through the dimly lit hall, the flickering candlelight dancing in his profound eyes. He stood upon the dais, surveying the 3 core members of the ancient god church below, exuding an air of suffocating authority. This was his inaugural command, to rally all personnel, both internal and external, back to the fold. Ma Yanliang's foremost objective was to secure the absolute loyalty of this group, for he intended to hypnotize these followers. The combat capabilities of the ancient god church were by no means negligible. Mask, medium, chimoff. These subordinates were more than sufficient to pose considerable trouble for the Watchers. Yes, Lord Shiru, yet I have a few followers of the fasting house who may be unable to return temporarily. Yi nodded, then hesitated before speaking. Not to worry. We shall treat special circumstances with special measures. Ma Yanliang waved his hand dismissively, for he had already encountered those 3 followers. One had even sacrificed their heart for him, a gesture he had never forgotten. All personnel must be present within 3 days, otherwise. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Ma Yanliang's lips as he intentionally elongated his final words. The consequences shall be yours to bear. After uttering this ominous warning, he turned and strode deeper into the hall, the sound of his footsteps resonating distinctly in the vast emptiness. As he departed, the candle flames suddenly flickered violently, extinguishing one by one, leaving only a few figures standing in the encroaching darkness. Exiting the hall, Ma Yanliang ascended to the highest point of the ancient god church's headquarters, gazing down upon the organization he had come to dominate. In the night, the edifices of the ancient god church appeared as a slumbering behemoth, with him as its cerebral core. The ancient god church had essentially fallen under his command. Now it was time to turn his attention to the Watchers. He intended to infiltrate the Watchers gradually, pondering how Yi Fansha would react upon realizing that most of the Watchers had become his loyal followers. It was still the year 2018, and he had not anticipated that he would already have control over the ancient god church. A modest goal was thus set, to completely infiltrate the Watchers within a year. With a mere thought, Ma Yanliang's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a shadowy alley of Songnan City. He caressed the bronze door ring in his hand, a simplified version of the forbidden object teleportation gate obtained from Munakesha, now one of his most effective tools. Lord Shiru, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Chun Mai, the captain of the Watchers in Songnan City. However, unlike before, his eyes now glimmered with an eerie blue light, and his expression was reverent to the point of worship. What has become of Lin Xie? Ma Yanliang did not look back. His gaze pierced through the dense architecture, directed towards the far side of the city. Returning, sir, Lin Xie is still attending a special school for the blind. Chun Mai's voice carried a hint of reverence. By tradition, he returned home every Saturday and returned to school on Sunday evening. Additionally, he was required to undergo 2 examinations at the psychiatric hospital each month. Presently, only his aunt and a primary school student named Yang Jin resided in his home. Ma Yanliang's eyebrows arched slightly. Lin Xie, destined to become the captain of the night squad, was at this moment merely a blind student, his eyes shrouded in black bands. Very well, Ma Yanliang turned around, a serpent-like smile gracing his face. Tomorrow is Saturday, isn't it? I want you to take a few night watchmen to his home and create a commotion. Chen Mai's body stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his compliance. Do you mean? Smash his home, Ma Yanliang stated nonchalantly, as if merely discussing the weather. Remember, you must do this in front of Lin Qiye. Shatter every piece of furniture, tear every article of clothing, and it would be best to leave some scars on his aunt's face. A cruel glimmer danced in Ma Yanliang's eyes. And when you leave, do not forget to accidentally drop something that can prove the identity of a night watchman. Lin Qiye's aunt and the boy named Yang Jin posed no threat. The former was merely an ordinary woman, while the latter, despite his unique status, would not act recklessly until he fully regained his powers. As for Lin Qiye himself, he currently lacked even the semblance of strength to be considered a threat. Ma Yanliang's intention was to sow the seeds of hatred within the young boy's heart. When Lin Qiye sought help from the police, he would discover that the officers and government officials stood united with the night watchman. When he sought an explanation, everyone would regard him with the gaze reserved for the insane. For Ma Yanliang had transformed these individuals into his loyal subordinates. The sensation of betrayal by the entire world was sufficient to dismantle any adolescent's psychological defenses. Imagine, the night watchman had ransacked your home, and upon reporting it to the authorities, you found them to be complicit. Thus, in the throes of adolescence, a period ripe for rebellion, Lin Qiye would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment towards the night watchman, perhaps even desiring to eradicate them entirely in the future. This, indeed, was the effect Ma Yanliang sought. When Lin Qiye reached the pinnacle of despair, I shall appear as a savior. Ma Yanliang envisioned this scene in his mind, nearly lost in its allure, informing him that the night watchmen were the true cancer of the great Xia, while the ancient God Church represented the luminous future. He had even contemplated providing Lin Qiye's family with a substantial sum, enough to relocate them from their dilapidated neighborhood, sufficient for that overburdened aunt to lead a respectable life. In the eyes of a pubescent youth, the power of money often holds more persuasive weight than any sermon. Although the original Lin Qiye regarded wealth as worthless, what if his family were truly in dire need? His subordinate comprehended. Chen Mai bowed deeply. I shall select the personnel at once. It will be accomplished by tomorrow. Ma Yanliang nodded in satisfaction, his gaze drifting once more into the distance. Were it not for the slumbering fifth cosmic will within Lin Qiye, he would have swiftly eliminated or forcibly hypnotized him. However, when confronted with such an entity of that caliber, any recklessness could provoke a cataclysmic backlash. As for fate, once he alters Lin Qiye's trajectory, destiny shall dissipate entirely due to the paradox of time. Regarding the future Wang Mian, regrettably, Wang Mian is already under his control, and thus the future incarnation shall not manifest. Even if he were to appear, what of it? With the murmurs of Ma Yanliang, he fears no one. Take your time, Ma Yanliang mused to himself. I have ample time to indulge in this game. As night descends, the lights of Tsangnan City gradually illuminate. Ma Yanliang's figure melds into the darkness, akin to a drop of ink vanishing into the vast ocean. Tomorrow, a meticulously orchestrated drama is set to unfold, and Lin Qiye, the prospective savior, shall become his most prized pawn. Chapter 75. Destruction and chaos. The twilight of Saturday descended slowly as the setting sun cast its golden glow upon the dilapidated community. In the kitchen, the crisp sounds of spatula meeting iron pan resonated, accompanied by the sizzling of bubbling oil. Anne was preparing dinner, the rich aroma of the dishes gradually enveloping the entire room. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, yet she paid no heed to wiping them away, wholly absorbed in stir-frying the vegetables. Yang Jin set down his pencil and lifted his gaze from the homework before him. A fleeting moment of unexpected profundity crossed his youthful face, yet it vanished almost instantly. He tiptoed into the living room and spotted Lin Qiye seated by the window, his fingertips gently tracing the surface of a braille book. Brother, Yang Jin called softly, I can't solve this problem. Lin Qiye looked up, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Just as he reached out to touch the homework, Yang Jin's body suddenly stiffened. What's wrong, Jin? Lin Qiye inquired, his keen senses detecting the unusual tension. His fingers suspended in midair. Yang Jin's pupils dilated in shock as he turned towards the doorway, his voice barely above a whisper. Someone is coming. Many people. Their intentions are not good. The chaotic sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by raucous conversations and unrestrained laughter. The footsteps halted at the entrance, and then, bang, the door was violently kicked open, splinters flying. A group of burly men stormed in. Leading the pack was Zhao Kongsheng, disguised as a street thug. A sinister grin adorned his face as he scrutinized every detail of the room. "Ah, quite a lively household you have here," Zhao Kongsheng remarked, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xie and Yang Jin before finally landing on Ant, who had rushed out of the kitchen in a panic. "Who are you? What do you want?" Ant instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Xie and Yang Jin, her voice trembling yet resolute. Shemai let out a cold laugh, deliberately lowering his tone. "We heard that your family is in debt and has yet to repay it. We are merely here to collect some interest." As he spoke, he ominously tapped a baseball bat against his palm, producing a chilling sound. "We owe no one anything," Lin Xie retorted sharply, gripping his cane tightly. "I demand that you leave at once." "Oh, the blind one seems rather bold," Zhao Kongsheng taunted, stepping forward and roughly toppling a nearby bookshelf. Books and picture frames crashed to the ground, glass shards scattering about. A family portrait fell, its frame shattering into a spiderweb pattern, obscuring Lin Xie and Ant's smiling faces within the photograph. "If you don't pay up today, we'll continue to smash everything until you do." Zhao Kongsheng raised his voice, keenly observing Lin Xie's reaction. "Stop!" Lin Xie charged forward, wielding his cane with remarkable precision despite his blindness, aiming directly at Zhao Kongsheng. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhao Kongsheng's eyes, yet as a seasoned guardian, he effortlessly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a swift chop to the back of Lin Xie's neck. "Quite the fighter, this little blind boy," he sneered. A sharp pain surged through Lin Xie, and he let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground. He gritted his teeth, striving to rise once more, yet was met with a kick to the chest from Zhao Kongsheng, sending him sliding several meters before crashing against the wall. "Shao Qi, do not touch him," Auntie screamed as she lunged towards Lin Xie, using her frail body to shield him. Her voice was hoarse, tears brimming in her eyes. "If you wish to strike, then strike me. Do not harm my nephew. Get out of the way." Zhao Kongsheng forcefully shoved Annie aside. She fell heavily to the ground, scraping her elbow and blood oozing forth immediately. "Annie, Mom!" Both Lin Xie and Yang Jin shouted in unison. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered in Yang Jin's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. He clenched his jaw, his nails digging deeply into his palm, his pupils ablaze with fury, his body trembling slightly from suppressed rage. Yet reason dictated that he must remain passive for now. His strength had not fully returned, and revealing himself would only plunge Lin Xie and Auntie into greater peril. At this moment, the young black dog, still a puppy, bared its teeth, ready to pounce, but was restrained by Yang Jin, who shook his head. Now is not the time. Lin Xie, relying on his extraordinary perceptive abilities, accurately lunged towards Zhao Kongsheng. His movements were swift, almost defying his blindness. Yet he still appeared too inexperienced before Zhao Kongsheng. "Ah, this is somewhat amusing," Zhao Kongsheng remarked, effortlessly evading Lin Xie's assault and delivering a knife-hand strike to the back of his neck. This time, he applied a bit more force, causing Lin Xie to grunt in pain, collapsing onto the ground, his vision clouding. "Shao Qi!" Auntie struggled to crawl over, shielding Lin Xie beneath her, glaring fiercely at Zhao Kongsheng. "What do you want? If it's money, I can give it to you." Zhao Kongsheng looked down upon them, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Money? Too late. Brothers, destroy everything." At his command, Chun Mai and the others began to wreak havoc within the house. The coffee table was overturned, the television screen shattered by a baseball bat, and dishes in the kitchen were smashed to pieces on the floor. When Shima deliberately toppled the bookshelf, the heavy tomes crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Wu Xiangnan forcefully kicked the walls, leaving clear shoe prints behind. Within mere minutes, the entire house was left in ruins. The living room echoed with the sound of shattering glass, the dull thuds of furniture being smashed, and the vibrations of walls being kicked, mingling with Auntie's helpless sobs, creating a heart-wrenching tableau. Yangjin trembled, his eyes wide as he watched the ruffians destroy their only home, feeling utterly powerless. "Stop. Please, just stop." Auntie clutched the semi-conscious Lin Xie, tears streaming down her haggard face. Her voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, yet she still endeavored to form a final line of defense for the children with her own body. Zhao Kongcheng approached her, leaning down to grasp her chin. "Remember, this is the fate of those who offend us, Night Watchman." He deliberately revealed the existence of the Night Watchman organization, ensuring Lin Xie would hear his words while secretly observing the boy's reaction. That should suffice. Chen Mai glanced at his watch and nodded to Zhao Kongcheng. Understanding the cue, Zhao Kongcheng inadvertently dropped a badge from his pocket, which landed precisely between the sofa and the wall. "Next time you come asking for money, do not expect such courtesy," Chen Mai uttered, departing with the group. They deliberately made their footsteps heavy, ensuring that the entire building could hear, before swiftly vanishing into the old neighborhood. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving only the remnants of furniture and shards scattered across the floor. The sun had completely set, the last vestiges of light fading from the window, as darkness enveloped the entire chamber. The aunt trembled as she released her grip on Lin Xie's arm, tears silently streaming down her face. It was her first encounter with such profound despair. She fumbled to locate the switch on the wall, but the light did not illuminate. Amidst the earlier chaos, the light switch had been damaged. Chapter 76. Lin Xie. The game has just begun. Once the thugs departed, Yang Jin hurried to Lin Xie's side. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Jean. What about you and Xiao Qi?" And he softly inquired, her fingers trembling as they cautiously brushed against Lin Xie and Yang Jin's faces. Lin Xie shook his head, the anger distorting his features beneath the dark cloth. He surveyed the devastation within the room, shattered furniture, scattered belongings, and fresh dents in the walls. He could hear Auntie's stifled sobs and Yang Jin's rapid breaths. All of it was etched into his memory like a blade. "I'm all right. Annie, we need to call the police," Lin Xie said through gritted teeth, his voice ominously low. Annie nodded, trembling as she fumbled to retrieve her phone from her pocket. Her fingers quivered so violently that she misdialed several times. Once the call connected, she incoherently recounted the chaos that had just ensued, her voice laden with terror and helplessness. 20 minutes later, 2 uniformed officers sauntered through the door. They lazily surveyed the wreckage, a fleeting glimmer of blue light flickering in their eyes. "Just a typical debt dispute, I presume?" The older officer yawned. Impatience etched across his face, not even bothering to take out a notebook. "How much do you owe them? If you had paid up sooner, this mess could have been avoided." "We don't owe anything," Lin Xie erupted, standing abruptly, his voice trembling with fury. "They came here to vandalize us." The younger officer cast a dismissive glance his way, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Little blind boy, how would you know it was intentional when you didn't even see it?" He deliberately emphasized the term little blind boy, and Lin Xie visibly stiffened, a flicker of satisfaction crossing the officer's eyes. "Officer, it's like this," Auntie interjected hastily, stepping forward to recount the events in detail, finally pointing to the vigilante badge in the corner. "They accidentally left this behind. It bears the name Zhao Kongcheng. It must belong to that person." The officer picked up the badge, his expression subtly shifting. He exchanged a knowing glance with his partner, one that conveyed a certain understanding and warning. He then carelessly stuffed the badge into his pocket. "Understood, we will handle it." "Is that all?" Lin Xie shot to his feet, his voice rising in anger. "They invaded our home, assaulted us, and left evidence. And you simply say understood?" The younger officer frowned at Lin Xie. "Mind your tone. Cases like this are frequent. We must follow procedure." As he spoke, he purposefully tapped the handcuffs at his waist, producing a metallic clink. "Procedure?" Lin Xie scoffed. "What procedure allows you to overlook such blatant evidence?" His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. "Otherwise?" The young officer sneered. "Who do you think you are? The mayor or the chief? We're busy. We don't have time for your trivial matters." He glanced at his watch, feigning urgency. Chia. Auntie grasped his hand tightly, fearful that he might offend the police and attract further troubles. The elder officer spoke in a measured tone. I advise you to consider this day as if nothing has transpired and to live your lives peacefully. His words carried an implicit warning, suggesting they refrain from probing deeper. Upon finishing, the two turned to leave, as if lingering even a moment longer would taint them with misfortune. They departed without leaving a case number or contact information. Vanishing into the corridor, Lin Xie stood frozen in place, his body trembling with indignation. His perception distinctly registered the emblem's design on the badge, while the officers seemed utterly unfazed and deliberately evasive. Everything had a logical explanation. These officers were in collusion with the marauding night watchmen. They were indeed allies. Lin Xie's voice was chillingly cold, undeniably so. The notion of impending darkness and standing before multitudes was utter nonsense. These self-proclaimed guardians were merely wolves cloaked in human skin. Yang Jin stood nearby, his gaze profound. He understood that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Yet now was not the time to reveal the truth to Lin Xie. He needed to bide his time, waiting for his strength to fully return, and for the opportune moment to arise. Auntie fought back tears as she began to clear the debris strewn across the floor. At least we are not seriously hurt. Things can be replaced as long as we are unharmed. Her voice dwindled, ultimately fading into silent sobs. While picking up shards, her hand was cut, yet she remained oblivious, blood dripping onto the floor in small, crimson droplets. Lin Xie offered no response. He approached the window, gazing out into the pitch-black night sky, where the hatred in his heart grew wild like rampant weeds. The term night watchman was forever etched in his memory. Humiliation, fury, and injustice flooded the young man's mind. Though his eyes were obscured beneath the dark cloth, his heart was clearer than ever. This world knew no justice, only the survival of the fittest. He resolved to grow stronger, strong enough to make those who harmed his family pay dearly. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel suite atop a high-rise in Songnan City, a crystal chandelier illuminated the room as if it were daylight. Ma Yanliang stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the myriad lights of the city below. He toyed with an exquisite wine glass, the red wine swirling within, thick as blood. Behind him, Chen Mai stood respectfully, a stark contrast to his earlier menacing demeanor at Lin Xie's home. How did the task fare? Ma Yanliang asked, not turning to face him, his voice calm and steady as water. As per your instructions, everything has been arranged flawlessly, Chen Mai replied respectfully. Lin Xie's home was left in disarray. Zhao Kongcheng intentionally left behind the night watchman emblem, and the police feigned their duties as planned. And the boy's reaction? Ma Yanliang gently sipped his red wine, his eyes narrowing slightly. Anger, profound anger. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Chen Mai's eyes. He had already concluded that the night watchman and the police were in cahoots. Especially when the police turned a blind eye to that badge, his expression, TSK, it was almost murderous. Ma Yanliang finally turned around, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Splendid. The seeds of hatred have been sown. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting for them to take root and flourish. He approached the wine cabinet and poured himself another glass of red wine, gently swirling the liquid within. Next week, I shall personally meet this future captain of the Nightfall. At his most desperate moment, I shall offer him a glimmer of hope. Chen Mai respectfully inquired, My lord, do you require us to assist you in staging a performance? No need, that would appear too contrived. Ma Yanliang shook his head, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. A true master of manipulation allows the pawns to move themselves towards the predetermined positions, believing it to be their own choice. He again approached the window, his gaze directed towards the dilapidated residential area on the city's outskirts, as if he could penetrate the barriers and behold the furious youth. The game has only just begun, Lin Xie. He murmured to himself, his voice fading into the night. Outside the window, a blood moon quietly ascended, casting an ominous crimson glow over the entire city. Chapter 77. A visit 2 days later. A torrential downpour engulfed the city of Songnan. The rain fell like silver needles, shrouding the entire city in a misty haze. The sky appeared to be torn asunder, with leaden clouds rolling ominously, intermittently illuminated by flashes of pale lightning. The streets had transformed into rivers, murky waters swirling with fallen leaves and debris, vanishing into the drainage system in a whirlpool. Lin Xie sat by the window, his dark eyes concealed beneath a black cloth, gazing at the indistinct world outside. Chilling raindrops seeped through the cracks of the window, dampening his cuffs, yet he remained oblivious. His aunt and Yang Jin had gone out to procure new furniture, leaving him alone in the house. The empty room echoed with the ticking of an old clock and the rhythmic patter of rain against the window. For the past 2 days, he had scarcely uttered a word, mechanically assisting his aunt in tidying up the aftermath, concerned that Lin Xie had been overly traumatized. His aunt had arranged for him to take a few days off. The chaos at home was gradually being organized, yet the anger within Lin Xie's chest continued to swell. Each time he picked up a shattered object, the grotesque faces of Zhao, Kongxing, and his companions flashed before him. Every new dent on the wall reverberated with the echoes of his aunt's terrified sobs. The sight of her curled in the corner, desperately shielding Yang Jin, felt like a dull knife repeatedly slicing at his heart. Yet, he remained powerless, pinned to the ground like a mere bystander, listening to their mockery. Night watchman, Lin Xie whispered to himself, the words rolling off his tongue as his nails dug deep into his palm, though he felt no pain. Outside, the rain intensified, with large droplets pounding against the glass, resembling countless tiny fists striking. Suddenly, his ears perked up. Amidst the cacophony of rain, an unfamiliar footfall approached his doorstep. The steps were light, yet remarkably clear. Ding-dong! The doorbell rang. Lin Xie's body tensed instantaneously, akin to a beast sensing danger. His senses expanded like a spider's web, clearly perceiving a tall man standing outside. The man held a black umbrella, dressed in a tailored suit, exuding a faint scent of cologne. "Who is it?" Lin Xie called from within, his voice icy. "Good day. Is this the residence of Lin Xie?" A warm, refined voice responded from outside, courteous yet tinged with familiarity. "I am Ma Yanliang, and I wish to discuss a few matters with you, Lin." "What matters?" Lin Xie inquired, his voice deliberately lowered, his awareness locked onto the stranger's every movement. "There is no need for you to be anxious, Lin. I have heard of some unpleasant events and may be able to offer assistance." Ma Yanliang's light chuckle drifted through the door, his tone subtly pausing, regarding the night watchman. Lin Xie's fingers tightened and then relaxed on the doorknob. Reason urged him to refuse, yet the name of that organization tugged at his nerves like a hook. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the door, though his body remained in a defensive stance. In his perception, the man appeared to be around 20 years of age, possessing a handsome visage with a smile that was perfectly poised. His every gesture exuded the calmness of one in a position of authority. Most striking were his blue eyes, which, even in Lin Xie's perception, seemed to penetrate the very essence of the soul, shimmering with an otherworldly light. "Thank you." Ma Yanliang closed his umbrella and nodded slightly. "May I come in? The rain outside is rather heavy." Lin Xie stepped aside to create a narrow passage, sufficient for Ma Yanliang to enter. Yet his posture clearly conveyed a sense of unwelcoming. Unperturbed, Ma Yanliang elegantly crossed the threshold, his polished shoes making a faint creaking sound against the wooden floor. Lin Xie noted that despite the torrential downpour outside, the soles of this man's shoes bore almost no trace of mud or water. Ma Yanliang's gaze swept over the disarray within the room, which had yet to be fully tidied, his brow furrowing slightly. "It seems they have taken more drastic measures than I had anticipated." His eyes lingered on a noticeable dent in the wall, where a family photograph of Lin Xie's had once hung. "Do we know each other?" Lin Xie inquired directly, remaining on guard. "Or are you also a night watchman?" Ma Yanliang sighed, retrieving a business card from his pocket and delicately placing it on the table. Lin Xie's perception clearly discerned the card, which bore a black background with golden embossed lines forming the image of a half-open eye, accompanied by a small inscription. "All things return to the void. Truth endures." "Allow me to formally introduce myself." Ma Yanliang's tone shifted to one of solemnity. "I am Ma Yanliang, the leader of the Ancient God Society." "The Ancient God Society?" Lin Xie frowned, unable to recall any pertinent information from his memory, having never heard of it before. "That is quite normal. We have always maintained a low profile. Ma Yanliang replied with a light chuckle. However, we are fully aware of the night watchman's misdeeds. In fact, we have been closely monitoring their inappropriate actions. Lin Chia scoffed. So what does that mean? Are you here to investigate or merely to watch the spectacle? Neither. Ma Yanliang abruptly suppressed his smile, his voice growing somber. I am here to invite you to join us, Lin Chia. The room fell into an immediate silence. The sound of the rain outside seemed to be muted as if the world had paused. You must be joking, Lin Chia replied, enunciating each word deliberately. Ma Yanliang shook his head, his blue eyes glimmering softly in the dim light of the room. I do not joke. He rose to his feet and slowly approached the window, turning his back to Lin Chia, his voice suddenly imbued with a compelling intensity. You loathe the night watchman, do you not? That feeling of being bullied, yet powerless to resist, the anger of being betrayed by those so-called guardians. Lin Chia's fingers trembled slightly. Each of Ma Yanliang's words pierced his heart like a blade, awakening the humiliation and anger from that day. He could feel his breath quickening, a throbbing pain at his temples. Ma Yanliang turned to face him, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. The organization of the Night Watchman is itself a mistake. They monopolize power, act with impunity, and under the guise of protection, they perpetrate oppression. Yet you, Lin Chia, possess extraordinary potential, yet they regard you as mere vermin. Why me? Lin Chia compelled himself to regain his composure, despite his heart racing furiously within his chest. I am simply an ordinary middle school student, and a blind one at that. As he spoke, Lin Chia self-deprecatingly tugged at the blindfold covering his eyes. Ordinary? No, Lin Yi. You are far more exceptional than you realize. I can sense the dormant power within you, a talent that even you have yet to acknowledge. Ma Yanliang stepped forward, deliberately pausing for effect. They all say that seeing a six-winged angel is a sign of insanity. Yet I believe you, for six-winged angels truly exist. Lin Chia felt a jolt in his heart, as though struck by lightning. Chapter 78. If diligence can lead to wealth. Then farmers are millionaires ever since witnessing the incident involving the six-winged angel a few years ago had indeed been branded as delusional, with no one willing to believe him. Now, the very person who had once dismissed him stood before him, affirming the existence of the six-winged angel, insisting that he had not spoken in vain. Join us, Lin Chia. Ma Yanliang's voice dripped with seduction. The ancient God Society can bestow upon you power, grant you the chance for vengeance, and offer you the possibility of seeing the light again. As he spoke, Ma Yanliang retrieved a thick brown paper envelope from his suit pocket and placed it on the table with a resounding thud. Should you choose to join the Ancient God Society, you will receive a generous salary each month, sufficient to spare your aunt from her grueling daily toil and enable your younger brother, Yang Jin, to purchase whatever he desires. Leaning closer, Ma Yanliang whispered into Lin Chia's ear, never believe that hard work leads to wealth. If that were the case, farmers would be millionaires. This world has always been shaped by the strong. He continued, and now, you have the opportunity to become one of those who set the rules. Lin Chia's breath quickened. He could feel the substantial outline of cash within the envelope, perhaps equivalent to his aunt's wages over several years. Ma Yanliang's words slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent, awakening his darkest yearnings, the thirst for power, the desire for revenge. Outside, the rain intensified, a flash of lightning illuminating half of Ma Yanliang's face. Lin Chia felt a tightening in his throat, his ears filled only with the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. So what exactly does the Ancient God Society do? His voice came out hoarse. We are the chosen ones tasked with rectifying the world's injustices, possessing abilities that are deemed unacceptable by society and considered unstable elements. Ma Yanliang chuckled softly. We are also the sworn enemies of the Night Watchman. As if to echo his words, the rain outside suddenly intensified, large droplets pounding against the window pane with a crisp sound. The truth of the six-winged angel. The chance to see the light again. The promise of substantial rewards. Each condition struck at Lin Chia's most vulnerable core. In these past years, his aunt had sacrificed so much for him. He remembered the countless nights when she would tiptoe to his bedside, tucking him in with a barely audible sigh. He recalled how she endured 3 months of eating only the cheapest pickled vegetables with rice to afford him an expensive braille reader. His cousin, too, had suffered alongside him. That perpetually cheerful boy had, in his quest for Lin Chie's recovery, gone without decent toys. And because he was blind, he was treated as an outcast, forced to attend a school for the blind, where the unrestrained laughter of his peers still haunted his nightmares. All of this stemmed from that fateful encounter with the six-winged angel, that moment which had irrevocably altered his destiny. Now, an opportunity to change his fate lay before him, and all it required was a nod of acceptance for everything to fall into place. Yet an instinctual alert blared within him, akin to a beast lurking in the shadows, issuing a low growl of warning. "I need to contemplate," Lin Chie finally declared. "Indeed, caution is a virtue," Ma Yanliang replied, his smile unwavering, as if he had anticipated this response. He rose gracefully and spoke softly. "I shall return in 3 days. I hope to hear good news by then." Lin Chie remained silent. Logically, he should have promptly acquiesced, yet an inexplicable instinct restrained him from doing so. Ma Yanliang suddenly turned at the door. "I suggest you do not sleep too soundly tonight. For what I gather, the night watchmen harbor grudges." "What do you mean?" Lin Chie asked, perplexed. "The night watchmen are vengeful souls. Should you dare to report their transgressions, they will undoubtedly retaliate. The reason they have not yet sought vengeance is that the police have been downplaying the situation over the past few days," Ma Yanliang explained with a smile, his tone patient. "Thus, you must exercise caution." "How do you know this?" Lin Chie furrowed his brow. "Because the ancient God Church has managed to survive under the oppression of the night watchmen, relying on intelligence provided by insiders." Ma Yanliang's voice dropped, laced with a hint of danger. "Their ranks are not entirely united. With sufficient funds, they could betray any information." With that, he pushed the door open, and the dampness of the rain rushed into the room. "Farewell, Lin Chie." The sound of the door closing sent a shiver through Lin Chie. He remained frozen, straining to hear Ma Yanliang's footsteps gradually recede, ultimately swallowed by the sound of the rain. Only after confirming his departure did he exhale a deep breath, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. The torrential rain outside continued to rage, with thunder rumbling in the distance. Lin Chie fumbled to pick up the business card, his fingertips gliding over the embossed golden text. "The Ancient God Church?" he murmured, his voice barely rising above the rain's clamor. In the opulent penthouse suite of the Imperial Hotel in Sangnan City, Ma Yanliang lounged on a luxurious leather sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights blurred and distorted through the rain, resembling a watercolor painting soaked in water. "Zhao Kongcheng," he called softly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "At your service." Zhao Kongcheng emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully. Tonight, Ma Yanliang lifted a crystal goblet, the dark red liquid swirling gently within. Summon the 2 officers who visited Lin Chie's residence a couple of days ago, and pay him another visit, this time with a bit of destruction. He sipped the red wine, allowing the rich liquid to linger on his palate. A flash of lightning illuminated half of his face, revealing eyes that glimmered with a cold, ruthless light. "Ensure that Lin Chie is made aware." Ma Yanliang set down his wine glass. "The reason for your destructive actions lies in their audacity to report your transgressions to the government." Zhao Kongcheng nodded slightly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements." Ma Yanliang waved his hand, signaling for the other to withdraw. Once the door closed, he rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city drenched in rain. The raindrops meandered down the glass, resembling countless transparent serpents slithering about. "Lin Chie," Ma Yanliang murmured softly, "I am keen to observe how sharp a blade you can become, forged in such an environment, to pierce the heart of the sentinels." At this moment, the entirety of Sangnan City lay within his grasp. Chapter 79. Retribution. Lin Chie sat at the dining table. The waning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow upon his shoulders. It could not dispel the gloom that enveloped his heart. The words of Ma Yanliang echoed persistently in his mind. "Brother, what troubles you?" "Yang Jin inquiret." His curiosity piqued. Ever since we returned, you've been lost in thought. Even the little black dog has been nudging your leg without eliciting a response. Only then did Lin Chia become aware of the furry sensation at his feet. He gently patted the little black dog's head and shook his head. It's nothing. I was merely pondering some matters. From the kitchen came the soft sound of his aunt's cough, accompanied by the clattering of utensils. By the way, did someone come by today? Yang Jin suddenly lowered his voice. Aunt Wang on the 4th floor said she saw a man in a suit come up. She remarked that he resembled a character from a movie about spies. Aunt Wang? The image of the reticent, middle-aged woman surfaced in Lin Chia's mind. Though he found it curious that she had spoken to Yang Jin, he did not press further. Did that man say something inappropriate? I have a feeling he is not a good person. Yang Jin's expression turned serious. Lin Chia swallowed hard, acutely aware of Yang Jin's gaze fixed intently upon him. Even through the veil of darkness, the sensation of being scrutinized was unmistakable. He slightly turned his head, hesitating momentarily before opting to reveal only a fragment of the truth. He said, "He could help me see the light again." Yang Jin gasped sharply then. Like a startled creature, he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, lowering his voice even further. Is he asking for money? There are so many scammers nowadays. Every day on television, they showcase those who prey on the vulnerable. Just last week, the news reported on a group posing as cancer healers, who swindled all of Grandma Li's retirement funds. I'm not sure, Lin Xie replied, shaking his head, ultimately refraining from disclosing the bizarre details that Ma Yanliang had mentioned. Those words were too absurd. Even he grappled with their plausibility. Brother? Yang Jin gently tugged at his sleeve. You look unwell. Is your body troubling you? Lin Xie forced a smile. Why don't you help Aunt serve the dishes? I'll rest in my room for a bit. Upon returning to the cramped bedroom, Lin Xie shut the door and flung himself onto the bed. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. Although darkness had long been a familiar companion, he now felt an unprecedented suffocation. Outside, he could hear the gentle footsteps of his aunt and her cautious knock. Chia, dinner is ready. Aunt, I don't have much of an appetite, Lin Xie replied, his voice sounding as if it came from a distant place. I'll eat later. There was a brief silence outside, followed by his aunt's soft sigh. All right, I'll keep it warm for you. The footsteps gradually receded, only to return shortly thereafter. Lin Xie heard the sound of bowls being placed gently on the small table by the door, accompanied by the click of a warming lid being secured. In the deep of night, the rain had ceased. Lin Xie lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. The words of Ma Yanliang reverberated through his mind, interspersed with the menacing visage of Zhao Kongxin, the ancient cult, the six-winged angel, and those eyes capable of seeing through all, as recounted by the man in the suit, were all challenging the very foundations of his understanding that he had painstakingly built over the years. What unsettled him even more was the overwhelming desire that surged within him when Ma Yanliang mentioned the prospect of seeing the light again. It was akin to a traveler in the desert catching sight of a mirage, aware that it could be a trap, yet irresistibly compelled to move forward. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, approached the window with utmost caution, and pushed open the swollen frame, swollen from the humidity. Seeking a breath of fresh air, the night breeze, infused with the freshness following a downpour, enveloped him, carrying the faint fragrance of jasmine from the flowerbed below. Yet beneath this veneer of tranquility, his senses detected an unusual disturbance. 3 shadowy figures were loitering at the alley's entrance. Lin Xie concentrated, his ears subtly twitching as they captured snippets of distant conversation. Is this the place? So the revenge you spoke of is aimed at this establishment. You should have mentioned it earlier. Nonsense. I recognize that little blind man, even if he returned to Ash. How dare he report us to the authorities, costing me a month's salary. This time, I, Zhao Kongsheng, will teach him a lesson. He won't recognize us, will he? After all, we were at his house just a couple of days ago to take a statement. Just cover your face, and you'll be fine. What is there to fear? The Watcher will sort out any issues. The Watcher. Could it be as Ma Yanliang suspected? Are they truly here for revenge? Lin Xie silently retreated to the side of his bed, inhaling deeply and forcing himself to regain composure. A direct confrontation would be futile. especially since he had to protect Yang Jin and his aunt. He gently pushed open Yang Jin's door, the wooden frame creaking softly, only to find that his brother had just awakened. Shoo! Lin Xie swiftly covered his mouth, while signaling for silence with his other hand. He felt his younger brother's body tense up instantly, followed by a nod of understanding. Xiao Hailai emerged from the covers, peering toward the outside of the room and baring its teeth with a low growl. A faint metallic clink echoed from the doorway. Someone was attempting to pick the lock. Lin Xie held his breath, stretching his senses to their limit. 3 intruders were stealthily making their way toward the staircase, the wooden steps groaning under the weight of their presence. At the forefront was none other than Zhao Kongsheng, his nose still bandaged, accompanied by 2 others, seemingly the same police officers from that day. They were indeed in collusion. Lin Xie quickly ushered Yang Jin into a hidden compartment behind the wardrobe, an unexpected space left over from the renovations, barely half a meter square, just enough to accommodate 2 slender boys. As Lin Xie was about to quietly awaken his aunt, a scream erupted from the living room, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Xie! Yang Jin! Quickly his aunt's voice was abruptly silenced, as if someone had clutched her throat. At that moment, Lin Xie instinctively retreated into the compartment, pressing his hand firmly over Yang Jin's mouth. Yang Jin trembled, clutching the little Hailai that had nestled into his embrace, desperately stifling its sounds, fearing any noise might betray their hiding place. Outside the compartment, the heavy footsteps drew ever closer. A beam of light from the flashlight seeped through the crack of the door, etching a glaring white line upon the floor. How peculiar! Where's that little blind one? One of them could not help but voice his curiosity. Wasn't it said he was certainly at home? Search! He cannot have gone far. Zhao Kongxing's voice was laced with fury, accompanied by the harsh sound of drawers being violently yanked open. Whoever dared to report me shall have their eyes gouged out today. The wardrobe door was flung open with great force, the hangers clattering melodiously in response. Lin Xie sensed the heavy breaths of his pursuers mere inches away, while Yang Jin remained silent in his embrace. Chapter 80. Reverence. An imperfect tomorrow. The footsteps outside the wardrobe grew increasingly closer, each step resonating upon Lin Xie's taut nerves, the wooden floorboards groaning under an unbearable weight, mingling with labored breaths and the faint clinking of metal. Lin Xie could hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart against his chest. Yang Jin lay in his embrace, yet his eyes were clouded with despair. Surprisingly, the usually boisterous little black was also miraculously silent at this moment, its tail occasionally brushing against the bottom of the wardrobe with a faint rustle. It was peculiar. Where could those 2 little rascals have run off to? A coarse voice emerged from directly in front of the wardrobe, the mingled stench of tobacco and alcohol seeping through the gaps in the cabinet doors. This dilapidated house offered scant space. Lin Xie stretched his senses to their utmost limit, reconstructing the shadowy world in his mind in an alternative form. He saw Zhao Kongsheng standing less than 2 meters in front of the wardrobe, while the other 2 rummaged beneath the bed and around a desk, one of them having knocked over Yang Jin's building blocks. Further away, muffled whimpers from his aunt, her mouth sealed with tape, punctuated the air, along with the soft sound of ropes scraping against skin. These noises pierced Lin Xie's temples like countless tiny needles, fury surging through his veins like molten lava, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. Yet, he knew he must remain composed, for Yang Jin, for his aunt, and for this already shattered home. Old Zhao, could he have escaped through the window? Inquired the one searching beneath the bed, his voice tinged with a northern accent. Impossible. It's the 5th floor, Zhao Kongsheng scoffed, unless they wish to become pulp. Besides, how fast can that little blind boy run? Lin Xie felt Yang Jin's fingers suddenly clutching the hem of his shirt, the nails nearly piercing the fabric. Yang Jin's breathing became erratic, evidently stung by the term little blind boy. Lin Xie gently squeezed his wrist, inscribing the words "Do not fear" within the palm of his hand. The cramped, damp space of the wardrobe pressed them closely together, their thin pajamas soaked with sweat. Lin Xie could feel Yang Jin's ribs rising and falling with each breath, along with the faint warmth emanating from little black curled at their feet. Time seemed to stretch into a viscous gel, each passing second testing their endurance. Found it. Suddenly, an exuberant voice rang out from the living room, accompanied by the violent sound of a drawer being yanked open. The blind boy's aunt's wallet. A tightness gripped Lin Chia's heart. That was the money his aunt had painstakingly saved over 3 months, intended for Yang Jin's tuition for the next semester. He clenched his teeth, his nails digging deeply into his palm, the pain unable to quell the tempest of rage boiling within his chest. Is that all? Zhao Kongqing's voice dripped with disappointment as the bills were roughly tossed about. Not even 3,000 from his mother. Damn it, what a wasted trip. How about we? Another voice lowered its tone, yet could not conceal the malice within. That woman may be a bit older, but she's still quite attractive. Since things have come to this. Those words felt like a bucket of gasoline poured onto Lin Chia's imminent explosion of fury. He felt an unprecedented surge of heat rushing from his spine to the crown of his head, and golden flecks flashed before his eyes. Yang Jin's body instantly tensed. His breath halted for a few seconds, and then Lin Chia heard the faint sound of teeth clenching. The other party was truly intolerable. Just at that critical moment, a rhythmic bird call suddenly pierced the silence from outside the window. 2 short notes followed by a prolonged one, jarring against the stillness of the night. It resembled the sound of a metallic whistle. Zhao Kongchang cursed under his breath. Damn it, the patrol is here. Retreat. Leave no fingerprints. The hurried footsteps faded away, accompanied by the loud bang of the door slamming shut. Yet, Lin Xie remained still, pressing Yang Jin down as he inscribed wait a bit longer in his brother's palm. The room fell back into silence, save for the anguished groans of their aunt emanating from the living room and the sound of a dripping faucet in the kitchen, carelessly left running. After sensing that the 3 had departed, Lin Xie helped Yang Jin crawl out from their concealed hiding spot. The cramped space rendered his limbs stiff and numb, his knees creaking under the strain, but he paid no heed as he stumbled toward the living room. The living room was in disarray. Moonlight slanted through the gaps in the curtains, casting jagged patterns on the overturned coffee table and scattered shards of glass. Their aunt lay collapsed beside the sofa, her wrist marked with purplish bruises from the ropes, and duct tape left a dark red imprint at the corner of her mouth. This woman, who always held herself upright, now appeared as though her spine had been wrenched away, her graying hair stained dark red with blood. Upon seeing the 2 children unharmed, her murky tears burst forth like a dam, and she reached out with trembling hands to touch them, only to let them droop helplessly in midair. Lin Xie silently assisted his aunt to sit up and untied her bonds. The ropes had etched deep grooves into her skin. He carefully avoided the bruises on her arms, yet could still hear her stifled sobs. Lin Xie retrieved the gilded business card from his pocket, one left behind by Ma Yanliang. Xie, what is that? His aunt weakly inquired. Clenching the card in his palm, Lin Xie turned toward the direction of her voice, his eyes seemingly piercing through the fabric of darkness to behold the shattered remnants of their home. Overturned furniture, scattered medicine bottles, and in the corner, Yang Jin's toy car. Crushed. At that moment, a certain resolve took root in his heart, entwining his entire chest like thorns. Hope, he whispered softly, his voice barely audible. Yet it resonated with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Outside, a blue-eyed raven glided silently across the night sky, its wings slicing through the path of moonlight. In the distance, the city's neon lights continued to flicker as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Ma Yanliang sat in the suite of a luxury hotel, observing everything that had unfolded. He gently swirled the crystal glass, the amber liquid tracing elegant arcs along the surface, slowly raising the glass to his lips. He took a sip, his eyes brimming with mockery and satisfaction. Finally, they had fallen for it. The plan was flawless. Every detail meticulously arranged, the deliberately left clues, the carefully orchestrated encounters, and tonight's magnificent performance all had borne fruit. Lin Xie has finally fallen into his trap. His long-desired hatred has taken root against the Night Watcher. And judging by the current circumstances, it is evident that he intends to join the ancient God Society. As for the sound of the whistle, it was merely a deliberate signal blown by Wang Mian at the opportune moment. Now, it is time to prepare for the arrival of the new member of the ancient God Society, Lin Xie. Ma Yanliang stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing in the direction of Lin Chie's residence. A subtle smile graced his lips as he slowly raised his glass, making a toast to the void before consuming the contents in one swift motion. To a toast, an imperfect tomorrow. Chapter 81. A beautiful dream for you before long. Ma Yanliang returned to the headquarters of the ancient god church. After all, he had made an agreement with Lin Chie to meet 3 days hence. And the reason for this interval was that he had pressing matters to attend to. Specifically, he needed to ensure the unwavering loyalty of those under the command of Yu Huai, Yu, and Qian Mo. The stained glass of the cathedral cast fragmented shadows in the twilight as Ma Yanliang stood atop the high platform, surveying the congregation below. The network of the ancient god church's influence was far more extensive than he had anticipated, stretching across numerous cities nationwide. With over 2,000 registered adherents and a dozen divine agents. Lord Qi Yu, all personnel currently on missions have been recalled. Salong spoke calmly from beside him. In accordance with your instructions, we issued a notice under the name of Lord Yu Huai's summons. None dared to defy it. Ma Yanliang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed crowd in the cathedral center. Nearly 500 devotees stood quietly, most dressed in plain attire, indistinguishable from the passers-by on the street. This was precisely what made the ancient god church so formidable. They had seamlessly integrated into the lives of ordinary people. The remaining adherents were primarily peripheral members, obliged to wait outside the church. He had previously stated that all must gather at headquarters 3 days hence, with dire consequences for those who defied this directive. Today marked the 4th day. Yu and Qian Mo flanked Ma Yanliang like guardians, their eyes fixed upon the subordinates in the cathedral center. The masquerade and medium squads were strategically dispersed throughout the church, resembling sentinels, to prevent inciting panic among the gathered. Ma Yanliang had also instructed Wang Mian and others to change their attire, lest they be recognized as night watchmen and provoke a violent response. Esteemed members, Ma Yanliang began, his voice unassuming yet resonant throughout the cathedral, prompting an immediate cessation of murmurs. He deliberately paused for 3 seconds, allowing a palpable tension to permeate the air. Allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Qi Yu. Ma Yanliang stepped toward the edge of the platform, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the crowd. From this day forward, I shall succeed Lord Yu Huai as the new leader of the ancient god church. These words struck the assembly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, eliciting stifled gasps of astonishment. Countless skeptical, shocked, and even furious gazes converge upon him. I shall inherit Lord Yu Huai's will and lead the ancient god church to glory. Ma Yanliang's voice was gentle yet magnetic, a stark contrast to the flickering blue flame that still danced in his eyes. The devotees exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Most of them were unaware of the unfolding events, only knowing that Salong had contacted them, stating that the leader had summoned them back within 3 days due to significant developments. Instinctively, they had assumed that the leader referred to as Yu Huai, the founder of the ancient god church. Now, Ma Yanliang's unexpected emergence left them exchanging uncertain looks. Had it not been for the murmurs and the presence of the bystanders beside him, they would have surely rebuked Ma Yanliang for occupying Lord Yu Huai's position. Even Ma Yanliang's words had made them acutely aware of the dissonance. To inherit the will of Lord Yu Huai and lead the ancient god church to glory? What of Lord Yu Huai himself? Suddenly, a hoarse voice sliced through the silence. The crowd parted instinctively, allowing a middle-aged man, his right eye marred by a grotesque scar, to step forward. Clad in a dark red robe, he bore a strangely shaped dagger at his waist. It was Mo, someone whispered from the throng. Ma Yanliang narrowed his eyes. Mo, the agent of Hades, possessed peak strength at the infinite realm and within the church. He was ominously referred to as the Hand of Death. More importantly, he was one of Lord Yu Huai's most fervent followers. Pray tell, where has Lord Yu Huai gone? Mo's voice dripped with palpable hostility, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his dagger. As far as I am aware, Lord Yu Huai has never announced his intention to abdicate. The temperature within the church seemed to plummet. The members of the masked medium team on either side had quietly adjusted their positions. A slight smirk graced Ma Yanliang's lips, a flicker of blue flame dancing in his eyes. Lord Yuehua has returned to the embrace of the malevolent Brahmin. Henceforth, I shall assume command of the ancient God Church. An uproar erupted within the church. Absurd! Mo exclaimed sharply, releasing the full force of his infinite realm aura, causing several ordinary congregants to stagger backward in shock. Lord Yuehua is a being of unparalleled strength among humanity. How could this be? His voice faltered abruptly. No one witnessed how swiftly Ma Yanliang moved. One moment he stood upon the dais, the next he was before Mo, his index finger gently touching the latter's brow. An oppressive force of the Klein realm enveloped the entire church in an instant, candle flames flickering violently, and the stained glass emitted groans under the strain. Montague. Ma Yanliang's voice was as soft as the whisper of death, each word piercing the hearts of those present like ice shards. Do you pledge your loyalty to Yuehua or to the ancient God Church? Cold sweat trickled down Mo's cheek. He attempted to draw his dagger, only to find his body utterly unresponsive. More terrifyingly, he sensed something slithering into his consciousness through Ma Yanliang's fingertip. Cold, viscous like tentacles of the deep sea, it slowly and resolutely entwined around his thoughts. The entire church fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing became nearly imperceptible. Ma Yanliang maintained this stance for a full 3 seconds before casually retracting his finger and returning to the dais. When he faced the crowd once more, a gentle smile had returned to his visage. I comprehend your concerns, he said, extending his arms in an inclusive gesture. But let it be known, your allegiance lies with the venerable institution of the ancient God Church, not with any individual. His gaze swept over the assembly. Now, who among you still harbors dissent? The majority of the faithful bowed their heads, yet a dozen or so defiant gazes met his challenge. They are either staunch loyalists of the Moon Acacia or skeptics of Ma Yanliang's authority. However, Ma Yanliang remains indifferent, for soon they shall all become his devoted subordinates. In the absence of dissent, as the newly appointed ruler, he shall bestow upon them a gift. As the words left his lips, Ma Yanliang gently snapped his fingers. The candles of the church extinguished simultaneously, plunging the space into complete darkness. The faithful gasped in surprise, but soon a flicker of blue flame emerged. It was the glimmer of Ma Yanliang's eyes. I grant you a beautiful dream. Immerse yourselves in the illusions I have crafted for you. Chapter 82. The Challenge. Mo, you suddenly sensed something amiss. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and a chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he yearned to draw his blade, yet discovered that his fingers were ensnared by invisible chains, rendering even his pinky immobile. What is happening? He cried within, but even his lips refused to budge. More terrifying still was the sluggishness that enveloped his thoughts, as if his mind were submerged in viscous syrup. Each notion demanded immense effort to conjure, and fragments of memory scattered like grains of sand caught in a gale, impossible to coalesce. The surrounding darkness transformed from mere shadow into an oppressive force upon his consciousness. This darkness bore an ancient and malevolent essence, akin to countless tiny tendrils penetrating his ears and nose, infiltrating his veins, and corroding his very soul. Amidst this void, the blue flame in Ma Yanliang's eyes shone as the soul beacon, its radiance intensifying like 2 frigid azure suns until it engulfed his entire field of vision. Not only Mo, but every worshipper within the church stood frozen in place. Their pupils reflected Ma Yanliang's peculiar gaze, the blue flames flickering in their eyes. An intangible wave of psychic energy permeated the air, rippling outward. Even those outside the church beheld those cerulean eyes, the image indelibly etched into their minds, inescapable. As the candlelight flickered back to life, all the faithful stood silently, their expressions eerily calm. Ma Yanliang softly inquired, "Now, who still harbors doubts?" The congregation uniformly shook their heads, including Mo, whose will to resist had been utterly shattered, leaving only absolute obedience. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern a faint glimmer of blue light flickering deep within their pupils. Excellent. Ma Yanliang nodded in satisfaction, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In 2 days, We shall welcome new members. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. Moreover, let us present a grand gift to the Night Watchers. His final words detonated like a spark, igniting a barrel of oil. The worshippers responded with fervor, their voices laced with unnatural exhilaration. Praise the fool. Praise the fool. The uproar nearly toppled the church's dome, causing the stained glass to resonate with a buzzing hum. The church bells tolled precisely at midnight, heralding the dawn of a new era for the ancient God Church. Observing the spectacle, Ma Yanliang nodded in satisfaction. He approached a desk in the corner, retrieving a piece of yellowed parchment, dipping a quill into a dark crimson ink, and commenced to write. The script twisted and writhed upon the paper, as if imbued with life. "Qinmo," he called without lifting his gaze. "Masterful," Qinmo replied respectfully as he approached. Ma Yanliang folded the letter and placed it into a pitch-black envelope, sealing it with wax adorned with a distorted tentacle emblem. "Make a journey to the capital city. By any means necessary, deliver this letter to Yi Fan at the Night Watchers' headquarters." He lifted his gaze, the blue flames flickering within his pupils. This was the war declaration from the ancient God Church, a formal proclamation of war by Ma Yanliang against them. With a sense of duty, Qinmo received the envelope, his form gradually fading away, as if erased by an eraser, until he vanished into the air. "Foolish master," Sarung emerged from the shadows, his brow furrowed. "Why must we proactively issue a war declaration to the Watchers? Is it not too early to reveal our intentions?" The answer was simple. Ma Yanliang slowly rose, exuding a certain beguiling rhythm. "We no longer need to conceal ourselves. The greatest combat power of the Watchers rests in the 5 pinnacle humans. Once we neutralize them, the Great Xia will fall effortlessly into our grasp." He approached the stained glass window, moonlight filtering through, casting mottled colors upon his face. Of course, to fully dominate the Great Xia, a long journey remained ahead. Eliminating the 5 peak humans was merely the beginning. There were still too many concealed top-tier powers within the Great Xia. The 001 National Fortune Squad, the slumbering Great Xia deity, Dr. Li, and the fate left behind by Lin Xie. Each was a significant variable. Fascinating, Ma Yanliang mused, if Lin Xie were to join us. Could it create a time paradox that prevents fate from manifesting? This thought elicited an excited smile. Only by overcoming all these obstacles could he truly seize control of the Great Xia. Regrettably, his mental prowess remained confined to the Klein realm. Yet, he dared to declare war against the Watchers with such confidence, bolstered by the synergy of dreams and whispers that could pave his path to victory. Of course, this plan was fraught with instability, such as the possibility of whispers being extinguished or dreams shattering. Simultaneously, this involved Ma Yanliang's second source of audacity, the ability to rewind death. Failed. No matter, he could simply try again. He possessed ample time and patience. In the capital city, headquarters of the Watchers, Yi Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city lights. The furrow between his brows deeper than it had been a week prior. Ever since the medium team ventured to Tsangnan in pursuit of Ma Yanliang, they had completely lost contact. Initially, he believed it was merely a malfunction of communication devices, or that the team was engaged in a covert operation where contact was impractical. However, 3 days had passed without any news, and unease began to creep in. As a week elapsed, the ominous premonition transformed into a heavy stone, weighing upon his heart. In a phone call to inquire about Chunmai, the response was suspiciously terse. "The medium team has not been heard from since they went to the suburbs. We have searched that area thoroughly, but found no trace of them." Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. The diviner of the medium team was a Klein realm powerhouse, second only to the pinnacle humans. How could they possibly lose contact with a mere Ma Yanliang, who was at the sea realm? Even if the ancient God Church Su Huai intervened, it would be impossible to eliminate an entire team without a trace. Unless the 3 deities of the ancient God Church had united against the medium team. However, this was hardly feasible. One could scarcely dare to confront the essence of the moon acacia. Should the adversary take any action, the protective effect of the annihilation Black Lotus would dissipate, allowing Lu Wuwei to effortlessly ascertain his location. Alternatively, it was possible that Ma Yanliang's strength surpassed their expectations. Lu Wuwei, Yi Fan dialed the phone, requesting him to come to headquarters urgently. Within 20 minutes, Lu Wuwei pushed open the office door. This paragon of humanity, as always, donned the uniform of a delivery person, clutching a tote emblazoned with the logo of a food delivery service. "What is this?" Yi Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. "Your takeout," Lu Wuwei replied, placing the bag on the desk. "The order bore your name and address, coincidentally picked up by me." Yi Fan's pupils constricted. He had never ordered takeout. Scanning the bag with his mental energy, he discovered it contained no food, only a letter. The envelope bore two prominent characters: challenge letter. Chapter 83. Provocation. Yi Fan's fingers lingered momentarily above the envelope, as if the air within the office had solidified. Lu Wuwei leaned casually against the doorframe, yet his piercing gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. The words challenge letter on the envelope were inscribed in dark crimson ink, glimmering ominously under the light. Yi Fan gently peeled open the seal. The instant the letter unfurled, his pupils constricted sharply. It was no ordinary paper, but a piece of yellowed parchment, its edges ragged as though torn by hand. The script upon it writhed like a living creature, each stroke resembling tiny tentacles crawling across the surface. To Commander Yi Fan of the Nightwatch, upon receiving this letter, the medium team has become my loyal subordinates. This is merely the beginning. In 2 days, Songnan City will witness a grand baptism. You shall bear witness to what constitutes a miracle. The 5 pinnacle beings of humanity? Laughable. Before the true deity, you are naught but ants. We shall no longer hide, and the great Xia no longer requires the night watch. It is time for me to dictate the rules of this game. Today, the ancient God Church formally declares war on the night watch. To death, we shall persist. Ancient God Church, contemptuous Ma Yanliang. The moment the last word was read, the parchment spontaneously ignited, revealing a colossal eye in the bluish flames, coldly observing the 2 individuals in the office. A bone-chilling dread surged up Yi Fan's spine, a tremor originating from the depths of his soul. What is this? Mental contamination. Lu Wuwei reacted with lightning speed, conjuring an invisible barrier that isolated the burning letter from the outside world. As the flames extinguished, a brief silence enveloped the office. Yi Fan's fingertips trembled, not out of fear, but in fury. He turned towards his desk and pressed the communicator. Summon all senior executives immediately for an emergency meeting. How could the medium team be compromised? Lu Wuwei inquired. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, his jaw tightening. The specifics are unclear, but the ancient God Church would not dare to declare war upon us without preparation. They may have even contacted the outer gods. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk such a direct confrontation. Ma Yanliang, contemptuous Lu Wuwei pondered over the 2 names, realizing they had consistently underestimated the peril posed by this escapee. Currently, if the medium team was indeed under control, it could only signify one thing. Ma Yanliang had ascended from the sea realm to the Klein Pinnacle in just 6 months. Yi Fan's voice was as grave as thunder. Is it possible to rise from the sea realm to Klein in merely half a year? Lu Wuwei fell into contemplation. If this were indeed the case, then Ma Yanliang must be eliminated at all costs. Indeed, this is our opportunity. Since Ma Yanliang seeks to confront the 5 pinnacle beings of the great Xia, let us fulfill his desire. Yi Fan approached the window, gazing out at the city of Shangjing enveloped in night. This bustling metropolis aglow with lights housed millions of residents peacefully asleep, entirely oblivious to the impending crisis looming near. However, Yi Fan murmured to himself, what exactly are Ma Yanliang and the others plotting? They mentioned a grand baptism in Songnan. Could it be that? A dreadful thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Yi Fan abruptly turned, sending the documents on his desk flying with a sudden gust of air. Lin Xie? Ma Yanliang's target is Lin Xie. But how could that be possible? This secret is known only to the upper echelons of the Night Watchers and Chun Mai. Yi Fan's words came to an abrupt halt. A chill crept up his spine. The medium team went missing after entering Songnan City, which implies that Chun Mai and the others may have already been controlled by Ma Yanliang. As the captain of Team 136 in Songnan, Chun Mai knows far too many secrets, including the fact that Songnan is a city that survived against all odds. Damn it, He should have thought of this sooner. Whatever it is, it must be stopped before their actions commence. Lu Wei took out his phone and quickly scrolled through the screen. I have already prepared the other members of the elite team. Yi Fan turned, his eyes glinting with resolute determination. Simultaneously notify all Nightwatcher teams stationed in the cities to enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Focus on monitoring all known strongholds of the ancient God Church, particularly in coastal areas. Lu Wei paused for a moment. Are you certain you want to mobilize fully? This will draw the attention of the ancient God Church. If the ancient God Church dares to declare war directly, they must have some form of assurance. Yi Fan's voice brooked no dissent. I suspect they will simultaneously attack various Night Watcher bases to create chaos and conceal their true intentions. The 2 days from now mentioned by Ma Yanliang is likely a smokescreen. All right, I will first notify the human elite teams and then head directly to Tsangnan. Lu Wei donned his helmet but paused once more. Commander Yi, if what you surmise is true and their target is that child, then it means the ancient God Church is already aware of the secrets surrounding Tsangnan City and Lin Chia. Yi Fan's voice was heavy as lead. They must be stopped at all costs. Lu Wei nodded, his figure dissipating like foam in the air, leaving behind a lingering echo. I hope it's not too late. Zhuoqing, immediately contact Li Yangguang and Wu Tongxian from the Fasting Institute at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital and have them come to headquarters immediately. Yi Fan picked up the phone and dialed Zhuoqing's number. After completing these tasks, Yi Fan hesitated for a moment before dialing Chen Mai's number again. The connection was quickly established, but was not Chen Mai's voice that emerged, but a strange, deep male voice. Commander Yi, good evening. Still awake at such a late hour? The voice carried a mocking tone and an air of confidence that made Yi Fan's hair stand on end. Who are you? Yi Fan's muscles tensed. Where's Captain Chen? Captain Chen is sitting beside me enjoying tea. The other party deliberately elongated his tone. I presume Commander Yi has already seen my challenge? Ma Yanliang. Yi Fan squeezed out the name through clenched teeth, forcing himself to regain composure. So, you have already seized control of Team 136? What are your intentions for Tsangnan City? This is a grand baptism. Ma Yanliang's voice carried a tone of delight. It is also the first gift I present to the Night Watchers. Do not even think of attempting to intervene now. Remember, the lives of millions in Tsangnan City rest solely in my hands. Commander Yi, you should be more aware than I am. Ma Yanliang's voice suddenly drew closer, as if he were whispering in Yi Fan's ear. When a miracle dissipates, what kind of scene will unfold? Imagine the magnificent spectacle of millions undergoing transformation simultaneously. The communication abruptly cut off, leaving only the harsh sound of a busy signal. Yi Fan slammed his fist onto the table, causing the surface to shatter into pieces. Chapter 84. The high-level meeting of the night, watch. Yi Fan's fist was deeply embedded in the splintered desk, the malicious whispers of Ma Yanliang still echoing in his ears, each recollection causing his temples to throb. Provocation, naked and unrestrained. Outside, a lightning bolt cleaved the night sky, illuminating his ashen features. A storm was imminent. At that moment, the office door swung open violently, and Zhuoqing strode in, halting abruptly at the sight of the chaos strewn across the floor. Commander, Li Yangguang and Wu Tongxian are en route. Zhuoqing spoke, deliberately lowering his voice, yet the tension within it was palpable. The master has also received the news and is on his way. Understood, Yi Fan replied, withdrawing his hand from the wreckage, his voice as deep and resonant as distant thunder. Notify all senior members to convene within 5 minutes. This is an emergency meeting of the highest order. Zhuoqing's gaze swept over the charred remnants of parchment scattered across the floor, his pupils constricting. The medium team, truly. Worse yet, Ma Yanliang had taken control of the entire Tsangnan team 136, and now. Yi Fan paused, his jaw tightening. It appeared he still had a hold on Lin Chia. Zhuoqing's expression shifted to one of gravity. Had matters escalated to such a dire extent? Indeed, all this time, we have not accorded Ma Yanliang the seriousness he warrants. Yi Fan scoffed coldly, a glint of frost in his eyes. The adversary was now brazenly slapping us in the face. It was time to put an end to this. With that, he strode towards a conference room, crushing the remnants of parchment beneath his feet, reducing them to finer dust. 5 minutes later, the atmosphere in the conference room was suffocatingly tense. 7 high-ranking members of the Nightwatch were seated around a black circular table, a projector casting a three-dimensional map of Tsangnan City in the center. Yi Fan stood before the projection, the blue light and shadows cutting across his resolute features. "This is the situation," Yi Fan concluded his briefing, the remote in his hand emitting a weary click. "The cult of the ancient gods has seized the secrets of Tsangnan City. Their target is Lin Xie, and they threaten to dismantle the miracle, leading to the obliteration of the entire city." He pointed to a flickering red dot on the map. "They have issued a challenge to us. The location is the central square of Tsangnan City, and the time is set for 2 days hence." To the right of the round table, an elderly man with spectacles adjusted his glasses. He was Chun Lu, the most senior member of the Nightwatch and a representative of the conservative faction. "Commanderie, are you certain this is not a ruse to draw us away?" Chun Lu's voice was measured, yet it carried an undeniable sharpness. "While Lin Xie is indeed special, does it warrant such a grand display from the cult of the ancient gods? Would they risk exposing their long-concealed power? Are you questioning my judgment?" Yi Fan's gaze was as keen as a blade, the temperature in the room seemingly plummeting several degrees. Chun Lu met Yi Fan's eyes with calm composure, his own narrowing slightly behind the lenses. "I am merely positing a reasonable inquiry. If the cult of the ancient gods truly intends to target Lin Xie, why would they declare war so ostentatiously? This is not in line with their usual clandestine approach, for they no longer have any need to conceal themselves." Yi Fan slammed his fist onto the table, causing the water glasses to tremble. "They have even issued a challenge. Is that not sufficient evidence? Since Commander Yi states that the ancient god church has extended a challenge, where is the challenge itself?" Chun Lu spread his hands, suggesting there must be tangible evidence. "The challenge letter was incinerated upon my completion of reading it, reduced to ashes." Yi Fan's voice escaped through clenched teeth, veins throbbing at his temples. The air in the conference room grew thick with tension. Several senior executives exchanged glances, unease permeating the silence. Yi Fan could no longer contain himself. At such a critical juncture, the Night Watchman could not even present a united front. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the door to the conference room slid open silently. "I can attest to Commander Ye's words. The ancient god church has indeed issued a challenge." Lu Wuwei entered, still bearing the dampness of the rain. This human paragon, typically jovial, now wore a serious expression. Upon seeing Lu Wuwei, Chun Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, ultimately choosing silence. If it was Wuqing providing testimony, he could concoct alternative excuses. However, Lu Wuwei's testimony was beyond reproach, even for him. As the pinnacle of humanity, Yi Fan found his authority constrained by his role as the supreme commander of the Night Watchman, necessitating that each significant decision be settled by a vote among the upper echelons. Yet, Lu Wuwei and his peers were different. Li Yangguang, Wu Dunshuan, and the master had already descended to the lower level, while Guan was also present. Only Zhou Ping would arrive later. Lu Wuwei glanced at Yi Fan, explaining that he was somewhat preoccupied due to the flourishing business of his uncle's shop. This absurd rationale introduced a crack in the tense atmosphere of the conference room. A few younger executives could not suppress their smirks, including Xiaopinga. Even Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, inhaling deeply to suppress his frustration. "Please summon Zhou Ping and inform him that I will arrange for personnel to wash dishes for him." "Understood." Lu Wuwei nodded and hurriedly exited the conference room. As the door closed once more, Yi Fan's knuckles rapped heavily against the table, redirecting everyone's attention. The subsequent plan of action against the ancient god church will unfold in 3 stages. The projection shifted to the operational blueprint, red arrows piercing toward the heart of Tsangnan City like swords. First, I, along with the other 4 human paragons, will prepare to confront the 3 gods of the ancient god church, or perhaps 4. Second, notify the Phoenix Squad to locate Lin Xie and ensure his protection while we engage in fierce combat with the ancient god church in Tsangnan. Yi Fan emphasized that Lin Xie must not be allowed to leave Tsangnan. This is a binding order. Third, Wu Tongxian and Li Yangguang will be tasked with rescuing the Medium Mask 136 Squad under the control of Ma Yanliang, followed by the evacuation of the populace. The underground shelters in Sangnan City are fully prepared. Evacuate as many as possible. This declaration detonated like a bomb within the conference room. Since the establishment of the Night Watchmen, the 5 human paragons have never concurrently undertaken the same task, except when confronting the outer gods. Is it truly worthwhile for an ancient deity's cult? Chen Lu inquired softly. As the book approaches a word count of 200,000, I invite you to consider the following titles and share your thoughts on which resonates the most. 1. Slaying the Gods. Escaping the Sanctuary of Fasting. Joining the cult of the ancient deities. 2. Slaying the Gods. Beginning at the Sanctuary of Fasting. Enchanting control of the world. 3. Slaying the Gods. The Whispering Master. Slumbering in Illusion. 4. Slaying the Gods. The Absolute Villain. I command the world through Illusion. 5. I, who escaped the Sanctuary of Fasting. Join the cult of the ancient deities. 6. Slaying the Gods. Enchanting control of the world. Address me as foolish. 7. Slaying the Gods. I shall lead the cult of the ancient deities to glory. Alternatively, if you have a more captivating title in mind, please feel free to leave your suggestions here. Note, titles must not exceed 15 characters when including punctuation, and only the 5 most favorably received titles will be selected. Chapter 85, Dawn Valuable, echoed Yi Fan's voice throughout the conference room, each word striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. After all, the opponent had taken the entire populace of Sangnan as hostages. Yi Fan's gaze sliced through each individual in attendance, causing the senior executives to unconsciously straighten their spines. Once Lin Qiye departed from Sangnan, hundreds of thousands of lives would vanish. This would constitute the most severe supernatural incident in the Great Xia, enough to shake the entire populace to its core. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the hum of the air conditioning and the rhythmic sound of breaths. Yi Fan rose, hands pressed against the conference table, shadows enveloping his resolute visage. Thus, this operation allows for no retreat. It is a mandate of success, not failure. Gentlemen, this is not a discussion. It is a death command issued by me, the commander of the Night Watch. However, Chen Lu faltered the moment his gaze met Yi Fan's. After all, Sangnan City housed millions. Could they truly evacuate such a vast number? The projector cast fragmented shadows across Yi Fan's face, rendering his expression all the more austere. We will evacuate as many as we can. Each additional person saved is one less innocent soul taken hostage by the ancient god church. Other Night Watch squads immediately transitioned into a state of heightened alert, bracing against potential diversions and attacks by the ancient god church in other cities. Chen Lu ceased his protests. Are there any further questions? Yi Fan's voice resonated within the conference room, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone, compelling them to instinctively avert their eyes. Wait! Chen Lu suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. I recall from records that Ma Yanliang broke out from the fasting institution 6 months ago with a strength assessment of only sea level. How could he possibly have taken control of the medium squad, especially with Billy being A-Klein level expert? This defies all logic. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze instantaneously. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, their breaths now cautious. Outside, the thunder grew nearer, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky, illuminating Yi Fan's grave expression. There are only 2 possibilities. Yi Fan spoke slowly, his tones somber. Either Ma Yanliang has miraculously advanced from sea decline level in half a year, which is nearly impossible, or he is backed by a more formidable presence, likely at the pinnacle of Klein, perhaps even the human apex. The understanding dawned upon all present regarding Yi Fan's implication. Several gasps pierced the silence, resonating sharply. Coupled with the ancient god church's existing forces, Moon Acacia, 1,000 Paths, and Murmur, Yi Fan's voice grew increasingly grave this time. We are to confront at least 4 formidable entities above the Klein level. Yi Fan approached the window, gazing at the tempestuous sky illuminated by flashes of lightning. Raindrops began to drum against the glass, slender beads of water meandering down the pane, resembling countless transparent serpents in motion. Ma Yanliang could not be allowed to continue any longer. Under the illumination of the lightning, Yi Fan's silhouette appeared particularly desolate and resolute. His voice nearly drowned out by the thunder. Songnan had endured far too much. This time, it must come to an end. He turned and dismissed the assembly. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yi Fan grasped Zui Qing's arm, leading him into the shadows at the end of the corridor. The crimson glow of the emergency lights flickered upon their faces, elongating their shadows. Zui Qing, Yi Fan's voice was barely above a whisper. You will go to Sanjiu's family restaurant to take over Zhou Ping's duties. Should I encounter any misfortune this time, the Nightwatch will be entrusted to your full oversight. Wait, Zui Qing interjected, his brow furrowed. Are you making pre-battle arrangements? Do we need to leave a testament to confront an ancient cult? Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon Zui Qing's eyes, his pupils appearing fathomless in the dim light. Better to be overly cautious than to risk everything. Although we have gathered 5 of humanity's elite, I cannot shake this foreboding feeling. Zui Qing fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding solemnly. His mental prowess had only just reached Klein, and he was still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of human potential. Even if he were to lead the Night Watch, the conservative old guards would not support him. Nevertheless, he did not believe Yi Fan's undertaking would end in failure. The sound of rain outside grew increasingly intense, resembling the approach of countless tiny footsteps. Yi Fan firmly patted Zui Qing's shoulder before turning toward the office. Upon pushing the door open, he found Lu Wuwei, Guan Zai, Chun Fuzi, and Dr. Li present. Lu Wuwei had presumably briefed them on the situation. Yi Fan addressed them directly. Songnan has completely lost contact, and all government agencies have ceased to respond. The ancient cult likely has control over the entire city. Therefore, the success of this infiltration into Songnan hinges entirely upon the two of you. The Phoenix Squad's mission is to protect Lin Xie, while the ancient cult may have assigned the Mask, Medium, or 136 Squad to guard him. Your task is to collaborate with the Phoenix Squad to locate Lin Xie and simultaneously break the mental control over the squad watching him. Once this is accomplished, the Phoenix Squad will safeguard Lin Xie, and the remaining 2 squads will require your assistance for their rescue. Guanzai suddenly looked up and surveyed the room. Wait, where is Zhou Ping? He cannot possibly be absent at such a juncture. I have asked Zui Qing to take his place, Yi Fan replied succinctly, his gaze shifting to the previously silent Dr. Li, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Li Yangguang, should you encounter Ma Yanliang, eliminate him without hesitation. The ancient cult must not produce another Yuehua. Dr. Li adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the cold light reflecting off the lenses obscuring his gaze, his voice unsettlingly calm. Understood. By the way, I do have a certain affinity with this Ma Yanliang. Suddenly, the usually quiet Wu Tongxian spoke up, a rare tension evident in his voice. Do not underestimate Ma Yanliang. His most terrifying ability is not mental manipulation, but rather his absolute dominion within the realm of dreams. A bead of cold sweat trickles down his forehead. I have crossed paths with him in dreams before. That sensation is akin to plummeting into an abyssal black hole, where even the instinct to resist is devoured. A flash of lightning illuminated the solemn faces of everyone in the office. Yi Fan took a deep breath and gestured towards 5 pivotal positions on the sand table. Rest assured, this time, all 5 of us, the pinnacle of humanity, will act in unison. Even if Ma Yanliang forcibly drags us into his dreamscape, it matters not. This operation is codenamed Dawn. Our primary targets for elimination are Ma Yanliang and Yu Huai. Next are Yi and Qian Mo. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall depart an hour from now. Once Zhou Ping arrives, an hour from now, did not Ma Yanliang threaten that if we set foot in advance, they would render Songnan City to oblivion? Lu Wuwei questioned in confusion. I am aware. We will merely arrive ahead of schedule. When the time comes, the 5 of us, the pinnacle of humanity, will make our appearance, allowing Dr. Li and the others to stealthily infiltrate Songnan City. Yi Fan did not refute, but merely outlined his plan of action. After all, when confronting the ancient God Church, to achieve an unexpected victory, one must not adhere to conventional methods. Chapter 86. Welcome to my dream. Humanity's pinnacle, the night sky over Songnan City, was shrouded in obscurity as Ma Yanliang stood at the city's highest point, his black overcoat billowing in the howling night wind. He gazed down upon the slumbering city beneath him, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The streets were eerily deserted, devoid of even stray cats or dogs, with only a few discarded newspapers tumbling across the pavement, producing a soft, rustling sound. What a beautiful scene, Ma Yanliang mused softly, a glimmer of deep azure light flickering in the depths of his pupils, reminiscent of phosphorescence in the deep sea. At this moment, the entire city's inhabitants were ensnared in a forced slumber, their consciousnesses manipulated like marionettes by invisible strings. It could be said that, aside from the Lin Chiye family, nearly all ordinary people in Sangnan had succumbed to Ma Yanliang's mental control. Now, he found that controlling individuals beneath the immeasurable threshold required no direct eye contact. A mere release of a mental wave was sufficient to plunge an entire street into illusion. The swiftness of this power's growth astonished even him, akin to a snowball effect. Suddenly, the space behind Ma Yanliang twisted and rippled, and the figure of the Whisperer emerged from within. Praise the fool. The Whisperer knelt on one knee, speaking with reverence. We have received word from a high-ranking night watcher collaborating with our ancient god church that all 5 human pinnacles will be mobilized this time. Moreover, Wu Tongxian and the Phoenix team have arrived. Their target is Lin Chiye, a traitor among the high ranks of the Night Watchers. How intriguing. He recalled that in the original narrative, a high-ranking watcher had been brainwashed by Cthulhu, though the identity escaped him. It was unexpected that the adversary maintained ties with the ancient god church. Yet, Ma Yanliang remained unfazed. For him, the identity was inconsequential. What mattered was the quality of the intelligence provided. However, he maintained an impassive facade, merely responding with a soft hum. The Whisperer paused, uncertainty creeping into his inquiry. You knew all along? Do you know Whisperer? Ma Yanliang turned, his coat sweeping in an elegant arc. The most captivating aspect of chess is not the act of capturing one's opponent's pieces, but rather watching them unwittingly step into the traps you have meticulously laid out. Under the moonlight, Ma Yanliang's visage appeared particularly pallid, his fathomless eyes shimmering with an otherworldly blue light. Because I have already glimpsed the future. Everything is proceeding according to plan. When the 5 human pinnacles converge upon Sangnan, the true spectacle will commence. All hail the fool. A fervent glint appeared in the Whisperer's eyes as he pressed his forehead against the cold ground. Yet, he seemed to recall something and hesitated before raising his head. My lord, there is one more matter. Dr. Li Yangguang from the Sunlight Asylum has also arrived. Upon hearing the name, Ma Yanliang's expression wavered for the first time. His smile broadened, stretching nearly to the roots of his ears, transforming his handsome visage into something grotesque and fearsome. Dr. Li, you say? Excellent, splendid. That saves me the trouble of seeking him out at the asylum myself. This time, I shall adequately repay his benevolent treatment. Hif. Ma Yanliang seemed to sense something as the azure light in his eyes suddenly brightened. The guests have arrived. In the distance, 5 figures streaked through the night sky like meteors, approaching Sangnan City with astonishing speed. Ma Yanliang's smile widened as he retrieved an ancient silver pocket watch from the depths of his trench coat. With a soft click, the lid sprang open, revealing the hands perfectly aligned at 12 o'clock. The time was a day ahead, yet it mattered not. Just as Fang arrived at the outskirts of Sangnan City, he abruptly halted, his dark red cloak billowing forward with the inertia of his sudden stop. His gaze fixated on 2 figures atop the television tower, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was Ma Yanliang and Lu Wuwei, piloting an electric scooter, arced gracefully through the air, landing steadily beside Fang. He squinted. Were there only the 2 of them? What of Yu Huai and Qianmo? Had they not yet arrived? Guan, seated behind Lu Wuwei, spoke solemnly. The 2-day time frame was set because Yu Huai and Qianmo would require time to arrive. This presents an opportunity for us to eliminate Ma Yanliang and EU first. Chun Fuzi drove the carriage, his wide sleeves billowing in the wind, his tone unusually grave. We must not underestimate him. This young man possesses profound cunning, and there may very well be an ambush. Yifan quickly regained his composure, his eyes darting between the 2 figures. In a hushed tone, he remarked, Dr. Li, Wu Tongxian, the Phoenix Squad, should have infiltrated Sangnan through the sewers. It is unlikely that Yu Huai and Qianmo will be stationed near Lin Chia's residence. If that is the case, rescuing Lin Chia will not be an easy feat thus. Let's first deal with these two, and then hasten to protect Lin Chia. The spark of determination ignited in Lu Wuwei's eyes. Yi Fan nodded. The plan remains unchanged. The five of us, the peak of humanity, shall confront Ma Yanliang head-on before regrouping with Dr. Li. Zhou Ping remained silently suspended nearby, clad in garments as white as snow. His disinterest in Yi Fan's tactical discourse was palpable as he fixated intently on the figures atop the television tower. Suddenly, he stepped forward, his form slicing through the air like a drawn sword, propelled by a murderous intent to sever all obstacles in his path as he surged towards Ma Yanliang. In his wake, even the very fabric of space bore the faintest trace of a rift. At this moment, Zhou Ping harbored but a singular thought: to swiftly resolve the matter at hand and return home, lest his third uncle chide him. Zhou Ping. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback at Zhou Ping's abrupt charge towards Ma Yanliang, but quickly regained his focus. Enough hesitation. Let us act. The four peak humans simultaneously unleashed their formidable presence, illuminating the night sky like four brilliant stars, immediately following Zhou Ping towards the television tower. The intertwined auras of the five pinnacle beings formed an invisible net, enveloping the entire tower. In the face of the terrifying pressure emanating from these five individuals, Ma Yanliang merely adjusted his collar with elegance. He turned to Yu, offering a meaningful smile. Yu, open the dreamscape. Murmurs of dreams echo as arms spread wide. The noble Qipao unfurling like the wings of a bat. Darkness surges forth from beneath his feet, its suffocating speed devouring light and enveloping the entire expanse in an instant. Everything around fades into oblivion. Buildings, streets, even the night sky ceases to exist. Yi Fan abruptly turned around, realizing that only the five human ceilings and Ma Yanliang remain in this realm. At some point, Ma Yanliang has taken his seat upon a golden throne suspended in midair, gazing down upon the five human ceilings with a victor's smile gracing his lips. Welcome to my dreamscape, human ceilings. Chapter 87. In my dream, everything is defined by me. Zhou Ping, disinterested in idle chatter, unleashed a sword strike with resolute precision. This seemingly simple blow encapsulated the profound intensity of his sword intent. The moment the blade was drawn, the entire dreamscape trembled with reverberation. The white fabric of his attire rustled in the air, while the cold gleam of the sword shimmered like a cascading river of stars, aimed directly at Ma Yanliang. This strike was potent enough to compel even deities to retreat. As the blade sliced through the dream realm, the fabric of space tore asunder like thin parchment, revealing the abyss of darkness lurking behind. Eerie shrieks echoed from the fissures, as if countless indescribable entities lamented in anguish. Ma Yanliang remained seated upon his golden throne, unyielding, merely lifting his right index finger with a gentle motion. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the dream, its echoes lingering in the void. Zhou Ping's sword tip halted a mere inch from Ma Yanliang's fingertip, unable to advance any further. The swirling sword energy surged with fervor but could not penetrate the seemingly gossamer barrier. An invisible shield manifested ripples between them, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble. Each ripple that spread forth stirred a tempest within the dream. Sword Saint, Ma Yanliang chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. Your blade is indeed sharp, yet. His fingers suddenly curled, performing a snapping gesture. This seemingly trivial movement appeared to command the very forces of the dream, as countless stars converged at his fingertip. Boom! Zhou Ping was struck as if by lightning, sent hurtling backward, his white attire tracing a straight path through the air. His body shattered multiple dream barriers, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the void. After rolling several times, he steadied himself, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The grip of his sword had caused his palm to split, blood dripping from the hilt, transforming into crimson plum blossoms in the emptiness. In my dream, everything is defined by me. Ma Yanliang retracted his finger, casually crushing the lingering sword energy, including the fates of those present. Witnessing Zhou Ping falter, Yi Fan's pupils constricted in astonishment. He had never anticipated that anyone could so effortlessly withstand Zhou Ping's strike. His dark red cloak billowed without wind, revealing intricate golden sutras embroidered within, as he clasped his hands before his chest. Bunky! With a low exclamation. 18 golden halos materialized behind him. Each halo comprised countless minute sutras, slowly rotating while emanating an overwhelming pressure akin to humanity's zenith. As the 18 halos blossomed simultaneously, a torrential downpour of golden sutras descended. These characters intertwined in the air, every stroke imbued with the profound truths of Buddhism, capable of subduing all malevolence in existence. The entire dreamscape was illuminated in resplendent gold, the chants of mantras resonating through the cosmos. Illusions of myriad Buddhas emerged in the void, collectively reciting ancient scriptures. Ma Yanliang remained seated, indifferent, merely snapping his fingers nonchalantly. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers eclipsed the celestial chanting. All golden sutras abruptly froze in midair, then bizarrely reversed direction, hurtling back toward Yi Fan himself. What? Ye Fan was taken aback, hastily altering his hand seals. The speed of his fingers conjured fleeting afterimages. 18 luminous rings spun rapidly, coalescing into a golden barrier before him. The barrier manifested the visage of a celestial dragon, issuing a thunderous roar. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, he was propelled backward several dozen meters by his own assault. His cloak was shredded by the residual shockwave, revealing a battered body beneath. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices, inscribing grotesque patterns upon his visage. Behold! Lu Wuwei bellowed, pulling a takeout order from a delivery box. The yellow packaging bore the name of the recipient, Ma Yanliang, while the opposite end ominously displayed the word death in crimson script. The surface of the bag pulsated, as if a ferocious beast were imprisoned within. Door-to-door delivery. Cash on delivery. The takeout arced gracefully through the air, and as it neared Ma Yanliang, 10 meters away, the packaging spontaneously unraveled, revealing a sphere pulsating with a perilous red glow. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion rent the dreamscape asunder. Blinding light engulfed everything, the temperature soaring to a level capable of vaporizing steel. An amusing little toy, Ma Yanliang's voice emanated from the epicenter of the explosion. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the imminent destructive force, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Alas, with a gentle gesture, he compressed the violent explosion into a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. Then boom! The shockwave, akin to a miniature nuclear detonation, erupted within the dream. Lu Wuwei was hurled by the force, crashing heavily against an invisible barrier. Coughing, he expelled a stream of blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs. What manner of monstrosity is this Guanzai, seated cross-legged in midair, furiously typed upon an ethereal keyboard? His pupils reflected the flowing data streams, veins bulging upon his forehead. Countless lines of code cascaded from his fingertips, constructing intricate program structures within the dream. Parsing dream parameters attempting to override the foundational logic Guanzai's expression darkened, cursing internally. He had never encountered such a convoluted dream structure. Each line of code evolved in a manner that defied reason, akin to attempting to solve a perpetually shifting Rubik's cube. Ma Yanliang's gaze shifted toward Guanzai, a playful smile curving his lips. Mr. Programmer, do you wish to infiltrate my dream? With a snap of his fingers, the code before Guanzai distorted and morphed into a multitude of black serpents, striking back. These serpents were entirely composed of malicious code, their fangs dripping with corrosive data streams. Wherever they slithered, the very fabric of space was tainted, transmuted into garbled text. Guanzai's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated. His fingers traced intricate paths in the void, each movement precisely erasing the encroaching serpents. Yet, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. One managed to evade his defenses and sank its fangs into his wrist. With a suppressed grunt, the area where he was bitten immediately began to disintegrate into data. Acting with swift decisiveness, he severed the infected arm with his other hand. Instead of blood, a cascade of blue data streams erupted from the severed limb. Chapter 88. The game has concluded. Master Chun, wielding a ruler, stood with his expansive sleeves billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. A glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes, each step he took resonating with the profound truths of the universe. The essence of righteousness permeated the heavens and the earth. With a swift stride, he appeared behind Ma Yanliang like a wraith, the ruler slicing through the air with a sound akin to a breaking wave, aimed at the vulnerable spot in Ma's back. The surface of the ruler shimmered with the verses of the Analects, each character laden with immense gravity. Crack! The ruler struck the backrest of the throne with formidable force. Yet Ma Yanliang's figure rippled and vanished like a reflection upon water. Master, be cautious. Yi Fan's warning reverberated through the air. A profound sense of foreboding surged within Chen's heart, prompting him to pivot. Alas, it was too late. A hand had inexplicably pressed against his back. Thud! Chen felt an irresistible force surge within him, causing his internal organs to churn violently. He was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact created a 10-meter-wide crater with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Gushing forth, he spewed a mixture of blood and internal fragments, his eyes wide with horror. Indeed, Ma Yanliang hovered in midair, gazing down upon the 5 human elites with a smile reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. This has added a touch of amusement to my otherwise mundane existence. With a gentle lift of his hand, the entire dreamscape began to contort. The sky morphed into an inverted ocean, while the ground transformed into a flowing river of stars. The 5 human elites were forcibly drawn together by this newfound power. Let us continue our game, he declared, as countless phantoms of Ma Yanliang emerged from the void, encircling the 5 human elites. Each phantom bore a mocking smile, synchronously raising their right hands. The game commenced. In unison, all the phantoms snapped their fingers. Snap! Suddenly, the ground beneath the 5 human elites vanished, plunging them into an abyss of endless darkness. As they fell, Zhou Ping's gaze ignited with a fierce, sword-like brilliance. Even without a sword in hand, he embodied a drawn blade. Slash! This simple word held the essence of supreme sword intent. His fingertips erupted with blinding light, cleaving through the darkness and forging a path within the dream. Seizing the moment, the 5 broke free, regrouping in the air. Each bore wounds, yet their fighting spirit burned ever brighter. Yi Fan's expression turned grave as he wiped the blood from his lips. We must shatter this dream, otherwise we stand no chance. Let me give it a try, Guan interjected suddenly. His remaining arm swiftly formed seals before him, data streams cascading from his eyes like a waterfall. Since we cannot breach it digitally, we shall resort to the most primal method, a viral assault. He flung his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of gibberish from within. These codes twisted and morphed within the dream, transforming into grotesque electronic beasts that surged forth, ravenously devouring the very foundations of the dreamscape. Ma Yanliang raised an eyebrow slightly. Intriguing. With a flick of his hand, a torrential downpour of data began to descend upon the dream. Every droplet of rain serves as an antivirus program, meeting its demise alongside the imprisoned virus monstrosity. The time is now, Yi Fan bellowed fiercely. Lu Wuwei retrieved 5 takeout boxes from the delivery bag and unhesitatingly hurled them all away. Yi Fan, with his palms pressed together, summoned a colossal Buddha apparition behind him. 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. The golden light of the Buddha erupted in tandem with the explosion of the takeout boxes. Boom! The dreamscape trembled violently under this cataclysmic assault, its edges beginning to collapse. The sky shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the writhing chaos beneath. As the dust settled, the figure of Ma Yanliang reemerged, his black trench coat unscathed. Yet a look of exhilaration graced his face, as if he had just witnessed an exquisite performance. Now, that is commendable. He rolled his neck, producing a crisp crack. However, it is a pity you are far from breaking my dream. No sooner had he spoken than Ma Yanliang snapped his fingers, and the dreamscape, which had been on the brink of collapse, instantaneously stabilized, becoming even more robust than before. The shattered sky was replaced by a brand new galaxy, and the ground transformed into shimmering crystal. Suddenly, his figure appeared before Zhou Ping, delivering a punch aimed at his chest. This blow seemed slow, yet it transcended the limits of time with astonishing speed. Zhou Ping attempted to block with his sword, but with a resounding crack. The dragon elephant sword, which had accompanied him for years, was shattered by a single strike. Fragments scattered, each reflecting Zhou Ping's astonished visage. Thud! Zhou Ping was sent flying backward. His chest caved in, with broken bones piercing through his lung lobes. Ma Yanliang shadowed him, launching a second punch directly at his face. Black lightning coiled around his fist, shattering the space in its wake. Bang! At the critical moment, Master Chun brandished a ruler to intercept the punch. Yet, Ma Yanliang's fist, like a raging tide, obliterated the ruler, splintered wood flying like snowflakes. This brief moment of delay, however, granted Zhou Ping a chance to catch his breath. Master, be careful. Lu Wuwei's warning came a moment too late. Ma Yanliang abruptly transformed his punch into a claw, seizing Master Chun. Chun felt an overwhelming force as he was lifted and slammed down to the ground. Boom! The dreamland was struck, creating a crater with a 100-meter diameter. Master Chun lay at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath, his body distorted unnaturally, clearly indicating that his bones were shattered. Bastard! Yi Fan's eyes widened in fury, the Buddha apparition behind him materializing into substance. He expanded into a towering golden Buddha, the swastika in his palm spinning, as his massive hand descended with a might to suppress hell itself, striking toward Ma Yanliang. The Buddha palm of the Tathagata? Ma Yanliang chuckled lightly. I can do that too. His right hand similarly expanded, transforming into a colossal hand to meet the impending strike. This hand was as dark as ink, with magma-like red light flowing through its palm lines. At the moment of collision, the entire dreamscape shook violently. The shockwave from the impact sent the other four flying. The already gravely injured Master Chun was further propelled by the residual force, crashing heavily against the edge of the dreamscape, his body nearly embedding itself within the barrier. Thud! Yi Fan's figure swiftly diminished, and upon returning to his original state, he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. How formidable! In this moment, Yi Fan was overwhelmed by a profound sense of weakness. Despite the combined efforts of 5 elite humans to confront a single Ma Yanliang, they were utterly outmatched. Moreover, it was evident that their opponent had yet to unleash his full power. Little did Yi Fan and his companions realize that from the very beginning, Ma Yanliang was merely toying with them. Had he not sought amusement in his life, the 5 of them would have long since met their demise. For him, this was a game with a conclusion that had been predetermined from the outset. Yifan, Guanzai, disregarding the peril, charged towards the fray. He pressed his hands against his temples, his eyes ablaze with streams of data reaching their zenith, as a torrent of pure code surged forth towards Ma Yanliang's brow. Beside him, Zhou Ping wielded his finger as if it were a sword, channeling all his vitality into the tip. With a whoosh, a blade of energy, refined to perfection, surged towards Ma Yanliang's throat. This sword energy was so pure that it seemed capable of severing all things. With a piercing sound, the energy penetrated Ma Yanliang's neck, leaving a spray of crimson blossoms in its wake. The blood crystallized into red ice in the air. Had they succeeded? Lu Wuwei's expression momentarily brightened before freezing in disbelief. The wound on Ma Yanliang's neck healed at a visible pace. He turned his head, his eyes radiating a brilliant blue light. Have you forgotten? This is my dream? Suddenly, the entire space distorted and warped. The 5 elite humans simultaneously felt as though the world was spinning, and when they regained their senses, they discovered themselves crucified upon 5 dark crosses, ebony nails piercing through their wrists and ankles. Ma Yanliang hovered in the air, his black coat billowing in the void. He slowly raised his hand, 5 black spears coalescing in his palm, meticulously aimed at the hearts of the 5 individuals, casting a shadow of death over them all. The game has concluded, esteemed humans. Chapter 89. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. The game has come to an end, O pinnacle of humanity. The voice of Ma Yanliang echoed through the dreamscape, as if darkness was compressing from all directions. He stood amidst the void, his black trench coat billowing without wind, while 5 ebony spears gradually materialized behind him, their tips glimmering with an ominous dark red hue, reminiscent of congealed droplets of blood. Fan felt the black spikes piercing his limbs, siphoning away his life force. Each heartbeat was accompanied by excruciating pain. With great effort, he lifted his gaze and beheld his 4 companions similarly affixed to their crosses. Yifan, Guanzai, though bound, still managed to roar. In 3 seconds, I shall create an opening. Instantly, Yifan grasped Guanzai's plan. He inhaled deeply, the remnants of his Buddhist energy beginning to boil within him. Despite being nailed to the cross, every inch of his skin felt as if it were seared by flames, yet he could still muster a final resistance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Ma Yanliang observing them with keen interest, akin to a cat toying with a dying mouse. Countdown. Guanzai began, his fingertips gently tapping in the void. Each tap sent ripples through the surrounding air. Ma Yanliang seemed to sense something amiss. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he deliberately slowed the spear's flight. He relished witnessing their descent from hope to utter despair. Guanzai quickened the rhythm of his tapping, countless codes shimmering with blue light materializing from thin air, forming intricate geometric patterns around him. These codes writhed as if alive, emanating unstable waves of energy. Ma Yanliang tilted his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he resumed his playful demeanor. Interesting. Suddenly, Guanzai's codes erupted, torrents of data streaming forth like silver serpents, swiftly eroding the black spikes that held him captive. His right hand broke free, seizing the spear that was hurtling toward his heart, the tip mere inches from his chest. Blood dripped from his palm, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Now, Yifan bellowed, as the Buddhist energy within him surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Boom! The 5 crosses exploded simultaneously. The instant Yifan broke free, a golden Buddhist light burst forth from him, transforming into a tangible armor that enveloped his entire being. The visage of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara manifested behind him, countless golden arms unfurling like a peacock's tail, forcefully blocking the 4 spears that flew towards his companions. Each spear that collided with the Buddha's hands erupted in blinding brilliance, causing the dreamscape to tremble violently. Oh! Ma Yanliang raised an eyebrow. Still some strength left? Yifan remained silent, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. This strike had nearly drained him of all his stamina, yet he had to seize the opportunity for his companions. Chun Fuji fell from the cross, his body twisted beyond recognition, his right arm broken in the opposite direction, bones piercing through skin, yet he still struggled to rise. The youth, always so impulsive. He coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet the old man must not fall behind. Zhou Ping had completely transformed into a transparent sword, suspended in midair, its blade aimed directly at Ma Yanliang's brow. This sword, composed purely of sword intent, radiated a heart-stirring sharpness, causing the surrounding air to fracture with minute cracks. The encased data streams swirled around Ma Yanliang like a silver tempest, attempting to infiltrate his consciousness. Although they could not genuinely affect Ma Yanliang, they at least served to divert his attention. A futile struggle. Ma Yanliang chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers. Snap! Time seemed to stand still. Yifan, in horror, discovered that the golden arms of his 1,000-hand Dharma were shattering inch by inch, akin to shattered glass. The transparent blade formed by Zhou Ping began to show spiderweb-like fissures, emitting a mournful cry under the burden. Meanwhile, the encased data streams were grasped by Ma Yanliang, easily crushed like a snake in his grip. Who shall I begin with? Ma Yanliang tilted his head, his gaze flitting among the 5, reminiscent of a child selecting toys. His finger lightly traced each person's direction before finally resting on Master Chun. I am one who venerates the old and cherishes the young. So let us start with the elder. Ma Yanliang stepped forward, instantly appearing before Master Chun. Master Chun attempted to retreat, but found himself immobilized. Unbeknownst to him, His shadow had morphed into tangible chains, securing him firmly to the ground. Ma Yanliang. Yi Fan wished to rush forward, yet an invisible force pinned him in place. He struggled desperately, unable to do anything but watch as Ma Yanliang reached out and grasped Master Chen's head. "Do you know?" Ma Yanliang leaned in close to Master Chen's ear, whispering softly, his voice disturbingly gentle. "I detest you self-righteous vigilantes who speak of benevolence and morality." His fingers gradually tightened, the skull of Master Chen cracking under the pressure. Master Chen did not plead for mercy. He merely gazed calmly at Ma Yanliang, a peculiar light flickering in his murky eyes. "You will not succeed," he uttered with great difficulty, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Crack! Master Chen's head was crushed like a watermelon. Red and white splattered across Ma Yanliang's face, yet he wore an expression of delight, even extending his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth. The first. He released his grip, and Master Chen's headless corpse slowly toppled to the ground. Master Chen deceased. Chapter 90. The sword comes. Yi Fan felt a wave of dizziness. Chen Fuzi was not only his comrade, but also his guiding light. The elderly man, who always smiled while brewing tea for him, the sage who offered guidance during his moments of confusion, had passed away. He succumbed so easily, so insignificantly. Next, Ma Yanliang's gaze shifted to Lu Wuwei, the delivery man. Lu Wuwei's complexion was ashen, blood oozing continuously from his abdominal wound. Yet there was not a shred of fear in his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "If you're going to kill me, then do it. Spare me your words." "Such spirit," Ma Yanliang applauded, the sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the dreamlike atmosphere. "I admire those with courage, for..." He suddenly appeared behind Lu Wuwei, grasping his shoulders. "The sound is particularly pleasing when I break them." With a brutal tearing sound, Lu Wuwei's body was violently split in two. Innards and blood rained down like a torrential downpour. His upper half continued to struggle, fingers clawing at the ground, dragging his severed form towards Ma Yanliang. "I can still fight." The last flicker of madness ignited in Lu Wuwei's eyes, his fingers sinking deep into the earth, leaving 5 crimson trails. Ma Yanliang stepped onto Lu Wuwei's back, truly touching. He lifted his foot and brought it crashing down. Bang! Lu Wuwei's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering onto Ma Yanliang's trousers. Lu Wuwei was dead. A second. Ma Yanliang flicked the blood from his shoe and turned to Guanzai. "Your turn, Mr. Programmer." Guanzai's remaining arm flickered with a cold light as he pointed toward the void. "You will not win." His voice was surprisingly calm, as if he had foreseen this moment. "Oh." Ma Yanliang regarded him with interest. "What trick do you have left?" Guanzai did not respond. His eyes suddenly transformed into a pure blue, and all the surrounding codes surged like living entities toward Ma Yanliang, attempting to invade his senses. The code, no longer silver, morphed into a deep, dark blue, each segment imbued with destructive power. "Self-destruct program?" Ma Yanliang laughed airtily. "Do you think this can harm me?" Just as the code was about to make contact, Ma Yanliang flicked his finger. An enormous maw materialized in the void, swallowing both the code and Guanzai whole. The air was thick with a blood mist, and Guanzai's figure vanished without a trace. "Guanzai," Zhou Ping murmured, his voice barely a whisper. His body was already in tatters, skin fissured like a spider's web, blood seeping continuously. Yet, when he raised his head, his eyes shone with a startling brilliance, as if countless swords were singing within them. "I possess a sword." Zhou Ping slowly lifted his right hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword gesture. This simple motion seemed to drain every ounce of his strength, his fingertips trembling slightly, yet unwaveringly aimed at Ma Yanliang's heart. "I can slay gods and demons." Before his words faded, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from Zhou Ping's entire being. This was not an ordinary radiance, but rather a tangible edge forged from pure sword intent. The ground beneath him began to fracture, with countless fine sword marks radiating outward from his center, while the air resonated with an incessant hissing sound, as if millions of invisible blades were slicing through space. The hem of Ma Yanliang's black trench coat abruptly tore away in silence, falling to the ground. How intriguing! Ma Yanliang squinted, positioning himself as a sheath, with his finger as the sword. Is this the pinnacle of the sword saint? Zhou Ping offered no reply. His body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. His skin gradually became translucent, revealing the intricate structure of bones and veins, all morphing into pure sword intent. His spine stood straight as a sword, his ribs encasing a beating heart like a scabbard, and even the flowing blood transformed into a liquid sword aura. The sword comes, Zhou Ping murmured softly. Chapter 91, Good Night. Zhou Ping in an instant. The entire realm of dreams trembled violently as countless transparent sword energies materialized from the void, converging towards him like rivers returning to the sea. These sword energies coalesced at his fingertips, giving rise to a 3-foot-long transparent sword, its blade warping and shattering the surrounding space. A hint of mockery flickered in Ma Yanliang's eyes. To burn one's life, was it worth it? Zhou Ping remained silent, gently waving his sword finger, and in that moment, he melded into the radiance of the sword. Whoosh! A beam of pure sword light sliced through the dreamscape. The brilliance was so pristine. It seemed capable of severing all impurities in the world, aimed directly at Ma Yanliang's throat. This was his final strike, embodying the essence of his lifelong swordsmanship. With his stroke, all fell silent. Ma Yanliang did not evade. Instead, he extended his right hand, fingers splayed, to meet the oncoming sword light. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated through the dream. Ma Yanliang's palm was pierced, blood streaming down his wrist. Yet, the sword light halted. Zhou Ping's figure reemerging as his sword finger pierced Ma Yanliang's palm, unable to advance another inch. A commendable sword, Ma Yanliang remarked, but regrettably. His left hand suddenly plunged into Zhou Ping's chest, grasping the beating heart within. Almost there. With a squelch, Zhou Ping's heart was crushed. His body stiffened in place, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Yet, even in death, his form remained poised, as if in the act of striking, resembling a statue. Good night, Zhou Ping. Ma Yanliang withdrew his hand, and Zhou Ping's corpse slowly toppled over. Zhou Ping deceased. In truth, Ma Yanliang had considered enlisting Zhou Ping as a subordinate. However, regrettably, his mental prowess was akin to Klein's. Even if he controlled the other in the dream, once out of it, the opponent could forcibly break free. Since he could not possess him, he would rather obliterate him. The fourth one. Ma Yanliang turned towards the final opponent, Yi Fan. Only you remain, Commander Yi Fan. Yi Fan knelt on the ground, blood trickling from his forehead, obscuring his vision. For comrades, 4 of humanity's finest, had been mercilessly slaughtered before him. At that moment, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and despair. Anger? Ma Yanliang crouched down, meeting Yi Fan's gaze. Is it pain? Such is the fate of the weak. His voice softened suddenly, resembling the soothing tone used to comfort a wounded child. Yi Fan lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a resolute calm. You are mistaken. This is not the end. A golden radiance suddenly ignited from Yi Fan's chest, a complex Buddhist seal appearing upon his skin, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. Ma Yanliang narrowed his eyes. Yi Fan's body began to blaze, not with ordinary flames, but with pure Buddhist fire. The night watchman would bow to no one. Yi Fan's voice became ethereal, as if countless voices spoke in unison. The Buddhist fire blazed ever brighter, rendering Yi Fan's form increasingly translucent. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a colossal golden hand, crashing down towards Ma Yanliang. Wherever it passed, the dreamscape crumbled inch by inch. With an expressionless face, Ma Yanliang raised his hand. As he closed his 5 fingers, the enormous golden palm shattered under an invisible force, transforming into a myriad of shimmering light points. Ati du spectacle. Do you have any final words, Commander Yi Fan? He stood calmly before Yi Fan and spoke. Yi Fan gazed at Ma Yanliang, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We shall meet again, Ma Yanliang. Boom! As Ma Yanliang's fingertip made contact with Yi Fan, his body erupted, dispersing into countless golden light points. These scintillating fragments did not dissipate. Instead, they spiraled upward, departing from the dreamscape. Ma Yanliang watched thoughtfully as the lights vanished from sight. I await you, Yi Fan, hoping you might inject some surprise into my mundane existence. He addressed the empty dreamscape and then snapped his fingers, causing the entire realm to shatter like glass. He understood that Yi Fan had not truly perished. A commander of the Nightwatch like him would become a member of the 001 National Fortune Team after death. For now, however, the other posed no threat to him. Thus, the 5 pinnacle figures of humanity were extinguished. Chapter 92. Infiltrating Songnan in a secluded alley of Songnan City. The damp air seemed to take on a tangible form. The distinctive stench of the underground drainage system mingled with an indescribable, fishy odor lingering in the narrow space. Wu Tongxian was the last to emerge from the well, gently closing the rusted cover, which emitted an almost inaudible click. This underground environment was more foul than the scent of decaying, mysterious corpses. Xia Simeng whispered her discontent, her delicate fingers pinching her nose tightly. With her other hand, she fanned the air in front of her rapidly. Dr. Li adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the slowly forming dreamlike barrier in the distant sky. It was a distorted space, akin to a painting crumpled by an invisible hand, its edges flickering with an ominous dark blue glow. Commander Yi and the others. Xia Siming's gaze followed Dr. Li's, her concern evident as she spoke. "Do not waste your energy on futile worries," Dr. Li interrupted calmly. "Our mission is to locate Lin Xie and to dismantle the mental control exerted by the medium and the mask. Remember, any hesitation could lead to our total annihilation." Wu Tongxian surveyed the surroundings. The street was devoid of life. Not even a foraging stray cat could be seen. The autumn wind carried the scent of decaying leaves as it swept across the road. A few yellowed sycamore leaves tumbled over the cement pavement, producing a rustling sound. "Why is there not a soul in sight?" Wu Tongxian furrowed his brow. "Has that madman Ma Yin slaughtered them all?" Dr. Li did not respond immediately. He turned his gaze toward the dilapidated old housing area of Songnan City, where the low, crumbling buildings merged into the twilight with their gray-black rooftops. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw shadows flit behind those windows, but when he focused, there was nothing there. "Let us proceed to Lin Xie's residence," Dr. Li stated, stepping forward with barely a sound on the damp ground, adding, "And let us also pay a visit to our old friends who are under control." Xia Siming took a deep breath and matched Dr. Li's pace, while the other members of the Phoenix team quickly formed a defensive formation, advancing warily. What they failed to notice was that figures stood silently behind the windows of the houses lining the street. Men, women, and children alike. Each pair of eyes glimmered with a strange blue light, as if they were marionettes manipulated by the same invisible thread. Their lips curled into a standard, eerily chilling smile, tracking the movements of the team. "Ajin, what are you staring at? You've been fixated on the window." Lin Xie entered the room, pushing the door open. Though his eyes were blind, within his perceptive range, he could distinctly sense Yang Jin standing by the window. Since the night watchman had smashed into his home 2 days ago, Lin Xie had discovered that his perceptive abilities were expanding at an astonishing rate. Now, he could sense everything within a meter around him with clarity, as if he were witnessing it firsthand. "Nothing, brother," Yang Jin replied, snapping back to reality and shaking his head. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted once more towards a particular direction outside the window, as if the entire city's inhabitants had succumbed to an enigmatic state. Yang Jin sensed an invisible web of mental connectivity permeating the air, enveloping Songnan City like a vast spider's net, with each thread linking to a human consciousness under control. "Ajin, Xiaoqi, wash your hands and prepare to eat. Your aunt has been on leave from the factory these days, and she has time to accompany you." Moreover, the factory owner assured that wages would be paid during this leave, came his aunt's voice from the kitchen, accompanied by the sounds of a spatula stirring and the enticing aroma of food. "Understood, Aunt," Lin Xie responded, turning towards Yang Jin with a furrowed brow. "You seem off today. Is something bothering you?" Yang Jin shook his head, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "I'm fine, brother. It's just..." He carefully chose his words, glancing toward the kitchen. "Have you considered that the events of the past few days might not be as straightforward as they appear?" Lin Xie frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Yang Jin shook his head again, forcing a smile. "Let us go. We shouldn't keep Mom waiting." As they walked towards the living room, filled with the aroma of the meal, Yang Jin couldn't help but steal another glance out the window. Sangnan City, cloaked in an eerie blue light at dusk, revealed a distorted space expanding at a visible rate above the distant skyscrapers. He silently prayed, hoping the night watchman would successfully weather this calamity. Suddenly, Dr. Li halted mid-stride towards Lin Chie's home, raising his right hand. The Phoenix squad immediately ceased movement, forming a circular defensive formation, each member aiming their weapons in different directions. From the mist ahead, several figures gradually emerged. The leading man wore a distinctive white mask, his black trench coat gently swaying in the unseen currents. Wang Mian, Vortex, Xia Siming gasped, recognizing the familiar blue light in the eyes of her former comrade. The entire masked squad stood before them, and Wang Mian spoke leisurely. "Where are you all headed?" "They are completely under control," Dr. Li assessed calmly, his eyes scanning each individual's condition behind his glasses. "I can break their mental control, but I need your assistance." "How do you intend to do that?" "Tell me what I need to do," Xia Simeng replied softly, slowly drawing her star blade, its edge glinting coldly in the dim light. "The reason I could easily lift Wu Tongshuan's mental control before was that I had provided him with mental guidance." Leaving a mark, Dr. Li explained rapidly, the reflections of Wang Mian and his companions visible in his lenses. "However, the masked squad lacks this prerequisite. You will need to incapacitate the entire masked squad, allowing me to forcibly erase their mental imprint." As he spoke, he turned to Wu Tongxian. "You possess the Klein realm. Dealing with the entire masked squad at the Sea realm should pose no significant challenge." At that moment, the sky was abruptly illuminated by several colossal pillars of lightning, casting the entire street in a blinding brilliance akin to that of midday. Shadows clad in black robes stood atop these electric columns, resembling lifeless marionettes as they gazed downwards. Beneath their hoods, eyes shimmering with a blue luminescence coldly scrutinized the movements of the Phoenix squad. "Long time no see, little pup," remarked the leader, his gaze fixed on Wu Tongxian, his eyes aglow with an eerie blue light as he chuckled softly. "Captain," Wu Tongxian responded, a complex expression crossing his face as his long knife inadvertently drooped slightly in his grasp. The leader was none other than Bu Li, the captain of the medium team, now positioned among the adversaries. Bu Li slowly raised his hand, and the sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, numerous slender electric serpents weaving through the layers above. His voice echoed, as if from a distant realm, hollow and resonant. "Surrender, or else perish." Dr. Li discreetly reached for his communicator, only to discover that all signals had been rendered null by an unseen force. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed more residents with blue eyes silently emerging from various alleyways, encircling them in a menacing embrace. Chapter 93. The fierce battle in the south. The signal was completely jammed. Dr. Li surveyed his surroundings and spoke in a hushed tone, his gaze, calm and piercing behind his golden-rimmed glasses, scanned the encroaching crowd. It appeared that Ma Yanliang had anticipated this moment. The star blade in Xia Ximing's hand quivered slightly, the flames dancing along its blade, harmonizing with the flickering lightning in the sky. Her focus was fixed on a masked squad as she whispered, "Dr. Li, are you certain you can break their control?" "I will give it a try," Dr. Li replied, retrieving a small silver box from his pocket. "It will require some time." His words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden flash of lightning. The electric bolt struck like a blade, detonating just 2 meters away from the squad, sending shards of stone and waves of heat rushing towards them. "Little pup, what are you still hesitating for?" Bu Li stood atop a pillar of lightning, his black cloak billowing, the blue light in his eyes intensifying. "Join us. This is the right choice." Wu Tongxian clenched his fists, the long knife in his grasp trembling slightly. He looked up at his former captain, his voice hoarse. "Captain, do you remember our first mission? In Yangguang City. You saved my life." For a fleeting moment, a look of confusion crossed Bu Li's face, but it was quickly engulfed by the eerie blue light. "Meaningless memories," he said coldly, raising his hand once more, directing another bolt of lightning towards Wu Tongxian. This time, Wu Tongxian did not evade. With a fierce swing of his blade, the edge collided with the lightning, erupting into a blinding brilliance. The lightning split in two, grazing his sides before crashing into the ground. "Phoenix Squad," Xia Simeng suddenly shouted. By Dr. Li some time, the squad members swiftly rearranged themselves, three forming a protective circle around Dr. Li, while the other two faced the mass squad and the medium squad. Xia Simeng leaped into the air, the star blade tracing a brilliant arc as it pointed directly at Bu Li. "Overestimating yourself," Bu Li scoffed as several bolts of lightning wove into a net before him. Yet Xia Simeng had already sheathed the star blade, transforming herself into a fiery phoenix, the flames trailing behind her, forcing Bu Li to retreat a step. After all, she was facing the strongest of humanity beneath the ceiling of power, Bu Li, and dared not hold back. Simultaneously, Wu Tongxian charged towards the masked squad. Complex patterns emerged on Wang Mian's mask as the surrounding space began to twist. The ability of the temporal marauder was being activated. "Captain Wang, my apologies." Wu Tongxian gritted his teeth, a dark red glow suddenly enveloping his long knife. Just as Wang attempted to distort time, the crimson light spread like a living entity, momentarily freezing the flow of time. "This is a dream?" "A dream." Wang Mian's eyes widened slightly behind his mask. "When did this happen? Take a guess." Wu Tongshuan's blade struck heavily at the back of Wang Mian's neck while he deftly evaded the vortex's attack, delivering an elbow strike that sent him crashing to the ground. On the opposite side of the street, an increasing number of blue-eyed residents converged, their expressions blank, yet their movements strikingly synchronized, as if guided by singular consciousness. "Doctor!" Li operated swiftly on the silver box, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Give me 30 more seconds," he exclaimed. Xia Simeng was engaged in a fierce battle with Bu Li in midair, flames and lightning colliding incessantly. A bolt of lightning had grazed her left arm, leaving her golden cloak charred, yet the resolve in her eyes remained undiminished. "You have no idea what you are truly facing." Buddhi's voice suddenly distorted, shifting from mere indifference to a resonance tinged with something otherworldly. "He is about to descend. Resistance is futile." Xia Simeng keenly observed an unnatural fluctuation in the blue light of Bu Li's eyes as he uttered the word he. Seizing this fleeting moment of vulnerability, the fire phoenix fragmented into hundreds of tiny flames, enveloping Bu Li like a torrential rain. The hastily erected barrier of lightning managed to block most of the starlight. Yet 3 rays penetrated his defenses, striking his right shoulder, left leg, and mask. Effective. A surge of joy filled Xia Simeng's heart. Just as she prepared to press her advantage, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through her chest.